2017, in Tianfu, Rongqing, I, Jiang Chang, was reborn. I lay on the king-sized bed in the Eclat Hotel suite, a stranger beside me. As I glanced at her, my phone buzzed with a WeChat message from my current girlfriend Zhao Jia. Why aren't you responding? You think you're something now, huh? Not even scared when I lose my temper? After scrolling through our chat history, memories flooded back. A bitter smirk crossed my face as I typed my reply, let's break up. Zhao Jia was my high school classmate and also my first love. She was petite and cute, but too materialistic. Whenever there was a holiday, she would insist on me buying her gifts or sending her red envelopes. New Year's Day, Women's Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day. She wouldn't even let Army Day pass without making demands. If I didn't send her a red envelope, she would throw tantrums, accusing me of not loving her in the name of love, even threatening to break up. I used to naively believe she simply cared about spending every holiday with me. I treated her like the pure moonlight in my heart, always at her beck and call, striving to fulfill her every desire, devotedly simping for her year after year. She used to tell me, we're still students, we can't hold hands, we can't kiss. Just give me more time. Things will get better in college. I truly thought she was an innocent, pure-hearted girl. Until we entered university, when she took a liking to a wealthier guy from a rich family and promptly dumped me. Reality slapped me hard across the face. In my previous life after breaking up with her, I stayed at the local university, became a corporate drone for years, couldn't take it anymore and returned home hoping to inherit my father's business only to wake up reborn after one night's sleep. What's more, this lifetime is different from the last one. In my past life, I went straight home when drunk, but this time my courage has grown. Right after rebirth, I walked into a hotel room with a beautiful woman in my arms. Yet I didn't shy away. I even helped her out of her clothes to relieve her worries. I sighed helplessly. The cruelest tragedy in this world isn't death, but retaining those disgusting memories from your past life. The worst part? Before reborn, I forgot to delete those waifu videos from my computer. Who knows if my parents found them, might have socially executed me already. After a long sigh, I resigned myself to the situation. After all, rebirth beats transmigration. At least I can fix the regrets of my past life, like Zhao Jia. I'm not making the same mistakes again. I already know she's about to hit me up for another red envelope. Sure enough, Zhao Jia immediately replied on WeChat, are you seriously pretending not to know why I'm mad? Yesterday was the summer solstice. I snorted and replied, read carefully. I said we're breaking up. Zhao Jia on the other end of the phone widened her eyes in disbelief. We'd been together for nearly a year, and whenever she got angry and mentioned breaking up before, I'd immediately run to apologize. Now that I was seriously proposing a breakup, she couldn't accept it and called right away. Jiang Chang, what do you mean by this? Exactly what the words say, can't you understand? My voice remained calm, without a trace of distress. Zhao Jia panicked. If she really broke up with me, she'd have no means to cover her university expenses. She just wanted me to send her a red packet, not actually break up. Now that she was in a dilemma, she could only soften her tone and ask, why break up? We have different personalities and like different things. How are we different? Aren't we quite compatible? I chuckled. Where's the resemblance? I like women, you like men, our values just don't align. Zhao Jia immediately erupted, feeling mocked. She snapped, Jiang Chang, I'll give you one more chance, take this seriously. Zhao Jia, I'm serious. Know when to quit while you're ahead. Let's part ways amicably. Fine, you said it yourself. Break up then. Don't come crying to me later. With that, she hung up. She was used to bossing me around and couldn't fathom I'd actually dare to break up. Staring at the disconnected call, I exhaled in relief, then promptly blacklisted her number and blocked her on WeChat. Just then, a voice chimed, congratulations, host. The Dream Come True Tycoon system has been activated. Is this really happening? Am I about to unlock cheat mode, enter the ultimate face-slapping arc, and ascend to the peak of life? My family's financial situation is decent. My dad runs a small construction company with assets worth tens of millions, but we're only considered moderately well off. I just graduated from high school. Throughout those 3 years, I lived at home, and my mom only gave me 1,000 yuan per week as allowance. She said she'd increase it to 10,000 yuan monthly once I started university. Back then, I thought that was generous. Never did I imagine that years of devotion wouldn't earn me genuine affection, but instead bring me this unimaginable wealth. Wealth God system activating. Host earns 0.1 yuan for every second of existence in this world. The system also displayed my information. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 182 cm. Appearance, 85 points. Level, 1. System reserve fund, 0 yuan. System, 0.1/section. Upgrade experience, 0/100,000. I did the math. At level 1, it's 0.1 yuan per second, which comes out to 8,640 yuan a day or 259,200 yuan a month. Just over an hour since my rebirth, and I'm already on the fast track to the peak of life. This feels incredible. Then, the system prompted, "Congratulations, host. You've received a starter pack. Would you like to open it?" I silently thought, open the starter pack. Reward, a Porsche 918 supercar worth tens of millions. Ding, congratulations, host. You've received a starter cash reward of 10 million yuan. 5 primary shopping credit cards. Maximum spending limit for primary shopping cashback cards is 1 million. Exceeding this amount will render them invalid. 1 set of friendliness scanning system. The system notified me that the reward funds were being transferred to my bank account, adding that these were legitimate funds with no financial or legal risks. Then my phone rang. I looked down at the notification. Your China Merchants Bank card ending in 5456 has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Current balance, 10,032,311 yuan. Glancing at the Porsche key that had somehow appeared in my hand, I marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. It was the first time I'd ever held such a premium car key. At this moment, the system asked again, "Host, would you like to activate the friendliness value scanning system?" "Activate." I responded, then glanced at the unfamiliar woman who was holding me close. Friendliness value scanning system activated. Currently retrieving target information. Name, Yu Xiaoxiao. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Figure, 94. Privacy, 1. Friendliness, 60. Close status. I understood all the previous values, but I'm a bit confused about privacy. I clicked open the system's explanation page, which read, privacy value refers to a person's private life, where the numerical digit indicates the number of intimate contacts with the opposite sex. It suddenly clicked for me. That one in Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value must be referring to none other than Zhang Chengmi. This privacy value is truly a great feature. Not only does it ensure steady progress in romance, but it also guards against being cuckolded. So this interpersonal relationship scanning system is the lightning rod God gave me. Just as I was lost in thought, a pair of jade-like arms suddenly wrapped around my waist from under the covers. Those delicate, smooth hands began wandering up and down unrestrained as she mumbled, "I never thought you'd be such a scumbag, coming up with such an unconventional excuse for a breakup." I gazed at this stunning woman taking liberties with me, those naturally arched willow leaf eyebrows framing rows of long, curled lashes, that exquisitely straight nose, those tempting red lips slightly bitten. I couldn't help but marvel again at what a mature, domineering older sister type she was. Yesterday, because Zhao Jia was ignoring me again, I randomly found a bar to drink at. Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to have also suffered some emotional blow. We hit it off and kept downing cocktails. More than 10 glasses vanished in no time, and soon everything became hazy. What happened next goes without saying. When I was reborn into this moment, I found Yu Xiaoxiao draping her arms around my neck, and I didn't hold back either. Back and forth, a bloody incident occurred. Who knows what heartbreak she was nursing to bring me to such a place for healing. Although I've already pierced to the truth and healed her wounds moments ago, her friendliness towards me is only at 60 points. It seems she either blacked out from drinking or is utterly despondent about something. This definitely isn't love at first sight. At that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao propped her head up with one hand, wearing a coquettish smile, and poked my abdomen with the other. "Just now while drinking, you kept going on about how much you liked her. Turns out there really aren't any decent men left in this world." She teased me, but I couldn't be bothered to explain. Setting down my phone, I caught her fidgeting hand and murmured, "You're drunk. Let me give you another sobering shot." Even before my rebirth, I dreamed of becoming a dependable family doctor, especially one skilled with injections. Who knew it would start coming true on the very first day of this new life? Ding! Due to the host's excessive speeding, rewarded with a supercar purchase critical hit card, unlimited amount, limited to 1 car. Rewarded the host with the agile tongue skill. Special note, this skill optimizes and strengthens every cell of the host's tongue, making it more flexible and powerful. This caught me off guard. I tentatively stuck out my tongue and moved it around, discovering that what was once slightly stiff had become incredibly nimble. Doing tongue rolls was now effortless. I looked at Yu Xiaoxiao sleeping beside me, and the corners of my mouth curved into a little Nike swoosh. The next morning, I rubbed my throbbing head and found the space beside me empty. I held my breath and listened. The room was dead silent. Turning my head, I noticed a thick stack of cash tucked under my phone on the bedside table. I picked up the note on the table with elegant handwriting reading, "Thanks for the hospitality. I had a great time last night. This is your reward." I smirked. Did she think I was some kind of gigolo? Well, money's money, no shame in that. Judging by the thickness, there was at least 5 grand here, pretty generous. In my past life, I didn't sleep with Yu Xiaoxiao. At the last moment, I thought of Zhao Jia, panicked, and hastily pulled up my pants and left. But in this life, reborn and back, I didn't hesitate to give Yu Xiaoxiao 1 shot, followed by 2 more, though I got so exhausted afterward that I fell asleep. Too bad I didn't get her contact info. After packing up and checking out, I looked at the 5 basic credit cards and 1 supercar cashback card in my system, muttering to myself, the cashback card makes sense, But what exactly do these crit cards do? After spending, do they trigger a crit for extra money, or experience points, like loot drops in monster slaying games? Getting experience points would be great, just getting money would be boring. The system replied, host, the consumption crit card gives you a chance to receive a multiplied cash reward on spending within a specified range, for example, 10-fold or 20-fold. The maximum multiplier for a basic crit card is 50-fold. The answer became clear to me. This supercar cashback card was last night's reward for driving too fast. Remembering Yu Xiaoxiao's expression then still makes me a bit embarrassed. This card can only be used to buy supercars. With just over 10 million in my account, I could only afford models under 10 million. But if I hit the maximum 50-fold cashback, that would mean 500 million. But what if I first use the 5 beginner crit cards and then use the accumulated funds to buy a more expensive supercar? Wouldn't the cashback be even bigger that way? I had a plan in place. It was 2017, and Rongqing had implemented purchase restrictions since 2014, but due to economic troubles, the policy existed in name only. Though not officially abolished, developers operated under the radar, like hiding a loot behind half-drawn silk. As long as you could pay in full, you could buy as many properties as you wanted. The real bottleneck was the loan restrictions. Paying entirely in cash created room to maneuver. My father, who worked in the construction industry, had taught me this. I intended to use 5 critical hit cards with a maximum limit of 1 million each to purchase properties. After leaving the hotel, I located the nearby Porsche 918 using the system's positioning. I pressed the key fob, and the car responded, instantly stirring up commotion among the crowd gathered around the supercar. A girl who had been taking selfies with the car started scanning the area for its owner. Staring at that black Porsche, my eyes widened in astonishment again. This car was so stunning it could probably make any girl feel hot just sitting in it. I wondered how well the air conditioning worked. The woman who was just leaning on my car was staring wide-eyed at this handsome young man. As I walked toward the car, I glanced at the woman who'd been taking selfies with my luxury vehicle without a care. I'd spotted her from afar. Despite the crowd gathering around, she kept posing shamelessly against the car for photos. She wore a strapless top, a tight patent leather skirt that hugged her curves, and black stiletto heels. Seeing that I ignored her, she immediately came to the car window after I got in, flashing what she thought was a charming smile, and asked, "Big bro, is this car yours?" I responded skeptically, "I reckon it couldn't possibly be yours?" Without missing a beat, she fawned, No, it's just that the car is so eye-catching I couldn't resist taking photos. I wonder if you could give me a ride, handsome? Does this car look like a taxi to you? Of course not, but you look like someone who's really good at fixing plumbing. Would you like to come to my place and take a look at my pipes? I secretly activated the friendly value scanning system. Name, Chen Liqui. Age, 23. Height, 168 cm. Appearance, 65. Figure, 88. Privacy, 28. Friendliness value, 90. Intimate status. A privacy value of 28 doesn't surprise me, but 90 points for friendliness? That's just outrageous. This is exactly the kind of girl who only values money and can be sweet-talked if you're rich. Looking at this privacy score, all I can say is, sorry, not interested, leave this for the lolicon enthusiasts in front of their screens to fawn over. I chuckled and said, forget it, 28 like-minded people is too crowded, I won't squeeze in. With that, I started the car and drove off, leaving the woman utterly dumbfounded. She was probably wondering how I knew she was 28, as she immediately took out a mirror from her bag, muttering to herself, it's not like my age is written on my face. A bystander nearby, seeing me reject her, immediately volunteered, Miss, I've been professionally unclogging drains for 30 years. If that handsome guy won't do it, I can help you out. The woman exploded at this, creep, pervert. The old man persisted, hey, miss, how can you say that about me? If a young man gets called over for service, why can't I? Fair play for young and old alike, clog busting guaranteed. The woman roared furiously, get lost, will you? The onlookers burst into laughter hearing their exchange. Someone reminded the old man, sir, the unclogging drain she mentioned probably doesn't mean what you think it means. The old man stubbornly retorted, how could they be different? Don't worry little girl, whether it's proper drain unclogging or improper drain unclogging, this old man is an expert at both. Seeing that she couldn't flirt with me and had instead been teased by the old man, the woman turned crimson with rage and stormed off. I had no way of knowing what would happen later. As soon as I got in the car, the system automatically alerted me. Ding, reward granted, host has acquired supercar driving skills. Note, considering the host hasn't obtained a driver's license yet, the system has automatically resolved this issue. The process is fully legal and compliant, so there's no need to worry. Staring at the driver's license that had suddenly appeared in my hand, I couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. Driving the Porsche 918, I finally understood why it's the ultimate tool for showing off. In modern society, cars and houses are symbols of wealth in many people's hearts. Some may think cars are just means of transportation, and buying expensive ones is just for showing off. But the reality is, when your social status hasn't reached a certain level of public recognition, cars, watches and houses become the best symbols to demonstrate a man's solid strength. For example, driving a Wuling might not impress relatives much, but switch to a Mercedes-Benz and they'll immediately think you've made it big. As the saying goes, youthful success means driving a BMW, and not having to pilot your own private jet. Some might bring up Boss Ma's simplicity, but his social status is high enough that he doesn't need these things for appearances. His face and name alone are his credentials. Compared to Boss Ma, I'm just a new player who's just registered and received the starter pack, not even reaching the level of unyielding silver, so I still need these things to package myself. Though like Boss Ma, I'm not interested in money. The temptation of reaching life's pinnacle with unwritten rules at every turn is simply too great to resist, so I must continue to package myself. Before I'd even driven 100 meters, I spotted a real estate agency at the corner ahead and immediately steered diagonally across the road. Why not go directly to the property developers? Firstly, laziness. Secondly, finding new residential developments in downtown Rome City is just too difficult. New properties either sell out in seconds or get dumped onto the secondary market to fleece retail buyers. Soon, the car pulled up across the street from the real estate agency. This local agency was quite well known, with multiple branches across the city. This particular branch wasn't large, just over 100 square meters. After parking, I crossed the street and walked in. The office was quiet, with only two agents idly scrolling through their phones. Seeing me enter, a young woman quickly stood up, while her male colleague flashed a faint, barely noticeable displeasure, unlike his usual habit of scrambling to grab clients. It turned out the other seasoned colleagues had either gone out for a stroll or were showing properties to clients, leaving just the two of them. The male agent was grinning lewdly at his phone. When the young woman noticed my arrival, she approached eagerly with a smile and said, "Hello sir, I'm Xia from Lianjia Real Estate. How may I assist you today?" I nodded and said, "I'd like to purchase several properties." Xia seemed surprised momentarily, but promptly ushered me into the reception room. Only then did the male colleague look up. Seeing the client had been taken by Xia, he immediately buried his face back in his phone. I could tell from Xiaoxia's mannerisms that she wasn't a seasoned salesperson. Her attitude was enthusiastic but her movements awkward. The real estate sales industry has low entry barriers, high employee turnover, and unstable wages, so seeing many newcomers is perfectly normal. Xiaoxia flushed with excitement as she asked me, "Hello, may I ask if you've taken a liking to any particular building or have specific requirements? Also, what's your budget range?" She'd been here nearly 3 months now. She'd originally heard that real estate agents made good money, but upon arriving, she realized it wasn't that simple. Since joining the company, I haven't closed a single house sale, only rental deals. Just 1,800 yuan base salary plus rental commissions, barely over 3,000 a month. She didn't care if I was actually buying. As long as there was a chance to serve, she gave it her all. I said, "Help me check out a few 200 square meter units." Xia quickly nodded and picked up her tablet to search. After just a few taps, she remembered she hadn't poured me water. Flustered, she set the tablet down and asked nervously, "Sorry, may I ask your name, sir?" I didn't mind Xia's clumsy and fidgety demeanor at all. It was clear she was still inexperienced. After all, everyone has a first time. I actually preferred her genuine, unaffected, and unpolished approach. If I showed more patience, gently soothing and guiding her to relax, the interaction would surely go smoothly afterward. With that in mind, I turned on the friendliness scanner. Name, Xia Jiqiu. Age, 19. Height, 163 cm. Appearance, 90. Figure, 92. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 50. Stranger status. I frowned as I read further. The girl wore her coarse hair in a low ponytail, with thick side-swept bangs covering her eyes and sported oval black-framed glasses. This antiquated hairstyle looked downright scene kid 90 on the beauty scale? System, are you kidding me? I muttered. The system responded, the attractiveness score is determined based on the host's inner aesthetic standards. I grumbled again, I have every reason to doubt your judgment of me. This girl is at most a 7 out of 10. The system explained, the judgment is based on deep scanning and complex calculations of facial feature proportions, among other algorithmic formulas. Please do not question it. Imagine if Andy Lau wore an emo-style side-swept bangs, his external appearance would also be compromised. Oh, that explanation is quite interesting. Are you saying Xia Jiqiu's hairstyle and clothing suppress her natural beauty? No wonder I didn't notice she was pretty when I first came in. It's like Sadako, who could tell she's a beauty at first glance. Xia Jiqiu's eyes are as clear as a mountain deer's. Such beautiful eyes hidden under heavy bangs, paired with ill-fitting uniforms. Even a celebrity dressed like that would look unattractive. Her skin wasn't flawless fair, and her hair texture showed signs of poor care, but with a beauty score of 90, her facial features must be quite striking. Xiaoxia asked me, "Mr. Jiang, would you like tea or perhaps some juice?" I replied, "Just bring me mineral water." She immediately responded, "Right away, please wait a moment," before turning and trotting out. Soon Xiaoxia came bouncing back into the reception room with bottled water, enthusiastically twisting open the cap before handing it to me. "Here's your water, please." I nodded to her and said, "Thank you. You're too kind," she replied, too shy to look directly at my handsome face. After taking a subtle deep breath, she quickly picked up her tablet and began searching. While searching, she casually informed me that in 2017, the average price of new properties in Rongqing's Jincheng district was around 20,000 per square meter, while Jinyo district, where I was currently located, averaged about 14,000. Other districts hovered around 9,000 plus, with even lower prices in more remote areas. These were new property prices. Pre-owned units could be over 1,000 cheaper. She asked me, "Do you have any specific preferences regarding the area?" I replied, "Just somewhere convenient for daily life, preferably near a shopping mall." "Would you prefer a fully furnished property or an unfinished one?" Her questioning lacked finesse, it even felt a bit scattered, but since it was probably her first time, I didn't dwell on it. "Fully furnished," I answered. "I'm buying a place partly to take advantage of the 5 primary credit cards, and partly so I occasionally don't have to go home. After all, I can't just stay in hotels every time I go out. Giving the ladies a place to stay isn't a bad idea either. Plus, with the spending credit cards, the minimum cash payout is tens of millions. Just thinking about it gets me ridiculously excited." Hearing this, Xia narrowed down the search area and picked out several properties for me. "Mr. Jiang, take a look at these units. They have good layouts and locations, with commercial streets and office buildings nearby. The decor is modern and trendy. These were originally developer-furnished units that the owners never lived in before putting them up for sale." I took the tablet to browse. They were indeed furnished by the property developer during the initial sale. The quality of such fittings can be hit or miss, but buying a shell unit is just too much hassle. 5 critical hit cards. The maximum amount for a primary critical hit card is 1 million. I plan to first put down 1 million as the down payment for all 5 properties and use the critical hit cards before paying the balance. Seeing me frown, Xiaoxia panicked and asked, "Mr. Jiang, is there something you're not satisfied with? If so, I can help you pick another one." I pointed at those properties priced over 1 million and asked, "Do you have purchase restrictions here?" Realizing I wasn't dissatisfied, she relaxed and nodded. "Yes, there are restrictions. The down payment for the first home is 30%, and for the second, 60%. For the 200 square meter apartment you're looking at, the down payment would be around 1 million yuan for the first unit, and nearly 2 million yuan for the second. I have no issue with the purchase restriction policies. The real hurdle is the payment. I want to maximize the benefits from the critical hit card loophole." I said to Xia, "I want to buy 5 units. Is that possible here?" Her eyes widened, and she nearly jumped out of her seat, stammering, "This, you meant buying all 5 units?" With a smile, I nodded. "Can you make it happen?" "Well, Mr. Jiang, there are purchase restrictions now, and loan restrictions too. Buying 5 units might be." I cut straight to the point. "If 5 units are doable, I can pay in full." Her breathing quickened in shock. Full payment. Though she doubted someone as young as me could afford a 5 million full payment for a home, she didn't dare say it aloud. Nodding, she replied, "For this transaction, I'll need to consult my supervisor. Also, I'll do my best to negotiate a lower price for you." "Fine, go ask. If it can't be done, I won't buy here. I'll look elsewhere." The question shook her confidence. Being new, she wasn't entirely sure. However, purchase restrictions had exceptions. Special cases or talents weren't bound by them. "Well, I'll give it a try." Don't you want to see them first?" I shook my head. Looking at so many properties would take too much time. "No need. Just contact your boss directly." Seeing how quick I was making decisions, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. She'd probably never seen someone buy property so casually before. 5 200 square meter apartments totaling 15 million yuan. "Curious?" I asked. "From your accent, you're not local, are you?" She nodded shyly, smiling with rustic humility as she admitted, "I'm from Tibetan Ganzi Prefecture in Tianfu." I remembered that region produced an internet celebrity, skin as dark as hers, eyes just as clear, who exploded across the web in just 7 seconds, shattering that year's beauty standards favoring pale, skinny male idols. The scenery there is beautiful, but it's isolated with poor economic conditions. No wonder she left to work at 19. Looking at her cracked old model phone, I asked, "If I buy this house, how much commission would you get?" She hesitated briefly before answering honestly, "At Lianjia, if you purchase this property, the buyer pays 2% and the seller 1% of the transaction price. The total agent fee would be 90,000. I nodded and asked further, "And how much would you, as the salesperson, actually receive?" She didn't understand why I asked this way, nervously twisting her hands as she said, "Well, if it really goes through, especially with a full payment, I'd get roughly 15,000 yuan in commission for one flat." I raised an eyebrow and asked, How many flats does your shop sell in a month? Last month was 5, but those were all secured by senior agents, mostly compact units between 70 and 100 square meters. After speaking, she quickly added, although I haven't sold a single flat yet, I'm really grateful that you chose me today. I'll do everything I can to help make this deal happen. Seeing her flustered and nervous demeanor, I smiled and reassured her, relax and approach your boss with confidence. Here's what I'll do, if you can negotiate the deal, I'll give you an extra 15,000 per flat on top of your commission. Her eyes widened. You're serious? Why? Naturally insecure, she assumed I must look down on her. I explained, I know what you're wondering. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, at least not right now. But today is the most special day of my life. I'm in such a good mood that I want to share this joy with someone. Consider this your lucky break. 75,000 yuan might be nothing to the wealthy, but for most families earning 40,000 to 50,000 a year, it's a significant sum. And compared to her peers from ordinary backgrounds, they all seemed cheerful and optimistic at her age. Xiao was the first girl I'd met who came from the mountains. Back when I just acquired the tycoon system, I was indeed a bit too excited and reckless, much like someone who'd won the lottery bursting to share my good fortune with others. Realizing this, I silently reminded myself to stay humble and not get carried away. After I said a few words, Xiao was moved to the point her eyes turned red. Only after coming to the big city did she truly feel the gap between people. She once told me how, when she first took the train to Rongqing, she was wearing a half-worn cotton coat, with homemade steamed buns as her travel food and a thermos that had long lost its insulation. Yet sitting across from her was a child dressed in brand new clothes, eating a KFC burger she had never tasted before, drinking milk tea she hadn't had in over 10 years. That was the first time she felt the chasm-like gap between people, how insignificant and pitiful she was in this city. Here, without any educational qualifications, she could hardly find a decent job. After working as a dishwasher for a few months, the restaurant owner took pity on her and pulled strings to get her this job at the agency. To save money, she would only buy the cheapest bento boxes for meals, not even daring to spend on a cup of bubble tea that most young people loved. Her extreme frugality in food, clothing, and daily expenses often made her the target of sidelong glances and mockery from co-workers. Yet who could have imagined this stranger, a client meeting her for the first time, would extend a helping hand to her? Though she wanted to decline, poverty left her speechless. For someone who's tasted bitter poverty, why would they refuse wealth that could completely turn their life around? Xiao bit her lower lip and said gratefully, Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. I'll definitely do my best. Please have a seat. I'll go find the store manager immediately and contact all these property owners right away. Seeing her so excited, I remained indifferent and simply waved my hand, signaling her to hurry up with the arrangements before lowering my head to play with my phone. She immediately turned around and jogged toward the supervisor's office. When she reported the situation, the supervisor looked shocked but quickly composed himself, promptly taking out his phone to help contact the property owners together. At this moment, the male real estate agent's eyes were filled with regret. He never expected that the one time he slacked off at work, someone else would swoop in and take the opportunity. He even slapped himself several times in remorse. After all, most people need loans to afford properties worth hundreds of thousands, let alone one priced at 15 million. Cupping his slightly swollen face, he stared at his phone, probably regretting spending $100 on those photos, figuring even a single abalone would have been more worth it, to the point he wanted to smash his phone. If only he had bothered to get up and greet me earlier, maybe those tens of thousands in commission would have been his instead. With a few 10,000 in hand, there's no need to just browse through the phone. Seeing how much the manager values this deal, these properties might actually get sold soon. The manager walked into the reception room and immediately extended his hand towards me, warmly saying, Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Jiang Yuan, the manager here. Thank you very much for choosing Lianjia. Manager Jiang, hello. Jiang Yuan noticed that there was only a bottle of water on the reception table and gave Xia a displeased look, scolding, Why haven't you made tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you treat guests? Xia immediately flustered and turned on the hot water at the desk. I'm sorry, manager. I'll make tea for Mr. Jiang right away. How can you serve these tea leaves? Hurry to my office and bring me that pre-rain Longjing tea from the top shelf. Seeing Jiang Yuan's excessive enthusiasm, I waved my hand and said, No need to trouble yourself. I'm not used to drinking that. Jiang Yuan flashed an ingratiating smile. In Rongqing, there were very few people who could pay 15 million in full for a house at such a young age. Although he didn't know the specifics of my family background, he was certain I wasn't from an ordinary household. You're truly talented and down-to-earth for someone so young. After buttering me up with this compliment, Jiang Yuan immediately signaled Xia with his eyes. Even though I said I wouldn't drink, I still needed to be prepared. After all, in this society, connections are like financial arteries. Some conveniences and relationships aren't something you can secure with money alone. Having connections like the director of a hospital, the head of a government office, or a high-ranking law enforcement official in your family circle, these aren't the kind of ties money alone can buy. When the time comes that you need these connections, you'll have to rely on your network to bridge the introductions. Elite individuals from top wealthy families outnumber those from ordinary backgrounds, and befriending the rich brings countless benefits. They possess various channels for obtaining advanced information, can offer business guidance, and might even pull you through when facing major troubles. Although property transactions don't necessarily forge solid, reliable relationships, people navigating the social grind are willing to seize any opportunity that comes their way. Xiao Xia caught the hint and quickly stepped out, sharp as ever. I naturally noticed their little maneuver but maintained an indifferent expression. Those who rise to managerial positions are invariably smooth operators with polished social skills. I inquired, Director Jiang, how did the negotiations go? Rest assured, everything's settled. The properties you're interested in are nearby, 2 units share the same owner, and we've arranged meetings with the other landlords who are already on their way. I nodded with satisfaction. The sufficiency was quite impressive. Zhang Yuan took the dragon well tea brought by Xiao Xia and asked me ingratiatingly, "Are you a local, Mr. Jiang?" I gave a faint nod. Ah, what a coincidence. I am too. What a small world. I merely smiled lightly, paying little heed to his words. Afterward, I passed the time chatting idly with Zhang Yuan. I had to admit, someone who could rise to a managerial position had polished conversational skills. He tried to probe into my background, but his questions were tactfully worded and never made me uncomfortable. But having been reborn once and having experienced the struggles of society in my past life, handling interpersonal interactions was more than manageable for me. Soon after, several property owners arrived one after another. When they entered the reception room and saw me, the well-dressed middle-aged men couldn't hide their surprised expressions. I appeared much younger than they had imagined, about the same age as their own children, just in my early 20s. But nowadays, there are too many low-key wealthy people, so they warmly exchanged pleasantries with me. After finalizing the details, the group prepared to go to the housing authority to complete the procedures. In the end, I signed 5 transfer contracts with 4 property owners, totaling 15 million yuan in property transactions. According to industry practice, I paid a 2% agency fee, 300,000 yuan, for the 5 properties, while the original owners each bore 1%, totaling 150,000 yuan. Since it was still early, we took a car to the nearby housing bureau to complete procedures like tax payments. With the male supervisor's connections guiding us, the process went extremely smoothly without any obstacles. At each step, I had to pay 1 million yuan upfront before proceeding to the next stage. Though no one understood why, no one objected either. After over an hour, all 5 properties were successfully transferred, and once the remaining procedures are completed, I'll receive the property deeds. When transferring the money, I used the primary critical hit card, and system notifications rang out one after another. Ding! Primary critical hit card successfully used. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 15x critical hit multiplier. Critical hit amount, 15 million. Ding! Primary critical hit card successfully used. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 10x critical hit multiplier. Critical hit amount, 10 million. Ding! Primary critical hit card successfully used. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a 40x critical hit multiplier. Critical hit amount, 40 million yuan. Ding! Primary crit card successfully used. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a 10-fold crit multiplier. Crit amount, 10 million. Ding! Primary critical hit card activated successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a critical multiplier of 10-fold. Critical hit amount, 10 million yuan. Chapter 6, Meeting you is my good fortune. Congratulations on leveling up again, host. The host earns 0.8 yuan every second they exist in this world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 182 cm. Appearance, 85 points. Level, 6. System reserve fund, 4,890 yen. Withdrawable at any time. System, 0.8 yen per second. Upgrade EXP, 5 million/10 million. Jiang Chang stared at the system notification, excitement turning his member purple once more. After spending 5 million, a critical hit yielded 85 million, which he then used to cover the remaining 10 million. In just one day, using these 5 critical strike cards, he acquired 5 properties, instantly boosting his net worth beyond 100 million. Jiang Chang expressed his hope that such benefits from critical strike cards would continue to come his way in the future. Additionally, the system had now directly leveled up, reaching level 6. Every second, he earned 0.8 yuan, which amounted to 48 yuan per minute, nearly 70,000 yuan per day. Is this what a cheat-enabled life feels like? After completing the formalities, the original owners and the manager all proactively added Jiang Chang's WeChat and contact number. After adding him on WeChat, they proceeded to invite Jiang Chang for a meal, though he politely declined each offer. Jiang Chang turned to Xia Xia and said, "Xia Xia, come with me for a moment." Seeing Jiang Chang decline their invitation but then call young Xia Xia back, the group couldn't help but exchange knowing looks. The male supervisor even pointedly said to Xia, since Mr. Jiang helped you complete commissions for 5 apartments, you should treat him to a nice dinner tonight. No need to come back to the office today, take good care of young Master Jiang. Hearing this, Xia nodded nervously yet obediently. Yes, I understand, supervisor. After the crowd dispersed, Xia bowed nervously to Jiang Cheng again and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm truly grateful to you. Please let me treat you to dinner. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Give me your bank card number, I'll transfer the money to you. Xia understood Jiang Cheng's intention. In the beginning, she had indeed been very eager to receive the price difference he mentioned. But now that the deal was done, 5 properties divided, she would still earn around 75,000 in commission. Besides, she hadn't contributed much throughout the whole process, acting more as an errand runner while the supervisor played the decisive role. Taking Jiang Cheng's money now made her feel somewhat embarrassed. No need, Mr. Jiang. I've already received my commission and can't take your money. The payment is more than enough for me, Xia replied genuinely. Jiang Cheng understood the conflict in Xia's heart. Though not every child from the mountains is kind and guileless, at this moment, he knew Xia was truly one of them. Think carefully. Opportunities like this don't come often in life. You won't always be this lucky to meet someone like me. The next client might criticize you for inappropriate questions or make unreasonable demands, like asking you to accompany them in exchange for the sale. When I say this money is yours, you should take it. Life doesn't offer many chances. When fortune knocks, open the door. Don't regret it later when you're desperate for money. Jiang Cheng's brutally honest words struck Xia like enlightenment. Her originally naive and clear eyes instantly turned panicked. She naturally understood the male supervisor's implication about keeping Jiang Cheng company. Such practices were hardly secrets in their real estate industry. Moreover, she agreed with Jiang Cheng's point. Society wasn't an ivory tower where diligence, honesty, and kindness could be exchanged for money. On the contrary, if you were willing to endure hardship would become your constant companion. Given her family's poor circumstances, what right did she have to consider others? What justification remained for refusing this heaven-sent blessing? Xia lowered her head to look at the small bag she had bought from a roadside stall. Gritting her teeth, she unzipped it and pulled out the newly issued bank card, handing it to Jiang Cheng gratefully while saying, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Meeting you has been my fortune. Jiang Cheng took Xia's bank card, opened his mobile banking app, and quickly transferred 7.5 million to her. Truth be told, Jiang Cheng was no saint. It's just that Xia happened to witness his first day with the billionaire system. Consider it a keepsake. The transfer's done. I'll take my leave now. I hope you encounter even more good fortune in Rongqing. Xia took her bank card, overwhelmed. Coming from a poor family, she'd earned 75,000 yuan in one afternoon. With the commission from 5 apartments added, she suddenly had 150,000 yuan. The shock was so immense she momentarily lost her bearings. Watching Jiang Cheng's retreating figure, Xia mustered her courage and chased after him. Mr. Jiang, may I have your contact information? Seeing Jiang Cheng staring at her, Xia lowered her head with flushed cheeks. I know an ordinary girl like me probably isn't worthy of adding your WeChat, but if you ever have time, I'd sincerely like to treat you to a meal. Would that be okay? Xia clumsily expressed the gratitude in her heart. Jiang Cheng looked at Xia staring foolishly at the ground with her head down and couldn't help but chuckle while shaking his head. Checking Xia's friendliness level toward him again, he was surprised to see it had directly jumped from 50 points to 78. Jiang Cheng took out his phone and opened his QR code. Scan it. I don't have time today, but maybe we can grab a meal next time. Seeing Jiang Cheng agree, Xia immediately pulled out her phone. Flustered, she opened WeChat and quickly scanned Jiang Cheng's QR code. Just then, the system dinged with a notification. Due to your reasonable first consumption choice, the system rewards you with a unclogging card. When used on any goddess with an appearance score exceeding 90 points, this card will activate a double happiness function. Rebates will be calculated based on frequency and the partner's satisfaction level. This card can only be used once. Jiang Cheng looked at this card and suddenly felt like the system was being suggestive. Was this the kind of unclogging he had imagined? Did he misunderstand? But is this system legitimate? Why was it teaching him about adult content? Though pressured by monetary temptation, Jiang Cheng ultimately decided to find the right opportunity to use this card properly. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng drove the car to the parking garage of a shopping mall near his home. After all, suddenly having a car out of nowhere, if his parents found out, it wouldn't be something he could explain in just a few words. Jiang Cheng returned home to the Yujing residential area. Just then, his mother stepped out of the kitchen carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit. Spotting Jiang Cheng at the door, his mother Li Yan sized him up and remarked, Well, look who decided to come home, thought you'd forgotten the way. Listening to Li Yan's slightly complaining tone, Jiang Cheng ingratiatingly picked up a piece of watermelon and took a big bite. Mom, the watermelon you bought today is really sweet, nice. Li Yan shot him a glare, snatched the plate, walked to the living room, and placed the watermelon in front of Jiang Jianming. Jiang Chang also trotted along behind him and called out, "Dad." Jiang Jianming didn't say much. After glancing at Jiang Chang, he asked, "Weren't you talking about going on a graduation trip? Have you decided where to go yet?" Jiang Chang wasn't particularly affected by his parents' reaction. Although he was their only child, they had pretty much left him to his own devices since he was little. But this was also thanks to Jiang Chang never doing anything too outrageous, so the two of them had always been quite at ease with him. Jiang Chang said while eating chilled watermelon, "I want to go to Shanghai. After looking around, I've decided to choose a more prosperous area. I plan to apply to Shanghai University and want to see the environment there first." Jiang Jianming had no objections after listening. "This is up to you. Have your mom transfer the travel expenses to you, and handle it as you see fit." Li Yan shot Jiang Jianming a glare and grumbled, "He's just spoiled rotten by you." But though he said so, his hands were already picking up the phone to transfer 30,000 yuan directly to Jiang Cheng's WeChat. Seeing the lit-up WeChat notification, Jiang Cheng unapologetically accepted his parents' love and said with a grin, "Thanks, Mom and Dad." Chapter 7, Campus Belle Zhouying. The next day, Jiang Cheng drove his Porsche straight to Rongqing Airport without hesitation. As for the 200 yuan daily parking fee, he couldn't care less. After checking in, Jiang Cheng headed for the economy class entrance. When it came to plane tickets, the priciest first-class seats were always the ones with the most leftovers every day. However, today's flight tickets are quite unusual. First class is completely sold out, leaving only economy class seats available. So Jiang Cheng could only buy an economy class ticket. It's not that he looks down on economy class. Yet as a certain tycoon once said, although both first class and economy class will arrive at the same destination, sitting in first class makes it much easier to encounter various business opportunities. Although Jiang Cheng isn't particularly interested in these so-called business opportunities right now, the reason he wanted to fly first class was simple, spacious and comfortable, unlike the cramped economy class packed like sardines before him. For someone of his height, a full 6 feet tall, economy class was far from ideal. Sitting in the aisle seat, he found his legs awkwardly confined, leaving him thoroughly uncomfortable. Just as Jiang Cheng sighed in resignation, a girl suddenly stopped right in front of him. A sweet, melodious voice floated down from above, "You're Jiang Cheng?" Jiang Cheng looked up at the words, and couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised when he saw who it was. Zhouying? Zhouying was his high school classmate and had been the campus belle of their graduating class. That Zhouying could recognize him was something Jiang Cheng found rather unexpected. Although they were classmates, Jiang Cheng and Zhouying had no interaction over the past 3 years, not even exchanging a single word. The reason was simple. Throughout high school, Jiang Cheng had devoted himself entirely to Zhao Jia, strictly adhering to the virtues of a devoted boyfriend. Though Zhouying was dazzlingly beautiful, in his naive youth, Jiang Cheng had convinced himself that Zhao Jia was the most radiant. But the present Jiang Cheng was no longer the same person. Though Zhao Jia was still fairly attractive, when placed beside Zhouying, she instantly paled in comparison. Today, Zhouying was wearing a white crop top paired with milk-colored trousers and a simple pair of sneakers. Though her outfit was rather ordinary, the tight-fitting jeans perfectly accentuated her tall figure and fair, slender legs. Coupled with her striking curves up front, the overall look was overwhelmingly impactful. With such a delicately swaying figure, her waist was as slender as a willow branch, seemingly narrow enough to be clasped in one hand. The exaggerated contrast between her curves delivered a startling impact, leaving Jiang Cheng momentarily dazed from the sight. He could hardly resist the urge to bury himself in Zhou Ying's breathtaking embrace. Noticing Jiang Cheng's gaze, Zhouying slightly parted her pearly teeth, gently nibbling her soft, rosy lips. This coy expression, paired with her fair skin, delicate features, and slightly curled tea-black hair, instantly radiated an aura of an irresistible goddess. Seeing Jiang Cheng still seated, Zhouying pointed to the spot beside him and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll be sitting next to you." What a coincidence! As soon as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, a young man with heavily waxed hair sitting in the aisle couldn't help but instantly brighten up. He immediately stood up, his right hand instinctively sweeping through the side of his hair in a suave gesture. Addressing Zhouying, he said, "This beautiful lady, it would be my honor to share this journey with someone as lovely as you. Please, come in." The affected and slightly greasy gesture made Zhou Ying's expression instantly stiffen with embarrassment. After all, let's check out this campus belle-level beauty. In a crowd, she would undoubtedly be the most eye-catching presence, with even passengers in surrounding seats secretly stealing glances at Zhou Ying. Just as she was about to sit down, Jiang Cheng called out, "Hey, wait a minute, I think I'm in the wrong seat. Is your seat 18A? I'm in 18B. Would you like this window seat?" Hearing this, Zhou Ying was momentarily stunned. She immediately understood Jiang Cheng's intention and blushed slightly as she gratefully smiled at him. "Yes, I'm in 18A. Sorry, it's my first time flying." With an apologetic expression, Jiang Cheng stood up and gave his seat to Zhou Ying. As Jiang Cheng stepped aside, an inexplicably coy smile appeared at the corners of Zhou Ying's lips. She whispered softly to Jiang Cheng, "Thank you." At that moment, in Zhou Ying's eyes, Jiang Cheng appeared both gentlemanly and helpful as he resolved the troublesome business engagement for her. The young man's face instantly darkened when he saw the stunning woman replaced by Jiang Cheng. The dissatisfied young man spoke up, "Buddy, wasn't this seat supposed to be that beauty's? You can't just randomly switch seats on a plane. Need I spell it out clearer? Our private matters don't require any explanation to you." The man's face darkened further after Jiang Cheng confronted him, but seeing that Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying indeed seemed acquainted, he hesitated and held his tongue. He cleared his throat and persisted in striking up a conversation with Zhou Ying. "Beautiful lady, what brings you to Shanghai?" Seeing the man still trying to chat despite sitting one seat apart, Zhou Ying's frown deepened as she replied impatiently, "You could say it's work. You're already working at such a young age? We look around the same age. I just graduated. My name is Qianshan, and I'm heading to Shanghai for a vacation." Zhou Ying let out a dry chuckle before immediately losing interest in her. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, "What about you, Jiang Cheng?" "Got nothing to do at home, just came out for a walk." Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Zhou Ying remarked enviously, "That's so nice, so you went on a trip?" Before Jiang Cheng could speak, Qianshan interjected, "I've been to Shanghai many times. If you want to go out and have fun, I could recommend some places for you. Or I could even take you there myself, gorgeous." Seeing that Zhou Ying didn't respond, Qianshan wasn't annoyed and still couldn't resist showing off his travel experience. "I'm not just saying this, but Shanghai has plenty of pitfalls. If you're inexperienced, it's easy to get scammed. That's how it was when I first came here, but now I've learned the ropes. Like when it comes to booking hotels, there's a lot to consider." Noticing that neither of them acknowledged him, Qianshan shamelessly continued, "As soon as I landed, the hotel sent a car to pick me up, super convenient. My parents arranged it for me. So, which hotel are you staying at? Maybe later I can have them drop you off on the way? Otherwise, taking a taxi from the airport is really expensive." Watching Qianshan flaunt his hotel's airport pickup service, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. He got the underlying message loud and clear, implying that the suite he booked was on the pricier side. This was probably a subtle way to flex his wealth in front of them. Seeing that Jiang Cheng seemed about to confront the guy, Zhou Ying instinctively grabbed his hand. She then handed him one of her earbuds, which was still plugged into her phone. "Want to listen to some music?" Her voice was quiet, tinged with a hint of shyness and nervousness. Jiang Cheng clearly hadn't expected Zhou Ying to make such a move. His gaze fell on her hand resting atop the back of his own, leaving him momentarily stunned. Mainly because Zhou Ying's hand was so smooth and soft, the sudden contact gave him the fleeting sensation of falling in love. Noticing Jiang Cheng staring at her hand, Zhou Ying's cheeks immediately flushed with a faint rosy hue. She awkwardly and swiftly withdrew her hand. The guy felt a pang of jealousy seeing Zhou Ying and Jiang Cheng so intimately sharing earphones, shooting Jiang Cheng an annoyed glare. "What song would you like to listen to?" Jiang Cheng leaned in closer to glance at Zhou Ying's playlist. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "This playlist looks quite similar to the one I have on QQ Music." Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Zhou Ying's expression grew somewhat awkward. It was as if her little secret had been discovered, somewhat embarrassed and uneasy. "Ah, really? What a coincidence." Zhou Ying's voice sounded unnatural as she averted her eyes from Jiang Cheng's gaze. Because most of the songs on her playlist were indeed from Jiang Cheng's QQ Music collection. Jiang Cheng didn't think too much about it and casually played a somewhat upbeat English song. Glancing at the playlist filled with heartbreak songs about unrequited love, Jiang Cheng quietly asked, "So you're going through a breakup too? Your music taste is just like mine." Hearing this, Zhou Ying immediately denied it. I've never been in a relationship." After saying that, she hesitantly continued, "You said too. Weren't you together with Zhao Jia?" Jiang Cheng replied naturally, "I broke up with her." Hearing this, Zhou Ying was somewhat shocked. Break up? But immediately, for some reason, a hint of joy seemed to flicker across her normally serious face. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Did you come to Shanghai for work? Which district are you staying in?" Zhou Ying replied, "I live in Jing'an district." "What about you? Have you booked a hotel?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Yes, booked. Let me check which district it's in." After speaking, Jiang Cheng picked up his phone to review the large order details. "It seems to be in the Minhang district." Zhou Ying leaned in to look upon hearing this, instantly surprised by what she saw. "You reserved Aman Yanyun?" Chapter 8. As if you're not a rich second-generation heir yourself? Aman's Summer Palace is a nationally renowned luxury hotel. It's also extremely famous here in the Magic City, and naturally he had heard of it. Every Aman Summer Palace hotel is meticulously designed by specialized architects. Moreover, they only establish their hotels in cities with strong consumer markets, with each Aman hotel boasting a distinct design style, their architectures varying dramatically from one another. The Aman Resort in Shanghai has an exceptionally unique backstory. Every brick and tile within it carries profound historical origins. According to its official website, the over 10,000 camphor trees in ancient buildings were all transported from Liuqing Ancient Village in Luan, Jiangxi, located over 700 kilometers from Shanghai. This ancient village was permanently submerged beneath reservoir waters due to dam construction. The village's over 50 ancient residences from the Ming and Qing dynasties possess immense preservation value. Upon learning this, philanthropists and entrepreneurs from the Magic City jointly invested over 3 billion yuan to relocate these centuries-old residences and camphor trees to Aman Yangyun. This initiative not only preserved historical relics but also elevated the cultural heritage of the area to new heights. Zhou had lived there with her parents a few years ago, so she knew something about Aman. Zhou turned to Jiang Chang and said, "I've been to Aman before with my parents, but it was the Aman in Kyoto, not the one in Magic City. It was really nice with great service, but when we went, there wasn't any airport pickup." Jiang Chang shrugged. "This is my first time booking this hotel, but they called me yesterday saying they offer airport pickup. I thought it was standard." "Then you must have booked a more expensive option. We stayed in a 9,000 yuan per night room before, and it didn't include airport pickup." "Oh, I see. I booked the courtyard villa," Jiang Chang said nonchalantly. Zhou couldn't help but widen her eyes. "The villa suite? For yourself?" Jiang Chang nodded. "Yeah, the villa suite must be the most expensive accommodation, right?" "Jiang Chang, I didn't expect you to be a rich second-generation heir." Zhou gave Jiang Chang a surprised look. "Come on, as if you weren't a rich second-gen yourself." Zhou was not only the campus belle of their university, but also one of the most renowned rich second-generation heirs in their entire cohort. She was always picked up and dropped off at school by various luxury cars. At their innocent age, Zhou already carried an LV backpack and wore Gucci sneakers. Precisely because of this, although Zhou was beautiful and academically excellent, few boys dared to pursue her. For a privileged girl like her, ordinary boys would only feel inferior in her presence. How could they muster the courage to say they liked her? "But I heard something happened to her family during senior year of high school. Later I learned their business suffered a capital chain rupture. The family had to sell many assets, and no luxury cars came to pick her up from school anymore." Jiang Chang realized he might have said something inappropriate. "And Zhou just mentioned she needed to work. Had their family fallen on such hard times?" After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Zhou Ying's expression flickered with a hint of unnaturalness, but she quickly regained her composure. She smiled wryly and said, "How can I still be considered a rich second generation now? Even when my family had money, my parents couldn't bear to stay in a courtyard villa like this." Seeing Zhou and Jiang Chang discussing the 80,000 yuan per night courtyard villa without any hesitation, Shenshin's face visibly changed colors. At that moment, a murmur rose in his heart. Could these two actually be real rich second-generation heirs? How else could they discuss such high-end topics so casually, and even staying at the 80,000 yuan a night a Manhwa? If it were true, he would die of embarrassment. After secretly glancing at Jiang Chang and realizing neither of them had noticed him, Shenshin immediately turned his head away, pretending to sleep, not daring to make another sound. Though he didn't know whether Jiang Chang was boasting or not, what if it turned out to be true? Seeing that Shenshin didn't interrupt again, the two started casually chatting about school matters. After all, they'd been classmates for 3 years, so they had plenty of school-related topics to discuss, avoiding any awkward silence. More than 2 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. During that time, Jiang Chang used the friendliness scanner system to check Zhou Ying's details. Name, Zhou Ying, age, 18 years old, height, 172 cm, appearance, 96, figure, 96, privacy, 0, friendliness value, 80. As he glanced at the scanning system, Jiang Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Zhou Ying to be so tall. If she wore 10-centimeter heels, she might even reach his height. But her figure was truly top-notch, scoring a whopping 96 points. The key was her sharp insights and absolute bonus. What surprised Jiang Chang the most was that Zhou Ying's friendliness toward him had actually reached a whopping 80 points. Had Zhou Ying been secretly paying attention to him all this time? While still amazed, Jiang Chang once again felt grateful for having the friendliness scanner system. Thanks to it, he now realized that he was actually quite popular among girls. Soon, the plane arrived at the airport in Modu, Magic City. At the baggage claim area, Jiang Chang was thoughtfully helping Zhou Ying search for her suitcase. Noticing Jiang Chang only carried a small bag, Zhou Ying couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't you have any luggage?" Jiang Chang nodded. "I only brought one set of clothes." Zhou Ying couldn't help but feel envious again. "You guys have it so easy when traveling." Just then, the pickup call from Aman Yanjian came through. Upon answering, a gentle and soft-spoken female voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Wang Yuyen, your private butler for the courtyard villa you reserved. I've arranged a dedicated business car for you. I'll be waiting at the exit holding a sign that says Mr. Jiang." "Alright, I'll be heading out soon." "Very well, Mr. Jiang. No rush, we'll be awaiting your arrival." After hanging up, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "Where are you heading? Should I give you a ride?" "I'm going to stay at my friend's place. It's probably not exactly on the way to Aman Yanjian." "It's okay, I don't have any plans today anyway, and the pickup ride is free." Zhou thought for a moment and said with a smile, well then, thank you. There should be quite a few people trying to get taxis right now, so it's not easy to catch one. We're classmates, no need to be so polite. Zhou didn't think much of it, simply figuring Jiang Chang was just unusually nice. Although Jiang Chang and Zhao Jia broke up, breaking up doesn't mean they won't reconcile. Moreover, after being classmates for 3 years, Jiang Chang never showed any interest in her. If they hadn't happened to be on the same flight, Zhou believed Jiang Chang wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to her. As for why she remembered Jiang Chang, it was because he was the cheerful, outgoing type in their class, tall, handsome, and good at basketball. Not only did she get along well with many guys, but she was also quite popular among girls. During that age when youthful hearts first stir, Zhou even secretly had a brief crush on Jiang Chang for a while. This was also why her QQ playlist had songs that resembled Jiang Chang's so closely. Every day after school, she'd check Jiang Chang's QQ status updates, quietly noting down whatever song he was listening to at the time. Chapter 9 Personal Butler Manager. As the two approached the exit, they spotted several people holding welcome signs bearing Jiang Chang's name. Jiang Chang led Zhou toward them. With a glance, he noticed two young women standing there with strikingly different levels of attractiveness. While one appeared quite delicate and refined, her looks would only rate about 65 points. The other stood out considerably more. Though she couldn't rival Zhou Ying's 96-point beauty, this young woman's appearance would undoubtedly make her the most striking presence in any crowd. Jiang Chang didn't discriminate at all and greeted both of them equally. Hello, I'm Jiang Chang. Good day, Mr. Jiang. My name is Wang Yuyan, the private butler manager for the courtyard villa you've reserved. This is my colleague Huang Ling, said the more attractive of the two ladies as she bowed respectfully toward Jiang Chang. Every courtyard villa at Aman Yanyun thoughtfully comes with a private butler manager. Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel secretly pleased that it was the more attractive one assigned to him. He had long heard that once you became wealthy, not only would everyone around you be kind, but even beautiful women would become commonplace. To think it turned out to be absolutely true. After all, this is an 80,000 a night villa, not a 200 a night budget room. Hiring subpar service staff simply wouldn't make sense. So, fellow cultured gentlemen, now you understand why you don't often encounter beauties? You get what you pay for. Jiang Chang discreetly glanced at Wang Yuyan, noting her two-piece black petite suit uniform. The classic office lady attire accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection, especially the pair of slender, fair legs beneath, clad in sheer black stockings that effortlessly invited the imagination to wander. Jiang Chang glanced briefly before shifting his gaze elsewhere. After all, Jiang Chang was a decent man, and standing right beside him now was Zhou Ying. Though he enjoyed appreciating beautiful women too, a proper gentleman would never stare directly at others. Sure enough, seeing Jiang Chang looking straight at her without wandering eyes, Zhou Ying's favorable impression of him rose another notch. At that moment, she felt internally that Jiang Chang wasn't the type of guy who prioritized appearances too much. After all, his family was wealthy, and he seemed so devoted. Just as Wang Yuyan was beckoning Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying, Shen Shen was sneakily following behind Jiang Chang. Though he hadn't spoken a word to them since hearing Jiang Chang had booked the courtyard villa for 80,000 per night, but without seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't bring himself to believe it. After all, Jiang Chang was too young and dressed rather unassumingly. Had he discovered Jiang Chang was exaggerating the truth, he would have immediately seized the opportunity to mock him relentlessly. Yet reality didn't afford him this chance. He watched as Wang Yuyan brought two people to help Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying carry their luggage onto the Rolls-Royce pickup vehicle. His face instantly turned pale, and he quickly hid behind the pillar at the entrance, afraid that Jiang Chang might spot him tailing them. He hadn't expected Jiang Chang's words to actually be true. According to the information he had uncovered, only those who booked the courtyard villa at Amanyanjian could receive complimentary Rolls-Royce airport transfers. If you've booked a different room type but still want to enjoy Aman's airport pickup service, you'll need to spend an extra 8,000 yuan to secure their Rolls-Royce Phantom transfer. Although Qian Xinran hid himself in fear, the reality was that Jiang Chang had long since forgotten about him and wouldn't care about his actions after disembarking from the plane. After all, he was just an unimportant passerby. Why bother caring about what he did? Now seated in the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "By the way, what's your friend's address?" "It's this one," Zhou Ying handed over her phone. "Manager Wang, please take her to this address first." "Certainly, Mr. Jiang." Wang Yuyan immediately nodded quickly in agreement. Jiang Chang was a customer of their Ting villas, and moreover, he had booked for a consecutive week. The 560,000 yuan room fee naturally included pickup and drop-off services. Even if Jiang Chang made her run errands all day, she'd have to comply. After dropping Zhou Ying off at her destination, she took out her phone and said to Jiang Chang, "Thank you. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Zhou Ying taking the initiative to add him on WeChat was something Jiang Chang wouldn't refuse, of course. "Sure, I think I actually have your QQ saved already." After scanning Jiang Chang's QR code, Zhou Ying nodded with a smile. "Yes, I added you in the class group before, but we've never actually chatted." Yeah, let's chat sometime when you're free. Head on up now, I'll be going first. By the time he returned to Amanyanjian, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. At noon, he'd only eaten a very simple in-flight meal on the plane. After a relaxing hot bath, Wang Yuyan arranged a warm, nourishing dinner for Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang sipped on light vegetable porridge accompanied by Aman's signature dishes. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyan thoughtfully introduced several gourmet dishes to Zhang Chang. It felt incredibly pleasant. Mr. Zhang, this is South African abalone. The dish combines abalone with Western-style egg tarts, topped with a white seafood sauce. It's highly rated, please try it. Zhang Chang looked at the South African abalone and raised an eyebrow, his tongue moving involuntarily. Looks good, quite plump and succulent. Zhang Chang picked up his fork, speared it directly, and slurped it right down. Well, how is it? Not bad, the meat is quite firm, just a bit salty. Understood, Mr. Zhang. We'll adjust the seasoning more carefully next time. Seeing Zhang Chang had nearly finished eating, Wang Yuyan asked politely, Mr. Zhang, Aman happens to be hosting a cocktail party tonight. As our hotel's super VIP guest, you've received an invitation, it's right there on the table if you'd like to attend. What's the theme of the party? This event is primarily organized to invite our hotel's platinum-level clients for a cocktail party where everyone can socialize and network. The reception will also feature a small auction event, offering some rather precious jewelry and similar items for bidding. Authoritative appraisers and notaries will be present as witnesses. As our VIP, if you possess any valuable items, you may also present them for auction. Zhang Chang nodded in understanding after listening. Has the banquet started now? It's already started. If you'd like to go, I can show you the way. Will I be able to get in dressed this casually? Zhang Chang asked, looking down at his white t-shirt. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively and said, of course. This gathering of ours is exclusively for internal VIP clients, so there aren't any special requirements. Zhang Chang stood up and nodded as he said, then let's go. Wang Yuyan nodded and led Zhang Chang onto the sightseeing vehicle at the entrance. The Aman resort is simply too vast, walking would probably take over 10 minutes. Soon, the sightseeing vehicle arrived at the entrance on the opposite side. Several security personnel dressed in black suits stood at the banquet's entrance. Inside the courtyard, numerous waiters moved in and out, carrying trays. Wang Yuyan respectfully said to Zhang Chang, Mr. Zhang, this way please. After speaking, Wang Yuyan held up the gilded invitation and said to the security at the entrance, this is Mr. Zhang Chang, a VIP guest with our Ting Villas titanium card. The security personnel took the invitation from Wang Yuyan without even glancing at it, immediately bowing and extending a hand toward Zhang Chang. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Please come in. Zhang Chang nodded at Wang Yuyan. Thanks, Manager Wang. You're too kind. Hope you enjoy yourself. Zhang Chang stepped alone into the courtyard of the cocktail party. Only 2 or 3 people could be seen casually moving about with red wine glasses in hand. On both sides of the courtyard stood long tables covered with white tablecloths, laden with buffet-style dishes. The table was laden with an array of gourmet delicacies, king crab legs, lobster sashimi, salmon belly, steak, salad. Chapter 10, Enamel Watch. Walking forward, one could hear the auctioneer's microphone amplifying the bids. Upon stepping into the house's hall, a massive crystal chandelier hung directly in the center, its soft lighting illuminating the entire room. A female host in a red gown stood at the center of the stage, energetically calling out bids for a jadeite woosher pendant. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million sold. Congratulations to this lady. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixed on the auction item on stage, so no one noticed him. Zhang Chang discreetly surveyed the surroundings with a glance before casually taking a seat in one of the chairs toward the back. The setup of this auction wasn't particularly grand, clearly not the kind of solemn, extravagant auction venue. It seemed to be a small-scale auction event disguised as a cocktail party, but with quite a few people raising their hands to bid, creating a decent atmosphere. After several rounds of bidding, Zhang Chang began to feel somewhat bored, mainly because nothing caught his eye. Just as he stood up to leave, a Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch was brought onto the display stand. The female auctioneer introduced the watch. This enamel watch is from the private collection of renowned wristwatch collector Mizzen. As everyone knows, while Patek Philippe's enamel watches may not be exorbitantly priced, each enamel design is a unique, one-of-a-kind piece. That means once a particular enamel pattern is created, only one watch featuring that design is ever made, so there's no need to worry about wearing the same watch as someone else. Today, the starting bid for this enamel watch is 500,000, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100,000. Let the bidding begin. Zhang Chang was slightly surprised by the price, not because it was cheap, but because it was quite expensive. The official retail price of Patek Philippe's enamel watches would only cost a little over 100,000. However, although a few unique enamel watches are released every year, in reality, they are often pre-ordered by certain super VIP customers before they even hit the shelves. Generally, ordinary buyers don't even get a chance to purchase them. Thinking again, it suddenly makes sense why these enamel watches fetch such high prices in the secondary market or at auctions. After all, scarcity drives value. In just a short while, the price of this enamel wristwatch has reached 800,000 yuan each. Looking at this enamel women's watch before him, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of his mother, Li Yan. This watch would actually complement his mother's temperament quite well. Finding a way to gift it to her wouldn't be a bad idea. Just as the 800,000 yuan transaction was about to be finalized, Jiang Cheng raised his hand. After Jiang Cheng raised his hand, the host on stage quickly announced the bid price. 900,000, is there anyone else bidding? 900,000 going once, 900,000 going twice, 900,000 sold. Congratulations to this gentleman with number 35 for winning a Patek Philippe enamel ladies watch. After the hostess hammered the gavel, people sitting in the front rows all turned to glance at Jiang Cheng. A watch worth just over 100,000 had been jacked up several times its value now that was real extravagance. Soon, a new auction item was brought onto the stage. Next is another piece from Ms. Anne's collection, the Richard Mille RM056. Though a relatively young brand, established just over 2 decades ago, founded in 1999, it has already secured its place among the top-tier watchmakers. This RM056 is hailed as the king of watches, with only 10 pieces produced worldwide. The starting bid is 15 million, with increments of no less than 500,000 each. Let the bidding begin. Hearing the price, Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned again, not because it was expensive, but because 15 million seemed surprisingly cheap. Before his rebirth, Jiang Cheng remembered this Richard Mille RM056, which somewhat resembled a children's smartwatch, had already been resold on the secondary market for as high as 25 million. But soon it dawned on him, it's 2017, and while Richard Mille already had some renown in high-end circles, it hadn't yet entered the public consciousness. What truly propelled it to viral fame across the internet was the explosive rise of Douyin short videos in 2018. Back then, content featuring million-dollar luxury watches was being feverishly pushed to audiences. The RM series became synonymous with the must-have accessory for rich second-generation heirs. Jiang Cheng became familiar with this watch model thanks to Douyin's big data recommendation algorithm. His father, Jiang Jianmin, had always worn various luxury Rolex watches, and influenced by him, Jiang Cheng naturally developed an interest in timepieces over time. Ever since he started using Douyin, the platform's algorithm kept recommending him high-end watches worth tens of millions each. Back then, Jiang Cheng often mocked how Douyin overestimated this poor rich second-generation heir, constantly suggesting watch collections far beyond his financial reach. But at this moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt grateful for Douyin's recommendation algorithm. It had unwittingly laid the groundwork for his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he could only look at pictures of these watches, but now, buying one to wear seemed entirely possible. Whether to indulge or not depended entirely on Jiang Cheng's personal whim. Without hesitation, he raised his bidding paddle. Noticing Jiang Cheng raise his hand again, the female host couldn't help but glance at him more attentively. Bidder number 35 with 15.5 million. Any higher bids? As soon as the host finished speaking, a slender-armed young man with tattoos on his forearm raised his paddle. Bidder number 8 with 16 million. Bidder number 8 with 16 million. Any further bids? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised his hand again. Number 35, 16.5 million. After Jiang Cheng raised his bid, the skinny man with tattooed arms raised his hand again. Number 8, 17 million. Jiang Cheng frowned and raised his paddle once more. He was somewhat surprised that someone else had taken a fancy to this watch besides him. In reality, only the two of them raised their hands at the scene, while everyone else showed no intention of participating. At this moment, only those relatively familiar with the Richard Mille brand, only these affluent second-generation heirs and wealthy individuals from high society circles. Wait another 2 years, once its popularity grows, you'll start seeing many wealthy heirs and celebrities wearing this brand of watches when you go to nightclubs. Compared to its skyrocketing prices in the future, now is the perfect time to buy this watch. After all, this RM056 is touted as the billionaire's entry ticket, a symbol of the ultra-wealthy elite. Chapter 11, Hello, Emperor of Shanghai. Jiang Cheng directly raised his bid twice, increasing the price by 1 million. Bidder number 35, 18 million. After the auctioneer announced this bid, the tattooed man turned ashen-faced and whispered to a bleached-haired young man sitting beside him. Damn, who the hell is this number 35? Going so hard, he said while craning his neck to look behind them. Noticing he'd stopped bidding, his bleached-haired companion smirked and teased, What's wrong, Chin? Lost your nerve? What the hell? How dare you talk like that? Who's impotent? And where would I even get that kind of money? The tattooed man snapped irritably. Seeing the tattooed man glare at him, Whitehair tactfully changed the subject. Brother Chin, forget about the impotence thing, you really don't have that much cash? The tattooed man clicked his tongue and shrugged. Whatever, it's not about the money. The point is 18 million for this watch isn't worth it. I'd rather buy 2 Patek Philippe's to play around with for that price. The tattooed man felt spending 18 million on this watch right now would be downright foolish. Though the design was attractive, its prestige couldn't hold a candle to Patek Philippe's brand recognition. Seeing the tattooed man say this, the white-haired guy also nodded in agreement. I think so too. Who is this number 35? He looks even younger than us, and his face is unfamiliar, seems like we've never seen him before. The tattooed man stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with interest, as if contemplating something. He then added, don't know him, but he's got decent taste. He went for the same watch I had my eye on. Well, he snatched something you wanted, and yet you're praising him. Didn't expect Brother Chin to be so broad-minded. If he's got money, that just means he's got skill. What's there for me to say? I'll just call him badass. What's the point of being jealous? Wow, this truly lives up to Brother Chin's reputation. Such sophistication commands my utmost respect. Get lost. As the two continued their enthusiastic conversation, the Richard Mille watch was unsurprisingly claimed by Jiang Cheng without hesitation. The subsequent auction items held no particular interest, just various jade pieces and emeralds that bored Jiang Cheng into scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, the tattooed man and the white-haired guy, equally disengaged, muttered a few words to each other before rising from their seats and making their way toward Jiang Cheng. The guy with white hair was the first to speak to Jiang Cheng. Hey man, what's up? Hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised his head. He saw that two young men had taken the seats beside him. The one who spoke had dyed white hair and was dressed in an Armani outfit. His overall demeanor had a bit of a roguish air to it. Aside from his hairstyle, the Patek Philippe on his wrist and the designer clothes he wore added a strangely contradictory aura to him. The sheer display of wealth made it abundantly clear he wasn't some ordinary street punk. Jiang Cheng didn't recognize the guy who greeted him, but he immediately identified the wiry, tattooed man standing beside him. Isn't this Qinfen, the so-called emperor of Shanghai that was all over Douyin in my past life? Seeing the other extend his hand, Jiang Cheng also shook it and said, my name is Jiang Cheng. Hey, I'm Qinfen, and this here is Wang Zhang. By the way, I was the one bidding against you for the Richard Mille watch just now, Qinfen said, stretching out his tattoo-covered hands toward Jiang Cheng. After shaking hands as courtesy demanded, Jiang Cheng spoke up, actually, I've seen news about you, Emperor of Shanghai, right? That's right, he's the Shanghai Emperor, the wealthy heir from the Magic City frequently seen on Douyin. In the land-scarce metropolis of Shanghai, he's known as the city's #1 heir. When people mention the term wealthy heir, their first thought is usually Wang Songsong. After all, Qinfen isn't as high-profile as Wang Songsong, though that's partly because his family background isn't quite as squeaky clean as the Wangs. Once Wang Songsong posted a remark on Weibo, I don't care if my friends have money or not, none of them are richer than me anyway. Then Qinfen commented below with 3 simple words, what about me? That time, Wang Songsong unusually didn't reply. It's unclear whether he simply couldn't be bothered or if there were other reasons. Still, the two of them clearly had some connection, as they were once photographed having hot pot together. Qinfen became so well known largely because of that pretentious but viral photo of him in the rain that made headlines. The 30 million yuan Ferrari supercar was wrecked, yet he sat in it playing with his phone as if nothing had happened. He even calmly posted on Weibo, take everything in stride. Though in the eyes of many ordinary people, he appeared to have formidable connections and a mysterious family background. But Jiang Cheng knew their family's rise had simply come from operating as gambling proxies, their path to wealth was far from clean. Still, no matter how shady the origins of his family's wealth might be, by his generation, they had already begun laundering their reputation. Nowadays, he was undeniably one of the top-tier representatives of wealthy second-generation heirs. Qinfen chuckled at Jiang Cheng's remark, shrugging and waving his hand dismissively. There are plenty of people in Shanghai way more impressive than me. This whole nickname thing is just internet nonsense, don't take it seriously. Hell, even I cringe when I hear it. Besides, look at you, didn't you just outshine me back there? Jiang Cheng didn't bother explaining, simply offering a faint smile. Just happened to like that watch, that's all. Do you also like luxury watches? Qinfen asked with keen interest. Jiang Cheng shook his head and answered truthfully, can't really say I like them. Never bought one before, this is actually my first time purchasing one. Just trying it out for the novelty. Hearing Jiang Cheng's response, Wang Zhang and Qinfen couldn't help but exchange glances before subtly sizing him up again. Noticing that Jiang Cheng indeed wasn't wearing a watch, they grew even more surprised. It's quite extravagant to buy a multi-million watch at your first purchase, you're really splurging. To be honest, in Shanghai, I know quite a few people in the circle, but your face is unfamiliar. Logically speaking, someone like you should be recognizable to me. Wang Zhang said to Jiang Cheng, I just arrived in Shanghai yesterday. No wonder. I was wondering why neither I nor Brother Qin had heard of someone like you. So you're not from this circle? After clearing up his confusion, Wang Zhang asked further, are you in Shanghai for business? Jiang Cheng shook his head, I'm planning to study at a university here, so I came to take a look first. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the two of them couldn't help but exclaim holy shit in surprise. So you're only 18? That's pretty impressive. At that moment, both of them were inwardly astonished. What shocked them was the financial power Jiang Cheng displayed at such a young age. Although both of their families were well off, at 18, they didn't have that much liquid cash to spare. At most, their monthly allowance was just a few $100,000, certainly not enough to casually drop over 20 million on a watch. Just an ordinary family, Jiang Cheng replied honestly. Listen to you, Wang Zheng quipped with a laugh. If your family's ordinary, then I guess we're garbage collectors. Alright, enough pretending. There probably won't be anything else worth filming tonight. This watch is likely the finale. Why don't we go check out your watch? Xinfen suggested, clearly showing keen interest in the timepiece. Jiang Cheng shrugged nonchalantly and nodded. Sure. With that, the three of them headed to the notary office together. Jiang Cheng filled out the auction certificates, confirmation forms, and other necessary documents, then transferred the payment directly to their account. At this moment, the system dinged with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has upgraded once again. From now on, you'll earn 1 yuan every second you exist in this world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18 years old. Height, 182 centimeter. Appearance score, 85 points. Level, 7. System reserve funds, 367,280 yen, withdrawable at any time. System, yen 1/second. Upgrade experience, 23,900,000/50,000,000. Every second, he earns 1 yuan, which amounts to 60 yuan per minute, 3,600 yuan per hour, and 86,400 yuan per day. His monthly salary has now skyrocketed to 2.592 million yuan. His annual income surges past 30 million yuan. In this situation, even if Jiang Cheng did nothing and lazed around all day, he would already be richer than 99.99% of people. But Jiang Cheng isn't satisfied. Because 30 million might seem like a lot to the average person, but for those born at the pinnacle of privilege, it's merely pocket change. Take current housing prices, for example. In a place like Rongqing alone, a single room costs anywhere from 1 to 200,000. If you're eyeing a villa, you'd need at least 50 million to even get started. While 50 million might buy you a villa in Rongqing, here in the land-starved metropolis of Shanghai, the same amount barely gets you a few hundred square meters in an apartment. If you're dreaming of a villa in Shanghai, you'd better prepare 1 or 200 million. Just look at properties like Thompson Riviera here, apartments priced at 8 or 9 figures or a dime a dozen. If you want to go even further and buy a property in our capital Yanjing, the prices are a completely different story. Take for instance, the Richard Mille RM056 costs 18 million. While Patek Philippe's Sky Moon Tourbillon watch is priced at over 17 million. At first glance, the watches Jiang Cheng has purchased may seem extravagant, but in reality, they're merely stepping stones. And the luxury yachts and private jets that figures like Jack Ma own require several small targets, hundreds of millions, to acquire. So Jiang Cheng felt he couldn't yet consider himself truly wealthy. At best, he barely scratched the surface of being nouveau riche, still lingering at the unyielding silver tier in this world. To reach cloud-level success, he'd need to keep fighting relentlessly. Noticing the system's reserve funds had reached 367,280 yuan, he immediately clicked withdraw. The next second, the funds were deposited into his account as the SMS notification arrived. After obtaining the form, Jiang Cheng generously placed it on the table for both of them to examine. All three of them couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as they gazed at the Richard Mille timepiece inside the exquisite box on the table. Goddamn gorgeous. The entire watch band was crafted from sapphire, with its deep blue dial revealing hands that tick second by second. Countless intricate gears were openly displayed before your eyes, exuding a wild, untamed charm like a roaring engine. This Richard Mille RM056 truly embodies avant-garde style, futurism, technological sophistication. It's practically pure mechanical aesthetics. Only after seeing the actual piece did Jiang Cheng understand why Richard Mille, a brand that had only existed for 15 years at this point, could already rival the horological king Patek Philippe in both price and prestige. Because compared to the steady and sophisticated Patek Philippe, Richard Mille appears more like a vibrant and trendy young lad, full of vigor and edge, perfectly aligning with the aesthetics of today's youth. While chatting casually as they looked around, Jiang Cheng happened to glance at the beautiful women nearby and spotted a familiar figure sitting in a corner of the banquet. Seeing that figure, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly. After adding Wang Zhang and Qin Fen on WeChat, he eagerly made his way toward that familiar silhouette. Yu Xiaoxiao? As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke, Yu Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head, frowning slightly as she looked at him. 3 seconds later, she covered her mouth in sudden panic, extending a slender, delicate finger hesitantly toward Jiang Cheng. You're, that night. Jiang Cheng watched Yu Xiaoxiao's flustered expression and suddenly found the situation rather amusing. Subconsciously, Jiang Cheng stuck out his tongue towards Yu Xiaoxiao, performing a skillful demonstration of his agile tongue, curling it effortlessly into 3 distinct folds. Chapter 12, Is Yu Xiaoxiao getting married? Facing Jiang Cheng's expression, Yu Xiaoxiao's long legs beneath her figure-hugging black skirt involuntarily pressed together. She couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Jiang Cheng, her heart now fluttering in chaotic panic. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Jiang Cheng's mind once again flooded with those tender, juicy thoughts. Tonight, she was wearing a white halter neck top paired with a snug pencil skirt and nude high heels. Her slightly curly hair was swept back, revealing her slender swan-like neck adorned with a pendant necklace. Lowering his gaze to the peaks before him, Jiang Cheng recalled the snow-capped Mount Everest from textbooks, so majestic and profound. After staring at the necklace for several dozen seconds, Jiang Cheng still couldn't discern whether the pendant was set with gemstones or diamonds, because the pendant was currently hidden between two large bowls, blocked so thoroughly that it was truly difficult to see clearly. Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite face so close at hand, along with her snow-white legs, made Jiang Cheng's heart flutter uncontrollably. Damn, it felt like falling in love. Noticing Jiang Cheng's undisguised gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao shot him a coquettish glare. Little brat, had enough of staring? Jiang Cheng grinned cheekily and said, haven't had enough of the view? Why don't you come over to my place later for a better look? You've got quite the imagination. Of course, with such a stunning beauty by my side and money to be made, why wouldn't I take it? Yu Xiaoxiao blushed as Jiang Cheng brought this up. I thought you were still a student when I saw you're only 18, so I wanted to look out for you since you helped out. Who knew you'd be a rich second-generation heir? Everyone attending tonight came from wealthy families. As for why Yu Xiaoxiao was also an internal member of Aman Yan Yun, it's because she served as the operations manager at Tanchang Entertainment. Her job regularly involved arranging hotel accommodations for investors and business partners. Their company usually arranges clients at the luxurious Aman Yan Yun Hotel. After booking there so many times, she eventually became an Aman Platinum member. Tonight, she only came out of boredom to take a look around. Never did she expect to run into Jiang Cheng here. Don't overthink it, I really am just a student, and I particularly need your special attention. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly, then caught a glimpse of Jiang Cheng's Richard Mille watch and the branded shopping bag in his hand. Is this your number 35 from earlier? Jiang Cheng nodded. So, since the banquet's winding down, I've booked a courtyard villa here. How about joining me for some tea to sober up? Jiang Cheng nodded. So, since the banquet's winding down, I've booked a courtyard villa here. How about joining me for some tea to sober up? After learning that Jiang Cheng was an extremely wealthy second-generation heir, Yu Xiaoxiao's interest in him instantly grew stronger. After all, she believed that rich second-generation heirs like Jiang Cheng preferred relationships based on mutual benefit. They rarely had genuine feelings. And coincidentally, that was exactly what Yu Xiaoxiao wanted most. Just casual fun, no strings attached. That's also why she didn't exchange contact information after first meeting Jiang Cheng. Although their first encounter happened because of alcohol, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't regret it after sobering up. With this thought, Yu Xiaoxiao cast an alluring glance at Jiang Cheng and said generously, alright then, since we've had enough to drink anyway, shall we go now? Chapter 13, New Skill Arrives. Jiang Cheng felt somewhat puzzled by Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards him. According to the system's prompt, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value was 1, and Jiang Cheng knew that this one referred to himself. He should have been her first man, so she shouldn't be the kind of casual girl. Moreover, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness towards him was only 65 points, a value even lower than Zhou Ying's. To be honest, this level of goodwill points is still far from enough to make a girl get physically intimate with you. But at this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao had already slipped her arm through Jiang Cheng's. As a decent man, he naturally couldn't reject such an assertive woman. The two walked out of the banquet hall in affectionate closeness, heading toward the courtyard villa Jiang Cheng had booked. When they arrived at the courtyard villa, Yu Xiaoxiao looked around and remarked, "This is my first time visiting a courtyard villa, truly worthy of being an 80,000 yuan per night accommodation, so classically elegant. Even the chairs are made of agar wood." Wan Yuyan, standing nearby, noticed Jiang Cheng returning with an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had no further requests, she tactfully took the others and stepped away. Now only 2 people remained in the room. Jiang Cheng retrieved a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets from the nearby wine cabinet. After opening it, he filled the glasses to the brim and handed one to Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the glass Jiang Cheng handed over, curling her lips as she teased, "Naughty little brother, trying to get me drunk again?" Jiang Cheng chuckled in response. "I remember your alcohol tolerance is better than mine. Last time, you drank more than I did, didn't you?" Yu Xiaoxiao gently swirled her glass before taking generous gulps of the wine. She seemed somewhat intent on getting herself drunk. Jiang Cheng noticed Yu Xiaoxiao's mood but chose not to ask the reason. The two soon reached the open-air chairs of the pavilion villa, chatting over drinks while admiring the moonlight. Soon, an entire bottle of red wine was nearly finished between them. Jiang Cheng was surprised at his own alcohol tolerance. In the past, 2 glasses would have been his limit, yet he remained completely sober. Could it be that my alcohol tolerance improved after being reborn? Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's flushed and slightly drunken face, Jiang Chang knew the timing was about right. Putting down his glass, he walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao's side, leaned close, and whispered softly, "Are you drunk? Let me carry you back to your room so you can rest." Feeling the warmth of his breath near her ear, Yu Xiaoxiao shivered slightly. With hazy, intoxicated eyes, she looked at Jiang Chang and smiled as she asked, "Just resting?" Watching Yu Xiaoxiao's shimmering eyes and sensual lips, Jiang Chang's heart couldn't help but pound. Damn it, isn't this the feeling of falling in love? Of course, but let's give you a sobering shot first before you rest. Just one shot, really? She remembered that last time she had to get several shots, making her feel unwell for several days before she slightly recovered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chang smirked and answered Yu Xiaoxiao directly with action. He pressed his lips directly against Yu Xiaoxiao's seductive red lips, slowly beginning to invade her territory. After more than 10 seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao's hands, which had been lightly pushing against Jiang Chang, suddenly stopped. After resisting for a few more seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao began to let out passionate moans, then her hands actively reached up to wrap around Jiang Chang's neck. Over an hour later, the system suddenly chimed with a ding notification. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the milking skill. Mastering a diverse range of hand skills is essential for a god-tier tycoon. Please explore the intricacies of this skill thoroughly, host. Jiang Chang fully agreed with the system's words. With 63 million still sitting in his bank account and now possessing the dream-come-true system, his wealth would only grow without decreasing. Money was no longer a concern for Jiang Chang. What he truly wanted was a practical skill to rely on. Chapter 14, Su 1. When he woke up the next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao had disappeared again. Looking at the empty space beside the bed, Jiang Chang couldn't help but glance at his now remarkably nimble hands. Recalling last night's contours, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Jiang Chang silently marveled to himself, "Damn, this is smooth as hell." After last night, Yu Xiaoxiao's fondness for him skyrocketed by 20 points, reaching 85 points. The reason Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness toward him soared so rapidly was partly thanks to his newly acquired skill. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chang took the Rolls-Royce courtesy car from Manhwa and arrived at New Tai Road Ferrari Center, located on the north bank of Suzhou Creek in Shanghai's bustling business district. The security guard at the entrance glanced at the car and immediately waved it through. The prestige of a Rolls-Royce truly commanded respect. The Ferrari sales staff, noticing a client arriving in a Rolls-Royce, quickly stepped forward to greet him. The sales representative warmly addressed Jiang Chang. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Ferrari Sales Center. It's our pleasure to serve you. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Jiang Chang shook his head and said, "No." "Alright, may I ask how I should address you?" "My surname is Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm a sales associate here. You can call me Xiaoyun." Xiaoyun inquired thoughtfully. "Do you have a specific model in mind? If not, I'd be happy to take you to our lounge for some tea while introducing Ferrari's various models to you. Do you have any cars available for immediate viewing? I'd like to see them directly." Xiaoyun paused briefly before responding to this request. "Absolutely, right this way. Let me show you our Ferraris and tell you about them." Although Xiaoyun showed no sign of neglect due to Jiang Chang's overly youthful face, yet gazing at Xiaoyun's slightly matured cheeks, Jiang Chang couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. Where was the promised novel trope of being able to financially support luxury car salespeople? But in real life, becoming a luxury car salesperson requires at least several years of professional experience. Moreover, in previous years, reaching the sales target was a prerequisite for application. For luxury car salespeople at brands like Ferrari, annual sales typically needed to exceed hundreds of millions to even qualify, given their relatively high base salaries, usually starting from 5,000 to over 10,000 renminbi per month. The experience required for luxury car sales of this caliber means applicants usually don't reach such a level unless they possess extraordinary sales skills right out of college. Otherwise, they typically spend years climbing to that position, usually between their 30s and 40s, given the extensive sales experience demanded. Thus, it's practically unheard of for fresh graduates to land jobs in high-end luxury car sales right away. While there might be some opportunity for entry-level positions in mainstream car brands, applying for top-tier luxury car sales as a fresh graduate? That's simply unrealistic. You'd better wash up and go to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. As the salesperson led him into the showroom, Jiang Chang looked around. The entire dealership was exceptionally quiet, seemingly with him as the only customer. However, as Xiaoyun guided him through introductions and tours, Jiang Chang noticed another couple browsing vehicles in the showroom. The mismatched pair stood out awkwardly together, the male customer being a pudgy middle-aged man barely 170 centimeters tall, exuding an aura of greasy unpleasantness. Jiang Chang could even see the exact spot where the light reflected off his bald head. In stark contrast, the woman standing beside him not only had exquisitely delicate features but was also blessed with an exceptionally stunning figure. Just the undulating curves of her profile alone surpassed 80% of women. At that moment, 3 salespeople were gathered around the two of them. Several people took turns explaining the fiery red LaFerrari in the showroom to the pair with great earnestness. Soo-won, if you think this car suits you, I'll buy it. How about I take you for a spin when it's delivered? The middle-aged man finished speaking with an oily wink in her direction. The woman addressed as Soo-won couldn't help but frown slightly before replying awkwardly, President Hwang, you're too kind. Buying a car is an important decision. You should choose what truly suits you since you'll be the one driving it. My opinion isn't that important. Ah, why so formal? Once the drama wraps, I'll pick you up after work every day. Any car you want, I'll drive it straight to you. No need, President Hwang. Our filming schedule is completely erratic. I couldn't possibly trouble you with such matters. Besides, those are the assistant's responsibilities. I came out today mainly representing the company to discuss that production with you. Before she could finish speaking, the greasy man interrupted, just say the word, and the female lead role is naturally yours. As he spoke, he immediately moved to embrace Soo-won. Soo-won seemed accustomed to such situations. With remarkable agility, she awkwardly retreated a step. President Hwang, as I said before, you're too kind. I simply want to focus on acting well, no other considerations. While the two of them were talking, Xiaoyun's arrival with Jiang Chang drew everyone's attention. Seeing Xiaoyun approach with an incredibly handsome man, not only did the sales staff stare, but even Soo-won couldn't help glancing at Jiang Chang a few more times. As their eyes met, Jiang Chang suddenly felt this exquisitely beautiful woman looked oddly familiar. Sue, a celebrity? Soo-won? After scrutinizing for a while, Jiang Chang finally recalled the woman's identity. Soo-won, one of the rising young flowers in the entertainment industry a few years later, was still a nobody at present. But before Jiang Chang's rebirth, she had indeed been wildly popular. Unexpectedly, the real person turned out to be even more exquisite than they appeared on television. With those bright peach blossom eyes paired with a sweet, childlike voice, what man wouldn't be enchanted? And what leaves the deepest impression is undoubtedly her poolside post-dip photo. Nicknamed Big Bull Bull. That figure is absolutely top tier. Anyone seeing this kind of woman would probably have the same first instinct, strive to become comrades in the artillery battalion. Chapter 15, Buying a Car. Looking at Soo-won's humble demeanor, Jiang Chang knew he hadn't misremembered. This situation clearly proves she's just a minor celebrity indeed, otherwise, why would she accompany a balding middle-aged man to look at cars? The three female sales associates standing beside Soo-won sized up Jiang Chang with their glances. After working in luxury car sales for a long time, one tends to develop a subconscious habit of judging people through tinted lenses. Though Jiang Chang's outfit wasn't particularly striking, his 85-point look still left the women present feeling pleasantly refreshed. Standing at 182 centimeters tall, his naturally tousled hair showed no signs of perming or dyeing. His fair complexion paired with delicate, handsome features. This clean-cut handsome young man was the kind that any normal woman would glance at twice. The middle-aged man, noticing the women around him were all drawn to Jiang Chang, impatiently turned his head to look at him. Just a bit younger and more handsome, a bit taller, nothing particularly special otherwise. His clothes didn't stand out either. What was there to look at? After that glance, the middle-aged man immediately scoffed inwardly at how shallow these women were. Is being handsome going to put food on the table? He had also just noticed the watch on Jiang Chang's wrist, with its entirely transparent design. It wasn't recognizable as any particular brand. For someone like Huang Ming, an older man who typically only paid attention to Rolex and Patek Philippe, these newer luxury watch brands meant nothing to him. So, at that moment, he automatically lumped Richard Mille into the category of inferior watches. Jiang Chang had already overheard some of the dialogue between Soo-won and that middle-aged man earlier. It seemed that middle-aged man must have used certain bargaining chips to secure some commitments from Soo-won. As for what those commitments were, everyone could read between the lines. Jiang Chang didn't spare another glance for Soo-won or Huang Ming, instead following Xiaoyun's introduction to tour the series of displays in the showroom. Noticing this was Jiang Chang's first visit to this particular Ferrari dealership, Xiaoyun gave Jiang Chang an extremely detailed introduction to Ferrari's history and philosophy. Standing before a massive wall of car prototypes, she pointed to Ferrari's most iconic models and said warmly, "Is this your first time visiting a Ferrari showroom?" Gesturing at the enormous display wall, she continued, "These prototypes are all meticulously replicated from the originals. Look at this one, our flagship supercar, the LaFerrari. Alongside the McLaren P1 and Porsche 918, it's hailed as one of the holy trinity of hypercars. Since its 2013 debut, it's become a collector's item." Though living a second life, Jiang Chang had never been this close to high-end car prototypes and leather samples before. Everything felt refreshingly new. As Xiaoyun spoke, Jiang Chang's attention remained utterly captivated by the vibrant red LaFerrari before him. To be honest, isn't this kind of supercar just the little toy every man dreams of owning? Truth be told, while supercars aren't practical, Jiang Chang had to admit he'd felt a pang of longing whenever one roared past him on the street before he owned one himself. Sure, he already had his 918, but what's wrong with having one more, especially when the system was giving it to him for free? The Ferrari LaFerrari was probably the most expensive model in their lineup. Since his supercar voucher could only purchase one vehicle, getting this LaFerrari would make it totally worth it. Although Jiang Cheng had never purchased a LaFerrari before, he had heard that buying such a car required meeting certain additional conditions. However, he truly didn't know the specifics. Without any hesitation, Jiang Cheng spoke up. After all, money bolsters a man's courage. He was no longer the youth who would blush at the slightest criticism. Only those with insecurities would feel embarrassed or angry when others seized upon their mistakes. And at this moment, Jiang Cheng was precisely in that rare state, young, accomplished, and utterly free from self-doubt. Adopting the straightforward approach of asking when in doubt, he inquired directly, "I've heard there are certain requirements for purchasing your LaFerrari?" Xiaoyun maintained a standard smile. "That's correct." The LaFerrari had a limited global production of only 499 units, including the hardtop version, and was already discontinued in 2016. The ones currently in our showroom are either display models or leftover quota vehicles. The purchasing requirements are quite stringent. First, you must undergo an asset verification, with liquid assets of at least 100 million yuan. Second, you must be an existing Ferrari client owning at least 3 Ferrari models with no record of reselling limited edition vehicles to be eligible to apply. Hearing Xiaoyun's explanation, Jiang Cheng sighed regretfully. "So that means I don't qualify to buy one?" Xiaoyun was momentarily surprised to see the look of disappointment on Jiang Cheng's face. The Ferrari LaFerrari has a suggested retail price of a staggering 22.5 million yuan. Even that 20 million plus figure is just for the bare chassis. When you factor in interior customizations, additional costs, and import taxes, the full purchasing process easily exceeds 28 million yuan for the base model, while high-spec configurations can push the total cost up to 50 million. Only those with a net worth of hundreds of millions can afford a LaFerrari. In fact, far exceeding hundreds of millions. Although she didn't believe someone Jiang Cheng's age could afford a LaFerrari, his genuinely regretful expression didn't seem fake. After pondering for a few seconds, Xiaoyun spoke up, "If you really want to buy this LaFerrari, it's not entirely impossible." Seeing Xiaoyun say this, Jiang Cheng suddenly perked up. "Oh, how so?" The Ferrari Pista had just hit the market when it became wildly popular due to its outstanding design and appearance. Its overwhelming popularity, combined with slow production, led various suppliers to impose ridiculous purchase restrictions. Take the membership status and purchase history they just mentioned. For example, some even had outrageous conditions like paying premium markups and more. However, with the passage of time and the rise of other renowned supercar brands, coupled with the implementation of environmental policies in our country, Ferrari can no longer dominate the market as it once did. Various restrictive conditions have long been lifted. Price markups are now out of the question. In competitive situations, they even offered discounts without any price hikes. After all, even the cheapest Ferrari costs several million yuan. Although several million may not sound like an insurmountable amount. But let's take a city like Shanghai as an example. If you were to calculate total personal wealth by adding up real estate, cars, funds, cash, and even stocks and other fixed assets, half of Shanghai's population could boast a net worth of 5 million yuan. After all, having 5 million in assets is fairly common these days. Just owning an old property and some savings could already amount to that. But how many people can casually take out 5 million in cash flow without liquidating these property assets? In 2019, Ferrari sold only 836 cars across the entire country, including Taiwan and Macau. Moreover, over 80% of the transactions involved cars priced below 5 million. As for the Ferraris priced above 20 million, forget about it, the number of buyers could be counted on one hand. Chapter 16, Wang Zhang. So now, there's no way prices are being jacked up, and purchase restrictions are just empty talk, much like real estate policies. That's the principle, but as you know, Ferrari orders require time. Due to the extended delivery timeline, some orders ultimately can't be delivered as smoothly as expected. So we do have some special allocation slots available as replacements. If you're certain, we could register your order against those with mid-process delivery issues, though this would require a higher upfront deposit than standard orders. Would this arrangement be acceptable to you? After Xiaoyun finished speaking, Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, there were indeed such special arrangements. He had purchased this car using the system's money, not his own, so even if it was extra, it didn't really matter. Sure, if there are such orders available, I'll pay the full amount and won't need installments. Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Xiaoyun's eyes widened instantly. Paid in full. Does Jiang Cheng even know how much this car costs? Not just Xiaoyun, but everyone present couldn't help but open their mouths wide at Jiang Cheng's casual remark. At that moment, countless inner monologues arose in their hearts, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He could only stand there dumbfounded, mouth slightly agape. Even Su Wan couldn't help turning to look at Jiang Cheng. Hearing he wanted to pay for the car in full, she was both shocked and curious. After all, even Huang Ming, the wealthy film investor beside her, had to buy his car in installments. Huang Ming was the boss of Huang Family Entertainment. Although Huang Family Entertainment was worth hundreds of millions in market value, Huang Ming's actual liquid assets were only in the tens of millions. Moreover, every film he invested in was a small production, with budgets capped at around 5 million at most. If you asked Huang Ming to buy a LaFerrari, he would absolutely never make the purchase. In other words, he simply couldn't afford it. Even at this very moment, the 3 million yuan Ferrari before his eyes would still require him to think twice. Yet Zhang Cheng claimed he was going to purchase a Ferrari LaFerrari in full. How could she not be shocked? How could she not be curious? Shocked, Xiaoyun immediately sought confirmation again. This, Mr. Jiang, the base price of the LaFerrari is over 20 million, and with customization, the minimum cost would exceed 50 million. I'm aware, and it's acceptable. Seeing Zhang Cheng's unchanged expression, Xiaoyun completely lost her composure. She had worked at Ferrari for several years now, and today, she had the chance to sell their flagship model, the Ferrari LaFerrari. That would be the highlight of her sales record. Moreover, selling this car alone would earn her such a hefty commission that it could cover all her expenses for the next 2 years. Although this deal was somewhat unusual, since Zhang Cheng came through her, the commission would still be hers. Seeing Xiaoyun's excitement, the sales staff on Huang Ming's side couldn't help but envy her to the point of facial distortion. At this moment, I couldn't help thinking how great it would be if Zhang Cheng had been the one I was serving instead. Huang Ming might be dressed in expensive clothes and wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch, but so what? The three of them had already spent a full hour meticulously introducing every detail of this car to him. Yet he kept dragging his feet without placing an order, instead constantly chatting with Su Wan about investments and their evening date plans. Judging by the situation, the chances of closing the deal aren't high. They probably just brought the celebrity along to show off. Huang Ming noticed Su Wan's intense gaze fixed on Zhang Cheng, and his expression darkened once more. He interjected with a reminder, "Sweetie, what do you think of my car? If it suits you, help me pick out the accessories. After all, you'll be riding shotgun when I take delivery." Beside them, Su Wan visibly wrinkled her brows at hearing Huang Ming use her childhood nickname. If it weren't for work obligations, she would have turned and walked away immediately. Although this wasn't her first time meeting Huang Ming, there wasn't anything improper between them. Being called out by Huang Ming like this made it seem as though there was something inexplicable between the two of them. But there was nothing she could do. Even though Huang Ming only invested in low-budget films and shows, he was still an investor at their company. Today, he had specifically requested Su Wan to accompany him. What could she do if the company insisted? "Mr. Huang, I don't know much about cars, you should decide yourself. Besides, I'm usually very busy filming and don't have time for outings." Seeing Su Wan refuse once again, Huang Ming, standing by, was clearly starting to lose patience. At this point, he attributed his failure to win Su Wan over to Zhang Cheng's sudden appearance. Since Zhang Cheng arrived, Su Wan's gaze had begun drifting frequently toward him. He couldn't tell whether Zhang Cheng was bluffing or genuinely had that much money. Huang Ming desperately wanted to snark, but after opening his mouth and shutting it irritably, he ultimately decided to stay silent and observe from the sidelines for now. If Zhang Cheng truly was an ultra-rich heir, then even if he stepped on a landmine today, he'd just let the matter drop. After all, someone with that level of wealth wasn't someone he could afford to offend. At worst, he'd just write off Su Wan and find some other low-profile actress instead. But if Zhang Cheng was just putting on an act to grab Su Wan's attention, then he'd surely curse him out so badly even his parents wouldn't recognize him. He might as well take this chance to properly show Su Wan who the real wealthy person is. Soon, Xiaoyun hurried over with two others in tow. One was a meticulously dressed middle-aged man, while the other was a trendy young guy with dyed white hair. Xiaoyun said to the middle-aged man as they walked, "Manager Wang, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Jiang." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng turned his head and quickly recognized the young man with bleached white hair among them. Wasn't this guy with the white hair none other than Wang Zhang, whom he'd met at yesterday's auction? The moment their eyes met, Wang Zhang also exclaimed in surprise, "Yo, it's you, Zhang Cheng." Old Wang mentioned someone was buying a Ferrari LaFerrari in full cash, didn't expect it to be you. Chapter 17 The Invitation. Zhang Cheng casually nodded, "Yeah, what a coincidence. Just arrived in Shanghai and thought I'd casually buy a car to get around." "That's what you call casual? Using a Ferrari LaFerrari as your daily ride? That's some next-level flex," Wang Zhang said with a hint of envy. The male supervisor nearby, noticing Wang Zhang knew Zhang Cheng, asked with a smile, "Is this gentleman a friend of yours, young Master Wang?" Wang Zhang excitedly stood on tiptoe and patted Zhang Cheng's shoulder. "Just met him yesterday, brother Zhang Cheng. Look at the Richard Mille MR056 on his wrist, bought for 18 million at the Amman Resorts auction yesterday. Brother Qin originally wanted to buy this watch, but this tycoon snatched it right up." The people present couldn't help but gasp at these words. This, Zhang Cheng is actually this rich? And he looks like he's only in his 20s too. The male manager's eyes instantly lit up as he looked at Zhang Cheng, his expression suddenly becoming reverent and humble. Someone who can afford a watch worth over 10 million must certainly be able to afford a LaFerrari priced at over 50 million. Immediately bending at the waist, he enthusiastically extended his right hand toward Jiang Chang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I've already heard about your situation from Xiao Yun. Thank you so much for choosing Ferrari. I heard you need to verify funds to buy a Ferrari? Jiang Chang asked. The male manager immediately waved his hand and said, in principle, this is the case. Verification of funds is a procedure we always need to follow, and it's not targeting you specifically. Please understand. However, Mr. Wang mentioned that if you can afford a watch worth over 10 million, the LaFerrari naturally wouldn't be an issue. Originally, the LaFerrari requires pre-ordering, but coincidentally, Mr. Wang had one custom made here recently and then asked us to help resell it. So, we can transfer this slot to you. Jiang Chang glanced at Wang Zhang. Judging by the attitude of the Ferrari manager toward him, Wang Zhang seems to be quite influential as well. After all, purchasing a LaFerrari normally requires certain conditions, meaning Wang Zhang must own at least 5 Ferrari cars registered under his name. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang curiously and asked, don't you want your custom LaFerrari anymore? Wang Zhang chuckled heartily. Originally, I was provoked by old Qin and impulsively ordered this LaFerrari. It's that Qin Fun who was with me yesterday, he owns a LaFerrari, and it looks incredibly cool. But the customization for LaFerrari takes too long. Several months have passed, and it still isn't ready. My enthusiasm has pretty much faded by now, so I thought I'd try to resell it and test my luck. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. I never expected I'd actually run into you. Jiang Chang nodded and asked, how much longer until the car is ready? Seeing Jiang Chang ask this, the male manager immediately replied, Mr. Jiang, you can pick up the car in about 2 months. Normally, custom orders require at least 6 months to wait, but if you take over Mr. Wang's car, you can pick it up in just 2 months. After chatting for a while, the matter was settled. Jiang Chang's primary goal was to maximize the supercar critical hit card. If he were to casually buy any supercar, the price wouldn't reach such heights, so he ultimately decided to purchase Wang Zhang's supercar. Seeing Jiang Chang was genuinely interested in taking over his car, Wang Zhang happily said, thanks, man. To be honest, finding someone to take this car hasn't been easy. It's definitely a sleek ride, but the price is just too steep. Just the custom interior alone cost me over 20 million, that kind of figure scares most people away outright. Jiang Chang understood exactly what Wang Zhang was implying. With this kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a house? Spending over 20 million just on car interiors, honestly, not many people can stomach that. The color and interior you chose for this car happen to perfectly match my taste. What a coincidence. Wang Zhang's eyes lit up at Jiang Chang's words, giving him a thumbs up. Great taste. Let's have Lao Wang arrange the vehicle transfer procedures then. Seeing that the two had finished their casual chat, the male supervisor immediately put on a respectful expression and produced the documents signed during Wang Zhang's car reservation. He then contacted notary personnel to handle the subsequent formalities. After completing the bank transfer, notarization and signatures, this custom-built LaFerrari officially became Jiang Chang's property. At this point, the male supervisor led all staff members in addressing Jiang Chang, respected Mr. Jiang, from today onward you are an honored Ferrari owner. We will upload your information to Ferrari's headquarters, and you'll be the first to receive notifications about any future Ferrari events or new model launches. Wang Zhang said to Jiang Chang with a grin, buddy, you can't take this car right now. I have a few idle ones here. If you don't mind, I can let you drive one first. Jiang Chang glanced at Wang Zhang in surprise. This was only their second meeting, and Wang Zhang was already preparing to lend him a car? After all, everyone knows you never lend out your wife or your car. Wang Zhang understood the look in Jiang Chang's eyes. To be honest, you really helped me out by buying this car and solving a big problem for me. So I'm actually quite grateful. If you don't mind, let's be friends and hang out together in Shanghai from now on. Wang Zhang's straightforward words improved Jiang Chang's impression of him. He always liked people who were unreserved and spoke their minds without beating around the bush. Sounds good. I'll probably be staying in Shanghai for a while. As for the car, forget about it, I'll just buy another one that's immediately available. Seeing Jiang Chang decline, Wang Zhang didn't push further. There's a car show at the Bund these next few days. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, McLaren, all the brands are there. The best part is you can drive the car home right after picking one out. Got time to check it out together? Jiang Chang saw Wang Zhang's initiative to invite him and casually nodded in response. Sure, when? Chapter 18, Shocked Suwon. Standing nearby, Suwon watched the unfolding scene, an involuntary pang of bitterness rising in her heart. She was willing to humble herself for a mere 5 million investment, while Jiang Chang squandered tens of millions in just 10 minutes. The stark contrast left her utterly shaken. Her shrewd fox-like eyes locked onto Jiang Chang, as if trying to see right through him. Jiang Chang's financial prowess stood head and shoulders above all the second-generation rich kids Suwon had ever seen. After all, even those wealthy heirs typically receive just 100,000 or so in monthly allowances, the luckier ones might get 1 million. Teenage millionaires worth tens of millions are a dime a dozen. But someone like Soo-won who could casually withdraw over 50 million in cash to buy a car? That was unheard of. And this was just the liquid cash readily available in Jiang Chang's mobile banking account. If you factored in his other assets, it clearly meant his net worth had to be well beyond the 100 million mark. Though celebrities may appear glamorous on the surface, their actual stature differs greatly, and so do their incomes. Within the same drama series, the highest paid actors are invariably the male and female leads. For instance, top-tier A-list stars can command tens of millions for a single production. But when it comes to supporting actors, their fees typically range between 1 to 2 million. The salaries of supporting actors have plummeted dramatically, with fees in the hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands commonplace. Soo-won happens to be one of these small-time actors earning mere tens of thousands. Even these earnings must then be split with her agency, so over 15 million is indeed astronomical for her current situation. Besides, every trending star has their bloom period. Once it passes, new faces will inevitably replace them. This is why many celebrities want to marry wealthy individuals. They hope to secure a stable financial reliance through marriage in order to maintain their lifestyle. Congratulations, host. Your level has upgraded again. Host earns 1.2 yuan every second they exist in this world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18 years old. Height, 182. Appearance rating, 85 points. Level, 8. System reserve funds, 86,410 yuan, withdrawable at any time. System, 1.2 yuan/second. Upgrade experience, 68.9 million/100 million. Every second earned him 1.2 yen, every minute 72 yen, every hour 4,320 yen, and every day 103,680 yen, translating to a monthly salary of 3.11 million yen. His annual income was now approaching nearly 40 million yen. At the same time as paying, Jiang Chang also activated the Sports Car Purchase Critical Hit card. Ding! The Sports Car Purchase Crit card has been successfully used. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a triple crit from the primary crit card. Crit amount, 130 million. Receiving 130 million in an instant left Jiang Chang genuinely exhilarated, trembling with excitement. For an ordinary person, this sum of money would be enough to live comfortably for a lifetime without lifting a finger. Huang Ming watched the car booking process unfold before him and suddenly felt embarrassed. Turning to Soo-won, he said, "Sweetie, I suddenly don't feel like buying a car anymore. Come on, let's grab a drink instead?" "Mr. Huang, I still have a company meeting to attend later," Soo-won politely declined. Huang Ming's temper flared instantly at her words. With a threatening tone, he warned, "Who does a small-time celebrity think she is? Listen here, Soo-won, either this investment deal falls through, or you go get cleaned up and wait for me." "This, Mr. Huang, how could you?" Soo-won grew visibly angry upon hearing this. "How could I what? Stop playing innocent. Know your place. Who are you to act all high and mighty? I've been patient with you, and here you are wasting my time. Let me make this clear, either prepare yourself for me, or prepare to be blacklisted from the industry." Soo-won also said firmly, "Mr. Huang, whether you invest or not, my stance remains the same. I won't yield to you. Do as you please." Ding, special task triggered. Help Soo-won out of this predicament and secure her signing intent. A special reward will be granted upon task completion. Jiang Chang couldn't help but smile at the system's prompt. "Mr. Huang, quite the boastful tone there. The Qing dynasty fell long ago. Miss Su, don't worry. If he won't invest, I will." Soo-won widened her eyes in surprise as Jiang Chang suddenly addressed her. Huang Ming, standing nearby, didn't dare confront Jiang Chang after witnessing his capabilities. He could only let out an angry snort before storming off. Straightening her posture and composing herself, Soo-won turned to Jiang Chang and said, "Hello, I'm Soo-won." "Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, is that investment opportunity you mentioned earlier real?" After asking, Soo-won immediately felt she'd been too abrupt and quickly explained, "It's like this, Huang Ming was an investor in our Tiancheng Entertainment. Now that he's withdrawn his funding, it'll be difficult for me to explain things when I return to the company." Soo-won was just a minor celebrity, barely ranking in the third or fourth tier. She didn't even have the privilege to choose her own scripts. Moreover, the company kept making unreasonable demands on her from time to time. Because she had always refused to compromise her principles, she had been semi-blacklisted ever since her debut. She knew that rejecting Huang Ming this time might truly lead to her being completely blacklisted by the company. Tiancheng Entertainment? Now that you mention it, Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned it during our conversation last night. She works there. Since the system had already issued the task, Jiang Chang naturally had to complete it. After all, the system's rewards have always been generous. Jiang Chang nodded, "Of course. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely do my best to perform well." Soo-won said excitedly. She was already 19 years old this year, and her most notable role had been a supporting character. All her other roles had been minor ones. She dedicates herself diligently to acting every day, yet hasn't landed any breakout roles. Several months have passed since her last acting job. Soo-won is currently in a phase where she receives no acting offers. That's why she agreed to accompany Hwang Ming for shopping, hoping it might lead to new acting opportunities. Hwang Ming kept hinting at other demands, and although Soo-won didn't agree, she still wanted to seize this opportunity to play the female lead. Right at that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao's WeChat message came through, saying she had booked a restaurant and invited Jiang Cheng to dine together. After reading it, Jiang Cheng said to Soo-won, "We'll discuss the investment matters tomorrow. I have something to attend to tonight." Soo-won nodded and then took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Jiang, would it be convenient to add each other on WeChat?" Jiang Cheng naturally didn't refuse. After all, Soo-won's peach blossom eyes were truly mesmerizing. When she looked at people, they were not only lively but also emitted a bewitching glow. Coupled with her 36D figure, her attractiveness was indeed formidable. Chapter 19, Michelin Restaurant. After finalizing the order, Jiang Cheng rode in the Rolls-Royce to the Renha restaurant Yu Xiaoxiao had booked. As soon as the door was pushed open, an overwhelming wave of Shanghai's signature cosmopolitan charm rushed forth. Emerald green wallpaper, an antique record player, and vintage ceiling fans surrounded the stage, where a retro-dressed beauty in a cheapao sang nostalgic old Shanghai melodies. Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. This truly lived up to its Michelin one-star reputation, with an impeccable ambience. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't chosen an outer booth, she had reserved a private dining room. When Jiang Cheng entered the private room, Yu Xiaoxiao was holding a tablet to order dishes. Spotting Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao stood up with a slightly bashful expression and waved him over, saying, "Jiang Cheng, come sit here quickly." Yu Xiaoxiao was dressed in a knee-length Chanel dress, exuding elegance and grace, her fair skin as pristine as snow, strikingly beautiful. Jiang Cheng walked up to Yu Xiaoxiao's side, wrapping an arm around her slender, alluring waist. Bringing his lips close to her delicate ear, he whispered teasingly, "Why the change of clothes?" Provoked by Jiang Cheng's flirty gesture, Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed even deeper. She gave him a light, half-hearted push, her face glowing as she retorted, "Changing clothes is perfectly normal, isn't it? Besides, I haven't even scolded you yet, you tore that outfit to shreds." Recalling last night's exhilaration, Jiang Cheng grinned mischievously. "Well, that's on you. Your issue was serious, it demanded urgent and thorough handling." Before Yu Xiaoxiao could react, Jiang Cheng sealed her lips with his own. 10 minutes later, a blushing Yu Xiaoxiao pushed Jiang Cheng away. After straightening her clothes, she returned to her seat. It wouldn't be good if someone walked in now. Jiang Cheng wasn't in a hurry, after all, he had all night to take things slow. Yu Xiaoxiao handed the tablet to Jiang Cheng and enthusiastically began introducing the dishes. Their crab roe over rice is one of a kind in Shanghai. The dish is generously topped with crab roe, and it even comes highly recommended by Michelin. You really must try it later. And this braised fish fillet with wine sauce, scallion-baked opium fish head, and cabbage with bean curd shreds. As Yu Xiaoxiao listed them out, Jiang Cheng watched. When she had ordered 4 dishes, Jiang Cheng nodded. "That should be enough, I think. Why don't you order a few more? You'll see soon enough, the portions here may taste amazing, but they're really not that big." Jiang Cheng glanced over the menu and casually added 3 more recommended dishes. "By the way, do you know Soo-won? Last night I think I remember you mentioning you're also from Tiancheng Entertainment?" Yu Xiaoxiao turned to Jiang Cheng, puzzled, and asked, "Soo-won? She's an artist at our company. What about her?" Jiang Cheng recounted the general circumstances to Yu Xiaoxiao, then brought up his intention to sign Soo-won. After listening, a hint of jealousy flashed across Yu Xiaoxiao's face as she teased, "Terminating her contract for her? That'll require paying a penalty fee. You and her." Jiang Cheng understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant and shook his head. "I have no intentions toward her for now," he said. "I just think her potential is immense." "Great potential?" "Her current status doesn't even qualify as third tier, the company hardly gives her any resources, and yesterday she failed to secure a new investment too." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take Jiang Cheng's words seriously. After all, what man doesn't like pretty girls? Especially someone like Soo-won. But Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care at this point. In her view, her relationship with Jiang Cheng was merely a matter of mutual benefit. If Jiang Cheng ever decided he no longer wanted to continue with their arrangement, she could walk away without a second thought. After all, she was a committed non-marriage believer. As long as emotions weren't involved, everything was fine. "I know, but I still think highly of her. Plus, I'm planning to start an entertainment agency, and she's the first artist I've approached," Jiang Cheng said seriously. During his conversation with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Cheng learned to his great surprise that she was actually the manager of the operation department at Tiancheng Entertainment. To think she could land such a position at just 25 years old, that was truly remarkable. Even if it was only a department manager role, without any connections, reaching that level by 25 would be highly unlikely. Yu Xiaoxiao claimed she hadn't relied on connections but entirely on her own merits. Her academic record had been outstanding since university, winning scholarship after scholarship with effortless ease. A woman with such capabilities could help manage his company. With her around, Jiang Cheng could truly sit back and relax. Thinking this, a sly grin crept onto Jiang Cheng's lips. Su Wan, though the company doesn't value her much yet, her qualifications are impressive. If you like her, I can help terminate her contract for you. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's generous offer, Jiang Cheng felt a peculiar stir in his heart. But when it comes to doing something proactively without having to take responsibility, he was more than happy to oblige. Then I'll trouble you with it. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, Su Wan's contract probably hasn't expired yet. If you want to sign her, the penalty for breaching the contract would likely cost several million. Our company generally signs 5-year contracts. I'll need to check the specific terms for the details. As the two were speaking, the dishes were already served. Jiang Cheng stared at the 138 yuan cheese braised pork he had just ordered, finally understanding what Yu Xiaoxiao meant by small portion. The portion looked generous on the tablet screen, but when it arrived at the table, it turned out to be just a tiny plateful. The same went for the braised fish slices. What appeared to be a generous portion on the tablet screen turned out to be just a dozen or so slices in reality. Luckily, Yu Xiaoxiao had ordered a few more dishes at the last minute, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough to eat. Chapter 20 Unexpected. At Jiang Cheng's age, he had a voracious appetite. Despite ordering over a dozen dishes, he polished off every single one without exception. As Yu Xiaoxiao had said, this Michelin-starred restaurant lived up to its reputation as a top recommendation among Shanghai's culinary circles. Though the portions were modest, the flavors truly justified the price. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction after eating and drinking his fill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for experiencing an unforgettable culinary delight. The system rewards you with a food cashback card. The cashback multiplier ranges from 1 to 100 times, plus the actual number of people you invite, maximum of 5 counted. Jiang Cheng clicked open to carefully read the system's explanation. This card meant he needed to invite others to dine with him. If spending 10,000 yuan with a maximum cashback multiplier of 100 times, that would result in a cashback of 1 million yuan. Plus, with the maximum of 5 invited people, it would amount to a cashback of 5 million yuan. Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary food cashback card could be so amazing? Even with the worst luck, you could still get a cashback of 20 to 30 times. Just by casually eating out, you could easily earn over 1 million. Truly worthy of being called the dream come true tycoon system. After finishing their meal, Jiang Cheng naturally took Yu Xiaoxiao back to the Yamanyanjian resort once again. Just as they were passing through the lobby entrance of the hotel, out of nowhere, a provocatively dressed woman brushed past them and bumped into Yu Xiaoxiao. Ouch, came an overly affected voice. Jiang Cheng turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was clutching her shoulder, and asked considerately, "Are you alright?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, but her expression suddenly turned flushed with anger, her eyes fixed intently on the woman before her. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing here dressed like that?" The woman, realizing she had bumped into Yu Xiaoxiao, momentarily showed a trace of panic on her face before quickly forcing herself to calm down. Putting on an affected and shrill tone, the woman said, "Yu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here again? Who is this man?" Seeing the woman pointing at her with an exaggerated gesture, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression briefly flickered with disgust. "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Make sure you relay what I said clearly to your relatives." Zhang Yu sneered at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "Don't forget we're already engaged. Even if you regret it now, it's useless. I won't call off the engagement." "Engagement? Have you no shame? A grown man dressed like this dares to bring up engagement. This is nothing but a sham marriage," Yu Xiaoxiao hissed sarcastically, her voice trembling with anger. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu glanced at Jiang Cheng and said, "We've already announced it to both our families. It's too late for regrets now." "Zhang Yu, have some dignity. I could have overlooked your own flaws, but you actually hooked up with my best friend more than once. You two are utterly heartless. If it weren't for my parents pressuring me, why would I ever get engaged to you? Since we're engaged now, you'd better follow through properly," Zhang Yu insisted stubbornly. Yu Xiaoxiao heard this and urgently broke free from Zhang Yu's grip, immediately wrapping her arms around Jiang Cheng's. Her forceful movement caused her ample curves to collide directly with Jiang Cheng's arm. "Stop being disgusting. You don't even like me. You're clinging to me just so I can cover for you while you meet your other men outside, right? I wonder how my dear best friend would feel if she knew you're bisexual. Mind your own business. This was arranged between our families long ago. You can't back out now. And it's not like you're any better, jumping into bed with someone else in no time. Who are you to judge me?" Hearing this, Jiang Cheng finally understood the entanglement between the two of them. He was somewhat surprised to learn that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged. But looking at Zhang Yu before him, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt some understanding for Yu Xiaoxiao. Turns out this woman called Zhang Yu was actually a man. No wonder there's a hint of something androgynous about this person. If Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't pointed it out, At first glance it would have been difficult to tell this was actually a man dressed as a woman. The makeup techniques of modern society are truly mind-blowing. But upon closer inspection, some telltale signs become apparent, especially the prominent Adam's apple, that quintessential male characteristic, and the fact that his high heels were several sizes larger than those typically worn by women. After this thorough observation, Jiang Cheng finally understood those sensational news stories about people waking up from a one-night stand only to discover their partner was actually a man. Under the heavy makeup and wig disguise, it was truly difficult to recognize. So Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé wasn't just effeminate, he'd cheated on her and was bisexual to boot? That was way too much shocking information at once. Zhang Yu started pulling and shoving Yu Xiaoxiao while cursing angrily, drawing an increasingly larger crowd of onlookers around them. Chapter 20, Physical Attributes. Bro, now you understand the relationship between the two of us. I advise you to leave first. She's my fiancé. At this moment, the pleasant lowly voice rang out once more. Ding dong. Host, you now face a choice. Option 1, follow Zhang Yu's advice and leave, which will reward you with a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cosplay costume. Option 2, slap Zhang Yu twice to wake him up, and you'll receive +5 physical constitution points, +1 unlucky card. Jiang Cheng stared blankly at the unexpected choice that suddenly appeared before him. He naturally scorned the first option and dismissed it outright. But the second option actually offered constitution points. Jiang Cheng examined the explanation of the body attributes, which referred to strength, speed, and constitution, as well as eyesight and hearing, recovery and resistance abilities, and most importantly, that certain ahem capability. This system is pretty slick. The key is that with enhanced physical fitness, combined with the system's rewarded, unblocking card, after purchasing the house, wouldn't that intensify the impact of time passing? Jiang Cheng didn't hesitate and immediately chose the second option after reading the introduction. Instantly, he felt a warm current flowing through his body, filling him with overwhelming strength. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but secretly revel in exhilaration. This was downright god-tier awesome. Others work hard every day exercising just to get six-pack abs and desperately take supplements to boost their physique. It seems I'm already making noticeable progress. Even my hearing has leveled up significantly. Right now, he could even hear the faintest trickling sounds from the women's restroom not far away with crystal clarity. Jiang Cheng flexed his powerful arms and, with a smirk at Zhang Yu, immediately began striking left and right. Thwack! Thwack! 2 resounding slaps from Jiang Cheng sent Zhang Yu sprawling to the ground. The rhythmic back-and-forth motion of his strikes caused another friction against Yu Xiaoxiao's ample curves pressed close to him, making her blush crimson with shyness once more. The sensation of static electricity from the friction made Yu Xiaoxiao flustered, and she hastily let go of Jiang Cheng's arm. Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground after being slapped by Jiang Cheng. Furious, he clutched his face and stood up, but before he could speak, Jiang Cheng shook his hand and sneered, "TCH, your face really is thick. You dare say such things despite clearly being in the wrong. My hand even hurts from grazing your hide." Yu Xiaoxiao was also stunned by the scene before her. She never expected Jiang Cheng to suddenly lash out. You actually hit me. Whoa, I'm not done with you." Zhang Yu covered his reddened cheek where Jiang Cheng had struck him, eyes brimming with tears as he shot Jiang Cheng a look that was both pitiful and vicious. With that, he clenched his delicate little fists and charged straight at Jiang Cheng in a pigeon-toed stance. Seeing Zhang Yu about to rush toward Jiang Cheng, her admiration for Jiang Cheng surging once more, she quickly tightened her grip on his arm again, trying to pull him closer to her. Her heart swelled. Jiang Cheng looked so incredibly dashing, having actually knocked Zhang Yu to the ground for her sake. But at the same time, Yu Xiaoxiao also worried that Jiang Cheng might have gotten into trouble for standing up for her. Jiang Cheng reacted lightning fast in that moment. With a swift kick, he sent Zhang Yu flying backward. Unable to match Jiang Cheng's strength, the fallen Zhang Yu clutched his aching chest in agony and stayed sprawled on the ground, too afraid to get back up. At this moment, he felt unprecedented humiliation and pain. Jiang Cheng's kick was extremely powerful. Zhang Yu, seeing the hotel staff watching without intervening, instantly flew into a rage. He began to throw a tantrum, shrilly raising his voice. "Security! He assaulted me! Are you blind? What kind of hotel are you running? I'm a guest here, I just got attacked. Help! Someone help Waya!" Zhang Yu's screams finally made the hotel staff spring into action. Since Jiang Cheng had checked into their premium courtyard villa suite at 80,000 yuan per night, the front desk staff already knew him well. This put them in an awkward position as they watched the scene unfold. Zhang Yu noticed the hotel staff's somewhat perfunctory and hesitant attitude, which made him so furious he felt like vomiting blood on the spot. He shouted even louder, "What are you all standing around for? Security, hurry up and arrest him. Otherwise I'm calling the police. Let's just drop this, gentlemen. These are trivial matters that can be resolved privately, no need to damage relationships over such things. That's right, it's not a big deal after all. Let's talk this through properly." The hotel staff couldn't help feeling a twinge of disgust as Zhang Yu pointed at them with his delicate, effeminate finger gesture. However, bound by their professional etiquette, they could only continue speaking to him in gentle, appeasing tones. Seeing they seemed reluctant to escalate the matter, even appearing intent on sweeping it under the rug, Zhang Yu completely lost his composure. You're all bullying me. Just you wait, I'm calling the police. I'll file complaints and expose every single one of you. Zhang Yu wasn't foolish either. After he said this, the hotel staff began to feel nervous. They understood Zhang Yu's intention was to blow this incident out of proportion. Though none of them wanted to willingly offend Zhang Chang, they wanted even less to lose their jobs. Yu Xiaoxiao watched the chaotic scene before her and frowned tightly in distress. She looked at Zhang Yu with disgust, took a deep breath, and then whispered to Zhang Chang, "It's fine. If he calls the police, I'll just say he was harassing me, and you stepped in to protect me. Don't you dare slander me. There are cameras here, and so many people saw you hit me, they can testify for me." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he noticed that not a single person around was willing to back him up. In fact, some were even quietly trying to leave, unwilling to get involved in this mess. Zhang Yu grew even more furious and shouted loudly, "You bastards, you spineless cowards, I'm calling the police." The hotel reacted surprisingly fast, and soon 2 officers approached them. The 2 policemen showed their badges before beginning the routine questioning. Before Zhang Chang could even speak, Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly rushed forward from beside him. Chapter 21 Bad Luck. 2 police officers took out their credentials and began the routine inquiry. Before Zhang Chang could speak, Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly stepped forward from the side. She quickly shook her head and said, "Officer, it's not his fault. This man tried to deceive me into marriage. Our families had previously arranged an engagement, but after getting to know him, I realized he was not only bisexual but also enjoyed cross-dressing as a woman. So I made it clear long ago that I would never marry him. Today, he came to harass me on his own, and this gentleman kindly helped me avoid further harassment." Zhang Chang couldn't help but feel pleased as he watched Yu Xiaoxiao's actions, because he noticed that Yu Xiaoxiao's expressions and actions toward him had become even more affectionate than before. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao's voluptuous curves were once again pressing tightly against his arm, and this time, she was the one who had leaned in. Zhang Chang reassuringly patted her shoulder again. "Don't worry. Isn't this just some misunderstanding? These are all minor disputes that can be resolved through discussion." After understanding the situation, the police officer began mediating the conflict. The man's face turned crimson as he blurted out, "What misunderstanding? What do you mean? There are surveillance cameras here, I demand." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Chang immediately used the recently acquired misfortune card on Zhang Yu. But several strange noises suddenly emanated from Zhang Yu's body. His expression twisted oddly as he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. His eyes darted nervously, his legs involuntarily squeezing together. His buttocks slowly lifted. His hands gradually covered his stomach. Right then, he felt a warm current surging uncontrollably through his intestines, threatening to burst forth. This subtle yet awkward feeling reminded him of an unforgettable episode from his childhood. Back then, he was still young, just in 3rd grade. One day, the teacher called on him to answer a question. As it turned out, he had been suffering from diarrhea all day that day. He stood up nervously, and just as he rose to his feet, he suddenly felt the urge to fart. At that moment, young as he was, he understood a phrase for the first time. That is, never trust a single fart when you have diarrhea. Because on that day, the naive little boy thought he could simply release the fart slowly while answering the teacher's question. Everything would then proceed without anyone noticing. Yet reality proved this notion wrong. What he released at that moment wasn't just gas, it was an entire pantsful of. He would never forget the ashen, disgusted expressions of his entire class and the teacher at the lectern. And at this very moment, that long-lost feeling made its presence known once again. Zhang Yu's face flushed red as he slowly repeated to himself in his heart, "Never trust a fart." After silently reciting this a few times, Zhang Yu began taking deep breaths, trying to regain control of his body. After all, there were surveillance cameras here, and quite a few people around. He absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to him again. But not everything in this world goes as one wishes. Zhang Yu realized that the qi inside his body was accumulating more and more. Cold sweat kept pouring from his body. Then it occurred to him, he hadn't eaten a single thing all afternoon. He'd been too busy having fun with his old flame at the hotel. Could that bastard have poisoned his rod or something? That's why it suddenly caused such a shock to my intestines? Zhang Yu, pale-faced, asked everyone, "Excuse me, where is the restroom on the 1st floor?" With tremendous effort, he slowly controlled his breathing to utter these words. But no matter how much he tried to hold back now, it was already too late. A familiar warmth in his 2 decades of dignity began to slowly flow through him once more. Seeing his pale complexion and strange movements, the officer couldn't help but ask with concern, "Sir, are you alright? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Zhang Yu tightened his buttocks even more at that moment, visibly inhaling slowly while pursing his lips as if trying to speak. "A little, hurry." Zhang Yu didn't dare finish his sentence. He realized that every time he opened his mouth, his sphincter muscles loosened a bit more. What had started as just a few stray droplets now became over a dozen more after his movement, and there was a growing sensation that things were about to erupt violently. Zhang Yu knew he had already done his best to control himself, yet he could only prevent an even bigger explosion from happening. What was coming would still come. At that moment, he felt his crotch growing increasingly wet. The others just thought his behavior was a bit odd at the moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang, who had used the misfortune card, vaguely began to suspect Zhang Yu's situation. Such an abrupt change in expression definitely indicated something was wrong. What's more, Zhang Yu didn't even have the energy to keep threatening to call the police anymore. Jiang Chang grinned mischievously, walked over to Zhang Yu, and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, if you're not feeling well, don't hesitate to speak up. The officers will be happy to help you." Zhang Yu shuddered from Jiang Chang's gesture, immediately taking a deep breath and clenching his sphincter even tighter. He slowly turned his head, his face flushed red as he glared at Jiang Chang with wide eyes. Every time Jiang Chang gave him a shake, he inched even closer to losing control. "Take me to the bathroom." Zhang Yu gritted his teeth to utter these words before daring not to speak again. At that moment, an unbearable stench wafted through the air. What the hell? Why is it so damn rank? Yeah, is the toilet broken? That can't be right, the toilet's still quite far from here. Could it be the sewage truck passing by? Oh my god, it feels fresh. Who took a dump here? You're grown up, at least have some control. Chapter 22 Yu Xiaoxiao's past. Amid the chatter, Zhang Yu swallowed his last word before it could escape his lips, because he didn't know how to respond to this remark. At this moment, he only wanted to become invisible. He slowly retreated to the toilet to take care of it. "Sir, we'll need to take your statement now for the record." The officers couldn't stand the smell either and just wanted to finish up quickly and leave. The leader looked around with disgust, suddenly remembering his apprentice beside him. This little brat only knows how to eat all day, and even claimed to have diarrhea this morning. Could it be him? Covering his nose instantly, he lowered his voice and began to curse. "You rotten kid. I told you not to keep eating while working, but you never listen. Now you've even shit yourself? Tell me, how does a man in his 20s live like this, losing control of his bladder and bowels at such a young age? What's the difference between you and a stray animal?" Hearing the word animal, Zhang Yu's face flushed even darker with humiliation. He was about to ask for help but immediately swallowed his words. He didn't want to be a beast. Being scolded like this by his mentor in person, the obese police officer instantly refused to take it. "Mentor, it wasn't me. Even though I had a stomachache today, I'm too old to do something only a beast would do. It wasn't me, it must have been someone else." Seeing his master looking at him with disbelief, he instantly flew into a rage and said, "I'm telling the truth, I swear. Whoever fucking shit their pants is a goddamn bastard, can never get hard, definitely a dog." Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped and began staring at his master with a strange expression. His master had been taking him on patrols for several years now. Over these years, the master had grown increasingly older, and the moment he smelled that shitty odor just now, he suspected it might be coming from himself. There's only one reason he'd be so quick to pin this shitty label on himself. That's because the shit was likely dropped by his esteemed master. So he redirected everyone's attention by shifting the blame onto himself. After all, the master is getting old, and sometimes losing control of his sphincter muscles is understandable. With that mental image, he suddenly swallowed hard in bitter realization. The master had imparted much wisdom over these years. It was time to repay his kindness. It's embarrassing, but so be it. Taking the blame for the old master is only right. With this thought, the portly officer suddenly spoke with a grim expression. "Master, I'm sorry." Zhang Yu, standing nearby, saw someone volunteering to take the blame for him. In an instant, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward in delight. His footsteps began to drag slowly as he retreated toward an unpopulated area. While walking away, he said, "No need. I won't call the police. You can leave now." Jiang Cheng immediately covered his nose and interjected, "Wait, this stench is coming from our side." It couldn't be. After speaking, Jiang Cheng gave Zhang Yu a meaningful look, just as Zhang Yu smugly took 2 steps back. Noticing that everyone in the hotel had locked their gazes on him, Zhang Yu instantly grew flustered and hurriedly tried to stride away from the spot. It was just these few movements. His rear end finally couldn't hold it in any longer. A torrent began to gush forth. People inside the hotel stared in horrified astonishment as a series of earth-shaking, thunderous farts began erupting from Zhang Yu's body. Spotting the danger, Jiang Cheng swiftly pulled Yu Xiaoxiao to safety a full 10 meters away. The others hadn't even processed what was happening yet. At that moment, everyone was staring petrified at the yellow liquid dripping from Zhang Yu's body. Degree smiley face. After the initial shock, everyone started covering their noses while fleeing in all directions, immediately beginning to retch. Angle. The hotel was now filled with waves of retching sounds from every direction. "Oh my god, I'm seriously done with this. Even at your age, you still get diarrhea. How can someone have no control over their own asshole? The crowd began to look pale, retching with disgust as they discussed Zhang Yu amongst themselves. Zhang Yu could no longer care about maintaining his image, nor even about calling the police. Clutching his violently churning stomach with one hand, he began stumbling frantically in search of a toilet. 20 minutes later, the on-site registration was finally completed. Jiang Chang and Yu Xiaoxiao finally arrived inside the Ting villa. Upon returning to the hotel room, Yu Xiaoxiao showed unusual tenderness toward Jiang Chang. Her delicate jade-like hands eagerly reached toward Jiang Chang's thigh. Gently stroking, she cooed, "Good little brother, let your sister check if you're alright. Did you get hurt?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao looking like a seductive enchantress, Jiang Chang flashed a mischievous grin. "How could I possibly get hurt? Trash of that caliber couldn't lay a finger on me. That won't do. Though you're formidable, big sister still needs to examine you to feel at ease." Observing Jiang Chang's indifference, Yu Xiaoxiao let out a bitter laugh. "Do you find me unworthy? I know I'm not good enough for you." Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's dejected tone, Jiang Chang immediately lost the mood to tease her further. He pulled her into an embrace and comforted her, saying, "How could I ever look down on you? I was just joking." At Jiang Chang's words, a glimmer flashed through Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again as her mood sank once more. Lowering her head dejectedly, Yu Xiaoxiao murmured, "You must be so surprised that my fiancé turns out to be a..." Jiang Chang nodded, "I am a bit surprised. Actually, my marriage arrangement with Zhang Yu was decided by my grandparents when we were children. Before my grandfather passed away, he insisted that I marry him. Although I didn't want to, I chose to get engaged with him in the end, just to let my grandfather pass away in peace." Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't react too strongly, Yu Xiaoxiao let out a slight sigh of relief. Though this was only their second meeting, she had already resolved to tell Jiang Chang this secret she had kept buried in her heart. In her grandfather's era, promises held the utmost weight. No matter how much she resisted, she couldn't overcome her grandfather's stubborn insistence. On his deathbed, the old man even threatened that she must marry Zhang Yuqing, or he would die with regrets. Under pressure from all her relatives, Yu Xiaoxiao ultimately entered into an engagement with Zhang Yu. However, after meeting him, the observant Yu Xiaoxiao discovered that Zhang Yu was actually bisexual. Chapter 23, That Brat. Surprisingly, Zhang Yu's home and room were filled with an abundance of pink items. To keep me quiet, we signed a confidentiality agreement with each other. Not touching each other and not interfering with each other. At first, Yu Xiaoxiao was happy to accept it. Not only would it put her grandfather at ease, but Yu Xiaoxiao didn't like Zhang Yu either, so it was a win-win situation. To conceal his homosexuality in front of their relatives, co-workers, and friends, Zhang Yu had always used Yu Xiaoxiao as a cover, forcing her to play along with his various performances. With Yu Xiaoxiao's silent consent, Zhang Yu became increasingly self-centered until recently, when she finally discovered he was actually bisexual. Because Zhang Yu had gotten involved with her best friend, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it after finding out, which is why she called off the engagement. After hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's story, Jiang Chang couldn't help but sigh deeply. It just goes to show how utterly strange this world can be. He patted Yu Xiaoxiao's hair comfortingly and said, "This must have been really hard for you, encountering such an absurd situation." "Jiang Chang, do you really not mind? I mean, are you willing to maintain this kind of relationship with me?" Seeing Jiang Chang looking at her in surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying I want to be your girlfriend. I just want someone who can occasionally keep me company. After all, I don't plan to marry in the future, and you're my first man anyway. So, rest assured, if we're together, I won't interfere with your personal life either." Yu Xiaoxiao was usually an outstanding career woman, but at the same time, she was also a perfectly normal woman. Her grandfather had already passed away 5 years ago. As a woman of the new era, she deeply longed for a love of her own. Jiang Chang was her first man. Although her affection for Jiang Chang wasn't particularly deep at present, yet she found this kind of relationship 100 times more carefree than a serious romance. Disillusioned with both familial love and romantic relationships, Yu Xiaoxiao now only wanted a casual fling, and the person she happened to meet was Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was instantly overjoyed by Yu Xiaoxiao's words. Hell no, he'd mind. In this world where outrageous bride prices were casually demanded, such a no-strings-attached opportunity actually existed right beside him. What more could he possibly ask for? Moreover, Jiang Chang remembered he still had an unused, unblocked card. He couldn't help but curl his lips in a smirk. Originally, seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness towards him wasn't high, Jiang Chang hadn't planned to use this card. But now her friendliness score toward him had nearly reached 90 points. Faced with such an enchanting beauty, not putting in several thousand efforts would be an injustice to the trust she's placed in him. Jiang Chang intimately pulled Yu Xiaoxiao closer, whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Yu Xiaoxiao kissed Jiang Chang's cheek in pleasant surprise at his words. Are you tired? Let's go for a spa treatment first. I've heard the spa here is quite famous, and I'm a bit tired too. Let's go relax first." "Alright." Under Jiang Chang's expectant gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao practically bolted straight to the designated women's spa room. The Aman at Yangyun Spa facility is touted as the largest in the world, with an hourly spa service priced at 3,000 yuan. Jiang Chang booked a 2-hour spa session outright, as he had spent several hours on the road today and deserved a good relaxation. After soaking in the hot springs and finishing his spa treatment, Jiang Chang was now lying on a golden Nanmawood bed inside the villa. The extra soft imported mattress lulled him into a deep sleep almost as soon as he lay down, and it was strangely comfortable. Jiang Chang opened his eyes and threw off the blanket. What met his gaze was Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate, peach blossom-like face. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's naturally alluring demeanor, Jiang Chang suddenly felt a pang of urgency. He scooped Yu Xiaoxiao into his arms, instantly enveloped in her fragrant softness. Jiang Chang could no longer restrain himself. His lips pressed down fiercely upon hers. He cupped Yu Xiaoxiao's head and kissed her passionately. After enduring more than 2 hours of World War III, with a satisfied sigh, Jiang Chang got up and headed straight for the bathroom. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Jiang Chang opened the system interface. The system page displayed a notification. Ding! Unclogged card, successfully used. Given the counterpart's satisfaction level at 100 points, the host's frequency count reached 2,500 times. Comprehensive calculation rewards the host with 250 million. Jiang Chang couldn't help feeling pleased as he read the system's notification. Thankfully, his earlier vigorous efforts had successfully facilitated this billion-dollar deal. A little over 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang stepped out of the bathroom to find Yu Xiaoxiao already exhausted and asleep. Jiang Chang walked over and sat down on the sofa. He noticed the blanket covering Yu Xiaoxiao had slipped slightly, revealing her delicate shoulders. Her waterfall-like black hair cascaded in disarray across her snow-white upper body, revealing a flawlessly delicate little face. With a sigh, Jiang Chang leaned down and gently kissed Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth, fragrant shoulder. Inside the villa, 3 cleaning staff were tidying up and replacing the toiletries in Jiang Chang's room. By the large bed in the room, a young woman was changing the bedding together with a middle-aged woman in her 30s. The middle-aged woman eyed the crumpled marks on the bed and remarked to the young girl, TSK, youngsters these days certainly have good stamina. The young woman couldn't help but blush upon hearing those words. Ms. Zhang, keep your voice down. You don't want the guests to hear this. What's there to be afraid of? They can't hear us from this distance. Hey, old Chan, come take a look at this. How's your husband's stamina? Does he measure up to this? Ms. Zhang excitedly called over another middle-aged woman to witness the scene. If only my man were that impressive. That handsome guy looks even more dashing than a celebrity. Just imagining it makes me happy. Jiang Chang, with his extraordinary hearing, had long since caught the murmurs of the 3 people inside the room. He was having lunch with Yu Xiaoxiao at the restaurant. Yu Xiaoxiao, with a blissful expression, was currently picking up a piece of raw marinated seafood for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, try this. It's really fresh, not too fishy, and has a hint of sweet seafood flavor. Jiang Chang opened his mouth and chewed carefully for a while before saying, it really is quite delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao instantly felt her face grow warm upon hearing these words. She gave Jiang Chang a coquettish glare. How annoying. I told you not to eat it, but you insisted. Now you're teasing me about it. This isn't teasing, I mean every word, he replied. Yu Xiaoxiao bashfully gave Jiang Chang a light tap and whispered, stop it, someone else is here. Jiang Chang chuckled and pinched Yu Xiaoxiao's cheek. If only she knew the cleaning staff inside were gossiping about the sheets they'd slept on. She would definitely blush and drag Jiang Chang along as she hurried away. After breakfast, the formidable career woman Yu Xiaoxiao still intended to go to work. Jiang Chang insisted forcefully that she take leave and stay at the hotel to rest. Jiang Chang was scrolling through his moments when he saw their class monitor, Li Sudong, showing off his 18th birthday gift on his feed. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiaoxiao's slender thigh covered in black stockings. Xiaoxiao, lend me your legs for a photo to celebrate my coming-of-age ceremony. Is it your birthday today? No, my birthday was long past. Lately, I've seen everyone on my friend circle posting gifts from their parents for their coming-of-age ceremonies. It made me want to post something too, so how about flaunting your gorgeous legs? Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated before saying, that's fine, but how exactly do you want to take the photo? Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, red as a ripe peach, and smirked mischievously. After being so intimate, you're still this shy? Yu Xiaoxiao, hearing Jiang Chang's words, was instantly ignited with determination. Who says I'm shy? Come here. With that, Yu Xiaoxiao pulled Jiang Chang down to sit beside her on the luxurious leather sofa. Boldly, she draped her slender, beautiful legs right over Jiang Chang's neck. Little brat, go ahead and take the picture. Even though Jiang Chang had already experienced Yu Xiaoxiao's gorgeous legs before, this pose instantly left him struggling to hold his composure. Jiang Chang took out his phone, snapped a few photos with a click-click sound, then opened his social media feed. My 18th birthday might not have a Mercedes or a BMW, but this speed rivals a supercar. Jiang Cheng deftly selected the visible friend group and posted his moment. After posting the moment, Jiang Cheng tossed his phone aside without a second thought. In no time, his moment had already set his friend's circle abuzz. Their class monitor Li Sudong was currently staring at the likes on his own moment. The piano he posted about his coming-of-age ceremony on WeChat Moments yesterday cost 20,000 yuan. After taking over 100 photos, he meticulously selected 9 to post on his moments. This post undoubtedly received countless likes and comments, just as he was happily replying to everyone's flattery and scrolling through his moments. I actually saw Jiang Cheng post something on his moments too. Looking at Jiang Cheng's casually taken photos of stocking-clad beautiful legs, Li Sudong immediately felt blood gushing uncontrollably from his nose. Jiang Cheng would often embarrass him in front of the class at school, so Li Sudong didn't have a good relationship with him. But even he had to admit that he was extremely jealous of Jiang Cheng's coming-of-age celebration right now. This is what a real coming-of-age ceremony looks like, compared to the multiple virtual girlfriends in my computer. He'd rather have a real encounter like Jiang Cheng. Within just minutes, Jiang Cheng's social media post had exploded with over 20 likes and dozens of comments. Cheng Jipeng, damn, rubbing salt in the wound. Why'd I have to see this first thing in the morning? Zhou Jiyun, suddenly feeling like the apartment my mom gave me isn't such a big deal anymore. I also want a hot girl in stockings. I also wanna be the man. Li Zirwei, bro, damn, you win. My nose is bleeding. Zhong Chushi, Jiang Cheng, you. Suya, my god, you men are so gross. Li Shumin furiously typed a comment on Jiang Cheng's social media post. Li Shumin, holy crap. Jiang Cheng, I'm telling the dean, even though you've graduated, doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Zhou Jiyun at Li Shumin, wake up, man. We're already graduated, diplomas in hand. The dean has better things to do than worry about this. Jealousy won't change anything. Chapter 24, do you want to sign me? After a quick wash-up, Jiang Cheng boarded the Rolls-Royce provided by Ammon Yanjian and soon arrived at the location Su Wan had sent. The residential complex where Su Wan lived appeared to be a mid-range apartment development, neither new nor old. In about 5 minutes, a graceful figure came hurrying over, jogging briskly toward his car. Jiang Cheng focused his gaze and saw that it was Su Wan. Today, she was wearing a soft goose yellow top and a pair of black platform Doc Martens, boldly showing off her long, snow-white legs. It was a classic Wan-style outfit as always. After settling into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Wan took off her black baseball cap and face mask. Seeing Su Wan get into the car, the chauffeur respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, where would you like to go now? Seeing Jiang Cheng glance at her, Su Wan immediately spoke up, driver, please take us to the Baiwa Hotel in Lujiazui. Okay, the driver replied politely. After the car started, Su Wan adjusted her bangs while looking at her phone screen. Then, blinking her bright, peach blossom-shaped fox-like eyes, she cheerfully said to Jiang Cheng, Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. You came down pretty fast. But aren't you hot? The speed at which she descended suggested Su Wan must have been ready at any moment. Su Wan covered her mouth with a laugh. The places we're going later are all air-conditioned malls. And in our line of work, wearing winter coats in summer or evening gowns in winter is completely normal. Now that you mention it, that's absolutely true. Mr. Jiang looks quite young. May I ask what you do for a living? Su Wan asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, I believe I mentioned earlier that I'm here traveling. I'm planning to enroll at Moda University, just came to check out the area first. Hearing this, Su Wan's expression showed a hint of surprise. I did wonder about it on my way back yesterday, but I thought you were joking. Just how extravagant have today's rich second-generation kids become, being only 18 and already managing such substantial cash flow by themselves? Seeing Jiang Cheng just smile, Su Wan sighed with admiration. I'm really envious. Does your family actually own a mine? To be able to buy a Ferrari so casually at such a young age. With that, she couldn't help but reminisce about her own 18-year-old self still attending university while taking on bit parts in the entertainment business. Jiang Cheng shook his head lightly and said, just an ordinary family, that's all. Noticing Jiang Cheng wasn't telling the whole truth, Su Wan chose not to pry further. Looking at Su Wan sitting obediently by his side, Jiang Cheng asked, By the way, will Huang Ming's matter affect your work? Su Wan forced a bitter smile upon hearing this. There is some impact, but nothing too major. He came to inspect our company as an investor and chose me. After saying half of it, she glanced at Jiang Cheng again and hesitated before continuing. I don't know if you're familiar with how things work in our circle, but there are certain unspoken rules. When an investor picks you for the lead role and puts money into promoting you, it's not always without strings attached. There are often additional conditions involved. Jiang Cheng naturally understood Su Wan's meaning. After all, he wasn't truly just 18 years old. Unspoken rules, plain and simple. Ultimately, the show would be filmed regardless, the money would be invested regardless, so why not choose someone agreeable, easy to control, and fun to be around? That's how most investors pick their stars anyway. Unless you're a top-tier celebrity whose fame alone can draw massive attention to the production, in which case this rule doesn't apply to you. After all, investors rely on your fame to promote this drama. Otherwise, third or fourth tier celebrities like Soo-won would only be at the mercy of being chosen by others. Hwang Ming made some demands to me. If I accept them, the female lead role will be mine. Of course, if I don't accept, they'll choose someone else to replace me. The company assigned me to host Hwang Ming with this intention. So, are you planning to accept? Soo-won shook her head. Of course I refuse. I've been in this industry for so many years. If I were willing to accept that kind of offer early on, I wouldn't still be just a minor third-tier celebrity. At most, I'll accompany him on shopping trips. Other conditions are out of the question. Jiang Cheng didn't doubt Soo-won's words. After all, her privacy rating was 0. Judging by Hwang Ming's demeanor, he probably makes such demands to many starlets on a regular basis, doesn't he? Soo-won nodded. Of course, if I don't accept it, someone else surely will. Had you never considered accepting it? Soo-won glanced at Jiang Cheng before replying bluntly, of course I've thought about it. Even my manager advised me to take it. After all, the script for this investment is genuinely excellent and has real potential to become a massive hit. But I don't want to rise through the ranks by simply lying flat, got it? Jiang Cheng didn't respond to her words. Since she had put it that way, wasn't she clearly implying that she wouldn't accept any under-the-table arrangements from him? However, his main purpose in investing in Soo-won certainly wasn't about those kind of arrangements, it was purely for the rewards. After all, he was that kind of shallow person. Well, is that series a big-budget production? Soo-won shook her head, not at all. If it were a major production, how could someone like me ever get the female lead role? It's just a small web series. Web series? At the mention of it, Jiang Cheng's mind immediately conjured up images of those crude, low-budget web productions, and his interest instantly waned by half. Seeing Jiang Cheng's sudden loss of enthusiasm, Soo-won quickly explained, small-scale productions have their advantages, low costs, quick returns, and most importantly, minimal risk of losses. Besides, the plot of this series is genuinely excellent. I've already read the script, and I truly believe it has great potential. Noticing Jiang Cheng's silence, Soo-won couldn't help but plead nervously, Mr. Jiang, if possible, please help me out. I really need this opportunity. Alright, since you've put it that way, I guess I can only rise to the occasion. You're serious? You're really agreeing? Of course I'm hard, don't believe me? Want proof? Soo-won quickly waved her hands upon hearing this. That's not what I meant, I'm just surprised, this is only our second meeting today. You think it's too soon? I think it's just right. Soo-won's face was flushed with excitement, her breathing growing slightly rapid. You're the investor, you call the shots. Relax, don't pant so heavily. I could invest in this web series with you as the lead actress, but only if you sign with my company as an artist. Rather than calming down, Soo-won's breathing became even more erratic upon hearing this. You want to sign me? She was merely a moderately known actress whose career had plateaued. Why would Jiang Cheng want to sign her? Jiang Cheng nodded. Right, sign with you. Become an actor under my company, and I'll invest in you. Mr. Jiang, my contract hasn't expired yet. Are you aware of that? Soo-won scrutinized Jiang Cheng with her pretty fox-like eyes. I know? Then signing me would require you to pay the penalty fee for breaching my contract. Soo-won's fingers unconsciously picked at her bag strap as her voice lowered slightly. Mr. Jiang might not know just how harsh our company's contracts are. When she lifted her gaze, the spark in her eyes was veiled by a layer of resignation. I was only 19 when I first signed with the company, completely naive. My agent handed me an 8-year contract saying this is standard industry practice, and I just signed it in a daze. Back then, how could I have known these 8 years would become shackles trapping me? The car crossed the Huangpu River, the breeze slipping through the window gaps, gently ruffling the loose strands of hair at her temples. Whatever the company says, we have to obey. If they tell you to accompany clients for drinks, you can't refuse. If they assign you terrible scripts, you have to accept them with a smile. Even if it's a request like Hwang Ming's, as long as the company nods, turning it down means insubordination. She chuckled bitterly. There are only 2 outcomes for disobedience, either being shelved or paying sky-high breach fees to leave. Jiang Cheng tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, remaining silent. I've seen several seniors lose all their resources just for refusing to dine with an investor, scripts replaced, endorsements withdrawn, even background acting opportunities vanished overnight. Then the company freezes your contract, forbidding any private gigs for 8 years, blocking contact with other agencies, with even live stream sales counting as a breach. Soo-won's voice tightened. They want to leave, but the penalty fee is astronomical. Where would rookie entertainers get that kind of money? They can only watch helplessly as they waste away. By the time their contracts expire, they'll have long passed their prime, their spark worn out, and the market will have forgotten them completely. She lowered her gaze to her hands capable of conveying countless emotions on screen, now clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. I turned down Hwang Ming yesterday, and today the company sent a warning. If I ruin another collaboration, they'll treat it as serious breach of contract. Either I comply obediently and accompany him to next week's drinking party, or I'll end up just like those seniors before me. Outside the car window, the Lujiazui skyline drew nearer, the reflections from the glass facades flickering across her face, alternating between light and shadow. It's not that I don't want to stand my ground, I just can't afford to. I'm only 3 years into an 8-year contract. If I get shelved for the remaining 5 years, my life will truly be over. That's not a problem, I know. Jiang Chang currently had over 430 million in funds. Even if Su Wan's current market value took a hit, at most it would only cost him a few million to settle the matter. Su Wan fell into silence upon hearing Jiang Chang's words. She knew no one would promote her without reason. After so many years in the industry, she was no longer the naive young girl she once was. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Chang had some ulterior motives toward her. Could it be? Su Wan's mind couldn't help but conjure up many images unfit for young eyes. Chapter 25, Hongqing Investment Company. She admitted that Jiang Chang was exceptionally handsome. With his qualities, if he really had any ulterior motives toward her, she wouldn't exactly be suffering much of a loss. After all, she would have to start dating eventually anyway. If she agreed to Jiang Chang's terms, not only could she sleep with a fresh-faced hottie like him, but he'd also promote her career. Wasn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Don't blame her for being pragmatic. Between an old man like Huang Ming and a handsome, wealthy man like Jiang Chang, anyone would know which one to choose, right? Mr. Jiang, do you have an entertainment company? Jiang Chang shook his head. Not yet, but if you agree, there soon will be. Seeing Su Wan's hesitant expression, Jiang Chang continued. I know the operations manager at your company. She mentioned you're not valued there. If you sign with my company, I'll handle the breach penalty, and I can promise you'll be our top priority for the next 2 years. Upon hearing this, Su Wan slightly parted her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. It was true that she wasn't highly regarded at the company, this much was fact. Moreover, she was frequently assigned to accompany various investors and producers, but she always refused to cooperate. Compounding this, yesterday's debacle with Huang Ming's investment had already prompted the company to announce they would begin sidelining her. The prime of a female celebrity's career is already brief enough. If she really gets shelved, it'll be extremely difficult for her to become popular later. What? Still unwilling? Seeing Jiang Chang furrow his brows, Su Wan immediately waved her hands to clarify her stance. No, I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. With such favorable terms, how could she possibly be unwilling? She's not some A-list celebrity anyway. If someone's willing to lavish attention on her like this, why would she refuse? Besides, she'd already witnessed Jiang Chang's capabilities yesterday. How could someone who could outright purchase a Ferrari LaFerrari in full possibly lack influence? After speaking, Su Wan bit her lower lip hesitantly and asked, May I ask if you have any specific requirements for this investment? Her peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Chang at that moment. There was an indescribable charm on her face. Jiang Chang understood the implication in her words but pretended not to, asking, requirements? Like the kind of requests Huang Ming made, for example. Would you actually agree if I asked? Su Wan hesitated and shook her head at Jiang Chang's words. Her favorability toward him was currently at only 50 points, still at a stranger's level. While forced affection might still be sweet, there was no need for that. This makes it seem like he's never had decent food before. Yu Xiaoxiao is no less impressive than her, okay? Don't worry, as long as you're an artist under my company, I won't require you to have any shady dealings with other investors. Jiang Chang was referring to other investors. Except the boss, of course. Seeing Jiang Chang radiating such righteous aura, Su Wan found herself even more attracted to him. In this day and age, how rare it is to find a management company that neither makes demands nor asks for money while actively promoting you. What more hesitation could there be? Su Wan, friendliness plus 10. Su Wan's friendliness level suddenly rose to 60 points, officially entering the realm of ordinary friendship with Jiang Chang. She licked her lips and asked urgently, then when do you plan to sign me? I'll have Xiaoxiao handle this matter. You can discuss the annual salary and percentage with her. Hearing Jiang Chang mention Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Wan unconsciously raised an eyebrow. However, she wisely refrained from voicing any objections. Alright then, should I start calling you Boss Jiang from now on? Su Wan said in high spirits. Calling me boss sounds so distant. How about calling me Big Brother instead? Big Brother, how old are you? 20, I guess. 20? Are you really that old? Jiang Chang nodded firmly. Of course, don't you believe me? See for yourself. You said you just started college, so shouldn't you be around 18 years old? Oh, so you were talking about age. I thought. What else then? Su Wan said blankly. Seeing Jiang Chang give Su Wan a meaningful smile, the internet-savvy Su Wan instantly understood. Her face immediately turned red as an apple, and she shot Jiang Chang a glare before coquettishly saying, You little rascal. Ahem. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at Baiwa Hotel. The restaurant Su Wan chose was located on the 87th floor of the World Financial Center, the highest point of Lujiazui on Century Avenue. Upon entering, they saw the restaurant's long corridor walls adorned with various prestigious awards. Jiang Chun walked while gazing at the glass-enclosed cityscape outside the restaurant. Like halfway up a mountain, the view from the 87th floor was a sea of clouds, truly giving the sensation of riding through mist in clouds. Led by the attendant, they soon arrived at the reserved private dining room. Once seated, Suwon immediately handed the ordering device to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang didn't decline either. "Let me treat you to this meal today," he said. "As your boss, it wouldn't be proper to have you pay. That's not acceptable. I should be the one treating you. I'm truly grateful for your help. If you want to thank me, just focus on acting well. Becoming a huge success would be the best return on my investment." "Understood, boss. I'll definitely perform my best." Just as Suwon finished speaking, the system emitted a ding notification. "Congratulations, host, for securing Suwon's signing intent. Rewards are being issued. Mission reward, 15% equity stake in Thailand-based virtual currency company, Hunching Investment Group. Note 1. The system has legally validated this transaction. All host funds will be obtained through Hunching Investment Group, providing a publicly traceable source of capital. Note 2. The host originally purchased Huncheng shares during the company's founding. All documentation regarding Huncheng Company is fully legal and verifiable. The materials have been uploaded to the system. Please proceed to Thailand to complete the signing process." Jiang Chang looked at this round's rewards. After deciphering them, he finally understood their meaning. This reward essentially provided a plausible explanation for his sudden wealth to everyone. Originally, he had no idea how to explain his newfound fortune to his parents. Now everything can be completely explained. If you don't believe me, Dad can just look up Huncheng Investment Company. One check will reveal all the details. This reward was by far the one Jiang Chang considered most valuable. Chapter 27, Coming Clean to His Parents. Between bites of his meal, Jiang Chang sent all the system documents to his parents. Let them digest the sudden windfall of their child while he's not at home. That way, he won't have to spend ages explaining things later. Phone conversations are always easier than face-to-face explanations anyway. After all, with his father Jiang Jianmen's personality, he'd be the first to verify everything. Since it was arranged by the system, Jiang Chang naturally wasn't worried about any loopholes. Sure enough, within half an hour, his father's call came through. "When did you invest in this, kid? Why didn't your mom and I know anything about it?" "I never expected it either. At the time, I just happened to invest my lucky money on a whim," Jiang Chang replied vaguely. After saying this, his father didn't suspect a thing. If he hadn't been Zhao Jia's devoted lapdog all these years, his savings would definitely have reached 100,000 yuan by now. How much can you make in commission at this company every month?" "I'm not sure, probably a few 100,000, Jiang Chang replied conservatively. Upon hearing Jiang Chang's words, Li Yan's astonished voice came through the phone. "A few 100,000? Old Jiang, you didn't rely on any family connections and worked your way up from nothing for over a decade. Yet here's our son, barely started university and already making hundreds of thousands a month." On the other end of the phone, hearing the words family connections, Jiang Jiancheng immediately cleared his throat and shot Li Yan a warning glance not to spout nonsense. He stubbornly insisted, "That brat just got lucky, that's all." On the other end of the phone, Li Yan caught this glance and immediately covered her mouth too. After chatting for a bit and hanging up the call, Jiang Chang suddenly felt that his parents' words sounded a bit odd earlier, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Then Jiang Chang started chatting with his mother again on WeChat. Now that he'd come clean, Jiang Chang asked his parents, "By the way, is there anything you'd like as a gift? I'll bring something back for you when I return." Knowing her son could now make money, Li Yan naturally didn't hold back. "Your father likes watches, why not buy him a Patek Philippe? Just an entry-level one would do, about 1 or 200,000 yuan, nothing too flashy." Jiang Chang was aware his parents owned Patek Philippe watches, though he'd never examined them closely. His father occasionally wore one when discussing business. Nevertheless, Patek Philippe stands as the undisputed king of watches globally. Buying is indeed troublesome. Without an appointment, you can pretty much only browse, as getting a watch in stock is nearly impossible. Unless you're incredibly lucky, but even then, you'll most likely only be able to afford entry-level watches. However, I had already bought Li Yan an enamel women's watch at the auction yesterday, but I still haven't gotten anything for my dad. Giving him the Richard Mille wouldn't suit his business-like demeanor. Alright, I'll swing by later and take a look. As soon as Jiang Chang finished speaking, the system chimed with a ding alert. "Your Patek Philippe appointment has been arranged, host. You may proceed directly there." Damn, this system is insane. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Chang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the system to offer such a service. The dishes at Baiyue Hotel, which Suwon chose, were quite excellent, but this time they didn't trigger any rewards from the gourmet card. Could it be because the flavor wasn't dazzling enough? Moreover, the bill only came to slightly over 5,000 yuan, and Suwon was the only guest. Thus, Jiang Chang didn't use his dining rebate card. Having been in Shanghai for 3 days already, he hadn't properly gone out to explore yet. He'd only brought one change of clothes when he came. With pockets now full, it's time to go on a shopping spree. Might as well see if the system can be upgraded while we're at it. It's still early, want to accompany me for some shopping? Hearing Jiang Cheng's proposal, Suwan naturally didn't refuse. After all, Jiang Cheng was now her generous sugar daddy. Sure thing, sugar daddy. Where would you like to go? Suwan's tone was cheerful, clearly in high spirits. Let's go shopping. I didn't bring much when I came. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of Patek Philippe's salon, escorted by a private car. Seeing Jiang Cheng's destination, Suwan couldn't hide her bewilderment. So this was what rich people called shopping? She had assumed he'd be heading to Heinlong or the newly expanded IFC mall. After all, it's the central hub for all sorts of top luxury brands. Never expected the first shopping stop to be Patek Philippe. You should know that even the entry-level watches from Patek Philippe start at least 200,000 yuan. Moreover, the slogan placed at their entrance truly exudes an air of exclusivity. You never actually own a Patek Philippe. You merely look after it for the next generation. Following Jiang Cheng, they stepped into the Patek Philippe salon. A salesperson quickly approached him. Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment? Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, I do. After checking Jiang Cheng's appointment details, the female salesperson warmly said, Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiao Chun. Please follow me upstairs. This way. Upon reaching the second floor with Xiao Chun, Jiang Cheng noticed additional guests upstairs, a man and a woman along with another salesperson. The woman checking the watches was enthusiastically showing off a fully diamond-studded timepiece to a middle-aged man during her fitting. After examining it, the man praised, I think this watch suits you quite well. President Wang has such discerning taste, she responded. Noticing others ascending the stairs, both turned their heads to look over. Their eyes met, and Suwan immediately recognized the woman. Senior Lin Ru, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Ru acknowledged Suwan's greeting with a haughty nod. Here to look at watches too? Just then, Zhang Jianmen sent Jiang Cheng a WeChat message. Forgot to mention, Manager Chen at Patek Philippe is an acquaintance. Drop my name and he'll give you special treatment, don't go splurging on anything overly expensive. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment as he read the message. His old man's connections ran deeper than he'd ever realized. Chapter 28, The Scent of Money. I'll accompany. Suwan hesitated slightly. After all, calling Jiang Cheng boss right now felt a bit premature. A friend came to look at watches. Lin Ru glanced Jiang Cheng up and down. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was both young and unfamiliar, in their circle, handsome men were a dime a dozen. A handsome face wasn't the most important thing, what truly attracted them was the scent of money. Jiang Cheng looked at the somewhat familiar face before him and activated the friendliness scanner system. Name, Lin Ru. Age, 27. Height, 165 cm. Appearance score, 90. Figure, 88. Privacy, 78. Friendliness, 20. Stranger status. At this moment, Jiang Cheng finally remembered who she was, a second-tier female celebrity. But after checking the privacy rating, Jiang Cheng instantly lost interest. On the other hand, the middle-aged man beside Lin Ru immediately sized up Suwan with gleaming eyes. Though Suwan and Lin Ru were similarly attractive with comparable temperaments, when compared to pandas, Suwan naturally came out on top. The middle-aged man eyed Suwan with keen interest before asking Lin Ru, who's this? Brother Wang, her? She played a little maid beside me in a period drama I starred in earlier. Her name, something like Wan, I think, Lin Ru said with a condescending air, introducing Suwan with undisguised disdain. In her eyes, Suwan wasn't even in the same league as her. She could at least land a supporting female role in a drama, and the investor's boss would even take her shopping for watches. But if it were Suwan, dreaming of landing a role, she'd only get minor parts at best, and even then, she'd have to sleep her way through a gauntlet of favors just to secure them. Wang Hai took a business card from his pants pocket and handed it to Suwan. Hello, my name is Wang Hai. I specialize in film investments. If you ever need help with shooting a movie in the future, you can contact me. Seeing Lin Ru's condescending attitude, Suwan smiled indifferently. Over the years, she had weathered too many setbacks and hardships, which had made her mental resilience exceptionally strong. In their circle, reality was just that cruel. When you were unknown, others couldn't even remember your name. And when you suddenly become famous, you'll find many inexplicable good friends popping up out of nowhere. These so-called good friends will not only ride on your coattails at every opportunity, but some with thicker skin might even actively at you on Weibo. Suwan politely took the business card and said lightly, "Thank you, then I won't disturb you any longer." Seeing they had finished their conversation, Xiaochen immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have any special targets today?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I just bought whatever looked suitable, whether it's a women's or men's watch." "Which models do you have in stock?" Xiaochen listened and pointed to the watch that Lin Ru and the others were looking at. The 7122 series those two are looking at has the rose gold and white gold versions in stock, and we have a few other models available too. Popular styles like the Celestial Collection would require ordering in advance. I'm not very familiar with these. How much does the one they're looking at cost? Jiang Cheng asked. The retail price for the women's 7122 series is 380,000 yuan. If you buy now, it can basically be purchased at the listed price. Seeing this price, Jiang Cheng instantly lost all desire to even look at it. For his own mother, he should buy something better. A 300,000 yuan watch isn't really considered top tier at Patek Philippe. He shook his head and said, check if you have any ladies' watches starting at $1 million. Don't bother bringing up the cheaper ones. Hearing Jiang Cheng request items worth over $1 million, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and eagerly replied, yes, Mr. Jiang. Please wait a moment, I'll bring them over for you. Bring a few more over, and some men's watches too. Right away, sir. After bowing respectfully to Jiang Cheng, Xiao Chen hurriedly left the VIP area. In contrast, the atmosphere over at Lin Ru's side had grown distinctly awkward. Lin Ru shot them both a disgusted glare, her heart filled with displeasure. She had initially thought the 380,000 yuan watch she chose was luxurious enough. Little did she expect Jiang Cheng to disdain it as cheap. To think she had gone through such lengths to buy this watch. But only after Zhao Jia persistently wore him down for a long time did Wang Hai finally agree to accompany her to make the purchase. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wang Hai immediately darkened his expression. Though 380,000 yuan might not sound like much, for ordinary people, that amount could buy a fairly decent small car. This young man was really too arrogant. Jiang Cheng noticed Su Wan staring motionlessly at a minimalist lady's watch featured in the magazine, completely lost in thought. It was a watch with a brown crocodile leather strap that perfectly complemented the rose gold case, looking extremely refined and elegant. The marked retail price was 217,000 renminbi, a typical entry-level Patek Philippe ladies model, like the basic Calatrava series. Do you like this one? Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly ask her, Su Wan waved her hand dismissively, just looking around. It's not like I can afford anything here anyway. Ding! Random quest issued. Gift a lady's watch to Su Wan. Quest reward, final calculation based on outcome. Failure penalty. Jiang Cheng looked somewhat surprised at the system notification. Though he didn't know what the reward would be, following through definitely wouldn't be wrong. If you like it, I'll give it to you, Jiang Cheng said generously. No need, I'll buy my own when I earn money later, Su Wan declined. Lin Ru rolled her eyes on the side. In her view, a minor celebrity like Su Wan from the third or fourth tier, even with a dozen supporting roles a year, couldn't earn 380,000 yuan. Actors' salaries vary greatly. A-list stars can make tens of millions, while supporting actresses like her might get up to $1 million at most. For someone like Su Wan, with just a few scenes, the pay ranges from tens of thousands to 100,000, and after splitting with the agency, what's left? Dreaming of buying a Patek Philippe? Pure fantasy. She secretly waited to see Jiang Cheng's just looking, not buying act, ready to expose their so-called green tea tactics. Soon, Xiao Chen placed a watch display tray in front of Jiang Cheng and Su Wan. Mr. Jiang, these models are all priced above 500,000 yuan. For example, this 5160/500P001 men's watch belongs to the super complicated chronograph collection. Its special feature is the reversible hand-engraved floral back case. When flipped over, you can observe the operation of the complex movement. The retail price is 1.27 million yuan. He pointed to another model. Then there's this 5270 or 001 with rose gold case and golden dial, also from the super complicated collection. The retail price is 1.3855 million yuan. Xiao Chen meticulously introduced all 6 watches to Jiang Cheng, then proceeded to explain each model's pricing in detail. After finishing his presentation, Xiao Chen subtly observed Jiang Cheng from the side, watching carefully for any reaction. However, Jiang Cheng's reaction was as calm as still water, his expression showing not the slightest change, not even a blink of his eyelids, as if he had just mentioned 50 yuan. After listening to the introduction, Jiang Cheng pointed to the 2 watches, model numbers 5160/500-001 and 5270R. The 5160/500-001 had a retail price of 1.27 million, while the platinum-cased 5270R with a golden dial was priced at 1.3855 million yuan. After purchasing the Richard Mille, Jiang Cheng had become completely desensitized to watches costing over $1 million. However, Richard Mille isn't as well known as Patek Philippe. Except for wealthy heirs like Wang Zhang and Qin Fan, most people wouldn't realize the watch on his wrist is worth over 10 million yuan. Let me try these 2 models. As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke, Xiao Chen immediately took out the wristwatch to help him try it on. Jiang Cheng didn't refuse either. After all, why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie down? And why move yourself when others can do it for you? Chapter 29, Prefer It Tight. With Xiao Chen's assistance, Jiang Cheng now wore a watch on both his left and right wrists. How does it look? Seeing Jiang Cheng gesturing towards himself with both hands, Su Wan began examining him carefully. I think model 5160/500-001 suits you best. It looks really good on you, though I feel the wristband is a bit too loose. Jiang Chang nodded. I think this one's good too. Xiao Chun, it does feel a bit loose and uncomfortable, why don't you swap with her instead? As Jiang Chang finished speaking, Xiao Chun standing nearby looked utterly baffled. I wonder why it's gotten loose when I haven't adjusted it that many times. It's so unfair. She really wanted Jiang Chang to give it a try. But seeing that her rival was Su Wan, she knew she wouldn't stand a chance even if she insisted. Unlike Xiao Chun, Su Wan didn't overthink Jiang Chang's words and immediately adjusted the watch strap for him. Jiang Chang said with satisfaction, tighter is better, the way you do it feels so good. I prefer it tight. Only then did Su Wan realize there seemed to be a suggestive undertone to Jiang Chang's words. Noticing his half-smirking expression, her frown deepened. Yet considering the scene before her, preferring it tight isn't wrong at all. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Jiang Chang is clearly only 18. I really shouldn't overthink this. Jiang Chang said to Xiao Chun, alright, please wrap up these 2 watches for me. He planned to wear the 5160/500-001 model himself, while the 5270 with a gold dial and platinum case was intended for his father, Jiang Jianmen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun couldn't contain his delight and asked, Mr. Jiang, did you say you want both of these watches? Even Lin Ru and Wang Hai couldn't help but turn around to look at Jiang Chang at this moment. Seeing that Jiang Chang was genuinely going to buy a Patek Philippe, Lin Ru now gazed at Su Wan with visible envy in her eyes. I never expected the man she brought along. Within less than 10 minutes of browsing, he bought 2 watches. And those weren't just entry-level watches, both were million yuan timepieces. It seems he really is rich. A price of 1 million yuan could get you a nice house in a small town. Could you pick out a women's watch for me as well? Jiang Chang said to Su Wan. Seeing Su Wan hesitate, Jiang Chang continued, which 2 of these 3 do you think look best? I'm buying them for my mom. He knew that if he said outright it was a gift for her now, Su Wan would definitely refuse. Seeing Jiang Chang speak like this, Su Wan immediately began to analyze the situation earnestly. Auntie, I think this one is elegant and understated. After Su Wan finished speaking, Xiao Chun immediately said, Miss Su has excellent taste. This watch dial is inlaid with 450 dazzling diamonds, totaling 2.5 carats. Moreover, it also features complex chronograph functions, with a total price of just 883,000 yuan. Additionally, this watch model Mr. Jiang mentioned perfectly aligns with the aesthetic preferences of modern fairy maidens. It features 4 dials displaying the month, calendar, lunar phases, and leap year indication. Its price is slightly more affordable than the previous one at just 850,000 yuan. Xiao Chen's attitude became markedly more attentive and deferential compared to earlier, since closing this sale would earn her a 1% commission. Jiang Chang had already reserved 2 watches just now. If he bought 1 more, her monthly bonus would be secured. Pointing at the 2 watches on the tray, Jiang Chang said to Su Wan, try these 2 on for me. Su Wan didn't overthink it either. With Xiao Chen's assistance, she promptly slipped both timepieces onto her wrists. Observing how the 2 watches adorned Su Wan's wrists, Jiang Chang nodded approvingly before delivering his characteristically cheeky remark, not bad, looks far better than that 380K, 7122, model. Lin Ru immediately bristled at Jiang Chang's comment, visibly upset as she sprang to her feet. Before she could unleash her fury, Jiang Chang had already produced his bank card, instructing Xiao Chen, box up all 4, we're paying by card. Xiao Chen took it with both hands, his face beaming with a smile, and said respectfully, certainly, Mr. Jiang, I'll handle it right away. Please wait just a moment. Even if Lin Ru was seething with impatience, seeing Jiang Chang actually swipe his card forced her to swallow her anger and sit back down. After all, could she really afford to recklessly offend a rich second-generation heir who could casually drop millions on 4 watches? Even Wang Hai, his face pale with anger, turned his head away, pretending as if nothing had happened. His thoughts aligned with Lin Ru's, why offend someone of unknown background just to save face, especially when this person clearly wasn't your average rich second-generation heir. After Xiao Chen left, Su Wan prepared to remove the wristwatch. After helping her take off the watch on her left wrist, Jiang Chang held her right hand and added, no need to remove this one, it's yours now. Su Wan froze upon hearing this, then immediately began to refuse. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. It's just a little thing, don't overthink it. Besides, the bill must have been settled by now, it can't be returned. Just wear it. Su Wan still felt the gift was too extravagant to accept and refused again. I really can't. Why don't you give it to your mother instead, or... She'd already overheard the price tag of this watch. After all, over 800,000 yuan isn't the same as 80 yuan. Although this money might just be around 80 yuan for Jiang Chang, Su Wan still didn't dare to take it. Although Jiang Chang disliked such situations, he still tried his best to persuade Su Wan for the system's reward. Besides, this wouldn't suit my mother either. Seeing Su Wan still hesitating, Jiang Chang continued, it's settled then. We'll soon be part of the same company, consider this a welcome gift. With things put this way and others present, Su Wan felt that further refusal might embarrass Jiang Chang. He could only nod helplessly, well then, thanks for your generosity, boss. Suwon, friendliness plus 15. Seeing the amity value jump straight to 75 points, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. When women say no, they really mean yes. No need to be polite, Jiang Cheng replied in high spirits. Mr. Jiang, the payment has been processed for you here, totaling 4,388,500 yuan. Here's the receipt, please keep it safely. Thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. As a special gesture, we'd like to present you with a Patek Philippe ladies perfumed scarf, 3 Patek Philippe keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe Calatrava cross cufflinks. We hope you'll like them. After saying this, Xiaoqin displayed the complimentary items. Seeing Patek Philippe give away so many free gifts, Lin Ru beside them couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. Moreover, looking at Suwon's 850,000 yuan wristwatch, she suddenly felt that the 380,000 yuan watch she was trying on seemed utterly unimpressive by comparison. My status is so much higher than Suwon's, yet the watch I'm wearing isn't as good as hers. Chapter 30, Consumed by Anger. Lin Ru somewhat unwillingly asked her salesperson, if we purchase this watch, will there be any complimentary gifts? She had glanced over earlier and had taken quite a liking to that lady's scarf printed with the Patek Philippe logo. The salesperson attending to Lin Ru replied somewhat awkwardly, Miss Lin, this isn't something we offer. After being rejected, Lin Ru's expression grew even more unpleasant. Wang Hai, standing nearby, also wore a gloomy expression upon hearing this. He had purchased Patek Philippe watches several times before, but they typically never gave him any complimentary gifts either. Patek Philippe watches are extremely expensive, with even the lowest priced models starting at several hundred thousand. Therefore, spending hundreds of thousands on a watch at once is considered a routine occurrence by these salespeople, and Patek Philippe certainly won't offer you any freebies. The reason Xiaoqian gave Jiang Cheng so many complimentary gifts earlier is that Jiang Cheng spent over 4 million in one go. Wang Hai originally planned to show off in front of Lin Ru today and then enjoy a marathon session with her for days and nights. But after being humiliated by Jiang Cheng, he instantly felt he had lost face. With a grim expression, he said to Lin Ru, forget it, we'll come back another time. Without paying Lin Ru the slightest attention, he turned and strode confidently out of the VIP reception area, leaving Lin Ru alone in her awkwardness, sitting there by herself. The salesperson grew anxious upon seeing this and asked, well, Miss Lin, do you still want this watch? Watching Wang Hairan leave so rudely, Lin Ru was instantly furious. Of course she wanted it. Though her watch couldn't compare to Suwon's, it was still worth 380,000 yuan. And just like that, it vanished? Angrily, Lin Ru took off the watch, her face flushing crimson as she snorted coldly, we'll talk about it next time. Noticing how Lin Ru deliberately glared at her before leaving, Suwon not only didn't mind at all, she even felt somewhat exhilarated. Meanwhile, the moment Suwon agreed to accept the wristwatch, Jiang Cheng heard the system's notification. Ding! Mission accomplished. Considering Suwon's continually increasing friendliness toward the host, the mission evaluation is exceptionally high. Congratulations host on obtaining a specific consumption rebate reward. Your expenditure at Patek Philippe will receive a random 1 to 3 times cashback. Would the host like to claim the reward immediately? Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the system. After all, it was a free ride. Getting a watch as a gift comes with cashback, why not go for it? Even if I'd only win the 1x reward, it's still worth it. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, draw immediately. Ding! Congratulations host for drawing a 3x spending rebate, with a total rebate amount of 13,165,500 yuan. Would you like to transfer it to your bank card immediately? Drawing a rebate of over 10 million in one go, Jiang Cheng thought to himself, this dream come true system truly lives up to its name. Transfer immediately. The next moment, Jiang Cheng received a bank notification on his phone. After deducting the 4 million plus he had just spent, another 13 million yuan added to the income. After leaving Patek Philippe Salon, Jiang Cheng instructed the driver to head towards Plaza 66. In Shanghai, apart from Plaza 66, there's also the newly expanded IFC Mall. Both are high-end luxury shopping centers. However, Plaza 66 is located on Nanjing Road, which may make it relatively livelier by comparison. The mall maintains strict control over brand selection, positioning itself as high-end luxury and fashion-forward. Moreover, numerous flagship stores, boutiques, and concept shops of international luxury brands are gathered here. As a veteran luxury department store, Plaza 66's interior design embodies ultimate extravagance. The ceiling height of each floor was exceptionally lofty. Moreover, virtually all the shops within the entire mall were flagship stores of international luxury brands. This included top-tier global names like Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, Celine, Escada, Bulgari, Fendi, Loewe, Prada, Versace, Lanvin, and others. Chapter 31, Under Someone's Roof, One Must Bow Their Head. Whether it's domestic luxury brands or international top-tier labels, everything can be found here. As long as you have enough money, you can buy any brand you desire. When it comes to having money, Jiang Cheng currently feels quite confident. The exquisitely luxurious window displays and massive brand advertisements at Plaza 66 are enough to take anyone's breath away, making people stop and stare. Of course, what truly captivates are the latest seasonal fashion collections displayed in these stores. Each boutique had a female salesperson dressed in a black suit and white gloves standing gracefully at the entrance of the flagship store, their elegant postures showcasing the brand's charm and prestige. Jiang Cheng confidently walked into Plaza 66 with Su Wan by his side. The moment they stepped into Plaza 66, the tall and stunning Su Wan instantly became the center of attention among passers-by. Though she wore a face mask, her trademark long, slender legs and curvaceous figure still made many men unable to tear their eyes away from her. Even if the women beside them pinched and pulled at their men out of jealousy, it couldn't stop their desire to catch a glimpse of the stunning woman. Though Jiang Cheng's attire was rather ordinary, the depth of his wealth allowed him to remain utterly composed under the eager gazes of the female sales staff. The two of them strolled casually like this. Wan, what brands do you usually like shopping for clothes? Jiang Cheng mimicked Huang Ming's tone as he called out to Su Wan. Su Wan glanced at Jiang Cheng disapprovingly when he called her that. She knew Jiang Cheng was teasing her, but Su Wan didn't correct Jiang Cheng. After all, Jiang Cheng was her future sugar daddy. You have to bow your head under someone else's roof. Jiang Cheng naturally noticed Su Wan's subtle side-eye glance. He didn't mean anything else by saying that. It's just idle banter, pure and simple. I pay more attention to seasonal color trends and styles. People in our profession have to follow fashion trends, but I also pick styles that suit me. As for brand names, I'm not too particular. I'll buy anything with good design, whether it's branded or not. Personally, I don't like head-to-toe flashy designer labels, and frankly, I can't afford that many expensive brands anyway. Su Wan shrugged as she finished speaking. Hearing Su Wan speak so bluntly, Jiang Cheng smiled. Indeed, Su Wan was only carrying a Chanel bag today, while the rest of her outfit appeared to be ordinary clothes. From Jiang Cheng's memory, Su Wan always had her own unique style when it came to fashion. Her outfits leaned towards a lifestyle aesthetic that was both fashionable and chic. Alright then, help me pick some out. Brand names don't matter, as long as they suit me. Su Wan burst into laughter. Come on, why come to Plaza 66 if not to buy designer brands? Luxury brands do have many stylish and well-designed pieces. With your figure and looks, you'd look good in anything. Besides, money's clearly not an issue for you. Su Wan then pulled Jiang Cheng into the nearby Louis Vuitton store. Compared to other brands, there weren't many customers in the LV store. As soon as they entered, a sweet-looking salesgirl approached them. Sir, miss, I'm Sally, your shopping advisor. Welcome to LV, the sales associate said warmly. Su Wan pulled Jiang Cheng over to admire the brand new, expensive items displayed at the exhibition hall. Pointing at the latest release, she said to him, this casual outfit suits you quite well, why not try it on? Chapter 32, An Ordinary College Student. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Louis Vuitton, then raised an eyebrow at Su Wan. Didn't you say you dislike wearing flashy designer labels from head to toe? LV is one of the most prestigious names in the world of luxury brands. Its bold design isn't just flashy, it positively revels in plastering logos everywhere. Whether it's shoes, coats, or their most famous luggage collections, every piece is completely covered in logos. And it's precisely this trait that propelled LV to unprecedented success. Now, whenever ordinary people mention luxury brands, the first one that comes to mind is probably it. So much so that even Hermès has no choice but to follow LV's example, boldly incorporating its own brand logo into the design. After all, if it's too understated with no visible logo, who would know you're carrying an Hermès worth hundreds of thousands to $1 million? So now Hermès' new designs will also prominently display their iconic Big H logo. Seeing this, Sally quickly said enthusiastically, this young lady has excellent taste. This is our store's new design, perfect for this gentleman. Su Wan pointed at the new set in front of them and playfully said to Jiang Cheng, that's what I say, but the key point is I'm too poor to afford many designer clothes. If I could afford them, I believe my taste would naturally change too. And it's not you wearing them anyway. For this logo style, I think only LV currently does it well, very design-forward and avant-garde. In contrast, look at Gucci's logo clothing across the street, it's really hard to describe. So you mean we can't generalize? Su Wan nodded, that's right. Someone like you, a big boss, can't dress too low-key. At first, I almost fell for it, thought you were just an ordinary college student. I really am just an ordinary college student. Su Wan gave Jiang Cheng a speechless look and teased him mercilessly, listen to yourself, does that even sound human? If you're calling yourself ordinary, then what does that make me? A pauper? The two continued bantering as they picked out clothes. Watching the enthusiastic female sales associate in the store, Su Wan couldn't help but remark with feeling, I remember the first time I shopped at a luxury brand, I was completely ignored. Ha, there's such a thing? Although Jiang Cheng had seen plenty of videos on Douyin in his past life about retail clerks judging customers by their appearance. But until now, he had never encountered such a situation himself. I remember wanting to try on a dress once, and the saleswoman said it was the most expensive piece in their store. She asked if I could afford it, saying I shouldn't try it on if I couldn't, Suwon said, pouting her lips. How did you respond? Jiang Chang asked curiously. Suwon shook her head and said, I was too scared back then, plus I really couldn't afford the price, so I just left. Seeing Suwon's somewhat bitter expression, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, next time you encounter this situation, just snap back at her. Is it more expensive than having you stand here for a whole month? Suwon's mouth fell open in surprise. His words struck her with sudden clarity, and she couldn't help but give Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. If only I had your quick thinking back then, I wouldn't still be holding a grudge whenever I think about it now, she sighed. Those luxury brand salesgirls all have this nasty habit acting as if working there makes them superior. Most would adjust their attitude based on how you're dressed. You see, most influencers online film skits where they wear casual outfits while browsing these high-end stores. The final outcome is that most people get treated coldly, with only a few receiving proper service. Jiang Cheng couldn't stand this phenomenon the most. Before he had money, even when he visited ordinary clothing stores, the salesgirls would affectionately call him handsome guy. And now they dare to gossip behind his back when he shops at brand stores? Soon, the two finished selecting their desired items. When checking out, their total came to just 120,000 yuan. Chapter 33, Wild Thoughts. Leave the stuff here for now, I'll have you help me take it to the garage later, Jiang Cheng said to Sally. Alright, no problem. Just leave me your phone number, and I'll bring it down when you call me. Shaylee beamed with delight as she escorted Jiang Cheng and Suwon out of the store. After leaving their contact information at the LV store and arranging for their purchases to be held, Jiang Cheng led Suwon next door into the Chanel boutique. Plush carpets and dazzling crystal chandeliers radiated opulence. Beneath the spotlights, exquisite handbags gleamed luxuriously as they rested serenely atop the display counters. As everyone knows, no girl can resist Chanel. Jiang Cheng recalled that both the bags Suwon carried yesterday and today were Chanel. Suwon glanced at the Chanel and asked, do you like Chanel? I don't think it looks good on men though. Honestly, I just can't appreciate their knitwear designs. Could you help me look at the bags instead? Which ones do you think look nice here? Suwon hesitated at Jiang Cheng's words and asked uncertainly, women's bags? Are you buying them for your mother? She was somewhat afraid Jiang Cheng might give her another gift. After all, one shouldn't accept unearned favors. That works too. If you were to choose, which one would you like? Jiang Cheng asked again. Suwon quickly shook her head and said, I'm not picky. I already have my own bags. Whenever I land a role, I reward myself by buying a bag. There's no need for you to buy me one. Seeing Suwon's guarded demeanor, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. It was clear she genuinely didn't want to accept anything from him, but Jiang Cheng thought this aspect of Suwon was quite endearing. Whether she was being sincere or just making excuses, at least that's how it appeared on the surface. She noticed Jiang Cheng smiling at her. Suwon's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She said shyly, why are you staring at me? You're just so pretty to look at. Alright, why don't you help me pick out 2 more mature ones for my mom? Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Suwon rolled her eyes at him again before nodding cheerfully. That works. In the end, Suwon picked 2 handbags, and Jiang Cheng added 1 more. At checkout, Jiang Cheng noticed the total came to over 92,000. After shopping, Jiang Cheng didn't continue browsing. Since it was still early, he drove Suwon back to her apartment. When they arrived at the apartment building, Suwon tentatively asked Jiang Cheng, would you like to come up for a drink? Want some water? Suwon's beautiful eyes sparkled as she suggested, or how about some wine? It's almost dinner time anyway. At this moment, Suwon only had 75 friendship points toward him, a score that barely qualified as close friendship, not even reaching the stage of having a crush yet. Jiang Cheng knew her question was just a way to gauge his true intentions. Forget it. Boys should keep themselves clean and protect themselves when they're out. If they get drunk, those girls will have their chance to take advantage. Suwon couldn't help but laugh hearing Jiang Cheng's vain words. You're so vain, she said. Jiang Cheng opened the trunk, took out a Chanel bag, shoved it into her hand, and then turned to climb into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. I'll be going now. Rest early, and thank you for shopping with me today. Suwon stood still, staring at the bag in her hands before glancing at the distant Rolls-Royce. A helpless smile crept onto her face. Jiang Cheng's reaction was quite unexpected for her. She had thought he would at least come up to sit for a while, but surprisingly, he didn't seem to have such intentions. Suwon, friendliness +5. Seeing Suwon's friendliness toward him rise to 80 points because of his gift, Jiang Cheng immediately smiled. As the saying goes, when women say no, they often mean yes. When giving gifts to a girl, don't ask whether she wants it or if she likes it, just give it outright. That's the way to go. An 80-point friendliness value has already reached the crush stage. With just a little more effort, upgrading to an intimate relationship is only a matter of time. Once an intimate relationship is achieved, how far can the two be from getting to know each other in the biblical sense? After all, it's not easy to meet a woman with a bottomless appetite. If you can cherish her, then cherish her. Upon returning to the Amanyanjian resort, Wang Yuyan, the private butler, had already drawn a bath for Jiang Chang and adjusted the water temperature. Her jet black hair cascaded down her back, and the form-fitting black pencil skirt perfectly accentuated her rounded curves. At this moment, she was holding a warm smile and said to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The bathwater is ready for you. Would you like to take a bath now?" Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuyan, thinking, although she couldn't compare to the beautiful young married woman Yu Xiaoxiao or the fashion star Suan in an ordinary school, she would still be considered campus belle material. The so-called private butler is essentially a high-end attendant responsible for managing guests' travel arrangements and accommodation services. Moreover, they must essentially remain on call 24/7, ready to respond to guest summons at any moment. "Wait a bit, let me swim a lap first. Open a bottle of champagne for me in the meantime," Jiang Chang said with a smile. Chapter 34, Falling for It. "Certainly, please wait a moment." Wang Yuyan turned to fetch a bottle of champagne for Jiang Chang from the wine cabinet. The luxury suite that Jiang Chang and Yu Xiaoxiao stayed in Chengdu cost over 5,000 per night, yet the service was far less attentive than that of the Amanyanjian. After all, Aman's 80,000 per night courtyard villa not only features an open-air balcony but also comes with a private pool and hot spring bathroom, complete with aromatherapy spa, hydrotherapy room, and game room, everything one could desire. Staying here, one could enjoy an entire day without even stepping outside. Wang Yuyan opened the champagne, poured half a glass into a highball glass, then carried the tray over and placed it by the poolside. After completing these preparations, Wang Yuyan once again stood respectfully nearby, watching Jiang Chang swim laps in the pool. After a few laps, Jiang Chang emerged from the water. Seeing Jiang Chang come ashore, Wang Yuyan immediately draped a towel over his shoulders. Feeling Wang Yuyan's thoughtful gesture, Jiang Chang smiled at her and said, "Manager Wang, thank you." While helping Jiang Chang adjust the towel, her hand accidentally brushed against his firm abs, leaving Wang Yuyan slightly flustered inside. Her gaze shifted to the nearby pool as she masked her emotions and replied, "You're too kind, it's just my duty." Though she had worked here for 3 years, the occupancy rate of the pavilion villas was inherently quite low. After all, the price tag naturally created a threshold. In an ordinary month, there are at most only 1 or 2 days when guests check in. If luck is on your side, you might occasionally encounter a big spender who books 2 consecutive nights. But over the course of a year, the total number of guests served barely reaches a few dozen. Guests like Jiang Chang, who directly books an entire week, are exceptionally rare. Wang Yuyan blushed shyly, curling the corners of her mouth into a smile. Without paying attention to her little mood, Jiang Chang walked straight to the lounger by the pool and comfortably reclined on it. "By the way, Manager Wang, do you have any particularly unique but pricey dishes here?" Jiang Chang asked while sipping champagne. Seeing Jiang Chang's remark, Wang Yuyan immediately composed herself and straightened her expression. Of course, such an expensive suite at Pavilion Villa would naturally come with a top-tier chef. Guests can even request the hotel chef to come to the Ting Villa and cook on site, if desired. After all, the Ting Villa is equipped with a dedicated dining kitchen, and the menu prices here are also quite varied. Yes, our hotel offers a wide variety of cuisines, including Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese, and more. Moreover, Aman Hotel is currently the most expensive hotel in China, and its restaurants are quite high-end. Among them, the Italian restaurant is particularly pricey. One special dish worth mentioning is the yellow-lipped fish. Its flesh is exceptionally tender and delicious, making it both expensive and rare. There are many ways to prepare it, but pan-frying is our hotel's most common method, as it best preserves the fish's fresh flavor. Wang Yuyan introduced earnestly, "There's also Alba white truffle, which is another specialty here. Similar to shiitake mushrooms and porcini, it originates from Italy and is extremely valuable, often referred to as white diamond and highly prized worldwide. This white truffle can be used in salads, pasta, or paired with steak." Jiang Chang had indeed heard of the yellow-lipped fish. Larger specimens could easily cost millions each, and white Alba truffles are sold by the gram, with a single gram sometimes costing hundreds of dollars. Jiang Chang made a quick mental calculation and seemed to have found the perfect place to use his gourmet rebate card. Jiang Chang nodded and let out an affirmative then said, "Manager Wang, could you give me a massage?" Wang Yuyan gazed at Jiang Chang's slightly exposed 8-pack abs and couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Alright, Mr. Jiang." Soon she placed her hands on Jiang Chang's shoulders and began massaging slowly. Compared to Wang Yuyan's little schemes, Jiang Chang appeared far more serious. At this moment, his entire focus was on that gourmet rebate coupon. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance made Wang Yuyan's face momentarily flash with an unnatural expression. Even she herself didn't understand why she felt this way. Not only her, but even Yu Xiaoxiao was discreetly sizing up Wang Yuyan. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes and, seeing it was Yu Xiaoxiao, said to Wang Yuyan, "Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work. You may rest now." Understood, Mr. Jiang. Please don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. After speaking, Wang Yuyan gave Yu Xiaoxiao a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning to leave. Watching Wang Yuyan's retreating figure, Yu Xiaoxiao sauntered toward Jiang Chang with a bewitching smile. Lifting her leg in one fluid motion, she straddled directly onto Jiang Chang's lap. At that moment, the flirtatious tension between the two of them made Jiang Chang, who was slumped in his lounge chair, instantly light up with excitement. Xiaoxiao, how about we start with a little preview? More than an hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao grabbed the bathrobe beside the deck chair, wrapped it around herself, and nestled back into Jiang Chang's embrace. Jiang Chang gently caressed Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate skin and said, Xiaoxiao, if I were to start an entertainment company, would you come help me? Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Chang and asked, starting a company, just for Suan? Jiang Chang tapped Yu Xiaoxiao's nose and replied, well, though ultimately she won't be the only artist. I signed her because I think she has great potential. The main goal of the company is still to make a profit, it's not what you're thinking. Seeing Jiang Chang speak like this, Yu Xiaoxiao reached out and hugged him tightly. Of course, no problem at all. If you need anything, I can help you. In these past few days of deep conversations and interactions, Yu Xiaoxiao had already developed special feelings for Jiang Chang. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's agreement, Jiang Chang began to paint her a rosy picture. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. I've decided, the entertainment company will be called Starlight Entertainment, and you'll be the manager. Your salary will be the highest in the industry, and from now on, you'll have the final say on all company matters. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang in astonishment. It means she went straight from being an operations department manager to becoming a general manager. It must be said that Jiang Chang's grandiose promises were quite effective. Yu Xiaoxiao was deeply moved to the core at this moment. Jiang Chang, you're so good to me. I'll go register the company in the next few days. Then I'll leave matters like choosing the office location and other preparations to you. I trust you. Starting a company is a cumbersome and troublesome task. Wouldn't it be great to have a professional handle the management while you act as a hands-off boss? Don't worry, I'll handle it well. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's slightly bitten, seductive red lips and couldn't resist pulling her close again. As a white-collar beauty, Yu Xiaoxiao had an extraordinary capacity for learning. Jiang Chang taught her the knowledge points, and she quickly grasped them. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the bottle of mineral water beside her, rinsed her mouth, and pouted at Jiang Chang with a coquettish glare. You villain! Jiang Chang flashed a mischievous grin and said, looks like you're full, but I haven't eaten yet. Yu Xiaoxiao shot Jiang Chang a glare and then smoothed her hair. Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at Jiang Chang's handsome, radiant face and couldn't resist reaching out to touch his cheek. Drive slower, dear husband, she said softly. That won't do. Speed is what makes it thrilling. I'll take you to that bastard Gao in no time. The next afternoon, Jiang Chang received a WeChat message from Wang Zhang saying he had something come up last minute and couldn't make their appointment. Jiang Chang naturally didn't pay it any mind, riding in the Rolls-Royce from Amanyanjian all the way to the entrance of the auto show. It was already around 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Seeing the sea of people at the entrance made it clear just how bustling this auto show was. After all, it's an international exhibition, attracting crowds one after another. Although not everyone can afford a car, that doesn't stop people from coming to take a look and enjoy the spectacle. Whether it's checking out luxury cars, beautiful saleswomen, or car models, taking a look doesn't cost anything. Wang Zhang had already helped Jiang Chang secure tickets to the exhibition last night. After presenting the ticket proof, Jiang Chang quickly entered the venue. Looking at the promotional signs inside the entrance, Jiang Chang couldn't help but silently marvel. This really lives up to Shanghai's auto show reputation. As stated by Wang Zhang, globally renowned car manufacturers all participated in this exhibition. Not only Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, and Porsche, but even the relatively niche Pagani were featured in this exhibition. Jiang Chang strolled leisurely while taking everything in. Along the way, his eyes were dazzled by the sight of high-end models, the premium Audi URUS, Audi RS7, McLaren's new GT, BMW M8 Competition Edition, Mercedes-AMG GTR. Although these models have decent performance, their prices still don't meet Jiang Chang's requirements. Take the BMW M8 Competition, for example. While it's a comfortable four-seater sports car with impressive acceleration, 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3.2 seconds, its 2.2 million yuan price tag ultimately deterred Jiang Chang, mainly because it's too cheap. Shaking his head, Jiang Chang left the Mercedes-Benz and BMW displays and headed towards the more crowded Ferrari section. Although he had just bought the LaFerrari yesterday, it didn't stop him from casually browsing through the available cars on display. As he approached the Ferrari booth, Jiang Chang spotted a few familiar faces inside. Chapter 35, Zhou as a car model? They were Jiang Yun, Suya, Ma Xiaoli, and Cheng Jipeng. These men were gathered around a car model dressed in a tight, sexy black dress who was unmistakably Zhou Ying. Jiang Chang never expected that Zhou Ying's job in Shanghai would be modeling for Ferrari. Jiang Chang stood in place, frowning as he looked Zhou Ying up and down in confusion. The first thing that caught Jiang Chang's eye was a pair of long, slender, perfectly shaped legs. She wore black suede high heels made of kid leather, showcasing flawlessly aligned legs. Moving upward, she had on a simple black off-the-shoulder dress. The back of the dress featured a revealing design, exposing about a third of her high-cut shoulders. The form-fitting dress accentuated her perfectly rounded and enticing curves. With cheeks like an angel's and a figure like a devil's, one couldn't help but marvel, how could such perfection exist in this world? The gaze traveled upward, lingering on the rise and fall of her chest with each breath. So big. To be honest, Zhou Ying's outfit was actually quite conservative compared to the other car models, but her beauty was truly dazzling. Compared to the other car models who were baring their backs, cleavage, and legs, barely stopping short of revealing the forest, Zhou Ying's conservative attire didn't make her any less striking. With her beauty, she stood out among the crowd of alluring women. However, at this moment, Zhou Ying's eyes no longer carried that haughty, all-disdaining look they once had. Amidst the crowd of familiar classmates, he appeared even more tinged with insecurity and timidity. As Jiang Cheng approached, he overheard Li Sudong saying to Zhou Ying, let's go together. I'll pick you up after work, okay? As soon as Li Sudong finished speaking, Suya beside him immediately responded with a slightly sour tone, forget it, Sudong. Look at Zhou Ying, her status is different now, she's a car model. Let's not disturb her. Besides, didn't she reject your graduation trip invitation? Someone like her, a wealthy princess, probably wouldn't even glance our way. Why bother inviting her? Seeing Zhou Ying's exceptionally awkward expression, Jiang Cheng spoke up, hey, what a coincidence. Did I time travel back to Ronchun? Why is everyone here? At Jiang Cheng's words, several heads turned simultaneously. Jiang Cheng, what are you doing here? Suya's previously sarcastic expression instantly transformed into one of pleasant surprise. Old Jiang, didn't hear you were coming? Zhou Jian also looked at Jiang Cheng with surprise at this moment, then quickly walked over and enthusiastically patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Zhou Zhiyun was Jiang Cheng's good friend. The two of them were quite close at school. Jiang Cheng immediately gave Li Sudong a knowing look upon hearing this. What do you mean? From the tone of your voices, it sounds like you've secretly organized some event I don't know about? Li Sudong always deliberately leaves Jiang Cheng out when organizing events. The reason was simple, wherever Jiang Cheng was, he always ended up overshadowed somehow. Seeing Jiang Cheng's reaction, Li Sudong shrugged with a smug expression and said, this isn't some class activity, we've already graduated. I just invited a few close classmates for a graduation trip. What, didn't Zhou Zhiyun tell you? Hey, Li Sudong, don't try to stir up trouble between us. Even if I told Jiang Cheng, he wouldn't come along. You guys aren't that close anyway, why would I even bring it up with him? Li Sudong's temper flared up instantly after being confronted by Zhou Zhiyun. Then why did you tag along yourself? I came with Suya. What about it? Is Shanghai yours or something? Do I need your permission to be here? Zhou Zhiyun fired back defiantly. Seeing Li Sudong and Zhou Zhiyun arguing again, Suya immediately covered her ears and said impatiently, you two are at it again? Can't you stop arguing? All you've done this whole way is bicker. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Zhiyun. This guy had always been at loggerheads with Li Sudong, and the reason was none other than that little enchantress, Suya. Zhou Zhiyun had feelings for Suya, but Suya was fond of stringing sugar daddies along. Any man with a bit of money and decent looks was Suya's target. This included Jiang Cheng and Li Sudong, who came from relatively well-off families, with Zhou Zhiyun naturally ranking behind them. Jiang Cheng had subtly hinted to Zhou Zhiyun several times before, hoping to wake him up early, but unfortunately, this guy just wouldn't listen. Suya finished speaking and stared at Jiang Cheng with a puzzled expression. Jiang Cheng, how come you look even more handsome after not seeing you for just a short while? Yeah, no wonder Jiang Cheng always seemed a bit off to me. Could it be that he went to Shanghai for plastic surgery? Jiang Yun, who sported short hair and earned the nickname Ironclad Tomboy, leaned in closer to Jiang Cheng for a serious inspection. True, though he still isn't as handsome as me, he does look quite different now, doesn't he? Zhou Zhiyun chimed in. Encircled by the group, Jiang Cheng helplessly waved his hand. Now dressed head to toe in designer brands, his demeanor was naturally unlike before. Get lost. What are you doing here? Buying a car? Who can afford a Ferrari? We just ran into an old classmate and came over to catch up. Jiang Cheng, are you here to see our class beauty too? She's a top-notch car model now. Look how many guys were crowding around taking pictures of her just now. Zhou Ying is practically a celebrity these days, Suya said sarcastically, glancing at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying looked slightly uncomfortable at Suya's teasing but remained dutifully stationed by the car. Suya, what's wrong with being a car model? Zhou Ying said she's just temping. Don't put it so rudely. Li Sudong, utterly smitten by Zhou Ying's stunning beauty, immediately spoke up to defend his goddess. Sudong, listen, I know Zhou Ying isn't short on money. I'm just shocked by how she looks now. Is this still the untouchable, pure campus belle we remember? Look how sexy she's dressed, but she does look stunning. Listening to Suya's slightly hypocritical words, Jiang Chen quietly activated his favorability scanning system on her. Name, Suya, age, 19, Height, 163 cm. Appearance, 75. Physique, 88. Privacy, 30. Friendliness, 90 points. Intimate relationship. Name, Jiang Yun. Age, 19. Height, 165 cm. Appearance, 70. Physique, 90. Privacy, 2. Friendliness level, 75. Close friends. Looking at the scan values, Jiang Chang couldn't help but cast a complicated yet sympathetic glance at Zhou Zhiyun. Suya's privacy value actually reached 30. Just how many intimate partners has she had? According to the system's explanation, it's definitely 30 without a doubt. The key point is that her friendliness level toward Jiang Chang has surprisingly reached a high score of 90 points. This is downright baffling. Normally, Jiang Chang and Suya hardly interact beyond exchanging casual words. Noticing Jiang Chang staring at him with inexplicable eyes, Zhou Zhiyun nearby couldn't help but pause before asking, "What's up, bro? One more thing, take care of yourself. Are you out of your mind?" Zhou Zhiyun pushed his hand away, completely bewildered. After joking around, Jiang Chang took the initiative to greet Zhou Ying, saying, "Zhou Ying, it's been a few days. You've gotten even prettier." Jiang Chang's straightforward compliment didn't stir the slightest bit of annoyance in Zhou Ying. Chapter 36, Does buying a car come with a model? Zhou Ying nodded at Jiang Chang. "Jiang Chang, are you here for the car show too?" "Yeah, just came by to take a look." "Are you guys gathered around the goddess planning to buy a Ferrari or something?" Seeing Zhou Ying's friendly attitude toward Jiang Chang, Li Sudong's face darkened as he said, "Jiang Chang, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. This is the Ferrari 488, one of their latest models this year and the highest-end variant among the 3 new releases. You think it's a bicycle you can just buy on a whim? Our class monitor never disappoints. Who knew you were such an expert on Ferraris?" Jiang Chang openly praised Li Sudong. Noticing Jiang Chang's rare lack of sarcasm, Li Sudong eagerly continued to flaunt his knowledge. "Of course, this Ferrari 488 features a 3.9-liter V8 turbocharged engine. This beast churns out over 640 horsepower, hitting 60 miles per hour in just 3 seconds. All its buttons are touch-sensitive with an electronic interface, exuding a futuristic tech vibe. Plus, since all the interior options chosen are top-tier and pricey, the total customized cost including taxes came to 5.5 million. Impressive, right? Damn good deal. Not bad at all, though it's surprising you put in this much research without even buying the car," Jiang Chang teased. Zhou Ying saw the situation growing increasingly chaotic. She glanced in the supervisor's direction with some difficulty and said to them, "I'm sorry everyone, I'm working right now. Can we catch up another time? It's not really appropriate to crowd here like this." Seeing the goddess in a difficult situation and having just been rebutted by Jiang Chang, Li Sudong immediately seized the opportunity to show off. "Zhou Ying," he said, "actually, I came to the car show today to check out some suitable cars as well. I might buy one, since I'll be starting college soon. Besides, I did exceptionally well in the college entrance exams, scoring 625. My parents decided to reward me with a car. Could you introduce me to this car of yours? If it fits, I'll take it." I'm not really familiar with that. If you'd like to know about the car's performance features, you could ask the sales associate over there," Zhou Ying replied with an awkward smile. "Isn't asking you the same thing? We're all old classmates, and I'm more familiar with you anyway," Li Sudong persisted stubbornly. Jiang Chang let out a mocking laugh and mercilessly exposed Li Sudong's intentions. "Li Sudong, didn't you just give a pretty detailed introduction? You've practically memorized it. What else is there to know? If it's suitable, just buy it directly. What era are you living in that you'd use such excuses to chat?" "Jiang Chang, I told you it's none of your business when I talked to Zhou Ying. Buying a car is a big deal, not just some pocket change. Isn't it natural to learn more about it? Otherwise, why don't you just buy one yourself?" "Fine, classmate Zhou. If I buy this car, does it come with a free model?" Zhou Ying chuckled upon hearing this and replied, "Jiang Chang, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. What I said is actually true." Seeing Jiang Chang teasing Zhou Ying, Li Sudong's expression darkened even further. He said impatiently, "Jiang Chang, quit showing off. You're disturbing Zhou Ying's work." As soon as Li Sudong finished speaking, the male supervisor of the Ferrari dealership walked over with a stern face. He had noticed this place for a while. Several students had been gathered here chatting. The male manager instantly recognized that Li Sudong and his group were not potential Ferrari customers. Having so many people gathered here would only hurt their sales. "Zhou Ying, what's the meaning of chatting during work hours? You're not paid to gossip here," the male manager scolded. Hearing the reprimand, Zhou Ying's fair cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. She pressed her lips together and responded in a soft yet slightly defiant voice, "I'm sorry manager, I'll return to my duties right away." She works here as a part-time car model, earning 2,000 yuan a day, and she never expected to run into an old classmate here in Magic City. Back then, she wore the latest seasonal outfits with limited edition accessories dangling from her backpack. Now, she can only stand here in the uniform exhibition attire provided by the organizers, maintaining a smile for 8 hours straight. In fact, the moment Jiang Chang appeared, she realized her fingertips had trembled involuntarily. That very boy who once filled her diary pages with secret longings had now suddenly appeared before her without warning. Zhou instinctively wanted to hide, but there was nowhere left to hide. This job as a car model was far too important to her. This is an important source of funding for her university tuition. The male supervisor adopted this aggressive posture when reprimanding Zhou as a way to indirectly warn Jiang Chang and the others gathered here not to stand around chatting. Chapter 37, Nothing Worth Saying. Li Sudong, look at this, I told you not to hit on Zhou. Now she's getting scolded because of you. See what you've done? Seeing Jiang Chang shift the blame onto him, Li Sudong immediately blew up. Jiang Chang, are you deliberately targeting me? Didn't you bother Zhou yourself? Didn't you stare just as long? Can't I take a look too? If you've got the nerve, why don't you buy one? Jiang Chang nodded and looked at the Ferrari 488 next to Zhou. With a guide price of over 5 million, its sleek design was very much to his taste. Exactly what I had in mind. Though the price is pretty average, with Zhou standing beside it, it somehow looks way more appealing. A luxury car and a beauty, a perfect match. I just want to ask, if I buy this car, does it come with a model like Zhou? The male manager, hearing Jiang Chang's words, immediately replied with a smile, Sir, if you truly purchase this Ferrari 488, we'll include a paint protection film as a gift. From a distance earlier, he hadn't seen clearly, but now that he had approached, his sharp eyes instantly spotted the Patek Philippe on Jiang Chang's wrist. With the manager's experience, he recognized at once that this wasn't an ordinary model, it had to be worth at least over 500,000 yuan. Though Jiang Chang knew the manager was referring to paint protection film rather than a car model, he still nodded and said, You said it yourself then, let's swipe the card. With that, he directly took out his bank card and handed it to the male manager in front of him. The few people present were momentarily stunned by Jiang Chang's sudden move. Old Jiang, are you serious? Damn impressive. Even the base price of this car is over 5 million, right? And with all the custom configurations he just selected, we've already looked into this, it totals over 8 million yuan. Cheng Jipeng, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly exclaimed excitedly. He was normally a supercar enthusiast. Though he couldn't afford one himself, he could go on and on about them. Everyone else looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring dumbfounded at Jiang Chang. Even Suya, who had a 90-point friendliness rating towards Jiang Chang, couldn't help but frown. After all, this was a Ferrari, not some car worth just a few $100,000. Although Jiang Chang's family was well off, no one believed he could suddenly shell out over 8 million. And with over 8 million, you could buy a pretty nice apartment in Rongqing. Li Sudong was the first to burst out laughing. Jiang Chang, quit the nonsense. Zhou works here, I suggest you behave yourself and not get her fired. Li Sudong, are you out of your mind? How is me buying a car harming her? I bought it because of her. Manager, am I right? At Jiang Chang's words, the male manager immediately caught on. With a respectful smile, he took the bank card from Jiang Chang's hand. Respected guest, you're saying that if you purchase this car, the commission will be directly credited to Zhou, the male supervisor said with perceptive tact. What's a little commission for Zhou if selling this car goes through? Zhou Ying's face flushed scarlet in an instant. She raised her head to meet Jiang Chang's smiling eyes. That same boy who'd once made her heart flutter now stood before her, his gaze still as clear and bright as ever. She knew this opportunity wouldn't have come to her without Jiang Chang's words. The commission from this car sale would never have gone to her. After all, she wasn't a salesperson, just a car model. Absolutely, but remember our deal, the car comes with its model. Seeing how Jiang Chang had Zhou blushing furiously, Li Sudong's face turned livid with anger. The manager, seeing Jiang Chang's playful tone, also chuckled and chimed in, Yes, of course, Mr. Jiang. Shall we proceed with signing the car purchase contract first? Should I fetch the documents for you? Sure, I'll pay in full, simpler that way. By the way, is this car currently in stock? The male manager couldn't hide his delight upon hearing Jiang Chang's intention to pay upfront, immediately accepting the POS machine handed to him by a female sales associate. With an ingratiating smile, she replied promptly, Absolutely, it's in stock. You can drive it away today. I'll process the paperwork for you right away. After saying this, the male manager immediately grabbed the bank card and couldn't wait to proceed with the transaction. Soon, the POS machine spat out a long receipt. A beep sounded, indicating the card swipe was successful. As they watched the series of receipts being printed out, the room fell into a brief silence. Even Li Sudong, who had been relentlessly mocking Jiang Chang moments ago, silently loosened his tightly clenched fists. His face flushed scarlet with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he'd been explaining the remarkable features of this Ferrari to Jiang Chang, never imagining that Jiang Chang would actually purchase it on the spot. At this moment, Li Sudong felt like he was nothing but a dog. Zhou Ying's gaze rested upon Jiang Chang at this moment. Li Sudong suddenly came to his senses. Anyone who could afford an 8 million yuan Ferrari belonged to a completely different social stratum from him. What right did he have to feel resentful? And what qualifications did he possess to compete with Jiang Chang? If he still couldn't see the situation clearly and rushed forward now, wouldn't that just be asking for humiliation? With this thought, Li Sudong could only sigh silently at this moment and slowly withdrew to the back. The male manager, smiling broadly as he looked at the lengthy receipt, handed the bank card back to Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, I'll immediately proceed with the formalities for your car. Thank you very much for choosing Ferrari. Would you please move to our VIP lounge area for a cup of tea? Jiang Chang shook his head to decline. No need, you can go about your own business. Alright then, Zhou, take good care of young Master Jiang. Zhou nodded at the male supervisor. Understood, supervisor. As soon as the male supervisor left, Zhou Zhiyun was the first to react. Excitedly patting Jiang Chang's shoulder, he said, who would have thought, Lao Jiang, turns out you're actually a super rich second-generation heir, yet you acted so low-profile back in school. Suya was also looking at Jiang Chang with glowing eyes full of admiration. Yeah, Jiang Chang, I've never ridden in a Ferrari before. You have to take me for a spin later. Everyone knew Jiang Chang's family wasn't poor, but no one expected Jiang Chang to be this wealthy. Suya, friendliness +5. Zhang Yun, showing keen observation, looked at Jiang Chang and Zhou and teased playfully, Suya, Jiang Chang bought this car for Zhou. Besides, the Ferrari only has 2 seats, there's no room for you. Why wouldn't there be room for me? I can sit in the passenger seat. Isn't Zhou going to work? And as a car model, I bet plenty of men try to get her into this car every day. Seeing this, Suya once again mocked Zhou with thinly veiled bitterness. Noticing that Suya's friendliness toward him had soared to 95 points, Jiang Chang felt even more disgusted. Though the saying goes, cherish good girls, but never let bad ones slip away, with a privacy score of just 30, Jiang Chang couldn't bring himself to take the bait. He ignored Suya's comment and instead nodded toward Zhou nearby. Zhang Yun is right. This car only looks good when Zhou is sitting in it. Suya hadn't expected Jiang Chang to express his intentions so bluntly. After snorting coldly, she shot Zhou another resentful glare. By the way, Jiang Chang, I heard you broke up with Zhao Jia. It wouldn't have anything to do with you having feelings for Zhou, would it? Zhou widened her eyes at Jiang Chang upon hearing Suya's words. Of course, she didn't believe Jiang Chang had broken up with Zhao Jia because of her. She was simply astonished by the news, having witnessed firsthand how tender and considerate he always was toward Zhao Jia. The reason I broke up with Zhao Jia has nothing to do with you, nor does it involve Zhou. Though, Zhou is so beautiful that any man would fancy her. Jiang Chang answered openly. Zhou felt a bit shy hearing Jiang Chang's reply and turned her gaze elsewhere. She knew Jiang Chang was defending her with his words, then murmured softly, Thank you, Jiang Chang. We're all classmates, no need to be polite. Besides, I really did come here to buy a car, not to recite lines. After saying this, Jiang Chang glanced meaningfully at Li Sudong. At this moment, Li Sudong very naturally lowered his head to play with his phone, as if Jiang Chang wasn't talking about him at all. Just then, Chang Jipeng approached Jiang Chang again with starry eyes. Jiang Chang, isn't this watch the Patek Philippe 5160? Jiang Chang nodded. Not bad, you know cars and watches too? Flattered by Jiang Chang's praise, Chang Jipeng became even more animated and continued. I noticed it earlier but wasn't sure. But if you can buy an 8 million yuan Ferrari, this 1 million plus Patek Philippe must be genuine. Chapter 38 I'm coming clean. Chang Jipeng's words instantly set the group ablaze again, especially Li Sudong, who had been proudly showing off his 20,000 yuan Longines watch. Now he desperately wished the ground would swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Suya's previously dampened enthusiasm reignited once more. Jiang Chang, you're seriously amazing. Over $1 million could buy an entire apartment. You must be the most impressive in our whole class. Zhou Jian chimed in teasingly. No wonder you used to cry poor whenever we asked you to treat us back in school. You were just pretending all along. Turns out old Jiang is actually a super rich second-generation heir. Jiang Yun added. Listening to Zhou Zhiyun's remarks, Jiang Chen felt wronged. While his family circumstances were comfortable, they certainly didn't meet the standards of wealthy second-generation heirs. A monthly allowance of 4,000 yuan might be slightly better than average families, but it was still far from the real rich second-generation standards. Alright, I'll come clean. Since I just graduated and did fairly well on the college entrance exams, my parents decided to reward me. What could I do? I just couldn't refuse. Jiang Cheng parroted back Li Sudong's bragging words verbatim without changing a single syllable. Although Li Sudong was somewhat annoyed, he also knew his own limitations and didn't dare to confront Jiang Cheng head-on anymore. He could only snort coldly and say, It's getting late, we should prepare for dinner soon. Any later and we'll hit traffic. Seeing Li Sudong's reaction, Suya immediately invited Jiang Chang, come join us for dinner. Afterwards, how about we go shopping together? Jiang Chang shook his head. No thanks, I already have plans tonight. Let's catch up when we're back. Seeing Jiang Chang turn her down, Suya glanced unwillingly at Zhou. When are you returning to Rongqing then? In a few days. Only then did Suya nod willingly. Then we'll meet up back home. We'll be going now. After seeing off a few people, Jiang Chang didn't stay long at Zhou Ying's place. His gaze swept across the neighboring exhibition hall and became fixated on the Lamborghini Aventador draped in pink car cover. The sight of this car instantly made him think of Yu Xiaoxiao. At high-end auto shows, Ferraris and Lamborghinis have always been neighboring exhibits, hardly a surprising arrangement. While the Ferrari 488's paperwork was being processed, Zhang Chang walked over to the Lamborghini showroom. The people in the exhibition hall immediately swarmed towards Zhang Chang as soon as they saw him approaching. Indeed, the sales manager was genuinely the first to jog over to Zhang Chang's side. After all, it's an exhibition. While there may be many visitors, those who actually make purchases are as rare as phoenix feathers. Just moments ago, the staff at Lamborghini had already noticed Zhang Chang's spending spree at Ferrari. Esteemed sir, may I ask what type of vehicle you're interested in? Allow me to give you an overview. Zhang Chang glanced at the male salesperson's name tag. That's indeed their sales manager. He pointed at the pink Lamborghini Aventador. This pink is nice, suits a girl. You have excellent taste, sir. This pink Lamborghini is quite rare. It's extremely eye-catching on the road. Our Lamborghini specially customized this pink model for female clients. The sales manager continued with unctuous flattery, rubbing his hands obsequiously. Not only that, but its safety braking system includes lane keeping, night vision, departure warning, and merging assistance functions. Plus, the multicolored ambient lighting is particularly popular with our female clientele. Zhang Chang raised his hand to stop the sales manager from continuing. Alright, how much is this car? Seeing Zhang Chang ask this, the sales manager instantly grew excited. Given the car's exceptionally high-end configuration, the total price comes to 9.5 million. If you purchase it, we'll include 3 years of maintenance and a custom Lamborghini branded car cover worth 200,000. Chapter 39, The Pink Lamborghini. Alright, just swipe the card directly. Seeing Jiang Cheng's straightforward response, the male manager was overjoyed. The transaction was completed in under 5 minutes with a simple card swipe. Alright, I'll handle it for you right away. By the way, I need a card delivery ceremony. No problem with that, right? Manager Nan nodded immediately upon hearing this and patted his chest, saying, absolutely no problem. I guarantee the card delivery ceremony will be handled flawlessly with plenty of grandeur. Please, come have a seat over here. No need, I'll just look around on my own. Please process it as quickly as possible and have it delivered to a location for me later. Okay. The male manager finished speaking and immediately turned back, jogging quickly to fetch the POS machine. At that moment, a strikingly attractive girl was casually filming while live streaming when she spotted the pink Lamborghini parked nearby and immediately quickened her pace toward it. Esteemed patrons of the live stream, take a look at this bold pink as can be, such a rare sight, brimming with girly charm. Surely no girl could resist this car, right? I wonder how its air conditioning performs. How about it? Would any of our top-ranking brothers be interested in getting one so I can experience that AC for myself? What's wrong with pink? Do Lamborghinis have to be yellow or red? If you gave this car to a girl, you'd definitely win her over. Look, there's even a guy here just like me admiring this pink Lambo. He even went for a test sit. Let me ask him how it feels. The alluring female anchor had barely taken a few steps closer when she was promptly stopped by Lamborghini's customer service staff. Excuse me, miss, are you looking to purchase a vehicle or just browsing? I'd like to take a look at that car. Would you mind presenting proof of funds for verification? Since when do you need financial verification just to look? I clearly saw that young man walk right in without any check, the charming live streamer retorted indignantly. Of course she knew that some luxury cars require asset verification for test drives, but this was an auto show after all. Surely they wouldn't need asset verification just for looking, right? The waitress still declined with a smile. I'm sorry, that's just our procedure. The waitress behaved this way because firstly, she could tell the charming live streamer wasn't their target customer, and secondly, because Jiang Chang was present, their manager had already instructed them to provide him with excellent service. She certainly couldn't let anyone disturb Jiang Chang, especially not some female streamer. At this moment, viewers in the live stream began flooding the chat with comments. Poor little streamer, verifying assets for a Lambo requires at least 7 figures. Another day, another bully picking on small streamers. Look at how our little streamer has been broadcasting at their doorstep for so long without anyone paying attention. Streamer, hurry up and go interview the big shot. The female streamer was stopped outside. Though displeased, she could only mutter a few complaints before turning to leave. Zhang Cheng's purchase of another Lamborghini here was naturally noticed by the Ferrari team as well. Zhou, who was still dutifully standing by the car, couldn't help but be amazed once again as she watched Zhang Cheng swipe his card. The Lamborghini Aventador costs at least 5 to 6 million RMB, and with additional configurations, the price easily reaches nearly 10 million. Zhou never expected Jiang Cheng to be this wealthy. Jiang Cheng spent 20 million in less than half an hour? Even under his family's previous financial conditions. Though the Zhou family owned plenty of luxury cars too, they couldn't splurge like Jiang Cheng. Not to mention her family was now bankrupt. Zhou found it even harder to live life as she pleased. To evade debt collectors, they had to move frequently. Moreover, she had no choice but to start working part-time right after high school to save up for college tuition. This job was also forced upon her, who could blame her? Being a car model paid well. There were only 2 months left until college started, and she had to earn more living expenses. Zhou currently has neither an education nor any special skills. All bark and no bite. Finding a decent, well-paying job wasn't easy for her. After spending over 2 hours, Jiang Cheng completed all the procedures. Since Jiang Cheng was about to get the license plate for Yu Xiaoxiao's Lamborghini, he didn't give it much thought. Meanwhile, the male manager of Ferrari handed over the car keys and relevant documents to Jiang Cheng before tentatively asking, "Mr. Jiang, how would you like to handle the license plate for this one?" The manager had his reasons for asking this question. Although the Ferrari could provide Jiang Cheng with a license plate. However, since Jiang Cheng wasn't from the Magic City, he couldn't obtain a local license plate. But right now, certain very special license plates could still be acquired through some special means. Just then, the Dream Come True system issued a notification. Ding! The system has randomly rewarded the host with license plate, Huawei.jc111. The license plate has been randomly drawn at the Vehicle Administration Office, and the relevant personnel are currently delivering it and will assist with the on-site registration. Jiang Cheng looked at the notification with a smile and said, "Someone will come to install and register the license plate later. We'll just put on whatever they deliver." Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the male supervisor froze for a moment. Several seconds later, he finally spoke with measured words. I understand, then." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw several uniformed staff members approach Jiang Cheng and bow respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, your license plate has been processed. We will now assist you with the registration procedures." "Alright, thank you very much. You're too kind." The staff presented the license plate A.JC111. The Ferrari personnel on site were once again stunned into petrification. It was actually a local Shanghai plate, and even more astonishing, JC stood for Jiang Cheng's initials. The male manager stared at Jiang Cheng with disbelief. After working at Ferrari for so many years, this was the first time he'd encountered someone with such influence. Seeing the manager's pale face, Jiang Cheng chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Don't overthink it. I just had the car plate reserved in advance, that's all." Reserved in advance? At this moment, the manager felt Jiang Cheng was treating him like an idiot. "This is freaking unbelievable, alright? Pre-booking could land you such a license plate number, with someone delivering it to your doorstep and handling all the paperwork?" Though his mind was flooded with a million cynical thoughts, he dared not show even a trace of skepticism on his face. Yes, this is indeed Mr. Jiang for you. What amazing luck, even the license plate you chose carries such profound meaning. Truly impressive, absolutely impressive. Zhou Ying's inner monologue at this moment mirrored that of the male manager. Who exactly is Jiang Cheng? Why does he wield such influence? Zhou Ying couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng with a trace of curiosity in her gaze. In less than 10 minutes, the license plate installation was completed. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had nearly finished his business, Zhou Ying took the initiative to walk over to his side. "Jiang Cheng, thank you so much today. How about I treat you to a meal?" Just as Jiang Cheng was about to agree, Zhou Zhiyun's call came through. "Jiang Cheng, I just got dumped. Are you free to have a drink with me?" "Dumped? Where are you now?" After hanging up, Jiang Cheng said to Zhou Ying, "Zhou Zhiyun seems to have just gone through a breakup and wants me to join him for a drink. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow instead." "He got dumped? I thought he liked Suya." Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly. "I'm not entirely sure about the situation either. Let's go see him first." "Alright, I'll treat you to a meal when I have time." "Sounds good, it's a deal." Chapter 40, The Beautiful Designated Driver. Jiang Cheng drove the freshly delivered Ferrari 488 with practiced ease, heading towards the address Zhou Zhiyun had sent him. After about half an hour, the car stopped not far from an inconspicuous roadside hotpot restaurant. After parking, Jiang Cheng walked toward the restaurant. When he arrived, he saw that Zhou Zhiyun had already ordered the food but hadn't touched it yet. There he was, alone in a corner, gloomily drinking a bottle of Budweiser. Seeing Zhou Zhiyun's dejected expression, Jiang Cheng walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked, "What's going on? It's only 5 o'clock, and you're already drinking?" Zhou Zhiyun raised his head, took a deep breath in anger, and then began to complain, after leaving the car show, that bastardly Sudong kept sarcastically provoking me. "You know me, when he starts with me, I won't back down." We kept trading insults back and forth. But today, Suya actually kept siding with him the whole time. After saying that, Zhou Zhiyun picked up the bottle and took another gulp of alcohol, then continued, "I could even tolerate that. But the worst part was that somehow, the two of them ended up going to the restroom together during dinner. Damn it, I could see them making eyes at each other, the atmosphere was just off. So after some thought, I secretly followed them. In the end, it was exactly as I suspected. Those two were actually hugging and kissing on the path next to the restroom. So fucking disgusting. Fuck. That's when it hit me, I really was just a damn simp, a backup plan all alone. Seeing Zhou Zhiyun's eyes turn red with agitation, Jiang Cheng comfortingly patted his shoulder. Think of it this way, it's actually good you saw it. Wouldn't it be scarier if you never found out? I get that, but it still hurts, Lao Jiang. I feel like I've just been dumped, Zhou Zhiyun replied with a pitiful expression. You two weren't even dating. How can you be dumped? Damn, typical you king of savage comebacks. Alright, listen to me, bro. Even though we've always stuck to the principle of treasuring good girls and not wasting time on the bad ones, Shuya, she's just not worth it. Did you already know? Sure, she's bad, but she's good looking too. Didn't you say we shouldn't waste it? Your reasoning is contradictory. Jiang Cheng obviously couldn't tell Zhou Zhiyun that he had seen Suya's privacy score. I'm talking about a bad girl, not a broken girl. From what I've heard, her personal life is quite messy. Zhou Zhiyun glanced at Jiang Cheng and instantly understood, slapping his own head in frustration. Must have had my head stuck in a door back then. Whatever, just drink with me, we'll talk after. Zhou Zhiyun couldn't handle more than 5 bottles of beer, while Jiang Cheng didn't drink much at all. After finishing the bill, Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou Zhiyun and said, We've been drinking, so I can't drive you home. Shall I call you a taxi? Where do you live? Vienna, how much is it? Let me transfer it to you first. You're already drunk like this, why talk about money? Let's go. Zhou Zhiyun glanced at Jiang Cheng and grinned foolishly. Oh right, I forgot you're loaded. Alright then, next time you get dumped, it's my treat. Who's heartbroken? Get lost. After sending Zhou Zhiyun off in the car, Jiang Cheng immediately ordered a designated driver through an app. He then walked toward his Ferrari while waiting for the driver to accept the order. As he approached his car, he noticed a scantily clad girl holding a phone, leaning against the front of the vehicle and taking pictures from every angle. Looking at this woman whose face bore the marks of cosmetic enhancements, Jiang Cheng immediately slipped the car keys back into his pocket and quietly waited for the designated driver to appear. As the saying goes, wide enough to block shoulders, tight enough to squeeze all sorts of whips. Jiang Cheng couldn't muster the slightest interest in such a woman. A minute later, the girl suddenly lifted her head and looked at Jiang Cheng with disdain, saying, Sorry, I don't have WeChat. You don't need to wait, this car belongs to my boyfriend, and I'm waiting for him. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was utterly confused, since when did he have a girlfriend like that? Name, Chen Li. Age, 25 years old. Height, 168 cm. Appearance, 60. Figure, 90. Privacy, 65. Friendliness, 30. Stranger status. After reading the message, Jiang Cheng let out a light chuckle, then fished out the keys from his pocket and unlocked the car with a press. As the Ferrari's headlights suddenly lit up, Chen Li's expression immediately transformed, her stiff face melted into a beaming smile. I knew it, she said obsequiously, you look just like my boyfriend. Chen Li, friendliness plus 30. Chen Li, friendliness plus 30. Really? I don't see any resemblance to my girlfriend in you at all. Though technology had enhanced the girl's appearance to a decent level, her looks were too much like those of an internet celebrity, a style Jiang Cheng found utterly unappealing. And knowing that he was the owner of a Ferrari, her friendliness rating towards Jiang Cheng skyrocketed by 60 points. To think that initially, her friendliness towards him was only at 30 points, and now it shot straight to 90. Her mental resilience is practically professional grade. If it were a beauty with looks scoring 90 points and a privacy score of 0 behaving like this towards him, Jiang Cheng might have actually considered jumping into a no-strings-attached friendship right then and there. After all, these days, nearly everyone has a bit of gold-digging tendencies, it's understandable. But when faced with a snake-faced girl with a privacy score of just 65, Jiang Cheng could only sigh, thanks, but no thanks. Handsome, you must be joking. Driving this car, you probably know how to steer a Ferrari with one hand, right? If you can, Chen Li said while flaunting her impressive figure. Sorry, I can't. Since you don't seem to know, let me educate you, anyone who claims they can drive a high-performance rear-wheel drive Ferrari one-handed clearly doesn't actually own one. Awkwardly laughing at Jiang Cheng's blunt response, Chen Li tried to salvage the conversation. You're so knowledgeable, little bro. But I'm really good at PUBG, I know over a dozen ways to win. Want to play with me? Sorry, I only play Honor of Kings. I'm not talking about that. How about we exchange WeChat? Not a good idea. Whether you truly lack prestige, Weixin, or not, I can't say, but ever since meeting you, I've lost mine too. When Jiang Cheng rejected her, Chen Li's expression stiffened slightly, but she didn't give up. She couldn't bear to let such a big shot with a Ferrari sporting that kind of license plate slip through her fingers. Chen Li continued, I was just joking with you earlier. Of course I have prestige, Weixin, and I'm available anytime, no matter how late at night it is. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to retaliate against Chen Li, a stunning girl in a white spaghetti-strap dress with a little jacket draped over her shoulders came jogging hurriedly toward him. Her breathtaking beauty left Jiang Chang momentarily dazed, and as she panted heavily, one idiom instantly came to mind, heaving bosoms. The girl looked Jiang Chang up and down, noticing that he perfectly matched the description given on the ride-hailing app, a handsome guy in white clothes standing next to a supercar. She stared blankly at Jiang Chang and asked politely, "Hello, are you the one who called for a designated driver?" Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel puzzled upon hearing this. She was so young. "Right, are you the driver?" The other person smiled calmly and then nodded. Panting slightly, she said, "Hello, my name is Xiao Yinin. I'm the designated driver you hired." Xiao Yinin had been running a bit too fast and momentarily forgot to adjust her phone's camera angle. At that moment, the livestream lens inadvertently focused directly on Jiang Chang. The online audience in the livestream chat immediately erupted with excitement. "Holy shit, it's actually a super handsome guy. But this hottie looks kinda familiar somehow. Isn't that the guy from the Lamborghini at noon? Holy shit, so this is the big shot driving a Ferrari. No wonder the Lamborghini staff gave him special treatment." Seeing Xiao Yinin's phone aimed at him, Jiang Chang frowned and walked over, covering the camera with his hand. "Hey, beautiful, taking photos of someone as handsome as me costs money." Chapter 41, Sister Xiao. The girl gave an awkward smile and, glancing at the live chat, redirected her phone's camera elsewhere. "Sorry there, handsome, I just remembered where I saw you today. It was at the Lamborghini showroom, where you were test driving a pink Aventador." Jiang Chang leaned over to glance at the phone and then asked, "You're a streamer? And you do chauffeur services?" Xiao Yinin nodded politely and replied, "I do chauffeur work whenever I have free time during the day. I'm an outdoor streamer. Would you mind if I film your car?" Jiang Chang checked the time, it was only 6 p.m. and shrugged indifferently before nodding. Seeing Jiang Chang's approval, Xiao Yinin broke into a radiant smile and immediately lifted her phone to capture the moment. "Hey everyone in the livestream, guess what? I just stumbled upon a Ferrari 488 GTB. This is Ferrari's classic performance model. Though the 296 GTB is their main model now, the 488's reputation still holds up strong." She cross-referenced the materials and added, "Equipped with a 3.9-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine, 670 horsepower. 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds. It was the benchmark in its class back then." The moment the charming-looking female host introduced it, the live chat exploded with comments from netizens. "That license plate isn't something ordinary folks can get their hands on, is it? Heh, that's laughable. Since when can ordinary folks afford to drive a Ferrari? A license plate for privilege and wealth? Care to take a blind guess, everyone? A small streamer might have some indescribable encounter with a rich tycoon, achieving a straight-up class leap." Xiao Yinin glanced at the bullet comments and smiled helplessly, choosing not to respond to the teasing from her online audience. These days, being a streamer isn't easy, especially for someone like her, a chat-focused streamer without any standout skills. Compared to those female streamers who rely on dancing to grab attention, her popularity falls far short. So, Xiao Yinin usually has to rely on gimmicks to keep her livestream room buzzing. Never did she expect such good luck today, running into the owner of a Ferrari. Standing nearby, Chenli watched Jiang Chang treat Xiao Yinin with such warmth, her face twisting with jealousy. She refused to give up and said to Jiang Chang, "Hey, I can be your driver too, and I'll do it for free." "No thanks, free stuff gives me heat rash and blisters. Let's go." After handing the car keys to Xiao Yinin, Jiang Chang took the passenger seat himself. Once she had the keys, Xiao Yinin expertly opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Before starting the car, she politely asked Jiang Chang, "Would you mind if I livestream while driving? The camera will only be pointed at me, you won't be in the shot." Jiang Chang activated his interpersonal relationship scanning system. Name, Xiao Yinin. Age, 20. Height, 165 cm. Looks, 94. Physique, 90. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 50. After reading, Jiang Chang couldn't help but frown. 20 years old? Even though she's 2 years older than me, does she qualify to be a chauffeur? You know, being a chauffeur requires at least 5 years of driving experience, and Xiao Yinin clearly doesn't meet that. Out of consideration for Xiao Yinin's livestream, Jiang Chang didn't directly call her out and instead asked, "Do you do this every day? Can you drive a supercar?" "Not really. Today I just happened to have nothing to do all day, so I was live streaming at the car show. After that, I thought I'd pick up some extra work." "Don't worry, bro. I've test-driven plenty of sports cars. I used to be a car review blogger." After saying this, Xiao Yinin skillfully adjusted the stand before starting the car. While driving, she excitedly spoke into the phone camera, "Hey pups, who would have thought I'd get to drive a Ferrari someday? And not just any model, the top-tier 488. This car really does burn you up just like the rumors say, and don't get it twisted, when I say hot, I mean the nerves kind of hot. This is a Ferrari, I've got to focus and drive properly." Watching Xiao Yinin effortlessly drive while live streaming on her phone made Jiang Chang glance at her. A girl who casually talks like that, if not for his friendliness scan system, he might have assumed she was just another flirty streamer. Seeing her handle the car with such ease, Zhang Chang gradually relaxed and leaned over to glance at the livestream. The streamer's name is Xiaomei. While her popularity is decent, she doesn't receive many tips. The top donor on the weekly list only contributed a little over 300 yuan, with the second place around 200. It's Thursday, and this week's growth points just passed 8,000, equivalent to approximately 800 yuan in tips. For small-time streamers like her at level 12, the signed contract percentage is roughly around 40%. New streamers typically sign for 30% to 50%. Then her daily income was only about 50 yuan, and surprisingly, a beauty like her hadn't even filled 50 weekly rankings. This made Zhang Chang recall the internet celebrity Qiao Biluo, who was previously exposed even such a blatantly fake beauty filter fraud could become a top live streamer. Yet, this genuinely beautiful woman before him had such pitiful streaming results. Take Zhang Chang's dream come true system for example, his daily savings alone had already approached 80,000 yuan. With this comparison, Zhang Chang couldn't help but speak up. Your weekly ranking is pretty dismal. As a level 12 rookie streamer, the platform usually takes a 40% cut. This week you barely made 300 yuan, just over 50 a day. You'd be better off focusing on being a designated driver. Though at your age, I doubt you even qualify for that license. Seeing Zhang Cheng's blunt criticism, the livestream viewers immediately erupted in anger. Ha, big spender bro's got a point, truly a pitiful small-time streamer. Who says no one donates? Here, streamer, catch this wave of fish pellets I'm throwing your way. Brothers, let's show this big spender what our true strength looks like. Come on, hit him with those free little gifts. Streamer, I've given you all my free flowers for this month. Xiao Yining watched as a wave of free gifts flooded in, pursing her lips helplessly. What can I do? I'm good at nothing, don't know how to butter up the top donors, either. All I can do is hunt for oddities in my free time and take the big bros for a drive, letting the viewers see just how terrible the traffic is in Magic City. Zhang Cheng took another glance at Xiao Yining's livestream. Wow, all these free little gifts, yet with this kind of live streaming performance, there hasn't been a single substantial tip. Seems like these viewers are all masters at painting pie-in-the-sky promises. Chapter 42, Not Taking the Initiative. The traffic situation in Shanghai is really on par with Chengdu's. I thought Chengdu's traffic was exaggerated enough, but turns out Shanghai gives it a run for its money. I see your destination is Amanyanjian. You're not from Shanghai? Zhang Cheng shook his head and replied, just visiting as a tourist. Wow, you must be loaded to stay at such an expensive hotel while traveling. Listen, there's something I'm really curious about. Do you think you could answer a question for me? Go ahead. I saw you at the Lamborghini showroom today. Why were the client managers so attentive to you? I clearly watched you walk right in without any asset verification, and they immediately served you tea. Why wouldn't they let me in just to take photos? Xiao Yining asked curiously. Streamer, don't you recognize Patek Philippe? Streamer, can't you tell that guy is wearing the latest season's Louis Vuitton? Streamer's lost it. Has her soul already been snatched away? That watch in the young man's hand isn't some entry-level Patek Philippe. It's a 5,160 worth over 1,000,000 yuan. The enchantingly beautiful live streamer was currently focused on driving and didn't notice the barrage of comments. Probably because I bought a car at Ferrari earlier today. Did Lamborghini find out? Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Xiao Yining turned her head in surprise and glanced at him. Don't tell me it's this 488? Meisham, you've already described this car in great detail just now. It's a brand new car still warm from delivery. You'll be the second person to drive it. As soon as Zhang Cheng finished speaking, the livestream chat erupted again. I'm sick to my stomach. The gap between people really is unfair. The boss means he casually spent tens of millions, which is why the Lamborghini staff acted so unusually. Another day of feeling some serious envy. Hearing this, Xiao Yining was completely convinced this time. What's there for such a big shot to feel indignant about? He's already bought a Ferrari. Having him verify funds for a Lamborghini is just unnecessary. So you're the big shot, no wonder. May I ask, how did the test ride in the Lamborghini Aventador at noon feel? Did you choose the Ferrari in the end because the Aventador wasn't as comfortable as this Ferrari? The 488 really drives like a dream. If they weren't on a public road and if the car weren't hers, Xiao Yining would have loved to floor it right then. Who said I only chose the Ferrari? I haven't driven the Aventador yet, but it's quite comfortable to ride in, and I haven't noticed any issues with the AC. Though I'll soon find out if other girls feel hot when they ride in that Aventador. Xiao Yining couldn't stay seated any longer. Her butt shifted involuntarily as she blurted out, you mean you bought that pink Lamborghini too? Yeah, got a problem with that? After Zhang Cheng's reply, Xiao Yining choked back a snide remark before delivering it with thinly veiled envy. No problem at all, viewers. Just look at the difference between rich people and folks like me. Here I am agonizing over whether to get stinky tofu noodles or spicy hot pot for lunch, while this big shot can order both without blinking. The livestream audience's reaction mirrored Xiao Yinin's astonishment perfectly. In the parking lot of Amanyanjian, Xiao Yinin wrapped up her latest chauffeuring gig. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Cheng teased her with a smirk. Didn't expect you, this little live streamer, to be so skilled behind the wheel, not too fast, not too slow, just the right rhythm, neither loose nor tight. Really comfortable. I'll book you again next time. Zhang Cheng suddenly started flirting with Xiao Yinin, and within seconds, her face turned visibly crimson. Although she was quite outgoing during her live streams, that side of her only showed when interacting with online strangers she'd never meet in person. Faced with a living, breathing hunk like Zhang Cheng standing right in front of her, cracking jokes at that speed, she couldn't help but blush. Xiao Yining completely ignored Zhang Cheng's words and changed the subject, asking, "Rich guy, what type of live streams do you usually watch?" "Naturally, I watch girls." "Didn't expect a rich guy like you to enjoy watching beauties too? I thought you'd be into car videos." "Why watch cars? Why not just buy them?" As the saying goes, looking at girls improves your health, prolongs life, slows aging, boosts mood, and prevents depression. Xiao Yining pouted and snorted, speaking to Zhang Cheng, "If you think I drive well, Mr. Moneybags, how about giving some tangible support to this poor little streamer? Like, maybe topping the leaderboard or something? Don't you think I'm a pretty streamer?" Zhang Cheng took the car keys handed to him by Xiao Yining and shook his head directly. "Sorry, my account only freeloads, care to look it up?" Seeing Zhang Cheng turn and walk away after saying that, Xiao Yining was instantly dumbfounded. "Hey, we're already at the hotel entrance, aren't you going to invite me in for even a drink of water?" Zhang Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard Xiao Yining's words, this old trick again. Why do beauties always want to come to his place for water? Heh, hotel water isn't clean. If fate allows, I'll treat you to milk instead. The livestream audience watched Zhang Cheng's retreating figure without any reluctance, feeling utterly bewildered. After all, just moments ago in the car, Zhang Cheng was chatting animatedly with Xiao Yining. Who would have thought he'd turn around and act like a stranger the next instant? Holy shit, are we being shown up here? Is our streamer not pretty enough? The big spender is actually using a free account? Does that mean I'm even qualified to tip the streamer? Even the big spenders go freeloading. At least I tipped $10 before, this hurts deep. It took Xiao Yining several seconds to react. Where am I? What just happened? Could it be that she had so little charm? She thought Zhang Cheng would at least give her his WeChat contact. No wonder she thought that way just moments ago in the car. Zhang Cheng's attitude toward her had been quite decent, even a little flirtatious. Yet in the blink of an eye, he turned cold and cut her off. What a scumbag! Xiao Yining, friendliness plus 10. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but smile as he watched the rising friendliness score. Just as I thought, the golden rule for a good man is not to take the initiative. Never refuse. And he had a feeling, given how tempting this little streamer was, next time he could treat her to a 6 yuan spicy hot pot. Chapter 43, Food Cashback. Right then, Zhang Cheng received a WeChat message from Wang Zhang. He said he wanted to arrange a table at Amanyanjian tonight and hoped Zhang Cheng would honor him with his presence. Zhang Cheng glanced at the message but didn't decline. If he were to attend university in Magic City, Shanghai, in the future, necessary social engagements would be unavoidable. To thrive in this society, one couldn't afford to be a lone wolf. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. Though it may sound crude, it's the undeniable truth. Moreover, I happen to be staying at Amanyanjian, the perfect opportunity to use that unused culinary rebate card. Zhang Cheng called Wang Zhang and told him he was staying at the Amanyanjian, asking him to come directly over. Seeing Zhang Cheng return, Wang Yuyan immediately stepped forward respectfully. "Mr. Zhang, welcome home. Manager Wang, I'll be hosting friends later. Have the chef come over and prepare the most expensive dishes. There will be 5 of us tonight, including myself. Get yellow croaker ma, alba white truffles, and fantasy sundae as well. For the rest, just use your discretion." When Zhang Cheng ordered 2 servings of yellow croaker ma, also known as fish ma, Wang Yu was utterly stunned. The yellow croaker, also known as the small-scaled croaker, Bahaba tapengensis, is a fish species unique to China. Found in the estuary waters of certain southern rivers, it can grow up to 150 centimeters long, making it one of the larger species in the fish family. Its fish maw is highly prized for its purported health benefits. In fact, one was once sold for approximately 3 million yuan. Wang Yuyan quickly reacted, nodding immediately. "Very well, Mr. Zhang. Currently, the price range for yellow croaker swim bladders at our hotel exceeds 1 million. Since you only need a portion, the price would be approximately 500,000. Would that be acceptable to you?" 500,000 isn't a problem at all. If not for worrying that ordering too much might seem nouveau riche, he could easily order 10 portions without an issue. But even when milking the system, spending reasonably is a must. After all, truly enjoying life is what makes a tycoon. Given my current situation, even if I were to squander money recklessly every day, it would still be enough to keep me clothed and fed without a worry. Zhang Cheng smiled and nodded. "That's fine, you handle it. If it turns out to be not enough, just order more." "Absolutely enough. I'll go prepare it now. Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan arrived at the courtyard gate of Jiang Cheng's pavilion villa with great urgency, bringing along 3 chefs and several waiters, pushing carts loaded with ingredients. Wang Yuyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, shall we start preparing now? Looking at the fresh ingredients of vibrant reds and greens on the cart, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin now. Wang Zhang just sent a WeChat message. According to what he said, they were almost at the gates of the Yaman Yangyun by now. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng asked Wang Yuyan to greet Wang Zhang and his group at the entrance of Amman. The private butler came out to welcome them. Wang Zhang and another boy dressed head to toe in designer clothes appeared completely composed. In contrast, the 2 girls accompanying them seemed utterly awestruck, visibly stunned by the opulent grandeur the moment they stepped into the lobby of Amman Yanjian. Wang Yuyan led them to the pavilion-style villa where Jiang Cheng was staying, and the 2 girls' eyes widened in astonishment. The villa featured a panoramic open-air terrace, a swimming pool, a hot spring area, and even a natural stream flowing by the entrance. This was worlds apart from the hotels they usually stayed in. Both couldn't help but gasp inwardly, so this is the presidential suite at Manhwa. Truly eye-opening. Just as the 2 girls stood there utterly stunned, Jiang Cheng emerged from inside with a smile and greeted them warmly. You're here. Welcome, welcome. Wang Zhang walked up to Jiang Cheng with a grin, casually throwing an arm around his shoulder like an old friend. Sorry bro, I was supposed to treat you today, but didn't expect to bring so many freeloaders along. No need for formalities, a meal is a meal, whether you pay or I do. Everyone, please come in. Jiang Cheng's gracious response not only saved Wang Zhang's face but instantly warmed up the atmosphere. Come on, let me introduce you, this is my buddy Chen Hao, young Master Chen here. His family's in the coal business, shipping out goods by train every single day. And these 2 lovely ladies are my plus ones. Wang Zhang addressed Jiang Cheng. This introduction made the hierarchy crystal clear among the 3 newcomers. Only Chen Hao truly shared Wang Zhang's social circle and status. As for those 2 nameless female companions, they weren't important, probably just brought along for the meal. Chen Hao proactively extended his hand toward Jiang Cheng. Been hearing old Wang talk about you these past couple days. Pleasure to meet you. Jiang Cheng shook his hand in return, then glanced at Chen Hao, a string of dark green jade beads glistening around his neck, topped off with a pair of LV shoes. That outfit, refreshingly unconventional, admittedly. Not many young folks have a thing for jade these days. Chen Hao spoke again. I heard from old Wang that you bought his LaFerrari? Jiang Cheng nodded. It was fate. Such fate is rare. If you'd bought it later, this guy would have had to pick up the car himself. Then he'd be short on cash and forced to sell at a discount, bleeding money. Frankly, old Wang really owes you one. Wang Zhang immediately interjected. Hey, don't go making things up. Who sells a car right after picking it up? Are you jinxing me? Jiang Cheng and I just had a real connection. The 3 of them chatted as they walked inside. Jiang Cheng glanced at the 2 other young women dressed like influencers. Both had looks scoring around 80 points, pretty girls who stood out from the average crowd. Moreover, their friendliness rating towards Jiang Cheng had reached 60 points. Placing them in the category of ordinary friends. This score was already quite high for a first meeting. Once inside, Jiang Cheng greeted them. Manager Wang mentioned the food here is quite distinctive. Let's all give it a try. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. The food at Amman Hotel is indeed top-notch, though I've yet to try their live cooking. Thanks for the privilege today, brother Jiang. How long have you been in Shanghai? Jiang Cheng waved his hand at both of them. No need to call me brother, you're probably older than me anyway. Just use my name. It's been about 4 days, I think. Jiang Cheng couldn't stand being called brother by men older than himself left and right. Besides, neither Wang Zhang nor Chen Hao came from ordinary families. Such casual brotherly address was merely polite small talk upon first meetings. If you actually pretended to be some big shot and took it seriously, that potential friendship might end before it even began. Alright, let's dispense with all that formal courtesy between the 3 of us, Wang Zhang chimed in agreement. He has a carefree and easygoing personality. But Jiang Cheng actually liked this kind of personality. Compared to those with deep, complicated minds, interacting with this type felt far more comfortable. Then Wang Zhang turned to Jiang Cheng and asked, see any good cars at the auto show that caught your eye? After looking around, I ended up buying a Ferrari 488 and a Lamborghini Aventador. Oh, buying 2 at once, big spender. When are you getting those cars on the road? Chen Hao asked after taking a sip of red wine. The Ferrari was arranged just a moment ago. You're pretty quick. The 488 costs over 8 million, right? Normally it takes at least 2 days to complete the formalities, yet you managed to get it on the spot. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Wang Zhang. Both of them knew Jiang Cheng was far from strapped for cash. After all, someone who could buy a LaFerrari outright surely wouldn't need to finance these 2 cars, right? The 2 girls standing nearby overheard their conversation and were inwardly astonished once again. At this moment, Wang Yuyan led the staff in serving the dishes. After the dishes were laid out on the table, Jiang Cheng watched as he invited everyone to start eating. Wang Zheng examined the dishes on the table for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "Bro, you've really gone all out. I almost feel embarrassed. Is this Alba white truffle? And wait, is this fish maw?" Jiang Cheng nodded, "Yellow-lipped fish maw." Wang Zheng leaned in for a closer look and nodded after examining it. "Jiang Cheng, this is just too extravagant. This must be incredibly expensive." One of the girls cautiously asked while eyeing the rather plain-looking cooked fish maw on the table, "Is this yellow croaker fish maw really that expensive?" Another girl also licked her lips, waiting for an answer. Wang Yuyan, noticing the guest's curiosity, promptly explained with thoughtful hospitality, "Yellow croaker is one of the world's 4 most expensive seafood delicacies, and its fish maw is especially precious. Today's portion costs over 500,000 yuan. And this is Italian white truffle from Alba, equally precious, also priced at several $100s per gram." After listening to Wang Yuyan's explanation, both girls' eyes instantly widened in astonishment. The key point was that Jiang Cheng noticed both of their friendliness ratings toward him had suddenly increased by 20 points. By the end of the meal, they had spent nearly over 1,000,000 yuan. Back in their hometown, this amount could have bought them a spacious apartment spanning several hundred square meters. Yet here they were, about to literally swallow 1,000,000 yuan worth of food. The thought made them simultaneously smug and miserably conflicted. But since the deed was done, they channeled their anguish into gluttony, stealthily devouring these delicacies they'd never tasted before. During the meal, the two girls kept taking photos non-stop, a behavior that made Wang Zheng's face darken with exasperation. After this harmless little episode, Wang Zheng turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Old Zheng, thanks for tonight's treat. How about we head to the Bund for a drink later?" Jiang Cheng checked the time. It was already almost 10 p.m. Besides, he'd already had drinks earlier and now just wanted to get some proper sleep. He politely declined, saying, "To be honest, I just had drinks with my classmates earlier, so I'm feeling a bit tired now. Let's go have fun together next time." Wang Zheng didn't press the matter and said cheerfully, "Then I'll book a big VIP booth at Tax tomorrow night in advance, and we can really enjoy ourselves." After Jiang Cheng treated Wang Zheng to this $1,000,000 meal, Wang Zheng immediately insisted on returning the favor. Jiang Cheng greatly admired his gesture of reciprocal courtesy. After all, in friendship, mutual give and take is the best approach. This complete lack of desire to take advantage was truly the proper way to make friends. After seeing off Wang Zheng and the others, Jiang Cheng relaxed in a comfortable hot bath before lying down on the leather sofa to scroll through his phone. At that moment, Wang Yuyan walked in holding the dinner bill for the evening. "Mr. Jiang, here's the dinner expense for tonight, please take a look." Jiang Cheng took the bill and glanced at it. The total came to 1.58 million. After reviewing it, he retrieved his bank card from the wallet in the cabinet and handed it directly to Wang Yuyan. "Fine, swipe the card." "Okay, please wait a moment." After the successful card swipe, Wang Yuyan discreetly withdrew, leaving Jiang Cheng with his privacy. Tonight, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't come to find Jiang Cheng. It must be said that Yu Xiaoxiao was an extraordinarily perceptive woman. When Jiang Cheng didn't reach out to her, she wouldn't take the initiative to contact him either, let alone check up on him. Lying in bed, he checked the payment information from earlier. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully using the food rebate card. The total amount spent this time was 1.58 million. Congratulations host for receiving a 20x rebate. The rebate multiplier will be calculated based on the number of diners to determine the final rebate amount. The total cashback amounts to 158 million. Would you like to transfer it to your bank account, host? Looking at this staggering cashback figure, Jiang Cheng cheerfully clicked transfer immediately. Who would have thought that inviting a few people to dinner could yield over 100 million in cashback? This meal was absolutely worth every penny. Chapter 44, The Little Streamer Makes an Appearance. After idly scrolling through his social feed for a while, Jiang Cheng opened Douyu Live and searched for Xiao Mei's streaming channel. After all, beauties with 94-point attractiveness ratings aren't something you come across every day. Even though they hadn't exchanged WeChat contacts, watching her stream might just open doors to various collaborative opportunities down the line. After entering the live streaming room, Jiang Cheng saw Xiao Yining pacing around the room, seemingly preparing for her broadcast. Just then, Jiang Cheng heard the system notification. Ding! Detected that the host's streaming account is too impoverished. The system has gifted the host 3 million Yuchi coins. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. This dream-come-true tycoon system is truly something else. It finds every possible way to send me money anytime, anywhere. When the system charged in 3 million fishbone coins, my level 10 free-to-play account somehow instantly jumped straight to level 65. At this moment, Xiao Yining sat somewhat dejectedly at the desk ahead. From the background of the livestream, it's clear she's in a very small bedroom. Jiang Cheng casually typed and asked, "Not going out for some urban exploration tonight, streamer?" Seeing a high-level unfamiliar account, level 60+, enter her stream, Xiao Yining immediately perked up. Xiao Yining glanced at the screen and continued, "Welcome, see stabilizer, big bro. Not going out tonight, got a guild PK mission to handle." Actually, her livestream isn't always that unpopular. During outdoor adventures she even gets a small surge in viewership. The issue is she lacks those high-rolling patrons and wealthy top donors. Her tipping viewers are mostly just regular folks showing newcomers around. Most of her gifts are free virtual items. With occasional small donations, substantial tips are practically non-existent. Plus, Xiao Yining doesn't employ any special tactics to keep the big spenders hooked. Ever since the top tipper who gave her 20,000 yuan was rejected after asking to meet for colorful activities, Xiao Yining's livestream has been struggling to regain its momentum. After all, who would support a female streamer who refuses to meet in person? At this moment, Xiao Yining's livestream still had decent traffic, but most of the viewers were just regular lurkers. Little streamer, why are you doing so poorly? Even your weekly rankings are still this bad? Xiao Yining glanced at the sporadic barrage comments and chuckled helplessly before responding to Jiang Cheng's question. Because the pups in my live stream love watching me lose, humph. At that moment, some viewers in the live chat started making lewd comments. Hey little streamer, how many kids have you popped out already? Xiao Yining leaned in for a closer look, then read aloud. How many babies have you had? 19 already? Well, you'll be my 20th then. Alright, let's start you off with a nice little nude package. As soon as Xiao Yining finished speaking, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. This Xiao Yining really was just as she claimed. She neither tried to flatter her top donors nor sweet-talk them. No wonder she couldn't keep viewers around. Other live-streaming female anchors are all about hugs and cuddles, constantly calling out Big Brother this and Big Brother that. But her? She outright calls them doggo and even throws shade at her viewers. Who can she blame for not getting popular? However, Xiao Yining's temperament actually suits Jiang Cheng's taste quite well. Right at that moment, someone suddenly requested a live connection to Xiao Yining's stream. Xiao Yining checked the connection request and reluctantly clicked to accept. On the other end was another female streamer dressed in a deep V nightgown, whose username was Little Miss Billuo. Looking at the slightly blurred beauty-filtered image, Jiang Cheng activated the scanning system on her. Name, Huang Ling. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Appearance, 55. Figure, 89. Privacy, 70. Friendliness, 10. Stranger status. After reading this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but let out a holy shit, isn't this a textbook case of a Xiao Billuo? The heavy filters and somewhat distorted beauty effects made her on-screen appearance look at least a 90 out of 100. Who would have thought her real looks were barely a passing 55? After seeing this, Jiang Cheng was once again forced to marvel at the sheer power of beauty filters. Little Billuo couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Xiao Yining, her eyes brimming with unconcealed delight. She then covered her mouth playfully and said in a theatrically sweet tone, "Oh my, Xiaomei, it's actually you. How lucky I am to connect with you on my first try. You'll help me get through the first round again like last time, won't you?" Although Xiao Yining felt extremely frustrated internally, she was powerless to change the situation. Throughout her entire live streaming career, she had never won a single PK battle. As a result, countless streamers on Douyu loved to connect with her for PKs, because the outcome of battling her was always the same, guaranteed victory. Though winning or losing didn't usually matter much to Xiao Yining. Moments ago, her guild had called specifically to demand she win at least 2 matches, otherwise, her full attendance bonus for next month would be forfeited. She barely manages to scrape by on her full attendance salary and her earnings from being a designated driver. Without the full attendance bonus next month, she might struggle to pay the rent for her small apartment. Xiao Yining forced a polite smile and said, "Hello, please go easy on me later, dear top tipper." No problem. Big Brother Daju, our first round is super easy. Let's save our energy for the next round. Little by Luo teased her top-tier supporter playfully. Jiang Cheng shook his head at the fake scene, ready to exit right away, but then the system suddenly notified him. Ding! Lead Xiaoyin to victory in the PK competition and receive a tipping reward with a multiplier ranging from 1x to 50x. Having just cashed out over 100 million, Jiang Cheng was immediately intrigued by the system's prompt. Money was money after all, there was no reason to turn it down. Jiang Cheng typed directly, "Little streamer, after all this time in PK, you've only made $5? That's rough." Xiao Yining wasn't angry either, replying with a giggle, "Brother Rock of Gibraltar, seeing how pitiful I am, wouldn't you want to chip in some medical fee to cheer me up? Wouldn't just 1 yuan be enough to get on your weekly ranking?" Faced with Jiang Cheng's question, Xiao Yining suddenly sounded defeated. "Yeah, other streams have emperors, dukes, counts, viscounts, they got everything. My stream doesn't even have a single knight, let alone weekly rankings." Normally she could console herself, but being mocked repeatedly today combined with pressure from the guild had left Xiao Yining feeling rather dejected. "Ha, I'm proud to freeload. I'll never spend a dime. Ha, looking down on us freeloaders? I came here to watch the streamer fail." Xiao Yining watched the barrage of livestream comments with frustration, unconsciously rolling her eyes. After all, she had already prepared herself to stop broadcasting next month if things didn't improve. Her live streaming was originally just for making money. If she couldn't earn any and even ended up losing money, then what was the point of continuing? Host, what's with the eye roll? Host, we won't give you today's free flowers if you keep flipping like this. I was about to treat you to another round of fish balls. Anchor, are you looking down on us now? The netizens instantly switched to roast mode. Xiao Yining retorted without backing down, you're mistaken. How could I possibly look down on you? Everyone in my livestream is a true talent, and they all have such a way with words. After hearing her out, Zhang Cheng directly tipped 5 weak chicken gifts. 5 weak chicken gifts amounted to exactly 1 yuan. Xiao Yining couldn't help but let out a resigned bitter smile, yet she still stood up to thank Zhang Cheng. Thanks for the medical fee, brother stabilizing force anchor. Even a big spender tendering 65 yuan would turn stingy in her stream. Was she somehow repellent to live broadcasts? Host, what talents do you have? Me? Well, driving counts I suppose. I usually work as a substitute driver for people. Then if I take you to victory in the guild battle, will you be my designated driver? Joining didn't take Zhang Cheng's words seriously. She nodded and said, alright then, big bro pillar of the sea. If you can guarantee my championship, I'll give you a free chauffeur service. I drive really steady, you can ride with complete peace of mind. Alright then, let me see how steady your driving really is tomorrow night. At this moment, there were only a few dozen seconds left in the PK battle. The opposing streamer Bilua Xiaomei had already received over 300 yuan in gifts, while Xiao Yining's side had only gotten 20 yuan. Watching the nearly depleted PK progress bar with just a sliver of health remaining, Zhang Cheng directly sent 3 of the most expensive super rockets each worth 2,000 yuan. Chapter 45, Turn off the beauty filter? After all, the Douyu coins in his account were gifted by the system, essentially free loot. If Xiao Yining won, he could even get 1 to 50 times the cash back. At this point, Zhang Cheng didn't feel the slightest bit of hesitation when tipping. Xiao Yining, who had already given up hope, suddenly saw 3 super rockets soaring across her livestream. She sprang up from her seat in excitement. Ah, thank you, big brother, Dinghai Divine Needle, for your 3 super rockets. I'm truly grateful. Big brother, what kind of performance would you like to see? I'll put on a show just for you. Xiao Yining never expected that this level 65 VIP would gift her such a generous amount with super rockets. While big spenders occasionally visited her stream, they usually just lingered for a few words before slipping away. Zhou Yining had already gotten used to it, so she didn't even bother asking for gifts anymore. To her surprise, Zhang Cheng actually dropped 6,000 yuan in one go. Instantly, the score became 6,203 versus 380. Damn, is this little streamer getting lucky? Finally, a big shot noticed our small-time streamer. Big boss, are you out of your mind? Isn't free stuff the best? Green Skirt Girl, who was almost certain of victory, watched as a sudden whale appeared in Xiao Yining's opposing livestream room to snipe the rankings. Her face instantly puffed up in anger before she spoke in a sour tone. Wow, Xiaomei, you've got a whale in your room. Hello there. Pillar of stability big brother, you beat me so badly. Whoa, I need comforting, come visit me sometime, okay? Seeing Bixiao taking the opportunity to act coy and poach viewers, Xiao Yining immediately turned to Zhang Cheng and said, Anchor of stability big bro, I'm making you a mod now. Once you're a mod, you're officially part of my family, no running off to others now, okay? When Zhang Cheng remained silent, Xiao Yining added, Big bro, are you still there? I'm not great at dancing, maybe I can sing you a song instead? As soon as Xiao Yining finished speaking, bullet comments began flooding the screen. Streamer, I'm begging you don't sing. Later, your big brother might run away scared by you. Let's just dance instead. Looking at the flood of teasing comments on the screen, Zhang Cheng laughed and said, just do as you like. Okay, big bro, I'll sing for you now, you're my good brother. So good, how could I have such a wonderful brother? Xiao Yining immediately started singing cheerfully for Zhang Cheng without a care for modesty or staying in tune. When someone's just tipped you 6,000 yuan, why bother with dignity? Other streamers would do deep squats for their big brothers over tips as small as 0.66 yuan. But hers was a proper triple deluxe super rocket barrage gift, the real deal. If Zhang Cheng asked Xiao Yining to do squats right now, she'd undoubtedly comply without hesitation. Holy shit, even Sister Qiao's singing this kind of song now? Sister Qiao, something's wrong with you. Sister Qiao's turned into a simp. Xiao Yining completely ignored the barrage of complaints from the audience and continued singing excitedly to herself. Her excitement stemmed from the fact that she had long harbored resentment towards the so-called little sister Biluo. In the past, whenever little sister Biluo won, she would mock Xiao Yining. This time, Xiao Yining had finally beaten her. On the other side, little sister Bai Luo was quite frustrated. The situation she had thought was a sure win was suddenly overturned by a tycoon dropping from the sky. Seeing that Zhang Cheng ignored her, she immediately whined coquettishly to her top donor, Big Brother Dezhu, saying, Brother Dezhu, please protect me in the first round. If we lose again in the next round, I'll be eliminated, woo woo. Dezhu typed in response, no problem. Just tell me when to input for the first round. Best of 3 rounds, it's a sure win. Don't worry. As expected of brother Dezhu, I knew you were the most reliable, never one to fail. Mwah. Soon the second round of PK began. Just like the previous round, Jiang Chang sent 2 super rockets soaring right away. Opposite them, Dezhu quickly matched with 3 super rockets of his own. Without wasting words, Jiang Chang immediately followed up with another 3 super rockets in response. Dezhu watched Jiang Chang's super rockets coming after him, clenched his teeth, and added 5 more. Holy shit, going all out in the first round of PK? Didn't expect to see so many super rockets being launched in a small streamer's live room. Must have taken a liking to the streamer. She's about to get swept off her feet. Without a doubt, after Jiang Chang sent 20 super rockets, Dezhu silently went offline. Xiao Yining happily said to Bilua Xiaomei, sorry for the win, didn't expect to beat you in the first round, ha. Despite being outplayed by Yining, Bilua Xiaomei still wore a smile and said, what lucky charm you have, Yining, to have a big boss like Brother Steady Needle supporting you. Big bro, if you've got free time, come watch me too, I'll dance for you. My rides are ultra smooth, the kind where you won't get sore legs even after a whole day. After dropping some suggestive hints to Jiang Chang, Bilua quickly picked up her phone to console Dezhu. After all, Dezhu had gifted her 15 super rockets today. Even though he lost in the end, she still made a hefty profit. Once she was done, she immediately switched to her alternate account and entered Xiao Yining's livestream. Genuine big spenders were rare these days. The moment the connection ended, Xiao Yining rose to her feet and eagerly asked Jiang Chang, thank you so much, brother steady anchor. I haven't received super rockets in ages, let alone 20 of them. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Tell me, what would you like me to do? 20 super rockets mean 40,000 yuan, and she can pocket over 10,000 of that. Thanks to Jiang Chang's barrage of super rockets dominating the screen, Xiao Yining's livestream gained a wave of modest popularity, with viewership now exceeding 10,000 people. I'd like to see you turn off the beauty filter. With a beauty score of 94 points, the skin smoothing and face slimming filter didn't enhance Xiao Yining's natural beauty, it actually detracted from her original stunning looks. If it weren't for Jiang Chang knowing her livestream handle was Xiaomei, he might not have recognized her at first glance when watching the stream. It's just like how some perfectly good-looking celebrities get completely ruined by those heavy beauty filters the moment they step into an influencer's livestream sales session. Holy shit, this guy's insane. Host, turn it off, let's see the real deal. I'm just afraid the big spender will leave if I turn it off. This must be punishment. The big shot is just showing off. Xiao Yining felt somewhat speechless about Jiang Chang's request. How could anyone livestream without beauty filters these days? But since Jiang Chang had tipped her so generously, she'd probably lose her momentum again if she didn't comply. Whoa, Mr. Stabilizing Pillar, I was afraid I might scare you. Even as she spoke, Xiao Yining still followed Jiang Chang's request and turned off the beauty filter for her livestream. Without the skin smoothing, beautifying, and eye enlarging effects, Xiao Yining stared at her reflection on the screen and suddenly felt insecure. Just as she braced herself for the barrage of critical comments from the live chat. To everyone's surprise, the netizens watching the screen instantly became excited. Damn, she's actually this hot. Why haven't we noticed such a beautiful streamer before? Following without hesitation, this time the big shot made the right bet. Pretty girl, you really shouldn't use beauty filters anymore, they can cause misunderstandings. If all Douyu streamers started competing at this level of quality, Xiao Yining never expected that not only did she avoid a career disaster, but she actually gained a huge wave of new fans and praise. Suddenly in high spirits, she turned to Jiang Chang and pleaded, Anchor of Stability big brother, please protect me for one more round. If I win this round, I can keep streaming next month. Pretty please? Chapter 46, Who's Got More Guts? Without the system's money returning mission, Jiang Chang wouldn't waste his time here at all. Thinking of the money, Jiang Chang typed, let's get started quick. Receiving confirmation, Xiao Yining immediately nodded happily, right away. You should know that those who send super rockets like this are genuine big spenders. Who knows, she might really breeze through the second round again. Soon, the second round of live stream connections began. Once again, Xiao Yining was matched with a female streamer. Across the screen was a little Lolita dressed in a magical girl outfit. With a sugary, high-pitched voice, the girl spoke, hello, sis, I'm sweet little Tian. So happy to connect with you. Sis, your top fan is too savage, 20 super rockets. We're all totally jelly. Before Xiao Yining could utter a word, Xiao Tian continued, Brother Dinghai Shenzhen, hello, I'm Tian. Your super rocket has pierced right into my heart, feel free to drop by my stream sometime. I've got lots of talents and outfits, chatting, boasting, even playing the flute, singing and dancing. I'm good at them all. Guaranteed to make Big Brother satisfied. Watching the opposing host blatantly poach her patron again, Xiao Yining couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. But disdain aside, there wasn't much she could say about it. After all streamers did this. Brother Dinghai Shenzhen could go wherever he pleased, what could she possibly do about it? Besides, aren't streamers just living off donations from their big sponsors? Snatching a patron is nothing out of the ordinary. These days, finding a real big spender isn't easy. Xiao Yining forced out 2 fake laughs before saying, "Hello, Tian, shall we get started right away?" "Miss, don't you want to do a little performance battle first?" "No thanks, I'm tone deaf. The only performance I can deliver is turning off beauty filters when my calming needle big brother requests it." As Xiao Yining finished speaking, Xiao Tian on the other side instantly froze in awkward silence. She never expected Xiao Yining's big brother to have such requirements. After all, most live streamers rely entirely on beauty filters to maintain their appearance before the camera. Without them, they'd be completely unrecognizable. Now Xiao Tian didn't dare say another word. If she turned off her beauty filters, her looks would be 100,000 miles behind Xiao Yining's natural beauty. She said stiffly, "Alright then, let's begin." "Ha, scared, Tian? This big shot is amazing, actually coming up with this method. I also want to see Tian without beauty filters." Compared to the other streamer, Tian's filters are cranked up a bit too much. Holy shit, how did I never notice such a top-tier streamer before? The figure is killer and the looks are top-notch too. You think the big whales are stupid? Of course they'd spend money on the real deal. Xiao Tian's face stiffened with anger as she read the barrage comments, but she still forced a sweet smile and cooed to her top contributor in the livestream. "Brother Yazihua, the PK battle has started, please don't let them crush little Tian." Yazihua had already learned that a big spender had joined Xiaomei's side for this PK battle. Seeing Jiang Cheng had already spent 50,000 in the previous round, they thought he wouldn't go all out this time. Moreover, Xiao Tian had already secretly messaged him earlier, saying she could go on a hotel date with him this Sunday. With that in mind, Yi Jihua directly tipped 5 airplanes, and combined with other scattered donations, Xiao Tian received a total of around 1,000 yuan. Seeing the opponent starting to push harder, Jiang Cheng casually fired off 5 super rockets, effortlessly crushing them. After 5 super rockets soared into the sky, the opponent Yazihua instantly lost their fighting spirit. He casually tossed out 50 grand, and this was just the first round. Even if they matched him and somehow won, they'd still be losing money by doing so. If it ended up like last round where both sides burned through 50,000 bucks, what would be the point? Wouldn't it be better to take that 50 grand and party wildly at some club instead? Why waste it all here on this? After Jiang Cheng sent 5 super rockets, Jihua immediately backed down, signaling Xiao Tian to give up voluntarily. Though Xiao Tian felt somewhat upset, she dared not insist since it was her top patron after all. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen secured another decisive victory in the second round of PK. In the subsequent streams, as Jiang Cheng's super rockets soared skyward like they cost nothing, no tactless big spenders emerged to challenge him head-on. After all, these days, the foolish top-ranked sponsors only exist in novels. In reality, wealthy people are relatively rational and restrained. No one in their right mind would stubbornly throw money into a guild battle. Jiang Cheng only did it because he had a system cheat and a mission to complete, otherwise, he wouldn't be dumb enough to keep burning cash like this. As for the other minor streamers' sponsors, none of them were willing to blow half their fortune on a single guild battle either. After all, why double down on gifts just for a streamer who'd usually meet up after receiving 10,000? The journey was smooth with green lights all the way until reaching the final round. This time, the opponent was Dai Xiaomei, a big-time live streamer on Douyu. Dai Xiaomei had been very popular recently, and her top-ranking supporter was genuinely a high-rolling tycoon. Seeing Xiao Yining accept the PK challenge, she enthusiastically spoke first. "Hello, Sister Xiao, I'm Dai Xiaomei. I'm so happy to do this final PK with you. Should we start directly, or would you like to show some talent first?" Xiao Yining continued in a flat tone. "Hello miss, I don't know how to sing or dance and don't have any talents. Shall we just get started?" Dai Xiaomei hesitated for a moment. By the time she reached the final step, her guild had naturally already investigated Xiao Yining's background for her. Xiao Yining was just a small-time streamer. Today, she got lucky when a mysterious big spender showed up to support her in the guild battle. By now, that generous patron had already splashed around 800,000 yuan. With a sweet smile, Xiaomei said, "Alright then, if this lovely lady doesn't have any talents to showcase, I'll start by dancing for my big brother daddies first. You big brothers on the other side can take a look too." After dull little sister finished her dance, Jiang Cheng immediately typed, "You danced wonderfully, I really enjoyed it. It made me wish I could be right there with dull little sister." After Jiang Cheng said this, the live stream audience immediately started teasing him with laughter. Little dummy's looks are not bad at all, and she's quite talented too. Without her pretty face, Xiaomei wouldn't have made it this far in the competition. She's just lucky. He's just a small-time streamer who doesn't know anything. Brother anchoring Hades probably just got impulsive. Xiao Yining panicked. "Woo-woo, brother anchoring Hades, are you really going to abandon me? We were just one step away from both reaching the king rank." Jiang Cheng continued his sarcastic remarks. Stop right there. Look at how a Weddy addresses people. All you know is calling people big bro climbing to king rank with you? If you're talking about multiplayer activities, then maybe I'd consider it. Holy shit, that's fucking insane. Already blasted over 800k, honestly wouldn't be excessive even if they were doing some royal orgy, lol. Just wanna ask if the streamer's panicking right now? Xiao Yining instantly grasped Jiang Cheng's implied meaning. Without any pretentiousness, she directly called him sugar daddy and let the term slip from her lips. Golden daddy, please help me win this last round. I'll sign up for dance classes right after the stream. Whatever dance you want to see, I'll learn it. Friendly reminder to brother Unshakable Pillar. The top supporters on Little Dummy's side are all legit whales. She's got 3 level 100 big spenders on her leaderboard. Though brother Unshakable Pillar is strong, I'm not sure if he can outmatch 3 real whales. This'll come down to whose wallet is thicker. Chapter 47, When My Spending is Nothing But Air. Once the PK battle officially began, the opposing side, Daime, started flexing their muscles. The 3 super emperors on her side each launched 3 super rockets, totaling 9 super rockets soaring across the screen. After the barrage, one of them, named Badian, even strolled into Xiao Yinin's livestream and dropped 2 super rockets. Right after, he couldn't resist taunting in the chat, a small consolation prize for your troubles. Enjoy. Xiao Yining glanced at the provocation from across the screen and didn't hold back either, responding with a mocking, fake smile. Thank you for the 2 superfires, brother overlord, boo-hoo. Without these 2 life-saving medical fees from you, I simply couldn't keep streaming. After Xiao Yining said this, Jiang Cheng speechlessly typed several question marks. So the hundreds of super rockets he just gifted were candles, were nothing but air? The live stream chat was instantly flooded with question marks in sync with Jiang Cheng's pacing. What the? Never thought Xiao Mei could be so viciously sarcastic when she wants to be. Just now, the Dinghai Shenzhen dude dropped you tens of thousands, and you can't even keep streaming? Keep acting, why don't you? Xiao Mei actually dares to mock the almighty Emperor Sung. She's getting too big for her britches. Seeing the provocation from the opposite side, Jiang Cheng retaliated by sending Xiao Yining 20 super rockets in succession. Then, he immediately switched to Daimai's livestream and gifted her 5 super rockets without hesitation. After all, the system had topped up 3 million fishbone coins for him, and there were still 2 million left. Jiang Cheng refused to believe that he couldn't win the final round with his remaining 2 million. Even if he couldn't, he still had hundreds of millions in his bank account. Jiang Cheng wasn't the least bit nervous at this moment. Dai Xiaomei was delighted to see such an intense battle right from the start. After all, when gods fight, mortals like them get to feast on the spoils. With a grin, Daimei sweetly said to Jiang Cheng, "Thank you, Pillar of Stability Daddy, for covering the medical fees. You're absolutely generous." The subsequent super gifts rose one after another as if they were free. 3 seasoned super emperors collided head-on with Jiang Cheng, the newly anointed super emperor of the night. By the time the first round was nearing its end, Jiang Cheng's side had already spent 1.5 million. On the other hand, Daimei only had 2 or 3 people on her leaderboard. The top donor contributed 500,000, while the second and third donors each gave 200,000, totaling 900,000 altogether. But they're still 600,000 yuan behind Jiang Cheng. After some consideration, all 3 decisively folded. In the previous rounds, they had only spent a little over 100,000 yuan in total, but Jiang Cheng raised the stakes several times higher in just his first round. Dumb Little May saw her big brother stop and shouted with lingering excitement, "Big brothers, why did you stop? Don't stop now, come on, faster please, give it your all." Although Dumb Little May was swaying back and forth while uttering these subtly suggestive words that could easily lead one's imagination astray. But being unable to withstand it means you just can't withstand it. The top supporter conceded right away, saying, "Silly sis, let's call it a day today, we'll try again next time." Without the support of her golden patron, Dai Mimi was quickly defeated in the battle. The second round was even easier. Jiang Cheng secured victory effortlessly after just sending 2 super rockets. Although Dai Mimi was still working hard to garner votes for herself, the results remained unsatisfactory. The moment Xiao Yining secured victory, she still appeared somewhat bewildered. She covered her mouth as she watched her live stream skyrocketing popularity, still feeling like she was dreaming. After all, just an hour ago, she was still doubting her life's direction, even to the point of nearly ending her live streaming career. Who would have thought that in such a short time, I'd actually secured the championship in the Guild War, gaining over 50,000 new followers, more than 1,000 of whom even had verified badges. At last, they're no longer those cold, lifeless zombie followers. More crucially, she had received a staggering 2.5 million yuan in tips. According to the contract she signed, Xiao Yining would pocket around 700,000 of that. Suddenly reaching the peak of her life, Xiao Yining was now engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Is this little streamer dumb? Why is she covering her mouth and not speaking? She's just overjoyed. Swap places with me and I'd look even dumber, believe it? I simply can't fathom the way rich people operate, blowing through enough money to buy a house just like that. but this girl is genuinely stunning. The rich guy sure has great taste. What a shame for such a beautiful lady, just followed and already about to be scooped up by the top donor. Xiao Yining stared at the flood of 6,666 comments on the screen before finally snapping back to reality. She immediately began bowing repeatedly towards Jiang Chang, expressing her heartfelt thanks. Big brother, you're like the golden needle that calms the ocean. I truly don't know how to thank you. Could I add you on WeChat? Just tell me what you like, and I'll learn it right away. I promise to satisfy all your wishes. Seeing Xiao Yining so excited, Jiang Cheng calmly replied, no need, I was just passing by. Bro, how am I supposed to find you to chauffeur for you in the future then? Just drop me off at Aman Yanyun, that's all. I'll be staying there for the next couple of days. See you later. Xiao Yining's eyes widened in shock as she read Jiang Cheng's words. She hadn't expected it to be him. Holy shit, I really don't understand the world of the rich. Spend over 2 million and doesn't even ask for WeChat? Excuse me, big shot, are you still in need of a sidekick? Bro, could you be the Ferrari guy from today? Oh, so it's the Ferrari guy. No wonder. It's not like billionaires are everywhere these days. At this moment, Xiao Yining also asked in shock, you're the Ferrari guy? However, the entire internet couldn't wait for Jiang Cheng's reply anymore, because Jiang Cheng, who had already received the system notification, had logged off by then. At this moment, not only was Xiao Yining genuinely bewildered, but even the livestream audience was starting to boil over with excitement. Everyone looked bewildered, their curiosity about Jiang Cheng growing stronger by the minute. What kind of family background could be so extravagant, casually throwing out over 2 million in gifts just like that? In fact, it was so unbelievable that some netizens began to suspect the livestream was staged by a guild to hype up Xiao Yining and boost her popularity. But would any guild really invest so heavily in promoting a talentless female streamer? At this moment, the netizens started arguing again. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng on the other side had no mind to pay attention to those people's issues online. He opened the system and examined it carefully. Jiang Cheng checked the spending records in his list, and sure enough, this tip was still not counted as part of his daily expenses. It seems that any money deposited by the system, if spent later, wouldn't count toward his upgrade expenses. Jiang Cheng opened his Douyu account backend. After spending over 2.5 million on Xiao Yining, his remaining balance showed 490,000 yuan worth of Yuchi coins. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's inbox was flooded with notifications, especially friend requests and private messages from various female streamers. After scrolling through, Jiang Cheng found the private message from Xiao Yining. Sure enough, she was also asking to add Jiang Cheng on WeChat. Jiang Cheng directly sent over his WeChat ID. Earlier, he had used the friendliness system to take another look at Xiao Yining and discovered that her friendliness towards him had already reached 85 points. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't hesitate with such a breathtaking beauty scoring 94 points. Chapter 48, They're All Good Girls. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully leading streamer Xiao Mei to victory in the guild battle. Considering the streamer's exceptional satisfaction level, the system rewards the host with a 100x super critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100x critical cashback, totaling 230 million. Does the host wish to withdraw immediately? Jiang Cheng immediately clicked to withdraw the 230 million yuan given by the system. Although he had no idea how the system operated to generate such massive windfall amounts, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement, his face turning purple with exhilaration. Never did he expect to earn over 200 million yuan in just one single night. Jiang Cheng suddenly realized how damn easy it was to make money. After putting on an act online and experiencing the thrill of throwing money around, he even got cash back. This was downright absurd. The next morning, Jiang Cheng woke up naturally and saw Xiao Yining's friend request. A faint smile curved his lips as he naturally clicked to accept it. After all, when a beauty takes the initiative, what reason does one have to refuse? A few minutes later, Xiao Yining sent a private message. Big bro, the unshakable pillar of strength, do you need a designated driver today? I'm at your service 24/7. After sending the message, Xiao Yining stared motionlessly at her chat interface with Jiang Cheng. Ever since learning last night that Jiang Cheng was the Ferrari guy, Xiao Yining had been unable to sleep. She couldn't understand why such a handsome guy would suddenly take a liking to her and even tipped her over 2 million yuan all at once. Looking at the message, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment he did indeed need Xiao Yining's chauffeur services tonight. Last night, I had already made plans with Wang Zhang to meet at tax tonight. Going to a bar inevitably involves drinking. Drunk driving is definitely unacceptable. To prioritize safety, Jiang Cheng directly forwarded the chauffeur schedule to Xiao Yining. Having spent over 2 million already, taking a drive isn't too much to ask, is it? At 8 in the evening, Jiang Cheng casually freshened up before heading down to the underground parking garage at Amman. Upon arriving, he noticed Xiao Yining already waiting beside his car. Her long, slender legs stood perfectly straight as she played with her phone, head bowed slightly. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Jiang Chang gave a low whistle and said, "Hey, you're early. Didn't I tell you to finish your drink first before coming to find me?" Xiao Yining quickly raised her head at the sound. Jiang Chang was dressed in a sleek black casual outfit paired with black LV sunglasses today, making him look exceptionally handsome. His strikingly handsome face left Xiao Yining utterly mesmerized. She admitted she was a sucker for good looks, and Jiang Chang was undoubtedly the most handsome guy with the best physique she'd ever seen. After all, with the system's enhancements, Jiang Chang's current looks had reached over 90 points. Xiao Yining blushed slightly and said, "You helped me so much last night, how could I let you drive yourself?" "Of course I came to be your driver." Today, Xiao Yining was dressed in a full-on baddie outfit, a tiny black crop top paired with ultra-short hot pants, accessorized with striking silver jewelry, clearly ready for a nightclub. The outfit accentuated her ample curves to perfection. Her curvaceous figure, slender arms, and long, perfectly straight yet slightly plump legs made Jiang Chang's little brother involuntarily raise his head in an instant. Steadying his nerves, Jiang Chang settled into the driver's seat of the car and tilted his head toward Xiao Yining. "Since you're here, get in." Naturally, Xiao Yining complied after the big boss had spoken. The sleek, gunmetal gray Ferrari 488 turned heads the moment it hit the streets. With its high-decibel roar, it was practically designed to turn heads on the streets. The silver-gray supercar looked particularly dazzling under the magical neon lights of Shanghai's nightscape. "Which bar are we going to?" Xiao Yining asked eagerly. It had been ages since she last visited a bar, and she suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. TAXX. Wow, TAXX is the biggest and liveliest club in Magic City. I heard it's co-founded by that celebrity nicknamed Little Cheetah. People say it's super fun there, packed with hot guys, gorgeous girls, and influencers. Plus, lots of celebrities hang out there, even President Wang frequents the place. Noticing Xiao Yining's eager expression, Jiang Cheng chuckled, "You seem pretty well informed?" "I just browse a lot online, so I've picked up some gossip. I've never actually been there myself, but I'm really looking forward to it." When Jiang Cheng arrived, both sides of the entrance were already packed with luxury cars. At that moment, many fashionably dressed young people were striking various poses for photos and check-ins outside the bar's entrance. There were even several influencer-style men and women broadcasting live and filming videos right at the entrance. As Jiang Cheng observed TAXX buzzing with energy and excitement, despite its somewhat chaotic and smoky atmosphere, he suddenly thought, "What if I opened a bar myself? That might not be such a bad idea. Come here anytime to help the young ladies relax and do some charity work." The girls at the entrance immediately lit up when they saw Jiang Cheng stepping out of the Ferrari supercar. "Who is this handsome guy? I haven't seen him come here every day. His outfit is so stylish, and he's even wearing a Patek Philippe on his wrist. Holy shit, decked out in the latest LV collection. Must be a rich second-generation heir. Whoever he is, damn that guy's handsome, never seen anyone this good-looking before. Just get in there and shoot your shot." As soon as Jiang Cheng stepped out of the car, several young women immediately swarmed toward him, utterly ignoring Xiao Yining standing by his side. "Hey there, handsome, my name is Hailey. Can I add your WeChat?" "Big brother, I also want to add your WeChat. I'll come whenever you call." "Handsome, first time here? I can show you around. Want to play PUBG?" Not only was Xiao Yining beside him speechless, but even the surrounding male onlookers were filled with envy. Holy shit, this is pure discrimination, the privilege of the rich. I've come to tax so many times, and it's always me trying to hit on these influencer girls. If you rolled up in a car like that, you could do it too. Look how outrageously hot the girl in his passenger seat is. We can only watch and dream." Before long, Jiang Cheng found himself squeezed among 5 or 6 women as they slowly made their way toward the entrance of tax. His vision even accidentally darkened twice amidst the commotion. "Sorry, handsome, my chest accidentally slid and bumped into you. It's fine, doesn't hurt at all, actually feels quite nice. You're all such lovely girls, could you let this big brother through first?" Jiang Cheng replied with a helpless chuckle. After just a few steps, Jiang Cheng noticed the necklines of these girls were getting progressively lower. If this continued, he feared he might lose control. Chapter 49, the hottest bar in Shanghai. Seeing so many gold diggers throwing themselves at Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yining couldn't help feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. To say she genuinely liked Jiang Cheng in such a short time was impossible. At most, she was still dizzy from being showered with Jiang Cheng's money last night, and besides, a super-rich second-generation heir like him had always been her ideal partner deep down. Xiao Yining glanced at Jiang Cheng, then walked over and separated him from the other girls. With a smile, she remarked, "Step aside, he's taken, sorry about that." After being pushed away by Xiao Yining, the girls shot her displeased looks, but since she had gotten there first and Jiang Cheng didn't seem to mind, they had no choice but to walk away reluctantly. Jiang Cheng watched as the women dispersed, then fixed his gaze on the astonishingly ample softness pressed against his arm courtesy of Xiao Yining. With amused interest, he asked, "Do I already have an owner?" Noticing Jiang Cheng's appraisal of her chest, Xiao Yining immediately smiled. She knew precisely where her strengths lay, though she didn't allow this particular advantage to remain on display for long. She promptly withdrew from Jiang Cheng's arm and continued, "Seeing how you couldn't refuse them, I thought I'd help you out." For a woman like Xiao Yinin, reserved yet materialistic, Jiang Cheng naturally felt an attraction. After all, money was no object for him. But he also understood that to conquer her quickly, he'd need to employ the classic tactic of advance and retreat. To grasp is to let her watch while you play, creating a sense of crisis and jealousy in her. To release, meanwhile, is to appropriately let her stew. Jiang Cheng smiled indifferently, "Thanks, but no need next time. I think they're fine as they are." Without bothering to acknowledge Xiao Yinin's stunned expression, he simply walked past her and headed straight for the main entrance. Having just broken free from the crowd, he was quickly spotted by Wang Zhengha and Chen Hao, who had been waiting for him outside. "Holy shit, so it was you who got swarmed just now," Wang Zheng said with a grin. The two of them immediately approached Jiang Cheng upon seeing him. Glancing at the direction where the girls had gathered, they teased, "Didn't get scared, did you?" "Nope, it was great. Everyone was exceptionally friendly. When I came, it wasn't nearly as exaggerated as this. Those girls didn't even glance my way." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly, looking at Jiang Cheng with a hint of envy. "With your reputation, those girls must be scared off. Speaking of which, you're not much better yourself. You can only fool the new girls." Watching them banter, Jiang Cheng shook his head with a smile. "So these girls prefer strangers, huh? Old Jiang, this 488 must be yours." Wang Zhang pointed at the Ferrari behind them. "Yeah," Jiang Cheng said casually. "Holy shit, that license plate is insane. Wait, weren't you from Rongcheng?" "Damn straight they're excited. Who can arrange plates like these nowadays? Even Ferrari dealerships offer VIP license plates now? I didn't get plates like this when I bought mine last time. I didn't buy it, got it myself, just got lucky with the draw." The moment Jiang Cheng said this, both of them instantly couldn't hold it together. Wang Zhang glanced at Jiang Cheng and the Patek Philippe in his hand, subtly exchanging a look with Chen Hao before saying, "Guess whether I believe you or not?" "Exactly, still putting on this act with us? Hey, by the way, who's this lovely lady?" Chen Hao deftly shifted the conversation, eyeing Xiao Yinin by Jiang Cheng's side with interest. There are some things that shouldn't be asked about too much. They both understood this perfectly well. What wealthy person doesn't have some connections and networks? Without proper connections, could anyone get license plates of this caliber? The reason they wanted to befriend Jiang Cheng was precisely because they recognized his influence. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng was the same. Wealthy people even more need their own network of connections. "I hired a designated driver, we'll hang out together, she'll drive later." Jiang Cheng didn't emphasize introducing Xiao Yinin, just mentioned it casually. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao exchanged glances before smiling meaningfully. Then he turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "As expected of you, martial arts master. Come on, let's head inside, everything's arranged. The three of us will have a great time tonight." As the three of them walked in, Xiao Yinin obediently followed closely behind Jiang Cheng. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enormous wall display completely adorned with the thrilling Ace of Spades champagne bottles. The interior design of Tax Bar embraced an industrial minimalist aesthetic. The place was already packed with people, blaring deafeningly loud bass-heavy music. Sizzling hot beauties were swaying their seductive bodies passionately on the dance floor. The moment Wang Zhang, Chen Hao and Jiang Cheng appeared, several beauties seated at the VIP 0 section immediately stood up in unison. Wang Zhang had already informed them earlier a big shot was coming soon, and they were to give Jiang Cheng their finest hospitality. The girls looked at the handsome Jiang Cheng, instantly pouring even more effort into their performance. "Call in young Master Jiang," Wang Zhang instructed them. The scantily clad long-legged sisters obeyed immediately, chiming in unison, "Hello, young Master Jiang." Most of the girls immediately showed expressions of anticipation and shyness. After all, who doesn't like handsome guys? Jiang Cheng glanced at the stunning beauties seated in the booth, each scoring around an 85 in looks, and nodded with satisfaction. He politely turned to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and said, "Thanks, guys. This setup is perfect." Flattered by Jiang Cheng's approval, the two enthusiastically replied, "Hey, no problem at all." After Wang Zhang finished speaking, the bar's sales manager immediately walked over towards them. "Good evening, young Master Wang, young Master Chen." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang introduced to the sales manager, "This is my brother, Jiang Cheng." "Hello, young Master Jiang. I'm Shaoli, the sales manager here. Welcome. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you have any needs. I'm at your service anytime." Having frequented bars for so long, Shaoli naturally had a discerning eye. From Jiang Cheng's attire and the luxury watch on his wrist, he could tell Jiang Cheng and Wang Zhang were cut from the same cloth. At least in terms of net worth, they were on par. And since Jiang Cheng was seated in the center position, he deserved even more careful attention. Don't be fooled by everyone in this bar wearing designer labels. Some were sporting out-of-season collections. There were even some whose designer clothes and shoes looked halfway worn and no longer fresh. The two types mentioned above usually refer to people who grit their teeth to buy designer clothes only to store them away, wearing them only on very important occasions. This cycle repeats until the clothes become worn out, yet they still can't bear to throw them away. As for Jiang Cheng's outfit, his entire ensemble consists of the latest collection, costing at least several tens of thousands. Add to that the $1 million watch on his wrist. This is the hallmark of a true big shot. After all, only genuine rich second-generation heirs buy luxury brands daily, and they'd never wear the same pair of shoes for an entire season. Xiaoli, start us off with 2 sets of the Grand Shenlong to liven things up. Seeing Wang Zhang immediately order the premium Shenlong whiskey set worth 100,000 yuan, and not just 1 but 2 sets, Xiaoli's eyes instantly lit up. With a face full of ingratiating smiles, he said respectfully, "No problem, gentlemen. We'll get your premium Shenlong sets ready right away. As a complimentary gesture, our bar will also provide assorted snacks, fruits, and chilled beer. Please wait just a moment." Zhou Yining stared at the consumption card on the table. She couldn't help but secretly marvel. No wonder this was the most popular bar in Shanghai. The prices were staggering. Every booth had a minimum spending requirement. The Area Zero booth they were currently seated in required at least 10,000 yuan up front, and that figure soared to 40,000 if they came on weekends. Even the most ordinary booths in the bar had a minimum consumption threshold starting at 3,000 yuan. After Xiaoli left, Xiao Yining quietly said to Jiang Chang, "Wow, a Godzilla. I've never seen one before, only in videos." Jiang Chang also generously replied, "I haven't seen one either. Thanks a lot, Brother Wang, you're the best." Seeing Jiang Chang's response, the girls immediately chimed in with excited shouts. "Thank you, young Master Wang. The boss is amazing." Chapter 49, Playing Hard to Get? Seeing Jiang Chang giving him such face, Wang Zhang immediately waved his hand dismissively. Of course, he didn't take it seriously, such words were merely courteous formalities. Would someone like him really lack a petty couple 100,000? Wang Zhang chimed in, "How could this ordinary lobster compare to the yellow-lipped fish you treated me to last night? You know what? That $1 million feast he hosted yesterday was the real deal, a lavish meal worth over $1 million. Wang Zhang deliberately positioned Jiang Cheng's status in the middle at this moment. The so-called networking meant befriending those with comparable strength to oneself. The reason Wang Zhang elevated Jiang Cheng like this was to place Jiang Cheng on the same level as himself. It was simply because the strength Jiang Cheng displayed made him feel they were cut from the same cloth. People at their level naturally befriended those of equal standing. Otherwise, surrounding themselves with inferiors would only invite constant requests for help. What a nuisance that would be. Over $1 million yuan. Wang Zhang's words immediately drew gasps from all the girls present. Their gazes towards Jiang Cheng instantly grew even more intense. From their observations, everyone could tell Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining didn't seem to be dating. The main evidence was Xiao Yining constantly trying to strike up conversations with Jiang Cheng, while he remained noticeably indifferent. This ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of all the girls present. In fact, this was a scenario Jiang Cheng deliberately engineered. He wanted Xiao Yining to know he was intentionally keeping his distance, to show her he certainly wasn't lacking for female attention. He also wanted her to realize she meant nothing to him, making her doubt herself and feel the pressure of potential competition. After a while, Xiaoli led a grand entrance of over a dozen sexy bunny girls, each toweringly holding a liquor tray bearing the symbol of Ace of Spades. Seated in the center spot, Jiang Cheng felt somewhat awkward under the piercing screams and gazes of the crowd. But seeing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao's excited expressions, Jiang Cheng chuckled and refrained from saying anything to dampen the mood. After all, this was the essential pose for nightclub swagger. As the saying goes, if you're not flexing in the club, you might as well go sing karaoke. The bunny girls swayed their bodies slowly as they placed the drinks on the table. Over a dozen bottles of variously colored Ace of Spades were densely arranged across the table. The DJ's voice echoed through the venue, gratitude and shouts blending together. The dark ambience of the nightclub mixed with the overpowering scent of money emanating from the Ace of Spades. The dazzling, colorful spectacle began to push the nightclub's atmosphere to a boiling point. As the party vibe heated up, some bolder girls started edging closer to Jiang Cheng. A woman in a champagne-colored miniskirt swayed her alluring hips, casting a sultry gaze as she strutted toward Jiang Cheng and promptly claimed the empty seat to his right. She clasped a cocktail in one hand while the other rested suggestively beneath her ample curves. She deliberately pressed subtly against Jiang Cheng's arm while approaching him, offering him a drink with a coquettish demeanor. "Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiao Cheng. Let me toast you, it's a pleasure to spend the evening with you." Feeling the astonishingly voluptuous softness pressing against his arm, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but nod slightly in silent satisfaction. He discreetly activated the friendliness scanner system toward Xiao Cheng. Name, Xiao Cheng. Age, 22. Height, 168 cm. Appearance, 85. Figure, 98. Privacy, 5. Friendliness, 70. Close status. Though Xiao Cheng's looks only score 85, with makeup she could reach 90. Privacy score of 5 encounters. For someone who frequented nightclubs often, this number wasn't particularly high. The key was the physique rating, 98 points. Milk cow tier. Honestly, What guy could resist that? Jiang Chang looked down at his hands buried in soft flesh and shook his head with a sigh, admitting even he couldn't hold out against such temptation. This spot isn't really suitable for resting hands, there's a better position where you can place it and still have mobility. Seeing the sudden appearance of a strikingly beautiful girl, Xiao Yinin's expression darkened visibly. What's more, the newcomer was openly pressing close to Jiang Chang without any attempt at concealment. Faced with such a formidable rival, Xiao Yinin instantly felt a surge of competitive alarm. Jiang Chang was indeed her top supporter and biggest donor. Yet from beginning to end, he never made any demands of her. Moreover, he was now openly affectionate with another girl right in front of her. That look of sheer enjoyment on his face made Xiao Yini momentarily unable to fathom Jiang Chang's intentions. Logically speaking, Jiang Chang should have been interested in her. Otherwise, what was the purpose behind his series of actions? If Jiang Chang truly had no feelings for her, why would he spend so much money on her? Xiao Yinin wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to Jiang Chang, but that busty woman kept swaying seductively in front of him. Just watching it made her grind her teeth in frustration. Jiang Chang and Xiao Chang clinked glasses with a hint of flirtation. Xiao Yinin immediately picked up her glass and said to Jiang Chang, "Top supporter, let me toast you too." Xiao Ching, who had prepared plenty of topics for lively conversation with Jiang Chang, suddenly found herself interrupted by Xiao Yinin. A sharp glare shot toward Yinin, though hidden from view. However, she was tactful enough not to interrupt Jiang Chang's conversation. Jiang Chang raised an eyebrow at Xiao Yinin and asked, "What kind of alcohol are you drinking?" After speaking, Jiang Chang handed her the Wangzai milk from the table and teased, "Look at what others are drinking, then look at you, have this to nourish yourself." Remembering she still had to drive for Jiang Chang later, Xiao Yinin could only reluctantly accept the Wangzai milk he handed over. She glanced at Xiao Chang, then pursed her lips and said, "I'm doing fine too, no need for any supplements." "Oh, didn't seem that way at first glance. You couldn't tell? Take a closer look then." With that, Xiao Yinin straightened her back defiantly towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Yinin's earnest expression. Although he was absolutely craving Xiao Qing's tantalizing curves, his main target tonight was still Xiao Yinin. He could only reluctantly let Xiao Qing go for now. Seeing Jiang Chang withdraw his arm to wrap it around Xiao Yinin instead, Xiao Chang, he stood up bored and started dancing to the music with the other girls nearby. His left hand naturally wrapped around Xiao Yinin's slender waist as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's really hard to tell like this. How about letting me take a proper look tonight when we get back?" At the same time, Jiang Chang's hands began to wander restlessly, rubbing back and forth along the upper part of Xiao Yinin's thighs. Seeing so many people around, Xiao Yinin instantly blushed scarlet with embarrassment. No one had ever treated her this way in all her life. Flustered in her panic, she pushed Jiang Chang away. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of casual woman?" Hearing Xiao Yinin's words, Jiang Chang's expression instantly turned cold. After dropping over 2 million, she's still saying things like this? If she wasn't willing, why did she come along tonight? Coming over just to put on an act? Playing hard to get? Is this little performance meant to make Jiang Chang coax her? He's not one of those backup guys, some pathetic simp. If she thinks Jiang Chang would do that, she can keep dreaming. He knew Xiao Yinin's privacy score was 0, but for Jiang Chang now, this wasn't anything particularly rare. After all, you could find plenty of girls with 0 privacy scores at universities for just tens of thousands. Thinking of playing these kinds of tricks with Jiang Chang? Forget about it. Jiang Chang released Xiao Yinin, picked up the bottle of Ace of Spades on the table, took a sip, and then turned his gaze to Xiao Qing swaying beside him. No wonder she's called the milk cow. Those hot, sexy curves twisting in motion instantly made Jiang Chang stiffen up. With a smirk, Jiang Chang gave Xiao Chang and another girl's peach-like buttocks 2 firm slaps. Chapter 50, proceeding as planned. The 2 tipsy girls suddenly got their bottoms slapped, startling them into shrieking ah. Their faces instantly flushed crimson, even bristling with irritation. But upon turning around and seeing it was Jiang Chang, their expressions instantly melted into delighted coquettishness as they pouted, "Young Master Jiang, you scared me." "That's right, we thought it was some creep, turns out it's you. Oh, you're such a tease." If right now, slapping their butts were being done by an ordinary man, it would be called acting like a pervert. But when it's someone like Jiang Chang, a tall, rich, and handsome guy, it's called flirtation. Yes, that's reality for you. Jiang Chang patted the seat beside him and gestured to both of them, saying, "Quit being shy. Come sit down and have a drink with me." Xiao Qing instinctively glanced at Xiao Yinin next to Jiang Chang when he suddenly invited her. Seeing Xiao Yinin's face turn deathly pale and her expression troubled, Xiao Qing immediately caught on. "Ha, it must be something Xiao Yinin did that upset Jiang Chang. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chang suddenly seek her out?" For girls like Xiao Chang who frequent bars often, she deeply understood that women like her shouldn't put on airs in front of rich young masters like Jiang Chang. After all, men like him were never short of women, otherwise they might end up like Xiao Yinin in the blink of an eye. "Everyone's just trying to make money here. Who are you trying to play the chaste saint for?" Xiao Qing was highly perceptive, without the slightest trace of affectation. She immediately pulled her best friend to sit on either side of Jiang Chang. At this moment, her face radiated triumph. With a faint smile on her crimson lips, she leaned into Jiang Chang's arm without hesitation. She knew exactly how to leverage her physical assets, letting Jiang Chang intimately experience her uniqueness firsthand. Because she had just been dancing, Xiao Qing let down her hair from its updo. At this moment, her exquisite makeup paired with her naturally cascading wavy hair behind her, along with her ample bosom, exuded an alluring charm from head to toe. Mr. Jiang, how did you find my dance just now? Jiang Chang nodded approvingly. Not bad at all. Didn't you see my bro cheering for you just now? Oh really? I haven't met your friend yet. Since young Master Jiang is so handsome, your brother must be extraordinarily massive and mighty too. Of course, why don't I introduce you later when we get back? My buddy's really good at showing off, you'd probably like him. Ugh, what do you mean by acting pretentious? I don't understand at all, this is so embarrassing. Teehee. Master Jiang, my name is Sun Yin. You hit so hard just now, it felt amazing. I want to meet your brothers too. My girlfriends are looking for someone who knows how to show off. Seeing this, another sweet-looking girl quickly chimed in, speaking to Jiang Chang in a flirtatious, babyish voice. Though her figure wasn't as stunning as Xiao Qing's, she made up for it with her irresistibly sweet voice. Especially when she starts singing at night, no man can resist. Jiang Chang looked at Sun Yan's pure and adorable face, his hand involuntarily reaching out to pinch her slightly chubby, childish cheeks. But just as he was about to make contact, he noticed the foundation seemed a bit thick. Hesitating for a few seconds, his large hand changed course smoothly and landed on her bottom with a playful slap, producing a crisp smack. No problem, showing off is something I can do two at a time. Piece of cake. Xiao Chang, standing nearby, immediately grabbed Jiang Chang's hand and cooed, young Master Jiang, you can't play favorites, I want you to spank me too. After speaking, the two circular basins began moving toward Jiang Chang on their own. Two more slaps rang out. Jiang Chang said with lingering interest, what? Can you do magic tricks too? Why is your butt sitting on your chest? Ugh, this is a bear, silly. Really? I don't believe it. That big? Unless I see it for myself? Oh, Master Jiang, you're so bad. I'm the real deal, you'll know once you try me. How about this? Like this or like this? Jiang Chang found himself sandwiched between two women and couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, wherever there are women, there's bound to be conflict. That's exactly how the term plastic sister came about. Although the other girls also wanted to get close to Jiang Chang, seeing Xiao Qing and Xu Nian made them hesitate and back down. Xiao Qing and Xu Nian were the most outstanding among them all. At this point, any attempt to approach would only bring humiliation upon themselves. So the other girls naturally gravitated toward Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, laughing and flirting with them. After all, it's not every day you get to see two divine dragons in action. As Jiang Chang playfully bantered with the two women, the atmosphere gradually heated up. Seated nearby, Xiao Yining watched Jiang Chang, Xiao Chang, and Sun Yan joking and roughhousing, looking every bit the spoiled rich heirs. Oddly enough, Xiao Yining didn't find anything improper about it in her heart. Although it wasn't exactly heartbreaking, a hint of frustration still rose within her. Jiang Xiao, what do you usually do with your time? Nothing much, just killing time, idling around until death comes, living off my inheritance, sometimes fixing the plumbing when I'm bored. Oh my, you fix drains too? Of course, my specialty is unclogging those long blocked drains, one thrust and they're flowing freely again. Oh, young Master Jiang, you're so naughty. So what are your usual hobbies? Working out? Your physique is amazing. You seem to have an 8-pack. Not quite. I only have one hobby, really, Chu, ting targets. Socializing? Ugh, you're so annoying, don't say it separately like that. Xiao Qing and Sun Yan leaned shyly against Jiang Chang's chest, one on each side, giggling. What? Got the wrong idea? Didn't you come out tonight precisely to socialize? Hey, you're so mean. We just came here tonight to relax and unwind. Never expected to run into you, what a fortunate coincidence. So is this kind of relaxation the proper kind of relaxation? Young Master Jiang, you're so bad. Whether it's proper or not is up to you. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard Jiang Chang say this with complete seriousness. Xiao Yining tried several times to find another opportunity to strike up conversations with Jiang Chang, but he gave her no openings at all. Throughout the entire event, he acted as if she were completely invisible. The deliberate cold shoulder she received left her gritting her teeth in frustration, instantly overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of humiliation. She genuinely couldn't understand, hadn't she simply said she wasn't that kind of casual girl? What was so wrong about that statement? Though she wasn't that type of girl, if Jiang Chang had asked, she would have still considered it. She had already mentally prepared herself for coming here tonight. Right now, Xiao Yining was genuinely depressed. She knew exactly what she ought to do, she just didn't know how to do it. Why can't you just give yourself some time? Xiao Yining, friendliness +5. Jiang Chang watched as Xiao Yining's friendliness rating suddenly jumped to 90 points, and couldn't help but inwardly crack a faint smile. 90 points, hadn't it already reached the threshold for hey? Chapter 51, The Puzzle. In the following hours, Jiang Cheng continued to ignore Xiao Yining as if she didn't exist at all. This made Xiao Yining feel like sitting on pins and needles throughout the entire evening. Because Jiang Cheng had initially treated Xiao Qing with the same lack of enthusiasm. He had even held her in his arms, but just because of one sentence she said, Jiang Cheng let Xiao Qing and another girl surpass her effortlessly. All the glory that should have been hers was stripped away. How could Xiao Yining possibly balance this in her heart? The longer Jiang Cheng neglected her, the more unsettled Xiao Yining felt, growing increasingly uneasy and conflicted. It wasn't just Xiao Yining, Xiao Qing had felt the same way at the beginning too. She knew her looks weren't quite on par with Xiao Yining's, but after putting on makeup, she wasn't much inferior either. Especially her proudest possession and deadliest weapon, those several pounds of creamy flesh on her chest. This weapon of hers was far more substantial than Xiao Yining's. But no matter how actively she tried to please Jiang Cheng, he remained indifferent and aloof. This was undoubtedly a blow to Xiao Qing, who had never encountered rejection before. Although Xiao Qing usually disdained making the first move. But Jiang Cheng was no ordinary man, after all. Never mind how much money Jiang Cheng has, just his handsome and dashing face was enough to completely enthrall Xiao Qing. Such an extraordinary man ignoring her initially made Xiao Qing feel deeply frustrated. Yet now, Jiang Cheng had suddenly taken an interest in her. And here he was, holding her in his arms like she was putty in his hands. The situation had flipped entirely, leaving Xiao Qing exhilarated beyond words. The more envious Xiao Yining became, the more gratified Xiao Qing felt. Such is the strange competitive psychology among women. As the saying goes, jealousy knows no bounds. It's been the same since ancient times. Finally, the clock struck 1 in the morning. As the gathering came to an end, Xiao Qing and Sun Yan reluctantly bid farewell to Jiang Cheng. I thought tonight would be a joyous union with Jiang Cheng, or perhaps even a threesome. Who would have thought it would end with just exchanging WeChat contacts and a vague promise to meet up again some other time? Sun Yan, though unwilling, didn't dare say anything more. In contrast, Xiao Qing's face twisted with anger. She had barely managed to maintain a smile while Jiang Cheng was present, but as soon as he left, she stormed off with a scowl. As for Xiao Yining, she very cautiously followed behind Jiang Cheng. Actually, Jiang Cheng was quite reluctant to part with Xiao Qing, but there was no other choice, because he had a feeling that Xiao Yining, with her 90-point friendliness score, would be an easy target for him tonight. Faced with a choice between the two, Jiang Cheng still chose Xiao Yining. After all, considering all factors, Xiao Yining was actually the top-tier choice. The crucial point is that her virginity hasn't been taken yet. This matter is urgent. Throughout the journey, Jiang Cheng maintained an aloof demeanor, sitting straight in the passenger seat while playing with his phone. This behavior left Xiao Yining at a complete loss for how to react. She admitted that she wanted to latch onto Jiang Cheng as a golden ticket, but reason told her it might still be too soon. The journey passed in silence until they reached the underground garage of Amanyanjian. Xiao Yining handed the car keys to Jiang Cheng. Taking the keys, Jiang Cheng walked away without looking back. Watching Jiang Cheng turn and leave, Xiao Yining stamped her feet in frustration before reluctantly following after him. Jiang Cheng's actions today left Xiao Yining feeling uncertain about where she stood with him. Walking ahead, Jiang Cheng caught a glimpse of Xiao Yining's delicate, fair feet in high heels following behind him in his peripheral vision. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Seeing Jiang Cheng about to enter the house, Xiao Yining couldn't restrain herself any longer and hurried after him. Timidly grasping his hand, she made up her mind and said, It's so late, taking a taxi might not be safe. Could I stay here with you tonight? Looking at Xiao Yining's flushed face, Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly and said, Didn't you say you weren't that kind of loose woman? I was just talking. Take a taxi back yourself. Seeing Jiang Cheng still maintaining an indifferent expression, Xiao Yining's beautiful eyes whitened slightly in surprise. For some reason, she found herself feeling somewhat resentful at this moment. Though she'd arrived with ulterior motives, Jiang Cheng had truly made her suffer defeat all evening. Xiao Yining pouted angrily, saying, I'm not going back. Seeing Jiang Cheng studying her with a curious expression, Xiao Yining took a deep breath and strode straight into the courtyard villa. Though she didn't know whether Jiang Cheng would have someone throw her out. But at this moment, Xiao Yining didn't care. Her subconscious warned her she couldn't simply return. Going back would mean disaster. Wang Yuyan, who had been waiting for Jiang Cheng's return, saw him bring another unfamiliar woman back with him. Her expression froze for a second, but she quickly assumed her professional demeanor, stepping forward to bow slightly as she said, Welcome home, Mr. Jiang. Would you like to bathe now? Jiang Cheng glanced at Xiao Yining before nodding in agreement. I'll take a bath first. That will be all for now, Manager Wang. You may go rest. Seeing Jiang Cheng dismiss her, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Xiao Yining. Jiang Cheng still ignored Xiao Yining and walked straight into the bathroom. Though he was quite taken with Xiao Yining, after spending so long at tax earlier, his clothes had indeed picked up quite a bit of odor. After a quick shower, Jiang Cheng remained stern-faced as he walked to the bed, lay down, and began scrolling through his phone. Xiao Yining helplessly glanced at Jiang Chang before quickly following him into the bathroom. Naked and unclothed, Xiao Yining stood in the bathroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror with flushed cheeks and slightly damp eyes. She kept cheering herself on. She didn't stay in the bathroom for long, and soon the door opened. Xiao Yining emerged cautiously, her hair slightly damp as she gripped the doorframe, leaning most of her body out while gazing innocently at Jiang Chang lying on the bed. Scrolling through his phone, Jiang Chang glanced at Xiao Yining's charming and sensual face, along with her smooth, snow-white shoulders from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a femme fatale she was. God only knew how long he had restrained himself just to temper Xiao Yining's temperament. He fought back the impulse to pull Xiao Yining straight into his arms. Jiang Chang said coldly, there are plenty of rooms here. Pick anyone you like. Seeing Jiang Chang trying to send her away, Xiao Yining pouted pitifully and said, your bed is so big, can't I just sleep with you? Though these words sent waves of wild delight surging through Jiang Chang's heart, yet, his face still maintained an indifferent expression. I'm not used to sleeping with others. While saying this aloud, his inner thoughts betrayed him. Why doesn't she just come over herself? All this fussing about. If she doesn't come soon, I swear I'll rush over and pamper her. Just as Jiang Chang was secretly reveling in his thoughts, Xiao Yining walked out looking utterly dejected. She pouted pitifully and slowly crouched down. She buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were sobbing. What are you crying about? Jiang Chang suddenly found it utterly baffling. Have you started to hate me? Why do you dislike me so much? Everything was fine at first, you even held me. But now you refuse to let me sleep beside you, even when I offer. Wah! Fresh from her shower, Xiao Yining was like a freshly bloomed flower, now tear-streaked and heartbreakingly beautiful. Her enchanting big eyes brimmed with tears, a sight no man could resist. Adding to the effect, she was wearing Jiang Chang's oversized bathrobe, which only heightened her vulnerable allure. And now, as she crouched down in distress, the robe parted slightly. Lost in her emotional outburst, she remained oblivious to the fact that everything was already laid bare before him. This impact made Jiang Chang want to press her down and just ravage her right then and there. Letting out a sigh, Jiang Chang said impatiently, come here. Hearing Jiang Chang's words, Xiao Yining froze for a second. A few moments later, she took a deep breath and stood up, walking over to the bedside. Xiao Yining's hands clumsily traced the sharp angles of Jiang Chang's face, as if mimicking some scene, before she leaned in and gently planted a timid kiss on his lips. This move made Jiang Chang smile involuntarily. Now things were definitely settled. After kissing for a while, just as Xiao Yining began to feel uneasy again, Jiang Chang finally started responding to her. Their lips and teeth entwined as they kissed each other. Jiang Chang broke free from Xiao Yining's grasp and turned the tables, taking the lead. He held her beautiful face, starting from her jawline and kissing upward, slowly wiping away her tears. After what seemed like an eternity, Xiao Yining let out a muffled groan. She opened her teary eyes and fixed her gaze on Jiang Chang as she said, Jiang Chang, I like you. Though Xiao Yining loved money, she felt that she also genuinely liked Jiang Chang. After all, what girl wouldn't want a boyfriend with status and prestige, someone who drives luxury cars, stays at 5-star hotels, and even rescues her from desperate situations when she needs it most? For now, Jiang Chang was the Prince Charming of her dreams. Xiao Yining wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Chang's waist, burying her face against his strong chest as she listened to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Early the next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the company right on time. She picked up her phone and sent Jiang Chang a message. Good morning, hubby. After sending the message, Yu Xiaoxiao set her phone aside and began working on today's report. Su Wan, one of the company's artists, made a rare appearance at Star Entertainment today. Her task for the day was to take some promotional photos at the company. Since their last dinner together, Jiang Chang hadn't contacted her again. Now, Su Wan stood hesitantly outside Yu Xiaoxiao's office door. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, she finally knocked on the door and spoke, Manager Yu. Yu Xiaoxiao's response came quickly from inside, come in. Seeing that the person entering was Su Wan, Yu Xiaoxiao's face showed a hint of surprise. Hello, Manager Yu, sorry to disturb you, Su Wan greeted with a bright smile. Su Wan, come, have a seat here. Yu Xiaoxiao rose from her work chair and walked toward the guest sofa. After settling on the sofa, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the teapot from the table and poured Su Wan a cup of tea. She had a rough idea why Su Wan had come to see her, but instead of addressing it directly, she probed tentatively, Wan, is there something you need? Su Wan skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. Manager Yu, you know Jiang Chang, don't you? Seeing Su Wan ask about Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression softened. She nodded and said, yes, we met during a business trip. Did he mention that he plans to sign me? Yes, that's the matter. I'm already preparing for it. As soon as I finish handing over my responsibilities at the company, I'll take care of it. It might take a few more days, please don't worry, I'll get it done. Su Wan immediately felt relieved upon hearing this. There had been no movement for a while, so she had thought Jiang Chang was just joking around. Are you really going to resign? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. I've already submitted my resignation. Later, I'll be joining Zhang Cheng's company to help out. The company was officially registered today. Once I terminate your contract, you'll become our first signed artist. But manager Yu, it's a brand new company. You've worked so hard to reach your current position. How can you be so certain about Zhang Cheng? Yu Xiaoxiao understood Su Wan's concern. She took Su Wan's hand and gave it a gentle, reassuring pat, their interaction radiating the warmth of close sisters. Wan, I understand what you're saying, but I'm absolutely 100% certain about Zhang Cheng. You'll see in time, he's someone truly trustworthy and dependable. Since we're like sisters, you can just call me Sister Yu from now on. Just as Su Wan was about to speak again, an employee suddenly knocked and entered the room. Manager Yu, the reception desk called to say someone has delivered a surprise gift for you. They're waiting downstairs now and would like you to come down to receive it. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Though she regularly received gifts, usually flowers or necklaces, none had ever required her to personally go downstairs to accept them. What kind of surprise? Who sent it? Tell them to reject it, I don't want it. Seems like it's a car, can't be rejected. The sender already paid for it. The employees finished speaking, and both Yu Xiaoxiao and Su Wan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? A car? Yu Xiaoxiao's mind raced through numerous faces before inevitably settling on Zhang Cheng's handsome features. Sister Yu, someone actually gave you a car? That's insane. Let's go take a look together, Su Wan said excitedly. After saying this, she suddenly furrowed her brows, struck by a premonition. Could it be Zhang Cheng? Not only Su Wan thought so, but Yu Xiaoxiao's heart also leaped like a startled deer at that moment. I'll head down first to see what's going on. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's delighted expression, Su Wan said enviously, I'll go too. Soon, Su Wan and Yu Xiaoxiao took the elevator together down to the lobby on the first floor. As soon as the elevator reached the first floor, a young man in a suit wearing white gloves addressed Yu Xiaoxiao, saying, Miss Yu, good day. There is a vehicle that requires your signature for delivery. Yu Xiaoxiao followed the staff to the company entrance in a daze, feeling utterly bewildered. A car draped in a red cover was parked at the entrance, already surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers. As Yu Xiaoxiao stepped out, 6 Lamborghini staff members, 3 on each side, raised streamer sprays and confetti cannons, unleashing a celebratory burst. The Lamborghini staff smiled at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, Hello, Miss Yu, please unveil it. Watching the colorful confetti scatter all over the company's entrance, Yu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. She slowly removed the car cover before her, revealing the pink body of the vehicle, and then the Lamborghini emblem came into view. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth in delighted surprise when she saw such a beautiful car. Oh my goodness, a pink Lamborghini, it's absolutely stunning. I'm so jealous, Manager Yu is living the dream. I heard Manager Yu broke up with her fiancé, and now she has a new boyfriend. I wish I had a boyfriend like that too, I'm so jealous. Looking at this pink Lamborghini, Su Wan immediately thought of Zhang Cheng's Ferrari LaFerrari. For some reason, she was absolutely certain at this moment that the car was a gift from Zhang Cheng. Who else could make such an extravagant gesture? Miss Yu, here are your car keys. Who sent these? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't immediately take the keys, instead asking with some wariness in her voice. It was Mr. Zhang Cheng who arranged this for you. We hope you like it. Hearing Zhang Cheng's name, Yu Xiaoxiao finally took the Lamborghini keys with excitement. The self-proclaimed strong-willed businesswoman Yu Xiaoxiao was now utterly moved beyond words, her tears beginning to flow uncontrollably. No man had ever treated her as well as Zhang Cheng did. Yu Xiaoxiao, friendliness +5. Zhang Cheng jolted awake at the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness level toward the host reaching 99 points, unlocked title, bound through life and death. The host has received a special reward package. Would the host like to open it? Zhang Cheng silently said, open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a consumption cashback card, maximum spending amount of 5 million. Cashback multiplier, 1 to 100 times. Congratulations to the host for receiving a card, reward card. When the hosts. Chapter 52, Imperial Cuisine. Zhang Cheng jolted awake upon hearing the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness level reaching 99 points towards the host, the Bound Through Life and Death title has been unlocked. The host has obtained a special reward package. Would the host like to open it? Zhang Cheng silently uttered, open. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 consumption rebate card, maximum spending amount, 5 million. Rebate multiplier, 1 to 100 times. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Devour card. This card is exclusively for use by beautiful ladies with a charm rating of 90 points or above. After use, the host will receive 1/10 of the number of descendants, multiplied by the user's satisfaction level, to calculate the final cashback. Zhang Cheng chuckled immediately upon seeing the system notification. This system really knows how to make things interesting. Who could have thought of such a reward? And there's one crucial point. Although there's only one of these rewards, the system doesn't limit how many members of the opposite sex you can use it with at once. Meaning Jiang Chang could queue up with one person of the opposite sex and still use this card. But what if one day Jiang Chang multi-queues or 3 queues or even 4 queues? Would the rewards double then? But if it's multi-queue, wouldn't there also be an issue? Namely, it'd be hard to avoid overlooking this or that, which would lead to a drop in satisfaction. Jiang Chang stared at the card and fell deep into thought, whether it's solo or team play. In any case, this reward card guarantees at least 10 million in earnings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to personally invest at least 10 million. After the investment, the system will assign a gold medal investor and an elite general manager to ensure the company's stable profitability. Note, the investment company must achieve an annual return of at least 10%. Reading the system's prompt, Jiang Chang couldn't help but sit up in excitement. This reward was really impressive. Jiang Chang glanced in the direction of the bathroom before answering Yu Xiaoxiao's call. Xiao Xiao, Jiang Chang, thank you for the gift. I really love it. Yu Xiaoxiao choked out between sobs. I'm glad you like it. Why are you crying? Jiang Chang replied helplessly. Jiang Chang still held a special fondness for Yu Xiaoxiao, not only because she was his first woman, but also because she was remarkably understanding and magnanimous. Plus, her current friendliness toward him had already reached a staggering 99 points. A woman who was both sensible and sexy, coupled with her unwavering devotion to him, how could he not favor her? You're too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. If you really want to repay me, get better at playing PUBG. Ugh, fine, I get it. After chatting affectionately with Yu Xiaoxiao for a while, Jiang Chang hung up the phone. Glancing toward the bathroom, he estimated Xiao Yining should be finishing up her shower soon. Jiang Chang switched to the system screen. The reward investment company from the system had undoubtedly elevated his social status another tier. Having money is one thing, but more importantly, you must learn to invest, otherwise, you'll just be eating away at your fortune without replenishing it. Starting a company wouldn't just elevate Jiang Chang's social status, there was an even greater benefit: real estate. This would directly solve the problem of purchase restrictions on properties in certain locations. For instance, when he bought the Ferrari, under normal circumstances, Jiang Chang would have had no chance of getting a Shanghai license plate if the system hadn't intervened. Because he doesn't have a Shanghai household registration, he wouldn't be able to buy a car or property in Shanghai. Just look up the purchase restriction policy. But if Jiang Chang establishes a company in Shanghai, the issues with buying a car and property would be easily resolved. Jiang Chang pondered for a moment. According to the Dream Come True system's prompt, the minimum requirement was 10 million. The annual return on investment would be at least 10%. Under these circumstances, the more money you invest, the greater the return. He glanced at the balance in his bank account. After some thought, he decided to invest 500 million directly into the investment firm. After all, the larger the investment in the firm, the higher Jiang Chang's social status would rise. When your company's investment and financing scale reaches hundreds of billions or trillions, that's when you truly become an industry titan. Jiang Chang murmured to himself, activate the investment company. Initializing an investment company for the host. Please specify the location, capital, and name of the investment company. Devote to the magical city, with 500 million in capital, and the company shall be named Stellar Investment. Ding! The investment company has been established. A top investor and elite management team will contact the host within 3 days. Please stay alert for updates. Congratulations, host, your level has upgraded once again. Every second you exist in this world, you earn 1.5 yuan. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18 years old. Height, 182 cm. Looks, 85 points. Level, 10. System reserve funds, 786,410 yuan, available for withdrawal at any time. System, $1.50 per second. Upgrade experience, 633.17 million/1 billion. His move of using 500 million to establish an investment company instantly propelled the system 2 levels up, reaching the 10th level. Now every second earns him 1.5 yuan, which amounts to 90 yuan per minute, 5,400 yuan per hour, and 129,600 yuan per day, transforming his monthly salary into 3.88 million. His annual income would soon reach over 46 million. A few minutes later, Xiao Yining also emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel, her face flushed with shyness as she looked at Jiang Chang. Did I wake you? Jiang Chang shook his head. Aren't you tired? Xiao Yining shook her head. I slept quite well last night. Although Jiang Chang had placed his left and right hands on her sensitive areas last night under the pretext of helping her heal, for some reason she had slept soundly and felt incredibly safe. Hearing Xiao Yining's words, Jiang Chang's eyes darkened. Really? Feeling hungry then? I've got a new dish here that needs reviewing by our freshly minted food blogger. With that, Jiang Chang grabbed Xiao Yining's hand. Ah! Xiao Yining gasped, instantly understanding the meaning behind Jiang Chang's words. She wanted to escape, but it was already too late. He could only honestly and earnestly evaluate the Super Emperor's delicacies before him. Jiang Chang sighed with satisfaction. What a wonderful morning! Not only did he receive generous system rewards, but his body also felt exceptionally comfortable. After freshening up, Jiang Chang and Xiao Yining finally sat down for lunch. By the way, Jiang Chang, don't give me any more tips from now on. After last night's in-depth discussion between the two, Xiao Yining's goodwill towards Jiang Chang had directly reached 95 points. If I don't tip you, then who should I be tipping instead? I didn't mean it that way. The platform takes 70% of all tips. You've tipped me over 2 million yuan, that's such a waste. Jiang Chang didn't respond directly. Whether or not he tipped Xiao Yining depended entirely on what the system whispered to him. Last night, after tipping Xiao Yining, he'd gotten over 200 million yuan in cashback. Why would he refuse such an incredible deal? Jiang Chang pinched Xiao Yining's puffed-up cheeks playfully. How about I transfer the money to you directly? I don't mean it like that. It's just that I can't bear to see so much money spent. Wang Yuyan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard the amount of the tip. Is this how wealthy people behave? Over 2 million yuan tip to a live streamer? Wang Yuyan immediately couldn't believe her ears. Although she admitted that Xiao Yining's figure and looks were truly outstanding, spending over 2 million was simply too extravagant. Don't overthink it, it's just pocket money. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, Xiao Yining hesitated before whispering, then, can I still do live streams in the future? I want to know if you mind my identity as a female streamer. If you do, I'll just stop streaming anyway, I'm still in school after all. Jiang Chang knew that some female streamers would quit the industry and stop broadcasting once they caught the eye of their top-tier patrons. But Xiao Yining wasn't the type who danced in streams, and with her straight-as-an-arrow personality, she definitely wouldn't flirt or sweet-talk her patrons. So her streaming was better than nothing, at least. What are you thinking about? If you want to go live, then go live. You're not one of those messy female streamers, I believe in you. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiao Yining couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With a charming smile, she said, I've thought about it, maybe I'll start live streaming food and quirky content to see if that resonates better. MHM, do what you want. I won't interfere normally, but remember, if any other streamer dares to bully you, you must tell me, got it? Xiao Yining nodded and replied, alright, truth is, most streamers are decent, only a few are snobbish. Besides, my skills are just average anyway, so I rarely interact with them. Which university do you attend? Shanghai University of Technology. Jiang Chang nodded. Not bad, at least it was different from the school he had chosen. I'll be going back in a few days. Seeing that Jiang Chang was about to leave, Xiao Yining said reluctantly, then when will you come back again? See, they might still come before school starts. Does that mean it'll be hard to see you from now on? Xiao Yining suddenly felt a bit downcast, she hadn't considered this issue before. What's so hard about it? It's just a few hours from Tianfu to Modu, and I'll be staying here once school starts. I applied to a university in Modu too. Really? That's amazing. Xiao Yining's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. Jiang Chang nodded, then suddenly thought of something. Looking up at Wang Yuyan who was pouring juice for him, he asked, Manager Wang, my room fee expires today, doesn't it? Wang Yuyan nodded in confirmation. Yes, Mr. Jiang. It will expire tomorrow morning. Then help me extend it for 2 more months. There was still 1 month left before school started, and he could occasionally come back to stay before buying his own place. Moreover, he had just obtained a cashback card from the big gift package, but the maximum limit for using the cashback card was only 5 million. To be honest, 5 million couldn't buy a very large apartment in Shanghai, and there was no way he could solve Shanghai's home purchase restrictions in such a short time. Don't even start with how rich people always find ways around housing purchase restrictions. Jiang Chang currently only knew a handful of people, and even those were just casual acquaintances. Jiang Chang always remembered the advice his father repeatedly gave him, handle matters yourself when possible. Use money to solve problems rather than expending favors, and never waste favors when no mutual benefits are involved. The concept of personal favors is an exceedingly complex one in Chinese society. It was just a matter of 5 million. After making the purchase, the rebate would come immediately. Only a few days had passed since he first obtained the system, and he would only grow stronger from here on out. There really was no need to waste social favors over such a trivial matter. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, both Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yining's minds were instantly filled with question marks. Both of them couldn't believe their ears. Wang Yuyan licked her dry lips and spoke with difficulty. Mr. Jiang, did you say 2 months? Extending for another 2 months? Beside her, Xiao Yining also nodded and looked at Jiang Chang, saying, yeah, Jiang Chang, did you misspeak? Weren't you supposed to go back? Looking at their shocked expressions, Jiang Chang calmly nodded, yes, but that doesn't stop me from extending the stay, does it? Chapter 53, Wang Yuyan's Little Scheme. Jiang Chang's words instantly rendered both Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yining speechless. It's true that it wouldn't affect extending the room payment, but what normal person would operate like this? You'll be leaving in a few days anyway, why would you still extend the payment for 2 months? The room rate here is 80,000 yuan per night, not 80. Even Wang Yuyan, who holds the title of gold medal butler here, was utterly shocked at this moment. Her legs went weak involuntarily. Clients who book the Ting Villa for a whole week are already rare to begin with. It's unprecedented for someone to stay continuously for 2 months right from the start. Jiang Chang is truly the first one, though she knew professionally she shouldn't interfere with guests' affairs. Yet she couldn't help reminding Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, if you find the accommodation comfortable, you can contact me directly before your next visit. I'll reserve this room for you in advance, so you won't need to keep extending your stay. Joanny also nodded in agreement. Jiang Chang, I can come over in advance to help you make reservations too. Joanny's mind quickly did the calculations. 80,000 a day, for 2 months, that's 480,000 yuan? After crunching these numbers, she finally understood why Jiang Chang had been able to casually tip her over 2 million yuan without hesitation. This is like having a money printing factory at home or maybe owning a gold mine. Seeing them trying to stop him from spending one after another, Jiang Chang couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The maximum amount for the cashback coupon is 5 million, and spending it all on luxury goods at once would be too troublesome. But using this money to buy property in Shanghai? At best, it would cover the down payment. For 5 million outright, what kind of size could you even get in Shanghai? Probably just a few dozen square meters. Hell, his own bedroom is bigger than that. After all, no matter how this voucher is used, it's just for cashback in the end. Why nickel and dime over such a small amount? Besides, he had just obtained this descendants card thanks to Yu Xiaoxiao's help. With this card in hand, all he needed was to find a girl with beauty stats above 90 points, treat her to a meal before surpassing her, and he could easily net hundreds of millions. Once he had that money, buying a luxury mansion wouldn't be a dream, wouldn't that be amazing? Cutting off Wang Yuyan's analysis mid-sentence, he sighed and said, Manager Wang, this attitude won't do. Shouldn't a hotel be happy about business? If I were your boss, I'd be seriously displeased. Jiang Cheng's reminder made Wang Yuyan fluster instantly. You're right, Mr. Jiang, she stammered, She wanted to explain herself, but upon opening her mouth, she realized she couldn't seem to find any justification to defend herself. Jiang Chang was right about this. Why should she try to save money on his behalf from his perspective? The current situation clearly shows that the longer Jiang Chang drives, the higher Wang Yuyan's commission will be. She should be happy right now, so why is she trying to stop Jiang Chang instead? Not even Jiang Chang could understand it, and neither could she. Seeing this, Xiao Yining nearby also couldn't help but frown and glance at Wang Yuyan. As a woman herself, she naturally understood why this was happening. It was just like when Jiang Chang gave her tips. When Xiao Yining didn't know that Dinghai Shenzhen was Jiang Chang, of course she hoped this stranger would tip her as much as possible. But after she actually got together with Jiang Chang, she didn't want him wasting any more money tipping her. Xiao Yining felt Wang Yuyan was now in a similar situation to hers. A charming man always catches women's eyes. If Xiao Yining could sense something was off, Jiang Chang had certainly noticed it too. He quickly activated the friendliness scan system when facing Wang Yuyan. Name, Wang Yuyan. Age, 24. Height, 165 cm. Appearance, 89. Figure, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness level, 80. Intimate status. Jiang Chang was somewhat surprised by the fact that Wang Yuyan's privacy score was 0. When it comes to hotel guest managers as a profession, people often subconsciously hold certain biases, especially toward managers of such high-end suites. The more advanced it is, the greater the opportunities to encounter temptation. Moreover, Wang Yuyan's appearance isn't bad at all. With 90 points in looks, she might not be as dazzlingly beautiful as someone like Xiao Yining, but within the university, she's definitely at the level of a department belle. The key point is, her friendliness towards him is as high as 80 points? Since moving in, Jiang Chang has brought 2 women home to stay overnight. Wang Yuyan is perfectly aware of his relationships with Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yining. After their intimate moments, it was Wang Yuyan herself who changed the bedsheets. In this situation, having an 80-point friendliness rating toward yourself reeks of something fishy. No wonder Wang Yuyan was so eager to think on his behalf. Moreover, whenever he booked a hotel room, professional butler services like Wang Yuyan's usually earned commissions, yet surprisingly, she refused to take hers. He had treated Wang Yuyan as a proper butler, never suspecting she had ulterior motives toward him. How intriguing. Jiang Chang composed himself and put on an indifferent demeanor as he spoke. It's fine, just take care of the opening for me. My schedule is unpredictable, I never know when I'll leave or return. I dislike inconveniences. With that, Jiang Chang directly handed the bank card to Wang Yuyan. Since Jiang Chang had already instructed her this way, Wang Yuyan had no choice but to take the bank card. Moreover, she felt that her reaction earlier had been too noticeably exaggerated. Alright, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go out now to take care of this for you. With that, Wang Yuyan quickly walked out of the Ting Villa. Once outside the villa, Wang Yuyan shook off those unrealistic thoughts in her head and trudged toward the lobby with a distressed expression, still clutching the bank card. She hadn't gone far when she ran into another woman wearing the same uniform, who greeted her. "Yuyan, what's wrong? You look upset. Is the guest hard to please?" Wang Yuyan shook her head at the girl. "Changcheng, not at all. The guests were actually very easy to serve." "Then why are you making that face? You have no idea how much we envy you. As for me, I didn't get any business again today. The guest just checked out, and I'm about to go back and rest. Seems like I'll be at the bottom of the rankings again this month," Changcheng said gloomily. In their line of work, nothing was more dreaded than resting. Resting meant no income. Seeing Changcheng's despondency, Wang Yuyan immediately cheered her on. "Come on, go drum up more business. I wish I could too, but where can I find a big spender? I'm really envious of you. You've already landed a week's worth of orders just at the start of the month. Even our manager is singing your praises. Big clients like that don't come by often. For housekeepers like them, the base salary was only 3,000 yuan, but the commission was exceptionally high. As long as there are guests checking in and it's their turn to serve them, their commission would be 5% of the room fee. So, as long as Jiang Cheng kept the Villa Ting open for business for one day, Wang Yuyan would earn a commission of 4,000 yuan for that day. But country villas aren't available every day. Normally, there are at most 2 or 3 per month. Sometimes it's just 1 or 2 days. If you're lucky, you might get 5 or 6 days, but most of the time they remain empty. That's why being a platinum butler isn't as easy as it seems. Thanks to Jiang Cheng, Wang Yuyan easily earned a monthly commission of 30,000 yuan this month. The month has just begun. Maybe you'll land a big deal tomorrow, Wang Yuyan comfortingly said. Thanks for the kind words. Oh, by the way, your guest's room fee expires today, right? You'll finally get to rest tonight. Chapter 55. Do wealthy people just get their money blown in by the wind? Wang Yuyan really didn't want to discourage Changcheng. She could only force a bitter smile. I wish I could rest, Changcheng. Do you think rich people's money grows on trees? I don't know if the money came from thin air, but it definitely wasn't earned like ours, working 24 hours without sleep. You wouldn't believe it. My guest last night was up from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. fussing about changing the sheets one moment and popping champagne the next. Such a handful. Then you should go rest quickly. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Jiang Cheng nodded. Let's head back to the dorm together and get some good sleep. Wang Yuyan spoke up hesitantly. I've thought it over, and I'm planning to see the general manager. My guest said he wants to extend his stay for 2 more months. I'll check if I can apply for some discount for him. What? 2 months, Yuyan? Are you serious? Jiang Cheng gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Wang Yuyan nodded firmly. You wouldn't believe it. After booking the room, he doesn't even stay here every day. I told him he could skip paying for the days he's not here, but he insisted on keeping it open. That's why I felt so frustrated. How can the gap between people be this huge? For a million could buy a villa in my hometown, yet he spends it on 2 months in a hotel. Yuyan, are you dumb? Why did you tell the guest not to book? The commission for 2 months is 240,000. You'd be rolling in cash. Cheng said, feeling both shocked and exasperated. But he said he's going back home in a few days and won't be staying here. It feels weird taking the service fee without actually doing any work. Aya, my dear sister, if you don't want it, let me take over. Let me serve that handsome guy in your room. Honestly, I've never tended to such a good-looking man before. Look at you, getting all dreamy-eyed again, Wang Yuyan teased. Honestly, big sis, how's the guest's figure? Was it really impressive when swimming? Did you take a liking to that handsome guy, which is why you're so considerate of him? Cheng's question instantly brought to mind Jiang Cheng's backstroke in the water. That particular area was indeed very impressive, huge. Wang Yuyan, friendliness points +5. After briefly entertaining the thought, Wang Yuyan quickly shook her head, banishing those not suitable for children images from her mind. Don't talk nonsense. We in the service industry must always put ourselves in the guest's shoes. That's how we provide excellent service, Wang Yuyan hastily explained while making excuses for herself. Booking for 2 whole months straight? This breaks our hotel's record. In all these years since the hotel opened, no wealthy guest has ever done this. Could it be that the guest has taken a liking to you? Changcheng eyed Wang Yuyan up and down excitedly as she spoke. There was one strict requirement for becoming a butler at their hotel. Candidates had to meet both appearance and figure standards during the hiring process. Moreover, applicants needed at least a bachelor's degree in hospitality, and their foreign language proficiency had to meet level 6 at minimum. Otherwise, one simply couldn't qualify to be a private butler at such a high-end hotel. An outstanding and beautiful female butler with impeccable posture and etiquette is essentially the equivalent of a first-class flight attendant. Women like this often encounter certain situations while serving guests, either being flirted with or receiving subtly veiled requests of various kinds. After all, aside from not sharing a bed, private butlers provide an all-encompassing, intimate level of service by standard. Among all the housekeepers, Wang Yuyan was the most beautiful one, so the chances of encountering such situations were naturally higher. Wang Yuyan shook her head regretfully and denied. How could that be? You haven't seen the women he brings back, each one more stunning than the last. Previously, he brought back a very sexy older sister, and then last night, he brought back another girl who was also incredibly beautiful. I can't compare to them. And you know what? That guest of mine even tipped her over 2 million. Hearing this, Cheng became even more excited. Over 2 million? Oh my god, Yuyan Jia, what kind of tycoon are you serving? If you're not interested, can we swap? Let me take care of this guest, I'll give you all the tips. I just want to serve him. If you don't want this opportunity, give it to me, okay? Please. Alright, stop joking around. He casually spends millions, that kind of money could get him a dozen or 20 different girls. Let's not overthink it. Wang Yuyan said this, but deep down, there was still a faint glimmer of hope, wondering how Jiang Cheng saw her. Women's tolerance for rich and exceptional men is remarkably high. If they can't tolerate you having multiple women, it's only because you're not rich enough. Just look at the casino tycoon, first wife, second wife, third wife, fourth, fifth. That tells you just how high their tolerance can be. Chapter 56, The Aman CEO's Sycophancy. Ah, you're right. If they really like you, why bother with this money? They'd just give it to you directly, don't you think? Remember last month when a client booked the Courtyard Villa for 2 days? Yuan was hosting. Just 2 days later, she left with the guest and even quit her job. Cheng said with noticeable envy in her voice. Their line of work bore striking similarities to that of flight attendants. Both were service industries with equally high turnover rates. The key similarity, however, lay in their higher probability of encountering high-quality men. Of course I know. Alright, I'll go take care of things first, we mustn't keep the guest waiting, said Wang Yuyan before hurrying off in a flurry. 10 minutes later, Wang Yuyan arrived at the general manager's office and immediately reported Jiang Cheng's lease renewal. The male manager was stunned for a while before promptly deciding to report the matter to Aman's CEO. Despite hosting many distinguished guests over the years since its opening, Aman had never encountered a guest like Jiang Cheng who stayed continuously for over 2 months. Moreover, judging from Wang Yuyan's tone, this guest wasn't even planning to reside here long term. Isn't this basically giving away money? After the male manager submitted his report, Aman's senior executives were all shocked. People always pay more attention to those within their own social circles, and Jiang Cheng clearly wasn't part of their circle. Everyone was speculating whether Jiang Cheng might be the offspring of some high-ranking official, or perhaps the child of some big shot who had returned from overseas. He had started throwing money around the moment he arrived, as if cutting loose. But no matter which it was, getting to know him was still essential. With that in mind, the chief executive of Aman Yanji in Shanghai immediately rushed over in haste. Half an hour later, the executive director of Aman was swiftly led by Wang Yuyan to the Courtyard Villa where Jiang Cheng was staying. By this time, Jiang Cheng had already received the bank notification for the deduction. However, he noticed that the amount deducted didn't match his calculations. According to his math, 80,000 per day for 2 months should total 4,800,000, right? Yet, the bank had only deducted 3,800,000, a full million short. Ding! Congratulations on using the consumption rebate card. The current rebate multiplier is 100 times. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 380 million yuan. Just as Jiang Cheng was puzzled, Wang Yuyan rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, he saw Wang Yuyan accompanied by a young man dressed in an expensive suit and leather shoes. Mr. Jiang, hello, this is the CEO of Aman. After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, the middle-aged man quickly extended his hand and said, Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Wang Yang, the executive CEO of Aman Shanghai. Hello, President Wang. Jiang Cheng extended his hand for a handshake. I heard from Manager Wang that you've extended your stay at the Pavilion Villa for 2 more months. I came specifically to visit you and express our gratitude for your recognition of Aman. Here's my business card, please feel free to contact me for anything. Additionally, Manager Wang has personally applied for a special discount for you. From now on, you will enjoy the benefits of a super VIP client with a 20% discount on all future stays. Jiang Cheng finally understood why only 3.8 million had been deducted from his bank card. It turned out they'd given him a discount. Little did he know this very decision would cost him nearly 100 million in potential rebates. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Women really do complicate things. Still, since the hotel had already discounted his bill, Jiang Cheng wasn't the type of fool who'd insist on throwing money at people unnecessarily. Although the cashback was less, this incident made Jiang Cheng view Wang Yuyan in a higher light. While he saved $1 million on the accommodation fee, it was evident her commission would likewise take a hit. With a single slash, President Wang knocked off $1 million from the price, quite the savvy move. Jiang Cheng smiled politely and replied, Then I'll gratefully accept your offer, President Wang. I might really have to trouble you about some matters later. Wang Yang grinned at Jiang Cheng's words and said, What kind of talk is this? If you need anything, just come to me. I don't mind being bothered, I just worry you won't reach out. By the way, here's some pu'er tea from my personal collection. Have a taste, and I hope you won't find it unworthy. With that, he handed Jiang Cheng an expensive-looking gift bag. Without standing on ceremony, Jiang Cheng accepted it and replied, "Then I'll thank you, President Wang. Care to come in for a cup of tea?" No. I won't disturb you further. If you don't mind, could I add your WeChat? You can contact me anytime through there if needed. Jiang Cheng initially thought Wang Yang was just being polite, but unexpectedly, the man proactively suggested exchanging WeChat contacts. Taking out his phone and opening the QR code scanner, Wang Yang immediately pulled out his device to scan it. Then he turned to Wang Yuyan and instructed, "Housekeeper Wang, you must provide excellent service to Mr. Jiang. Every single one of his needs should be attended to with utmost care." "Yes, President, I understand clearly." Wang Yang, realizing he had overstayed his welcome, said to Jiang Cheng, "Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you any longer. I hope you'll have a pleasant stay here." Jiang Cheng nodded and replied, "Thank you, President Wang." Chapter 57. Are you going to jump? Seeing that he had already taken up enough of Jiang Cheng's time, Wang Yang said, "Well then, Mr. Jiang, I won't trouble you further. May your stay here be thoroughly enjoyable." Jiang Cheng nodded, "Thank you, President Wang." After Wang Yuyan saw Wang Yan off, Jiang Cheng spoke up, "Manager Wang, thank you, really saved me a lot on accommodation costs." Genuinely unbothered by Wang Yuyan's unintentional blunder, Jiang Cheng was actually quite pleased with her actions. Heartened by Jiang Cheng's approval, Wang Yuyan replied cheerfully, "No need for thanks, just doing my job." Saving on this expense means you're missing out on quite a bit of commission too. Yes, it is indeed less, but since you don't stay here every day, it's still too much for me. Jiang Cheng smiled at Wang Yuyan, "Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal when I have time." Wang Yuyan didn't take Jiang Cheng's words seriously and replied courteously, "You're too kind. Your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation for me." Xiao Yining, standing nearby, listened to their conversation and became even more certain of Wang Yuyan's intentions. Though she didn't dare make demands of Jiang Cheng, asserting her dominance over Wang Yuyan was perfectly acceptable. Xiao Yining immediately walked over to Jiang Cheng's side, wrapped her arms around his, and said coquettishly, "Jiang Cheng, I don't want to go back." At that moment, Jiang Cheng remained oblivious to the subtle tension between the two women. Feeling the voluptuous press against his chest, he pulled Xiao Yining into an embrace and said, "Didn't you say your good friend made a special trip to visit you? If you're reluctant, then don't go back." Xiao Yining pouted with reluctance. "Sigh, I don't want to either, but we made plans ages ago. She's usually so busy with work, it's hard to schedule time together. Oh well, I should still go." Seeing Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining getting lovey-dovey again, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but darken her expression. After nodding at Jiang Cheng, Wang Yuyan discreetly excused herself and left the room. An hour later, Xiao Yining was helplessly rinsing her mouth over and over in front of the mirror. Pinching her slightly numb lips, she swore never to put herself through this again no matter how jealous she got. Eating so many meals in one evening made her worry she'd grow accustomed to this habit, and it could easily lead to mouth ulcers. After dropping Xiao Yining off at her apartment, Jiang Cheng drove toward Yu Xiaoxiao's company. Arriving at the company building, Jiang Cheng dialed Yu Xiaoxiao's number. Yu Xiaoxiao answered the call shortly afterward. She responded to Jiang Cheng rather hesitantly, muttering a few words before Yu Xiaoxiao claimed to be busy and asked him to wait for her. Just as the call ended, the sounds of Zhang Yu's commotion seemed to carry over from the other end of the line. With his exceptionally sharp hearing, Jiang Cheng instantly realized the noise was coming from nearby. Frowning, Jiang Cheng instinctively turned his car in that direction. The roaring sound of the Ferrari supercar approached, drawing the synchronized gazes of several people by the riverside toward Jiang Cheng. After the car came to a stop, Jiang Cheng noticed Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed there, and standing beside her was none other than Zhang Yu. He immediately got out of the car and walked straight over to Yu Xiaoxiao's side. When she saw it was Jiang Cheng stepping out, Yu Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned flustered. "Jiang Cheng, what brings you here?" Zhang Yu, standing by the riverside, grew even more excited upon seeing Jiang Cheng's arrival. "Fine, you're actually together out in the open now? Yu Xiaoxiao, you slut, I'm telling you, you'd better marry me properly or else." Jiang Cheng frowned at Zhang Yu and said, "Xiaoxiao, didn't you say it was all taken care of?" Seeing Jiang Cheng speak like this, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head. "Jiang Cheng, he kept bothering me. Today he even came to my company to make a scene. I didn't want you to be upset by someone like him, so I didn't tell you." "Silly girl, these things don't matter," Jiang Cheng said before tenderly patting Yu Xiaoxiao's head. "Jiang Cheng, don't bother with him, he's just a scoundrel. Now he's threatening to jump into the river. I've already called security." Several security guards in black uniforms were patiently calming down the agitated Zhang Yu nearby. "You're calling me a scoundrel? Then what are you two, a shameless pair of cheaters?" Jiang Cheng's expression turned icy cold upon hearing Zhang Yu's insulting words. Sensing the chilling aura around Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed his arm. "Jiang Cheng, don't mind this kind of person spouting nonsense, let's just go." "Yu Xiaoxiao, I'm going to expose everything about you today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump off." You know I can't swim. If I die, you won't be able to escape responsibility. With that, Zhang Yu put on a threatening act as he spoke. The security guard on the side promptly spoke up. Sir, please calm down. Let's talk this out properly. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. You want to jump down? Seeing Jiang Cheng approach, Zhang Yu instinctively clenched his buttocks. What are you doing? Stay away. Chapter 58, Money Makes the Mare Go. The incident of diarrhea last time still haunts him to this day. Don't you want to jump? Go ahead and jump. Zhang Yu's face turned pale as he saw the mocking look on Jiang Cheng's face. Swallowing hard, he retorted, You think I don't dare? If I jump, let's see how she explains this to all my relatives and friends. Enough with the talk. If you don't want to jump, maybe I should give you a little push. With that, Jiang Cheng turned to the nearby security guards and said casually, How about this, gentlemen, I'll give each of you 5 million. You four rush over pretending to hold him back, but during the struggle, he accidentally slips and falls due to his emotional outburst. Then when he starts drowning, you try to rescue him only to fail tragically. Sounds good? Percent. Seeing Jiang Cheng say these words so nonchalantly, Zhang Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Upon closer consideration, his face immediately turned pale. Jiang Cheng's implication was that he intended to have him outright killed. He had only wanted to threaten Yu Xiaoxiao, not actually jump into the river. Zhang Yu trembled as he pointed at Jiang Cheng with an upturned little finger. What are you saying? This is a society governed by law. How dare you speak of hiring killers to murder someone in public? The security guards nearby listened to Jiang Cheng's plan. First shocked, then intrigued. They exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. From Jiang Cheng's outfit and the supercar he's driving, anyone could tell he's a wealthy young heir. If they could really get their hands on that much money, they might very well do as Jiang Cheng said. After all, an ordinary person could never earn that much in a lifetime. The hulking leader was clearly the most tempted. He ventured to ask, Sir, are you joking about this? What? Not willing? Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll find you the best lawyers to clear your names. If you actually end up inside, I'll add another 5 million to your family's compensation. How about it? If you don't believe me, I can transfer the money to you right now. As Jiang Cheng took out his phone, Zhang Yu's face grew increasingly pale, because he could see the struggle and burning desire in the security guard's eyes. That look in their eyes clearly showed they were genuinely tempted. A security guard's salary tops out at 4 or 5,000 a month. With 5 million, even if they end up in prison, their families would still live in luxury. Besides, it was Zhang Yu himself who wanted to jump into the river. If something really happened, as long as no one talked, maybe nothing would come of it and they'd still walk away with a huge sum of money. The security guards seemed to reach some kind of decision. They began looking around, as if checking whether anyone else might have overheard. What are you trying to do? Planning to rob and kill me in broad daylight? Zhang Yu finally panicked at the sight of this and immediately backed away from the riverbank towards safer ground. Seeing Zhang Yu's cowardly expression, Jiang Cheng sneered and asked, What's wrong? Not jumping anymore? Zhang Yu, biting his lips hard with anger, turning his face red, once again raised his finger in an effeminate manner and pointed at Jiang Cheng. Do you know killing someone is illegal? I'll sue you. Of course I know, that's why I won't do it myself. Besides, if you jumped into the river, it'd just be an accident, your own choice. Money makes the mare go, as the saying goes. I'm sure you've heard that. As Zhang Yu stepped away from the riverbank, the security guards couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, even inwardly blaming themselves for not acting sooner. The temptation of 5 million is still quite strong. You dare? Let me tell you, I'll call the police and expose you bastards. Zhang Yu blustered. Curse me one more time and try me. I won't lay a finger on you myself, but mark my words, next time you see me, you won't be able to speak. Meeting Jiang Cheng's deathly cold stare, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. Humph. You think threats scare me? Got the guts? Then hit me. Beating you would dirty my hands, and why would I bother with a dead man walking? At this moment, Jiang Cheng had already made a decision in his heart. Zhang Yu could no longer be allowed to exist. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Yu instantly shrank back in fear. The icy glint hidden beneath Jiang Cheng's gaze, coupled with how effortlessly he had bribed the security guards moments ago, sent shivers down his spine. Seeing the predatory looks from the guards, Zhang Yu's face grew even paler. You won't get away with this, you too. Before Jiang Cheng could even finish speaking, he darkly commanded the security guards, I'll give each of you 100,000 yuan to beat the hell out of him. Asking them to kill Zhang Yu would have made them hesitate, but offering 100,000 just to beat someone up, there was nothing left to consider. The four men immediately lunged at Zhang Yu, pummeling him relentlessly. In no time, his face was bruised and swollen, covered in blood. The sight left Yu Xiaoxiao standing nearby utterly terrified. She tugged on Jiang Cheng's arm and said, Jiang Cheng, forget it. It's not worth making trouble for someone like this. Anyway, nothing serious happened today. Chapter 59, The Tactful Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Cheng gently patted Yu Xiaoxiao's palm to reassure her, then called over the head security guard. Jiang Cheng took the man's phone and directly transferred 400,000 yuan to his Alipay as a token of appreciation for his hard work. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Yu, who had been beaten black and blue, and said with a satisfied smile, "Good job. Split the money among yourselves." The middle-aged security guard in charge glanced at the Zafubo transfer record, immediately bowed obsequiously and flashed a grin with his yellowed teeth, fawningly saying to Jiang Cheng, "Young master, rest assured, leave it to us. We'll handle everything behind the scenes smoothly. We're professionals at this sort of thing." Their company had ways of dealing with those toxic fans, and the security guards were quite adept at handling such matters. If anyone asks, just say they came to the company to make trouble, it's not a big deal. Ignoring Zhang Yu's howling and wailing nearby, Jiang Cheng pulled Yu Xiaoxiao into the car with satisfaction. "Xiaoxiao, are you off work?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'm sorry Jiang Cheng, I only came to the company today to do the final handover. I had already packed my things and was ready to leave when he showed up. I went to the riverside where there were fewer people to prevent him from making a scene at the company, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless again. I've caused you trouble once more." Jiang Cheng stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's soft hair and sighed. "Tell me if anything comes up from now on. Don't worry about Zhang Yu's matters anymore, I'll handle them." Since childhood, Yu Xiaoxiao had been accustomed to independence, but now, feeling Jiang Cheng's doting affection, she couldn't help but blush. "Okay, I understand," she said. After dropping Yu Xiaoxiao off at the company parking lot, Jiang Cheng opened the system. Just moments ago, Jiang Cheng had received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected unusually strong emotional fluctuations in the host. To help eliminate the host's troubles, the system rewards the host with a private security company. Private security companies will help the host resolve all kinds of daily troubles. Simply contact the security personnel for confidential handling, completely professional. The relevant personnel's information has been stored in the system. Host may view it at your discretion. The contact information of the relevant personnel has also been added to your phone. The communication between the host and relevant personnel will be encrypted and stored by the system. Jiang Cheng looked at the system notification and immediately smiled. It seemed the system could detect Jiang Cheng's inner intentions. Just moments ago, Jiang Cheng's mind had already flashed through various plans. At the same time, the system immediately handed over a security company to Jiang Cheng to handle these matters. Jiang Cheng browsed through the security personnel's profiles, realizing this team was truly a nest of hidden talents. Any one of them could effortlessly eliminate Zhang Yu without breaking a sweat. Jiang Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. The security company provided by the system was guaranteed to be reliable. After reviewing everything, Jiang Cheng sent Zhang Yu's task details over and then paid no further attention to the matter. As for how they planned to handle Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng had no intention of asking. In any case, he only cared about the final outcome. After sending the message, Yu Xiaoxiao also pulled up behind him in a pink Lamborghini. The two of them drove one after the other toward the city center. Jiang Cheng drove leisurely behind Yu Xiaoxiao, the two supercars making a conspicuous presence on the road. No one dared to cut in between them. In fact, nobody would even dare try. In the past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao had been running around nonstop for the sake of securing a company location. At first, the two had some disagreements about the company's location. Yu Xiaoxiao picked several addresses, but they were all rejected by Jiang Cheng because the locations were too remote. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow Jiang Cheng's suggestion and selected the 58th floor of the World Financial Center in Lujiazui. After considering both opinions, Yu Xiaoxiao chose a medium-sized studio of over 1,000 square meters. This used to be a branch of a multinational company, but after poor management, the company didn't reopen in the Chinese market but instead directly announced its withdrawal. Yu Xiaoxiao thought the decor here was stylish and grand overall, very suitable for an entertainment company, so she ultimately chose this location. Chapter 60, The Sexy and Fiery Yu Xiaoxiao. They had already hired a cleaning company to thoroughly scrub the place yesterday, and all purchased items were arranged in place. Now they only needed to recruit talent for various departments to start operations. Looking around the office paved with high-grade marble and decorated in a simple yet sophisticated black, white, and gray palette, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Despite its poor management, this multinational brand still had great taste in interior design. With this existing layout, only minor structural adjustments would be needed, no major renovations required at all. Quite the bargain for Jiang Cheng, the fortunate successor. After giving Jiang Cheng a tour of the place, Yu Xiaoxiao led him back to his private office. "President, this is your private office. Let me know if it meets your expectations." Jiang Cheng rotated the single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window to face the glass before settling into it. Gazing at the sprawling view of half of Shanghai laid out before him, the overwhelming sense of superiority felt absolutely exhilarating. Jiang Cheng was after precisely this kind of prestige. That's exactly why he refused to let Yu Xiaoxiao set up the company in any other district. Shanghai's Lujiazui is ranked alongside Guangzhou's Zhujiang New Town and Beijing CBD as one of China's three major financial hubs. Securing office space in the iconic World Financial Center? Now that's what you call undeniable prestige. It's all benefit and no harm for the company's future development. Jiang Cheng patted his thigh and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Come, take a seat." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Cheng coquettishly at his gesture, immediately turned around to lock the office door, then with a click, drew down the window blinds. Swaying her alluring hips, she slowly walked over to Jiang Cheng's side. She sat directly facing Jiang Cheng, right on his lap. Jiang Cheng admired Yu Xiaoxiao's quick understanding of the situation. With a teasing smile, he said, "Xiaoxiao, what's this about? I just asked you to sit down." Flustered by Jiang Cheng's teasing, Yu Xiaoxiao lightly punched his arm with rosy cheeks. "How annoying. Keep laughing and I'll ignore you." Even as she said this, Yu Xiaoxiao moved even closer to Jiang Cheng. "Alright, let me see if you need to size up." Jiang Cheng eyed Yu Xiaoxiao's professional suit mischievously. It smells like milk." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but murmur after taking a deep breath. "You're mean. This fits me perfectly. Any bigger and it wouldn't look good." Yu Xiaoxiao tilted her head back shyly. "You're right, she does look good now, but well, this makes her even prettier." Over an hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Should we find somewhere to rest?" "Sure. How about we go to a hotel now?" Yu Xiaoxiao listened to Jiang Cheng's words, her eyes rolling playfully as she nervously licked her sexy little lips before shyly suggesting, "Let's not go to a hotel, how about my place instead?" Naturally, Jiang Cheng had no objections to Yu Xiaoxiao's proposal and nodded in agreement. Receiving Jiang Cheng's approval, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly with palpable shyness, even taking a deep breath as if psyching herself up for what was to come. 20 minutes later, the pair arrived at Yu Xiaoxiao's apartment. Looking at the simply yet tastefully decorated apartment, Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. This was his first time visiting a girl's place, and indeed, as the rumors said, a woman's room was fragrant and inviting. After pouring a glass of water for Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao shyly said, "Please have a seat. I'll go take a quick shower. How about we shower together?" Jiang Cheng grabbed hold of Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao nudged Jiang Cheng, "I want to wash myself today." With those words, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately turned and stepped into the bathroom. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao acting so out of character, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows in puzzlement. After touring around, Jiang Cheng lay on Yu Xiaoxiao's bed scrolling through his phone. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng heard the bathroom door click open. Before long, Yu Xiaoxiao walked into the room. Jiang Cheng looked up at the sound, his eyes widening instantly at what he saw. Hot, sexy, yet still utterly adorable. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. This was the charm of an older sister. Chapter 61, Ceasefire Today. When evening passed 6 o'clock, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had concluded her battle, still remained fast asleep. Seeing her exhausted appearance, Jiang Cheng chose not to wake her and left the house alone. Jiang Cheng had a premonition that if he stayed tonight, he'd likely be crawling out against the wall tomorrow morning. After some consideration, he ultimately decided to leave Yu Xiaoxiao's apartment. Returning to Amanyanjian, Wang Yuyan rushed out to greet Jiang Cheng as soon as she received the news. Whether it was just his imagination or not, Jiang Cheng noticed that Wang Yuyan's neckline seemed slightly lower tonight than usual. And in fact, it truly was. Stimulated by Qiao Yinin's provocation that morning, Wang Yuyan, who had long been restraining herself, finally found her fighting spirit ignited. Noticing Jiang Cheng staring at her, Wang Yuyan felt secretly delighted but still spoke to him respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Would you prefer to dine first or take a bath?" Yu Xiaoxiao had already meticulously cleaned Jiang Cheng earlier. Having expended considerable physical effort, he now needed proper nourishment. Jiang Cheng replied to Wang Yuyan, "No need for another bath, I'll eat first." Hearing that Jiang Cheng didn't want to bathe, Wang Yuyan felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. She had originally thought she might find an opportunity to go in and serve Jiang Cheng this time. For this purpose, she had even researched various materials online and rehearsed the scenario several times in her mind. Seeing Jiang Cheng looking somewhat exhausted, Wang Yuyan could only suppress her little fantasies and quickly arranged dinner for him. At that moment, seated at the dining table, Jiang Cheng naturally had no idea about Wang Yuyan's little scheme, and even if he had known, he would have pretended otherwise today. "All I can say is, girl, your initiative came at the wrong time. Tonight we're definitely calling a truce." The next day, after a good night's sleep, Jiang Cheng finally regained his energy. At the appointed time to meet Chen Hao and Wang Zhang, Jiang Cheng drove toward the auto show. Today is the last day of the auto show, and both of them expressed interest in going back to see if there were any cars worth buying. At the entrance of the auto show, Jiang Cheng, Wang Zhang, and Chen Hao smoothly met up. "Lao Zhang, over here." Wang Zhang waved at Jiang Cheng. "Brother Wang, Brother Chen, the crowd is noticeably smaller today," Jiang Cheng remarked, glancing at the attendees at the auto show. The two nodded in agreement. Fewer people is better, just not sure what cars are left. "Come on, let's check it out together." The three of them browsed while looking around. Chen Hao clearly had a strong affinity for supercars, chattering incessantly about various car models the entire way. At a glance, this Panamera could easily be mistaken for an Audi. Must be the Sport Turismo model. As everyone knows, Porsche and Audi are from the same manufacturer, so their designs inevitably share some similarities. This Porsche Panamera does bear a resemblance to Audi's 6 rupees, Zhang Cheng continued Chen Hao's remark. At the sight of this Panamera, Zhang Cheng suddenly recalled his father, who was an avid fan of supercars. His home had several supercar brochures, and after flipping through them so often, Zhang Cheng had gained some familiarity. Yet, Zhang Jianmen had never actually made a purchase. One reason is that a supercar doesn't quite suit his age. But that's not the main reason. The most important factor is Li Yan won't let him buy one. She's worried Zhang Jianmen would attract too much attention driving a supercar. After all, a successful man like him combined with a supercar would undoubtedly attract some young women. Zhang Cheng gazed at the Porsche Panamera and Porsche 911 before him, feeling a slight flutter of excitement in his heart. What's the matter, brother Jiang, thinking of buying a Porsche? They seem really nice. Porsche's performance is indeed excellent, and compared to other brands, it offers better value for money. Just take their supercars under $1 million, they leave a bunch of other sports cars in the dust. Wang Zhang added after finishing his sentence, brother Jiang is right. Take this top-of-the-line Cayman for example, its 0 to 100 km/h time is just 4 seconds, and the key point is it only costs just over 800,000. Moreover, the driving experience is far superior to Ferrari's. Zhang Cheng nodded. Indeed, I always felt exceptionally comfortable driving a Porsche. Ferraris feel somewhat cramped to sit in. Brother Jiang, you own a Porsche too? What model? Chen Hao asked with interest. The Porsche 918. 918, holy shit, I'm so jealous. The 3 legendary hypercars, and you've already got 2 of them. From now on, you're just like brother Wang Zhang to me, my real brother. Brother, when are you gonna let me take your Porsche 918 for a spin? That thing does 0-100 in just 2.6 seconds. I've never driven one before. Not that it's impossible, but I'm from Tianfu. If you wanna have a good time, you'll have to come to Tianfu. Chen Hao nodded and said, alright, I'll definitely come over then. You've got to let me take it for a spin, alright? To be honest, while the 918 is thrilling, I actually think this 911 offers better value for money. At just over $1 million, with a 0 to 100 km/h time of 3.7 seconds, the price difference is more than tenfold. After Zhang Cheng finished speaking, both of them turned their gaze toward the Porsche 911 showcased center stage. That's true. Even though the 911's base price is low, it's an absolute blast to drive. But as you all know, they won't let you buy $1 million plus 911 without optional upgrades. Don't let the sticker price fool you. Once you add those options, the cost practically doubles, doesn't it? Chen Hao quipped. Wang Zhang also nodded in agreement. Their supercar orders are plentiful. They don't worry about sales. Looking at the customization on today's car, all top-tier options, the price probably reaches around $3 million. Custom configuration is their specialty. My old man also said you can't buy a Porsche without pairing it with a certain amount of optional equipment. The 3 of them examined the fully loaded Porsche 911 for a while. Ultimately they couldn't make up their minds, the key issue being that the Porsche 911 styling suits younger people better and isn't really suitable for his father's age group. Then he took a stroll next door to McLaren. Though McLaren's newly released GT was impressive, after some analysis, Porsche still seemed better in terms of cost-performance ratio. After leaving McLaren's exhibition area, he soon arrived at Ferrari's booth. The Ferrari staff spotted Zhang Cheng immediately, proving to be quite sharp-eyed. Especially their manager, who swiftly approached Zhang Cheng, fawning with a flattering smile. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived? Would you like to come over for a cup of tea? After being dazzled by Zhang Cheng's license plate last time, his face had been deeply imprinted in the manager's mind. After all, not only did Zhang Cheng possess such a distinctive plate, but it was also delivered by a special escort, clear proof that Zhang Cheng was no ordinary person. Having said that, the male manager then noticed Wang Zhang and Chen Hao standing beside Zhang Cheng and immediately addressed them. Young Master Wang, young Master Chen, have you both come to check out the cars today? How's the auto show going this time, Manager Wang? Doing quite well, thanks to young Master John's blessings. Please, all 3 of you, come right in. Several people walked into the Ferrari display under the welcoming gestures of the male manager. Zhang Cheng glanced over and saw Zhou still standing by the Ferrari cars today. Dressed in a champagne-colored backless evening gown, Zhou looked as delicate and charming as an angelic doll. Her exquisite makeup was complemented by an aloof gaze, a sight so captivating that one couldn't tear their eyes away after the first glance. At that moment, several boys surrounded her, frantically taking photos with their phones. Verification code, 928 plus 184, 160. Big bros who like this, come. Chapter 62, Justifiable Defense. Seeing Zhang Cheng looking at Zhou, Chen Hao joked, your Ferrari is impressive this time, actually managing to attract such a beauty. Her height and those legs are just unreal. Wang Zhang nodded, feeling a bit of psychological pressure. He was the shortest of the 3, standing only about 1.72 meters tall. Taking off her heels, she must be at least 1.75 meters tall. Though her face makes it easy to fall in love at first sight, her height somewhat intimidates me. Chen Hao patted Wang Zheng on the shoulder and said, "Brother Wang, you're indeed a smart man who knows himself well." Suddenly feeling subtly insulted, Wang Zheng immediately shot back at Chen Hao, "Damn you, get lost." Jiang Cheng shook his head with a smile as he watched their playful banter. As I got closer, I noticed Zhou Ying's expression wasn't looking too good at that moment. Some creep of a guy was crouching in front of her, taking upskirt shots looking up at her from below. Zhou Ying was wearing a dress with a high slit today, the split between her legs reaching uncomfortably far up. Though she had shorts on underneath, this behavior still made her feel extremely violated. If it weren't for work, she could have kicked that creep right in the face by now. Zhou Ying rolled her eyes inwardly before reluctantly turning to change her posture. But unexpectedly, the guy immediately shifted position too, continuing to squat and take photos from her new angle. "Stop taking pictures like that," Zhou Ying said with an icy expression. "Oh, what's the attitude for a car model? If you don't want to be photographed, don't be a car model then, I'll shoot however I please." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but inwardly complain as he took in the scene before him. Even in this day and age, there could still be such absurd and disgusting incidents. Jiang Cheng walked straight over, kicked the man's phone to the ground with one foot, then stomped on it hard with the other. With a loud crack, the phone screen shattered instantly. Judging by the extent of the damage, it would probably need to be completely replaced. The man, witnessing Jiang Cheng's action, felt blood rushing to his head in an instant. After all, the photos in that phone's gallery were the fruits of his labor after days of patient stalking. They contained carefully angled upward shots of various car models from the auto show. He hadn't even had time to develop and admire those photos by his bedside, and now Jiang Cheng had ruined them? Jiang Cheng glanced at the shattered phone screen and said nonchalantly, "Sorry, my foot slipped." "How much was this phone?" "I'll pay for it." "Damn you. Watch where you're walking, asshole." "My photos." The guy's eyes reddened with anguish as he stared at the crushed phone still under Jiang Cheng's foot. Anyone with eyes could see Jiang Cheng's move was clearly intentional. Yet most people felt his actions were satisfyingly decisive, with no one speaking up to defend the guy. As Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared, Zhou Ying felt her heart skip a beat. Seeing Jiang Cheng still standing on his phone, the man's face turned crimson as he charged at Jiang Cheng, throwing a punch straight at him. Jiang Cheng deliberately stepped back several paces at this moment to create the illusion of being punched. Then, with a darkened expression, he said, "You threw the first punch. According to our country's laws, what follows now is justifiable self-defense." With that, Jiang Cheng directly swung his fist at the man. Jiang Cheng's punch landed with uncanny precision, striking right at the most vulnerable spot beneath the ribcage. Without the protection of the ribcage in this area, Jiang Cheng's punch instantly caused excruciating pain to the man. He collapsed onto a nearby bench, clutching the plastic seat tightly with both hands. Wang Zheng and Chen Hao exchanged glances before approaching Jiang Cheng. "Damn, Cheng, nice moves. That was badass." Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. My impression of your magic city just dropped a few notches. How can there still be people like this in this day and age?" Facing this regional slur, Wang Zheng couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Hey now, don't lump us civilized folks in with him." "Exactly, that's not fair comparison. We're all decent people without those kinds of habits," Chen Hao chimed in agreement. Seeing Jiang Cheng still chatting casually with others, the angry man snapped, "What legitimate defense? I never even hit you. You better believe this punch will cost you millions." Jiang Cheng wasn't the least bit flustered upon hearing this. Although his father was just an ordinary construction company owner, he'd still managed to learn a thing or two from him over the years. For ordinary people, this situation definitely couldn't be considered self-defense, it would just be classified as a brawl. Both parties would receive equal punishment. But when it comes to the wealthy, this kind of situation is simply justified self-defense. Oh, cases like Wang Sonsong's one punch costing 2 million can only be considered exceptions. After all, he is Wang Sonsong. Every move he makes gets endlessly magnified by rivals and even netizens. "Several million? Dude, I think you're still dreaming?" Jiang Cheng looked down at his shoes and said, "You've installed hidden cameras in these shoes, haven't you?" Earlier, Jiang Cheng had noticed how he kept unconsciously positioning his leg at a certain angle. Now, seeing the panic on his face only confirmed Jiang Cheng's suspicions. Wang Zheng and Chen Hao both wore expressions of contempt upon hearing this. Although they usually enjoyed playing around with women too, it was always through legitimate transactions. Damn it, we're definitely sending this guy in today to teach him a proper lesson. Absolutely, we need to give Brother Cheng a proper chance to improve his impression of our mighty magic city. Hearing this, the man immediately panicked. If he's just using his phone to take photos at the auto show, even if reported to the police, they couldn't really do anything to him. But if the hidden camera installed in his shoes is discovered, that constitutes illegal activity. The footage contains not only upskirt shots of many auto show models, but also photos ranging from little girls to 80-year-old grandmothers. At this thought, the man immediately struggled to his feet, intent on fleeing the scene. Watching his attempts to stand, Jiang Cheng swiftly delivered a backward kick straight to the groin. This time, the pain was several times more intense than before. Within a minute, manager Huang arrived with the showroom's security team in tow. Recognizing the troublemaker as none other than Jiang Cheng, manager Huang furrowed his brows and froze for several seconds. Manager Huang, what are you standing there for? Call the police, and make sure to save the surveillance footage. Be prepared to give a detailed statement later. Wang Zheng interrupted upon seeing this. Manager Huang, your exhibition security is lacking if you're letting people sneak cameras into shoes like this. Hearing this, manager Huang's expression immediately became flustered. Both Wang Zheng and Chen Hao were wealthy heirs from Shanghai. Moreover, Jiang Cheng had just ordered a Ferrari 488 from them yesterday. According to Jiang Cheng's records, he had ordered a Ferrari LaFerrari at the dealership just 2 days ago. Now Jiang Cheng has become one of Ferrari's priority VIP clients. Though he is the manager of the China headquarters, which isn't a low-ranking position. But if Jiang Cheng were to file a complaint with the headquarters, even his own job might be at risk. At this thought, cold sweat poured down manager Huang's forehead. Yes, our deepest apologies. We're truly sorry for any displeasure caused. Such incidents have never happened here before. It was a momentary oversight on our part. Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang, you won't need to intervene personally. I'll report directly to headquarters and mobilize Ferrari's legal team to resolve this matter. Hearing this, the groaning man on the floor instantly turned pale, staring at Jiang Cheng with undisguised terror. Just who is this man? To think manager Huang would pat his chest and say such words confidently. If they really brought in Ferrari's legal team, then manager Huang acted swiftly, not only instructing his staff to chase away those crowding around Zhou for photos, but even sending personnel to negotiate with onlookers recording with their phones, asking them to delete any videos captured. Dazed by Jiang Cheng's display, Zhou finally snapped back to reality and walked over to his side. Looking somewhat nervous, she glanced at Jiang Cheng and immediately asked, Jiang Cheng, are you okay? Are you hurt? What's wrong with me? It looked like he hit you just now. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. That punch was merely an illusion Jiang Cheng had created. In reality, the punch had completely missed him. So you and the young lady are old acquaintances? Chen Hao quipped. I was wondering why Jiang Cheng suddenly showed off his martial arts moves. Turns out it was for the young lady. Wang Zheng chimed in. Hearing their remarks, Zhou Ying's face instantly flushed a delicate shade of pink. This is my high school classmate, Zhou Ying. This is my buddy, Wang Zheng, Chen Hao. After the three exchanged greetings, manager Huang immediately came trotting over obsequiously. Mr. Zheng, I've already handled this matter. It's nothing serious, rest assured. This incident absolutely won't affect you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you, manager Huang. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Manager Huang didn't take those polite words seriously. After giving Zhou a meaningful glance, he immediately said to Jiang Cheng, You're too kind. I won't disturb you any further. Please enjoy your conversation. Coming to look at cars again today? Zhou asked. Just browsing around anyway. It is the last day after all. By the way, when are you heading back? I still haven't treated you to a meal. Not arranged yet, probably soon. Brother Chen is treating us to dinner tonight, why not join us? After speaking, Jiang Cheng looked at Chen Hao. Brother Chen, is that alright? Chen Hao flashed an OK sign. Of course it's no problem. I've invited quite a few people tonight. Let's all have a lively gathering. After Jiang Cheng last hosted, Wang Zheng had reciprocated with a drinking gathering, and now today Chen Hao has arranged another dinner party. It has to be said these two are quite worth befriending. Neither is the type to take advantage of others. Seeing everyone say so, Zhou naturally nodded in agreement. Chapter 63, The Four-Door Supercar. After agreeing, the three of them left the Ferrari display and wandered around for a while. When they reached the Mercedes-Benz exhibition hall, Jiang Cheng signaled Wang Zheng and Chen Hao to stop, as he spotted a four-door supercar. Seeing three young men dressed impeccably stopping by, a middle-aged man immediately approached them and said, Gentlemen, what model are you looking to see? Let me introduce them to you. Jiang Cheng glanced at the male manager's name tag. The man was named Zheng Mingfeng. Jiang Cheng pointed at the sleek black Mercedes-AMG GT R50 four-door supercar in the middle. This car seems better suited to my needs. The best design feature of this AMG GTR 50 four-door supercar is its perfect balance for both business and casual drives. It maintains sophistication while delivering the performance expected of a supercar. Jiang Cheng thought even Li Yan wouldn't have any objections about purchasing this car. Moreover, it gives off the vibe of a luxury sedan while actually being configured like a supercar, perfect for Jiang Jianmen to drive to work. The exterior exudes an incredibly powerful aura, with AMG design elements significantly enhancing the car's sporty attributes. With its four-door design, it lacks the aggressive edge of a Porsche 911, yet achieves an impressive 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 3.4 seconds, truly remarkable. The Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR 50 you're inquiring about boasts exceptional performance. It competes with the Porsche Panamera yet outperforms it, equipped with a 3.0T inline 6-cylinder engine paired with a 48V mild hybrid system. Coupled with Mercedes' proprietary 9-speed automatic transmission, its overall power output represents the benchmark for mainstream 6-cylinder performance. On paper, its specifications surpass both comparable engines in its class and rivals at similar price points. Zhang Mingfeng carefully introduced the car in front of Zhang Chang. Seeing Zhang Mingfeng's non-stop chatter, Zhang Chang immediately waved his hand and asked, "How much does this one cost?" Since this comes with all the top-tier premium configurations, the total price for the entire set comes to 2.2 million, and will also include complimentary. The freebies aren't important. Do you offer delivery? Can you ship it to Rongqing for me? Seeing Zhang Chang speak this way, Zhang Mingfeng immediately rubbed his hands together in delight. He was indeed right, not counting the three men's latest designer outfits, just the expensive wristwatches they were wearing made it clear they were all loaded. One wore a Rolex Rainbow, while the other two had Patek Philippe's on their wrists. Sure enough, business came knocking in no time. This includes nationwide delivery, and will even assist you with local license plate registration. You can rest assured of that, Zhang Mingfeng promptly declared, thumping his chest in guarantee. Zhang Chang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Alright then, let's swipe the card. Seeing Zhang Chang's extravagant gesture, Zhang Mingfeng was momentarily stunned. In contrast, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao seemed somewhat desensitized by now. Zhang Chang, this car isn't by chance for your dad, is it? Zhang Chang nodded and said, I think my mom won't have anything to say about this car. It's understated enough, right? You call this understated? A four-door supercar with a sedan's appearance, isn't this low-key enough? You're the one with money, so you call the shots. Zhang Chang shook his head with a smile and turned to Wang Mingfeng, saying, this car is for my dad. Could you help set up a handover ceremony? I want to surprise him. Zhang Mingfeng stared at the bank card Zhang Chang had pulled out, swallowing hard before replying, of course, no problem. Leave it to me, I'll make sure it's done beautifully, with all the grandeur and ceremony it deserves. Zhang Chang nodded and handed over the bank card. Charge it. Full payment. Hearing the words full payment, Zhang Mingfeng's eyes narrowed into slits as he grinned. As expected of a big shot wearing a million yuan watch, over 2 million for a car without needing a loan. Zhang Mingfeng immediately took Zhang Chang's bank card and hurried over to the POS machine to process the transaction, not wanting to delay even a second in sealing this deal. You should know, despite the crowds at the car show these days, the number of actual buyers could be counted on one hand, and the best-selling models are all around 500,000 yuan. I thought there wouldn't be any customers on the last day today, but unexpectedly, a big order came in. And it's a 2 million yuan model. How could Zhang Mingfeng not be overjoyed? They watched as Zhang Mingfeng handed the payment receipt and bank card back to Zhang Chang. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao exchanged glances once more. From what they knew, Zhang Chang had already bought 4 cars in just over a week. And the most expensive was the Ferrari LaFerrari worth half a small goal, 50 million. The car he's driving now still costs over 8 million. Someone like him truly deserves the term extravagant. Zhang Chang, color me impressed. Back when I bought my first supercar, I had to beg my father for ages before he got it for me. Never thought someone your age could buy their dad a supercar and in full payment too. I'm jealous, Chen Hao remarked. Can we even compare with him? No way, no way. I'm feeling jealous too, Wang Zhang chimed in. Alright, fine. Since you're all saying this, I guess I'm ready to reveal my cards now, Zhang Cheng joked. Okay, brother Zhang, go ahead, we're steady enough to hear it, Chen Hao said, immediately placing both hands on his chair to show he was all ears. Come on. Life isn't some Diamond King fairy tale. Anyway, what's the plan for tonight? I'm getting kinda hungry, Zhang Chang said, helplessly shifting the topic. Neither of them pressed further. After all, when making friends, probing too deeply comes off as calculating. They all decided sincerity was the best approach. I booked us a farmhouse feast tonight featuring their signature slaughtered pork dish, black pork raised on their own farm. Guaranteed to be incredible, Chen Hao said. Wang Zhang nodded in agreement. Their premium banquet specialty is this slaughtered pork dish, all ingredients sourced from their own organic, pesticide-free farm. The quality and flavor are top-notch, with a reputation in Shanghai that rivals high-end hotels. Alright, since you all say so, it must be good. You've got me all excited now. Sometimes the flavors of a rustic farmhouse feast far surpass those fancy but meager dishes served in high-end hotels. And the prices aren't actually cheap either. Zhang Chang remembered accompanying his father to a rural manor once for business discussions. 10 abalone could cost over 1,000 yuan, a sea bass several hundred, and a plate of shrimp priced in the thousands. Simply put, a single meal here could easily run into the tens of thousands. Then again, these naturally farmed mountain resorts were specifically designed as luxury destinations for the wealthy. Nowadays, anything branded as organic and natural comes with one defining feature: exorbitant pricing. After completing the paperwork at the Mercedes-Benz showroom, the three of them split up to go their separate ways. Chen Hao and Wang Zhang went ahead to arrange the evening's food and drinks, while Jiang Chang returned to the Ferrari exhibition booth. Seeing Zhou Ying still standing by the car, Jiang Chang asked, "Are you off work soon?" Zhou Ying checked the time and replied apologetically, "There's still half an hour left. Did you go buy a car at the Mercedes-Benz section?" Although Mercedes-Benz and Ferrari were over 50 meters apart, Zhou Ying had still noticed Jiang Chang's earlier actions. Jiang Chang nodded, "I was planning to buy a supercar for my old man, but after looking around, they were all too flashy. In the end, I had to settle for a Mercedes." "A Mercedes supercar? The AMG GTR, the two-door one?" Jiang Chang shook his head, "We got the four-door one. My mom was worried my dad would show off if he got a supercar, so she never let him buy one. The four-door model has supercar performance but looks more business appropriate. It's perfect." Hearing Jiang Chang say that, Zhou Ying covered her mouth and chuckled, "I remember my mom used to do the same thing to my dad." As if suddenly recalling something, Zhou Ying's expression turned peculiar again after she finished speaking. "It's almost time to clock out, maybe we should leave now. There's hardly anyone left anyway." Zhou Ying nodded, "Then I'll talk to the manager, just wait a moment." Chapter 64, Can't Men Eat Lollipops? Zhou Ying mentioned to their male manager about wanting to have dinner with Jiang Chang. Naturally, the male manager readily agreed. He even urged her to clock out quickly and instructed the finance department to settle Zhou Ying's payment immediately. Taking advantage of the payroll settlement time, Zhou Ying said to Jiang Chang, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to change my clothes." Jiang Chang took another look at Zhou Ying and then nodded. "Although this outfit looks good, it's really not practical for everyday wear." Zhou Ying quickly turned and returned to the staff office, changing out of her sexy dress and into a more casual outfit. Today she had brought a very simple outfit, just a fitted white t-shirt paired with relaxed black straight-leg pants and a pair of sneakers. After changing, Zhou Ying studied her reflection carefully in the mirror, swapping her bright red lipstick for a more everyday coral shade. Only then did she neatly fold the discarded evening dress into her bag, satisfied with the transformation. She picked up the bag and walked briskly out of the lounge, heading in Jiang Chang's direction. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ying walked toward Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's delicate, refined features, her shimmering, mist-like eyes and slender willow-leaf eyebrows. The simple outfit she wore only accentuated her poised, aristocratic demeanor. No wonder she's universally recognized as the campus belle. After settling the payment, the two of them walked to the entrance of the car exhibition. Jiang Chang pressed the unlock button of the Ferrari. Zhou Ying naturally took the passenger seat. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou Ying turned to Jiang Chang and said, "Speaking of which, I really owe it to your car, because of this purchase. I got a 12,000 yuan commission." "Only 12,000? Seeing Jiang Chang's surprised expression, Zhou Ying couldn't help but chuckle and nod. "That's right. I'm not a formal Ferrari employee, just a car model. If you hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have gotten any commission at all. Since you paid in full, I only get 0.2% of the base car price, and that doesn't even include the cost of your custom configurations. So that's how it's calculated. Then it's indeed not much." Zhou Ying nodded. "If you were a full-time employee, you might get a 0.5% commission, and even more if you were buying on mortgage. I had no idea about these industry secrets. I always assumed luxury car sales came with huge commissions. For ordinary people, it's indeed considered high. But luxury cars are hard to sell anyway. Over all these days of the auto show, only 3 were sold in total, one of them being the one you're driving." Jiang Chang nodded. "Then how much is your daily wage as a car model?" "Oh, this is actually my second time working as a car model. The pay isn't that great, just 2,000 a day," Zhou Ying replied while checking her handbag. "Your salary isn't considered high yet?" Jiang Chang sounded surprised. "Only the famous car models make really good money, they earn 10 to 20,000 a day. I only got this job because my mom knows someone who recommended me. Besides, since I'm decent looking, I get paid a bit more. Some of the less attractive girls only make 500 or 800 a day." Jiang Chang nodded in agreement and said, "Given your circumstances, I think 10 to 20,000 would be more appropriate." "Is that so? Seems I have great potential then." Jiang Chang admired Zhou Ying's straightforward attitude. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What made you decide to work? Is this a summer job?" Zhou Ying knew Jiang Chang would ask this question sooner or later. She answered frankly, "You probably already know my family went bankrupt. To cover my university expenses, I had no choice but to earn extra money on my own." Seeing Jiang Chang frozen in place, Zhou Ying took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. "Are you surprised? But it's been over a year now, and I've grown accustomed to this life, so it's alright. I know many classmates whisper behind my back, but I never had particularly close friends in class anyway, so their words don't really affect me. Life may be harder now, but there's dignity in working with my own hands." Jiang Chang didn't say any comforting words, just continued driving steadily. "A beauty like you won't have trouble making money. Everyone says beauties don't worry about making money, but no one ever says where exactly the money comes from," Zhou Ying playfully quipped, referencing the popular online meme. Jiang Chang couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Ying's remark. He originally thought she was an aloof campus belle, but unexpectedly she turned out to be quite down-to-earth. After finishing her sentence, Zhou Ying took out another lollipop from her bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. She pulled out another one and handed it to Jiang Chang, asking, "Want a lollipop?" Jiang Chang waved his hand dismissively. "No, guys who eat lollipops are all sissies." Zhou Ying looked puzzled and asked, "Why, can't guys eat lollipops?" Jiang Chang didn't know how to explain. He couldn't very well tell her he already had a lollipop of his own, one that he carried around with him 24/7. And this lollipop is only for a stunning beauty like her to enjoy. Seeing Jiang Chang didn't respond, Zhou Ying didn't press further and continued, "I was supposed to treat you to a nice meal, but here I am mooching off your dinner instead." Jiang Chang glanced at Zhou Ying and said indifferently, "It's all just eating, no difference. After the car show, you won't have to work anymore, right?" Zhou Ying nodded. "Yeah, the pay these days will cover my university living expenses. Later, I'll see if there are any other part-time jobs available." You've worked hard. Make sure to treat yourself well after this. I was actually planning to treat myself to a nice meal tonight and invite you along, but it looks like that'll have to wait for next time. Is it really that simple? Zhou Ying smiled bitterly. "Now I understand, rich people can find joy in countless ways, but for the poor, the greatest happiness is simply celebrating with a good meal. There's nothing more we can do beyond that. I still have tuition fees to pay after all." Jiang Chang had to admit Zhou Ying's words held undeniable truth. Though the restaurant was barely 10 kilometers away, the journey took a torturous 40 minutes to complete. Jiang Chang couldn't help but sigh. Even supercars were useless in traffic jams. The car pulled into a countryside resort, where the surroundings nestled against mountains and water, offering open vistas and fresh air, clearly a wonderful spot. Aside from Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, 2 other people had also arrived on the scene. After exchanging introductions, the dishes began to arrive one after another. But when the dishes were nearly all served, 5 more people suddenly arrived, 3 men and 2 women. After getting out of their car, the group walked straight toward Jiang Chang and his companions. Chen Hao frowned as he watched the approaching group and muttered, "Fuck, why is he here?" Then, turning to Wang Zhang, he quickly explained, "Bro Wang, I swear I didn't invite him to this gathering." Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang's slightly darkening face and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The man in the Gucci outfit over on the far right is called Wang Chang. He has some history with brother Wang. We usually don't associate with him. No idea whose bright idea it was to invite him tonight. Seeing Chen Hao's dilemma, Wang Zhang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's not like this is his territory. Since he's here, he's here. You're the host, just treat him properly." Chen Hao nodded, "Absolutely. Let's go, everyone's here, let's get seated." The group settled around the dining table as Chen Hao began introducing Jiang Chang to everyone one by one. When it came to Wang Chang's turn, Chen Hao suddenly paused and asked mischievously with a grin, "Brother Xiao Chang, who managed to invite your esteemed presence today? I don't recall sending you an invitation myself." Wang Chang's face darkened immediately upon hearing Chen Hao, whom he hadn't seen in ages, having the audacity to address him as Little Chang instead of his respectful title Brother Wang. You should know he hates it most when people call him by that childhood nickname. Chapter 65. Tension in the air. Wang Chang forced an awkward smile as he stared at Chen Hao and said, "Long time no see. Knew you set up this gathering specially and came to show my support. Hope you don't mind. Brother Xiao Chang, there's always room for one more at the table. Eat if you want to." Noticing the atmosphere starting to cool down, a cheerful-looking guy named Chen Geng stepped in to smooth things over. "Brother Chen, this pork feast looks absolutely amazing. Doesn't this call for some drinks? With today's atmosphere? Absolutely. Brother Jiang, how about some Mao Tai?" Chen Hao ignored Wang Chang's gloomy expression and turned directly to ask Jiang Chang. "Of course, no problem." Jiang Chang considered himself quite a good drinker, at least he'd never passed out during karaoke nights before. When the dishes were served, everyone dug into the richly flavored pork feast. Though each pork dish was delicious, they soon found their mouths glistening with grease. "Here, Brother Jiang, let me toast you." Chen Hao raised his glass towards Jiang Chang. "Brother Chen, you're too kind." After Jiang Chang finished drinking, Wang Zhang also raised his glass and extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. "Brother Wang, let's have another." The one who had spoken earlier, Xian Geng, also raised his glass to Jiang Chang. "Brother Jiang, let me join you for a drink as well." "Very pleased to meet you. You're trying to gang up on me with a wheel battle. Come on, Brother Jiang, I'll join your team." Wang Zhang proactively joined Jiang Chang's squad. "Brother Wang, everyone knows you're a heavyweight drinker. Even if Qian Geng and I team up against you, we're no match." Chen Hao objected. "Then I'll join your side, 3 against 2. Another named Lin Feng joined Chen Hao's team. The atmosphere instantly heated up, some joined in enthusiastically, while a few quietly sat aside watching the drama unfold. Wang Chang glared coldly at the girls before pulling his remaining companions to start drinking. Half an hour later, everyone was slightly tipsy. Then Wang Chang began to speak. "So, I've gotten insider info on another stock recently, the guaranteed profit kind. Wang Chang said this, and Guo Qian, a slightly chubby guy sitting next to him, immediately chimed in, "Brother Wang, I heard you've made over 10 million from stocks recently, so it's true?" After Guo Qian finished speaking, Zhang Ming, who sat beside him, also jumped in, "Brother Wang, seriously? Take us with you." Seeing their reactions, Wang Chang puffed up with pride and said, "That's exactly what I wanted to share with you guys today. When making friends, you've got to keep your eyes open, don't just buddy up with fair-weather friends. You need the right connections to get ahead." His words carried more than a hint of sarcasm aimed at Wang Zhang and Chen Hao. Lin Feng, who had been drinking with them, now rolled his eyes and set his glass down as well. He felt swayed by Wang Chang's words, but since Chen Hao had invited him this time, he felt too embarrassed to abruptly change sides. "The insider tips I've been getting lately are all legit, anyone who knows me can confirm. Just bought a Lamborghini yesterday, you know? Can't help it, luck just rolls differently for some people." "Damn, Brother Wang, no wonder everyone's been saying you've struck it rich. I've been wanting to upgrade my ride too, mind taking me along for the ride?" Hearing Guo Qian buttering up Wang Chang, Chen Hao said sourly, "This Guo Qian is going too far, now he's even sucking up to little Chang." After their fallout with Wang Chang, they had all clearly chosen sides and hadn't interacted with him for a long time. Considering Guo Qian's attitude, there's a good chance Wang Chang was invited by him tonight. Wang Zhang chimed in at this point, "Brother Chang, I still remember you borrowing 2 million from me to pay off debts the year before last. That was after your stock market disaster, wasn't it? Well, people really ought to learn from their mistakes." "Exactly, seeing how you're doing these days, you just show up uninvited to mooch off us," Chen Hao chimed in. Wang Chang's face darkened when Wang Zhang brought up his past embarrassments. "You two are deliberately messing with me again, aren't you? If you don't want to play alone, fine, but why sabotage me by saying that to scare others off? Just jealous?" Wang Zhang snorted coldly, "I call you Brother Chang out of respect, but don't flatter yourself thinking you're somebody important." Noticing Wang Zhang getting worked up, Zhang Chang waved his hand. "Alright, Brother Zhang, we're out here today to have fun with me. Don't let unpleasantness ruin it." Wang Chang's face flushed with embarrassment at Wang Zhang's remark. He didn't dare to confront Wang Zhang, so he could only vent his anger on Zhang Chang. "Where did this country bumpkin come from? Who gave you the right to speak here?" After saying this, Wang Chang smashed his wine glass onto the ground. Chapter 66, Personal Strength. With a bang, the wine glass instantly shattered into pieces, and as the glass bottle exploded, Zhou next to Zhang Chang let out a startled scream. Zhang Chang's expression turned cold as he watched Wang Chang's tantrum. Finally, Zhang Chang understood why this Wang Chang had fallen out with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang. After all, everyone here had received 9 years of compulsory education. These days, it's rare to find rich second-generation heirs with such poor manners. Very few people display such exaggerated arrogance and disdain toward others. After all, this is already the new century, and most wealthy individuals have received decent upbringing. Wang Chang was still the first oddball he had encountered in the City of Magic. Wang Zhang immediately stood up and angrily confronted Wang Chang, saying, "Xiao Chang, what do you mean by that?" Chen Hao also let out a cold, speechless laugh from the side. "Are you going crazy on us?" Xian Gung looked at Wang Chang with equal disbelief. "Wang Chang, I came here today for Chen Hao's gathering. Don't cause trouble." "What's wrong?" "Just some country bumpkin from Tianfu, and you're all treating him like royalty. I won't indulge him." At today's dinner, everyone had been fawning over Zhang Chang, which had long since pissed off Wang Chang. "Country bumpkin?" Zhang Chang walked up to Wang Chang with an icy expression. Calling him a country bumpkin again and again, did Wang Chang really think he was made of mud? Zhang Chang wouldn't go looking for trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it either. Otherwise, did he think the system he'd obtained was just for show? Wang Chang looked at Zhang Chang with disdain. "Yes, I'm talking about you, so what? Country bumpkin. Asterisk slap. Slap. Asterisk 2 crisp sounds rang out right after Wang Chang finished speaking. Everyone present was stunned as Zhang Chang suddenly threw the punches. You dare hit me?" Wang Chang stared at Zhang Chang in disbelief. "I suggest you go see a neurologist when you're free. If you can't afford it, I'll pay for you." Zhang Chang retracted his hand unhurriedly as he spoke. Did they think he had no temper just because they kept provoking him repeatedly? Wang Chang, snapping back to his senses, let out a furious yell and stood up, ready to charge at Zhang Chang. "You damn country bumpkin, I'll fight you to the death." At that moment, both Chen Hao and Wang Zhang immediately stood up when they saw him about to attack. The instant Wang Chang lunged forward, Zhang Chang kicked him to the ground, then placed his foot on Wang Chang's face. "What's the matter? Does your face not hurt anymore?" Wang Chang's mouth was truly vile. Now pinned under Zhang Chang's foot, all he could do was whimper soundlessly. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao walked over to Wang Chang and said, "Wang Chang, you brought this on yourself with that filthy mouth. Here's your chance, get lost." Hearing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao's words, Zhang Chang lifted his foot. But Wang Chang, still drunk and raging, wouldn't take their mercy. He glared wildly at Zhang Chang and snarled, "Just you wait, I'll make you pay for this, motherfucker." Zhang Chang sneered, "I'd like to see how exactly you won't let me off." After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and asked, "What's this guy's background anyway?" Seeing Jiang Cheng's question, Wang Zhang glanced at Wang Chang and shook his head, saying, "His family runs a food business with 2 listed companies. I hear they've been grabbing quite a bit of market share these past couple years, so he's gotten increasingly cocky." "Is that so? Then I'd really like to see just how powerful his family is." Jiang Cheng's words instantly made Wang Zhang understand. He glanced at Chen Hao, his expression seeming to say that Wang Chang was about to be in big trouble. The other guys immediately fell silent when they saw how things were unfolding. Though unwilling to admit defeat, Wang Chang noticed none of those present stood on his side. He couldn't help but utter a final threat before stomping off in a rage. Zhang Ming and Guo Chen watched as Wang Chang left, then awkwardly stood up and said, "We've had enough to drink, so we'll take our leave now." "Same here. You folks carry on. Thanks for the hospitality." Taking in their spineless behavior, Chen Hao snorted coldly and waved them off dismissively. After Wang Chang and the others had gone, Jiang Chang returned to the dinner table. Noticing Zhou Ying's ashen face, he asked, "What's wrong? Did it scare you?" Zhou Ying nodded, "A little bit. I thought he might actually come to blows with you." "That's impossible. If anyone's going to do the hitting, it'll be me." "You there, don't be too impulsive. Getting hurt wouldn't be good." Zhou Ying finished speaking, and Chen Hao continued, "Sorry about this, brother Jiang. Didn't expect such a vile thing to happen." "Don't mention it. Just a minor matter." After the farmhouse owner cleaned up the scene, everyone dispersed listlessly. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying. "You didn't drink tonight. You can drive, right?" Zhou Ying nodded. "Of course, I've driven a supercar before." "Right, I almost forgot you used to be a rich second generation too," Jiang Cheng joked. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to get you to your destination safely." Zhou Ying took Jiang Cheng's car keys and promised confidently. On the way back to Amman, Jiang Cheng sent a message to his security team. Wang Chang is someone Jiang Cheng must deal with, even though he had already beaten him up earlier. However, Jiang Cheng was bound to make his mark in the Demon City. Dealing with Wang Chang would serve as a demonstration of his capabilities to others, an excellent opportunity to establish his authority. The circles of adults have always been tied to their own self-interests. Jiang Cheng knew that only by demonstrating his own capabilities could he avoid being bullied. Chapter 67, Wang Chang's Misfortune. After sending the message, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying in the driver's seat and said, "Didn't expect you to drive so steadily. Haven't driven in a while, so I'm actually a bit rusty. I was a little nervous when I saw the traffic cop just now." Zhou Ying playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Cheng. "You weren't speeding. What's there to be nervous about? I'd actually love to open it up a bit more, but it's hard to do in the city. Didn't take you for a speed demon? I've never gone speeding before. My family was strict and never gave me the chance, and now I don't have the means," Zhou Ying said. Jiang Cheng nodded. "That's easy to fix. Next time there's a chance, I'll take you with me." Zhou Ying smiled without refusing. "Aren't you going back to Tianfu soon?" Prompted by Zhou Ying's words, Jiang Cheng nodded. "I'll go back once I finish sorting out some matters. It's been over a week since I left. My mom must be missing me by now." In truth, Li Yan hadn't urged Jiang Cheng to come home at all. With him away, she didn't need to cook, it was pure bliss. And the matters Jiang Cheng intended to handle were none other than Zhang Yu and tonight's Wang Chang. At this moment, having returned home, Wang Chang furiously reached out through WeChat, mobilizing all sorts of connections and underhanded means, secretly plotting to teach Jiang Cheng a lesson. Little did he know that very night, the source of his family's product supply would run into trouble. By the next morning, various incidents had begun to escalate across the internet. Not only was the infamous stinky feet pickled cabbage exposed, but also the disgusting saliva bamboo shoots. The issue of spoiled, foul-smelling, and expired ingredients for noodles was exposed. Numerous videos began circulating explosively online, and when the raw material factory encountered problems, Wang Chang's family's products were the first to bear the brunt. Due to an excessive number of complaints regarding food safety issues, consumers began rallying online, thoroughly dissecting the issues with Wang Shi's corporate food ingredients and formulas. Numerous video reviews and test results started circulating widely. Relevant authorities have promptly intervened and ordered major supermarket suppliers to immediately remove the related products from shelves. In just one day, Wang's food was confronted with substantial financial losses and a plummeting reputation. Wang Zhang, Chen Hao, and the others from yesterday couldn't help but feel their hearts racing as they read these news reports. Last night, Jiang Cheng had just said those words, "Then I'll see just how capable his family really is." Unexpectedly, just after waking up, his family fell into trouble. Upon seeing the news, Chen Hao immediately called Wang Zhang. "Brother Wang, have you seen the news? I knew that guy was going to get into trouble. Serves him right. I never expected Brother John to have such influence. This time, even if the Wang family doesn't collapse, they'll at least lose a layer of skin. Brother Jiang is truly extraordinary. From the moment I first met him, I knew he was no ordinary person. That Wang Chang fellow simply doesn't know his limits. He brought it upon himself. His family barely got back on their feet, and now they're down again. People should really stay humble. Last night, Zheng Ming and Guo Qian, who left with Wang Chang, also saw these messages. The situation spiraled out of control so quickly that anyone with eyes could see someone was deliberately targeting the Wang family behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the person in question, Wang Chang, had just woken up and hadn't checked his phone messages yet. After brushing his teeth, he went downstairs to eat. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he saw his father Wang Wei anxiously making phone calls. "Give me some time to handle this. It just happened and I haven't had time to deal with it yet. Why are you all in such a hurry? I already told you, give me some time, hey. Seeing the other party hang up on him, Wang Wei angrily threw his phone to the ground. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his thinning hair. Damn it, who the hell is messing with me? Wang Chang, seeing his usually composed and dignified father now fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, asked with a furrowed brow, "Dad, what's wrong?" Chapter 68 Crisis. Wang Wei raised his head and glanced at Wang Chang, his expression growing even darker at the sight. "What happened to your face? It's all bruised up, how did you get a black eye?" Wang Chang rubbed his sore cheek, then turned to Wang Wei with a mix of indignation and fury. "Dad, I got beaten up by some country bumpkin and out-of-towner who's got a real attitude. I was just figuring out how to deal with him. You've got to help me get payback." "Who? Where have you been stirring up trouble this time? I'm warning you, stop running around causing chaos. I've been really busy lately and don't have time to clean up after you anymore," Wang Wei said helplessly, rubbing his temples. "Dad, I wasn't making trouble, just some country bumpkin from Tianfu. I said a few things to him and he started throwing punches, leaving me like this. If I don't teach him a lesson, how am I supposed to keep my reputation around here?" Seeing Wang Chang looking like a petty street thug, Wang Wei stood up and slapped him squarely on the head. "What kind of nonsense is this? Day in and day out, nothing but foolish talk. Are you some kind of gangster? How could I have raised a son like you?" Wang Wei's slap landed with tremendous force, sending Wang Chang stumbling uncontrollably until he crashed into the nearby coffee table. Clutching the back of his head with one hand and his injured knee with the other, he suppressed the urge to curse and snapped furiously, "Dad, what's gotten into you today? I'm already hurt like this, and you're still hitting me." Wang Chang yelled angrily in frustration, just as his mother Lin Lian hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Tenderly massaging the back of Wang Chang's head, she turned to Wang Wei with a reproachful look and asked, "What happened now? Why are you hitting our son first thing in the morning?" After glancing at Wang Chang, she exclaimed in distress, "Oh my precious son, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Such a handsome face beaten up like this." Wang Wei, taking in the scene between them, instantly felt his anger boil over. Glaring at Lin Lian with a cold snort, he pointed at Wang Chang and said through gritted teeth, "Look at him. Just last month he got into trouble, and I spent a fortune compensating for medical expenses. That mess had barely settled when he stirs up more trouble today. I swear I'll beat him to death." Lin Lian quickly shielded her child in her arms as she saw Wang Wei about to strike again. "Lao Wang, calm down. Changer, what happened? How did you get beaten up like this?" "Mom, this time I was the one who got beaten up without fighting back. Dad not only won't help me but even hit me. You have to stand up for me." Wang Chang, acting like a mama's boy, snuggled against Lin Lian while whining. "Lao Wang, look at this. Our child got beaten up like this, and you're still blaming him," Lin Lian complained. "A doting mother ruins her son. He'll be spoiled rotten by you sooner or later. Wasn't he the one who started trouble every single time? Listen up. We've got major problems at the company today. Someone's deliberately targeting me, and I don't have time to deal with you two right now. You'd better lay low and stop causing trouble." Seeing his words had no effect, Wang Wei clutched his chest in frustration and refused to speak to them any further. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Wang Wei suddenly realized something. He turned back to look at Wang Chang. "Tell me, what exactly happened last night? Who was that person you offended? Could it be him behind the trouble at Wang Enterprises? You'd better explain everything clearly." Wang Chang scoffed dismissively. "Come on, Dad, don't be ridiculous. Just some country bumpkin from Tianfu, hanging around with Wang Zhang and Shen Hao." After speaking, Wang Chang carefully recalled the events of last night. He remembered Jiang Cheng saying something at the end, something about Wang Chang's family. At this thought, Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat. Normally, Wang Zheng positioned himself as the center of attention among their group, but his attitude toward Jiang Cheng seemed notably different. Is Jiang Cheng's identity extraordinary? Seeing Wang Chang suddenly turn deathly pale, Wang Wei's chest heaved with anger. "Did I hit the mark? It really was you who caused this mess, wasn't it? I thought everything was fine all along, with no warning signs whatsoever, and then this happens. Turns out it's all because of my good-for-nothing son." Wang Wei raised his hand to discipline Wang Chang again. Lin Lian immediately shielded Wang Chang. "Have you gone mad, old Wang? Even if someone is targeting us, we can just throw money at the problem. Why hit our son? Throw money at it? Do you really think money can solve this problem? Have you guys not seen the news today? I've worked my ass off for 30 years to finally capture 70% of the market share. In just one night, it's shrunk by 40%. 40%! And this is just the beginning. Our company's products got pulled from shelves. Right now, they're investigating us over there. And all those suppliers are banding together to sue us for compensation. How much money do you honestly think we have to cover this? Tell me. By the end, Wang Wei was practically shouting to vent his mounting pressure. Only then did Lin Lian realize how serious the situation was, panic creeping into her voice as she said, "What could possibly have escalated to this point? You need to suppress this situation immediately." Suppress it? How exactly? You tell me. One of you thinks you're some kind of underworld boss, the other believes money can cover everything up like a hand blotting out the sky. Do you know how quickly other companies will swoop in to fill the gap the moment our company loses market share? Do you think supermarkets and consumers have no other brand options to choose from? Can't you two use your brains for once? Tell me, how many years of grinding will it take to win back these lost shares? It's all because of your precious child? I told you to discipline him properly, but you wouldn't listen. Now that this huge mess has happened, what do you suggest we do? Lin Lian wouldn't stand for Wang Wei putting the blame on her and started making a scene. He's your only son. It's just a little money, we'll settle it and that should be the end of it. Why make such a big deal? A little money? For the first time, I realized just how stupid you can be. Let me tell you, if you'd divorced me yesterday, you could have walked away with 500 million. Today, the most you'll get is 100 million. Do you even understand? If we can't resolve this, we're getting a divorce. I've had enough of both of you. Every single day, you bring me nothing but trouble. Chapter 69 Knowledge Points. Only after Wang Wei completely lost his temper did Lin Lian and Wang Chang realize the seriousness of the situation. Wang Chang swallowed nervously in fear. Dad, what are you talking about? How could it be this serious? Will our family go bankrupt? He truly hadn't expected things to be so dire. Wang Lian collapsed to the ground, her legs too weak from fear. 5 billion reduced to 1 billion, how could this happen? Changer, what exactly happened? Speak up now. Only then did Wang Chang, trembling with fear, confess everything in detail. Dad, I drank too much after returning last night and was too exhausted to seek revenge on him yet. How could he have retaliated against our family so quickly? I pulled every string I could this morning and still couldn't identify who's targeting us. So it's someone from Tianfu, if not him, then who else? What should I do now? I barely even know him. Now you finally understand how serious this is, you idiot. Listen to me, go fix this mess right now. No matter what it takes, even if you have to beg, make it right. Otherwise, I'm divorcing your mom, and you'll go with her. Without even a glance at the prone figures of Wang Chang and Lin Lian on the ground, Wang Wei turned away in fury and stormed off. For decades he had painstakingly built everything, yet now it was all on the verge of ruin. At this moment, he felt not a shred of familial affection toward Wang Chang, indeed, he even wished he could personally end his life. Mom, what am I supposed to do? It can't really be him, can it? There's no way. Wang Chang still refused to accept reality in that moment. Last night he swore he wouldn't let Jiang Chang off, but today he's supposed to go grovel before him? Changer, why don't you go find out more and beg for his forgiveness? If your dad really divorces me, you'll be ruined. That little bit of money won't be enough for us to live on, you haven't even gotten married yet. Lin Lian began coaxing Wang Chang in a gentle voice. Even now, Lin Lian couldn't bring herself to scold Wang Chang, despite knowing full well that everything was his fault. No, I can't do it, it's too humiliating. If it comes to divorce, then so be it. I won't go. Having spoken, Wang Chang angrily shook off Lin Lian's hand and strode out of the house, speeding away from home in his Lamborghini. Meanwhile, the computer genius at Jiang Cheng Security Company, codenamed The Matrix, continued stirring up hype online. Since Jiang Cheng's assigned tasks varied, their team's formulated plans differed accordingly. For example, Jiang Cheng's demand for Zhan Yu was to take him out. Executing this demand domestically would be quite difficult, and considering Zhan Yu got beaten up just the day before yesterday and is still hiding at home these days, the entire plan remains in a dormant state. However, dealing with Wang Chang's task isn't that difficult. After Jiang Cheng issued the task, the team quickly formulated a plan. That very night, 2 individuals were dispatched, throwing their company's operations into chaos overnight. The exposure of raw material issues delivered another crushing blow straight to their doorstep. The outcome was astonishingly effective while costing almost nothing. As for Jiang Chang, due to drinking the night before, he had slept soundly until daybreak. When he woke in the morning, Jiang Chang frowned at the silk pajamas he was wearing. He remembered Zhouing had sent him back last night before taking a taxi home. He himself had drunk quite a bit and ended up passing out headfirst. How come he didn't remember changing his clothes? At that moment, Wang Yuyan walked in. The moment she saw Jiang Chang, her expression instantly became somewhat unnatural. Wang Yuyan still bowed respectfully to Jiang Chang and said, "Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Breakfast is ready for you. Would vegetable and lean meat porridge be alright? If you don't like it, I can prepare something else for you." Jiang Chang glanced at Wang Yuyan's slightly lowered neckline once more, chuckled, and then asked, Manager Wang, the arrangement was perfect. After drinking, I wasn't feeling too great, so having something light was just right. By the way, did you help me change into these pajamas? Upon hearing Jiang Chang bring this up, Wang Yuyan's face grew even hotter with embarrassment. Last night, seeing Jiang Chang return with yet another stunning beauty, Wang Yuyan had felt she should seize the opportunity and be more proactive. Unfortunately, Jiang Chang had immediately collapsed into sleep as soon as he got back. Even when Wang Yuyan wiped his body and changed his clothes, Jiang Chang remained completely unconscious. Left with no choice, Wang Yuyan had to meticulously clean every part of Jiang Chang's body with great care. Seeing that Jiang Chang showed no reaction, and with no one else around, she took the opportunity to practice some of the techniques she had learned from movies. Although she had practiced many times, it ultimately ended in failure. Looking back now, she still feels an unusual discomfort in her mouth. But after last night's practice, Wang Yuyan felt she had gained a great deal. Not only was she more satisfied with Jiang Chang as a person, but it had also laid a solid foundation for future real-life practice. Yes, Mr. Jiang, rest assured, all I did was change your clothes, nothing else. Wang Yuyan waved her hands frantically. Chapter 70, Wang Yuyan's Hidden Thoughts. Seeing Wang Yuyan acting so guilty, as if protesting too much, Jiang Chang couldn't help but crack a smirk. So that's how it is. I thought I dreamed about you last night, Manager Wang, and that we. What a shame, just a dream after all. Got my hopes up for nothing. Upon hearing Jiang Chang's words, Wang Yuyan's heart immediately began to pound. Was Jiang Chang implying that he was also looking forward to it? Noticing Wang Yuyan shyly biting her lower lip while gazing at him with sparkling eyes, Jiang Chang flashed a teasing smile and directly turned to enter the bathroom to wash up. He had always adhered to one golden rule of being a good man: never initiate, never reject. At any rate, the words had been spoken, now it was up to Wang Yuyan to grasp their meaning. By the time Jiang Chang finished brushing his teeth, Wang Yuyan had already set up breakfast. Wang Yuyan thoughtfully handed Jiang Chang a bowl of light and simple green vegetable and lean pork congee. After Jiang Chang finished drinking, Wang Yuyan took the initiative to suggest, Mr. Jiang, you drank so much last night it must have taken a toll on your body. I've recently learned a new massage technique. Would you like me to give you a massage? With such generous benefits, Jiang Chang naturally nodded and readily agreed. Shall we go to bed then? Wang Yuyan asked coyly and tentatively. That's only natural. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Wang. With that, Jiang Chang stretched casually and swiftly headed into the bedroom. Looks like we're about to have some post-meal exercise. After Jiang Chang lay down, Wang Yuyan, who had been following him, quickly slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, kneeling beside him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuyan flashed a bewitching smile and began naturally massaging Jiang Chang's arm. Just as Jiang Chang was wondering if this massage was perhaps too proper, Wang Yuyan unexpectedly turned around, positioning herself with her back toward him. The most fatal thing was that Wang Yuyan wasn't wearing safety underwear beneath her butler uniform. Jiang Chang nodded in satisfaction. This girl actually went without that inhuman invention called safety shorts. He never expected Wang Yuyan to trust him to this extent. Thank goodness he was a man who'd weathered many storms. With his formidable willpower, he managed to calm Naruto and Sasuke down. Just as Jiang Chang was about to lose control, Wang Yuyan suddenly turned around and asked, Mr. Jiang, how do you feel? Exceptionally good, perfect score. Manager Wang, you're very professional. I almost couldn't handle it. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Actually, this is my first time doing this, so your approval makes me very happy. Next, let me give you a shoulder massage. After pressing for a while, her expression suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Stopping her movements, she shyly asked, Mr. Jiang, this position is a bit awkward. Would you mind if I changed my posture? Jiang Chang responded with an approachable smile. He nodded earnestly and said, of course, feel free to adjust as you like. Wang Yuyan then flashed a bewitching smile and sat directly on Jiang Chang's lap, her delicate hands slowly beginning to massage his shoulders. His feigned composure shattered as his heart began pounding wildly in his chest. Jiang Chang's eyes turned bloodshot as he gripped Wang Yuyan's delicate hand. Manager Wang, perhaps we should move somewhere more private? Chapter 71, Failed Utilization. Everything proceeded smoothly until Jiang Chang finally remembered he still had a Descendant Devouring reward card unused. Last time Xiao Yining didn't use it because Jiang Chang had been drinking that day, and later everyone got carried away having fun. It wasn't until everything ended that he remembered. Since Wang Yuyan had secretly used Jiang Chang as her study tool to learn numerous techniques last night, her practical application now proved quite commendable. But just as Jiang Chang was about to use this reward card, it unexpectedly failed to activate. Jiang Chang checked the prompt. It turns out there's an important prerequisite for using this card. One's appearance score must be above 90 points. Wang Yuyan's appearance score was 89, just 1 point short, which Jiang Chang hadn't anticipated. Beauties scoring above 89 are indeed one in a million. A beauty of Wang Yuyan's caliber only scored 89 points. Seeing that the attempt had failed, Jiang Cheng could only shake his head regretfully and put the card away again. After putting it away, Jiang Cheng began to focus on enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Wang Chang, as usual, drove the girl he'd picked up on the roadside straight to a nearby hotel. Wang Chang held the scantily clad girl in his arms and said to the front desk clerk, "Hey there, gorgeous, book me a kick-ass premium suite." Taking Wang Chang's credit card, the receptionist politely replied, "Certainly. Please wait a moment." Eyeing the sweet-faced front desk girl, Wang Chang leered again, "Hey sweetheart, I'll be staying here for a few days. Come up and hang out with me sometime." Before the receptionist could respond, the POS machine flashed 4 words, "Transaction declined." "I'm sorry, sir, this card is not working. Please try another one." Wang Chang stared blankly at the bank card handed to him, utterly bewildered. "Can't swipe it? That's impossible, maybe the machine's broken. Try this one." He irritably pulled another card from his wallet. A few seconds later, the receptionist spoke again, "I'm sorry, but your card limit is insufficient. Do you have another card you could use?" Wang Chang immediately understood what was happening. Both cards being declined meant Wang Wei must have frozen his accounts. Just 2 days ago, he bought that Lamborghini, and now he didn't have a single cent to his name. He could only use his credit card and his father's supplementary card, but unexpectedly, neither of them worked now. "Damn it, that old man must be messing with me," Wang Chang cursed, scratching his head irritably before turning to the girl beside him. "Hey, could you cover the room fee for now? I'll pay you back later." The scantily clad girl beside him instantly changed her expression when she heard Wang Chang wanted her to pay for the room. She'd seen plenty of men who drove luxury cars pretending to be rich second-generation heirs. That Lamborghini was probably just rented. "Can't even afford the hotel fee, and in the end, I won't get a single penny." With that thought, the woman immediately opened her mouth to lash out. "Trying to get a free ride? If you're broke, don't pretend to be loaded. Why imitate others by driving a luxury car? What a pathetic loser, wasting my time." After shooting Wang Chang a disdainful glance, she turned and walked away in disgust. Watching Wang Chang's cold, furious expression, the receptionist secretly cursed under her breath. "What a piece of trash, daring to mess with me earlier. Turns out he's just a broke loser pretending to be rich. Sir, would you still like to proceed with the transaction?" Watching the girl walk away, Wang Chang now took out his anger on the receptionist girl. "Proceed my ass. What the hell are you laughing at?" After speaking, he quickly snatched back the bank card and walked out of the hotel lobby. Once outside the hotel, Wang Chang immediately called Wang Wei. At that moment, Wang Wei was sitting exhaustedly in his office, dealing with various breach of contract documents. Early that morning, he had assigned people to continuously handle the trending online topics and numerous complaints. According to the information he obtained, the mastermind behind this incident was truly the very person his son had offended. Wang Wei found that he couldn't uncover any background information about Jiang Cheng. All he knew was that Jiang Cheng had recently established an investment company with a registered capital of 500 million yuan. Beyond that, Wang Wei couldn't find out anything else at all. And all of this is thanks to the system. As soon as the call connected, Wang Cheng immediately shouted angrily, "Dad, what's going on? I can't withdraw money anymore. Do you know how much people just mocked me? Quickly restore my card." Seeing Wang Cheng show no remorse whatsoever, Wang Wei immediately seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. "I'll tell you one more time, clean up the mess you've made. Don't keep thinking the whole world owes you favors like some doting father. If you still refuse to reflect on this and change your rotten attitude, you'll be on your own from now on. Frankly, you've nearly ruined this family already. Believe me, I'll make sure neither of you sees a single cent." With that, Wang Wei gave a cold snort and promptly hung up the phone. Chapter 72, no different from bankruptcy. Wang Chang stared at the hung-up phone, his eyes instantly burning with rage. At that moment, he desperately wanted to smash the phone in his hand, but when he raised his arm, he hesitated. Could the situation really be worse than he imagined? If Wang Wei truly stopped giving him money, what would he do in the future? With nowhere else to turn, a helpless Wang Chang began reaching out to his usual gang of good-for-nothing friends on WeChat. After reaching out to everyone, Wang Chang grew even more panicked because they were all acting strangely, each refusing him with excuses about being busy. Wang's food company faced such massive turmoil overnight. Anyone with eyes could see their family must have offended some influential figure. At this point, who would dare associate with him? Everyone kept their distance to avoid involvement. After sitting by the roadside for a long time, Wang Chang finally calmed down. In just one short day, those who used to bow and scrape before him, desperately trying to please him, had completely reversed their attitudes towards him. It's important to remember how many people he had offended during his privileged days. If he were to lose this identity as a rich second-generation heir someday, his future life would undoubtedly be plunged into darkness. He wasn't actually an idiot. Having thoroughly studied the current crisis facing the wine group, he understood their family business would inevitably go bankrupt if things continued this way. After brief consideration, Wang Chang immediately called Zheng He and Guoqian. After all, those two had shown him the most favorable attitude that night. When the call connected, Wang Chang expressed his desire for Zheng He and Guoqian to contact Jiang Chang and facilitate an introduction. He wanted to apologize to Jiang Chang. Zheng He and Guoqian were already filled with deep regret after learning about Wang Chang's accident. They both knew they had picked the wrong side that night. Now Jiang Chang was making an example of Wang Chang to warn others. Although the axe hadn't fallen on them yet, this situation was enough to keep them constantly on edge. At this moment, everyone wanted to keep their distance and immediately distanced themselves from Wang Chang. Moreover, the two of them genuinely didn't know a heavyweight like Jiang Chang, having only met him that one night, barely any more familiar with him than Wang Chang was. Both shook their heads and admitted they couldn't help. In the end, Wang Chang had no choice but to call Chen Hao. On the other end, Chen Hao saw Wang Chang's incoming call and raised his phone toward Wang Zhang, who was sitting across from him sipping tea, as a gesture. Chen Hao pressed the speaker button and answered, "Brother Chang, what brings you to call me?" "Chen Hao, I need to find Jiang Chang. Can you help me out?" "Xiao Chang, it's not that I won't help, but honestly, we're not really that close. Besides, you ruined my event last night at dinner, and you know how close I am with brother Wang Zhang. Helping you wouldn't be right. You'd better ask someone else." With that, Chen Hao hung up the phone. Wang Zhang let out a mocking laugh and shook his head. "At least this guy has some sense. I thought he'd be more stubborn. He deserves it. He's been too arrogant all along. I heard last month he even stole a high schooler's girlfriend and beat the kid so badly he ended up in the hospital with a broken leg. In the end, his dad had to step in and pay over 100 grand in medical fees." As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, Wang Zhang's phone also rang. Seeing that it was Wang Chang calling, he answered and turned on the speakerphone. "Hey, brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Chang," came Wang Chang's dejected voice from the other end of the line. Watching Wang Chang act so meek, Chen Hao couldn't help but cover his mouth to stifle a chuckle. "Strong brother? What a surprise! To what do I owe the honor of your call?" Brother Wang, I was wrong before. I fully realize my mistake now. Can you help me? I'm truly at my wit's end." Wang Chang whimpered, pleading with Wang Zhang. "Oh no, it was my fault. Since when has Big Shot Chang ever been afraid of anyone? Brother Wang, I know I was despicable before, but I'm truly desperate now. For the sake of all the years we've known each other, won't you help me?" After a long silence, Wang Zhang finally said, "I can try asking for you, but I can't guarantee anything else." Wang Chang immediately responded, "Thank you, brother Wang, thank you so much." After hanging up, Chen Hao frowned and asked with confusion, "Lao Wang, are you really going to help him?" Wang Zhang chuckled, "Why should I help him? Isn't old Jiang already dealing with him? Now that he's delivered himself to our doorstep, shouldn't we give him the chance to apologize publicly?" Chen Hao immediately grasped Wang Zhang's meaning. Right. But even if old Jiang lets him off now, his family's business is practically bankrupt anyway. The market has already been snatched up by the other two companies who seized the opportunity, and Wang Chang won't be able to bounce back after this. Wang Chang was always too arrogant. He never understood that there's always someone better, and skies beyond skies. Having said this, Wang Zhang sent Jiang Chang a message asking for his opinion. At this moment, Jiang Chang was busy non-stop sitting, lying down, standing, in various places. Only when Wang Yuyan finally stopped moving did Jiang Chang relent. Lying on the bed, Jiang Chang glanced at the message from Wang Zhang, thought for a moment, and replied, "Then let's meet at Tax tonight." "Oh, and invite the people from last night to liven things up? My treat for drinks." Wang Zhang understood Jiang Chang's meaning and replied, "No problem, consider it done." After sending it, Jiang Chang asked Zhouing again on WeChat, "Are you free tonight? Let me take you to Tax." Zhouing replied quickly on WeChat, "No work again, and you're off to drink? Don't worry, I'll order you some Wangzai milk." "Okay, what time?" Checking the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. Jiang Chang replied, "I'll come pick you up now." "I can come myself. I live quite far away. What time do I need to arrive?" "No need, it's still early. I'll come get you." After a long while, Zhouing finally sent Jiang Chang her location. Jiang Chang checked the address. The place was ridiculously remote. Glancing at CPU overload Wang Yuyan, Jiang Chang touched her flushed cheek. The first time had indeed been rather rough. Jiang Chang kissed her affectionately before getting up and heading to the bathroom. Chapter 73, Go easy with your words. After freshening up, Jiang Chang drove to Zhou Ying's place. The drive took nearly 40 minutes to reach the destination. Jiang Chang glanced around at the very old and worn-out residential area. After receiving the call, Zhouing appeared quickly. She was wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, paired with a mint green, body-hugging, thigh-high slit camisole dress. The outfit accentuated her incredibly sexy figure. Jiang Chang watched Zhouing slowly walking toward him and suddenly felt as if he had fallen in love. Zhouing was undoubtedly the most eye-catching girl Jiang Chang had ever seen. With a face like an angel paired with a cool and elegant demeanor, she possessed a bewitching charm. What's more, her personality was just as pleasant. As soon as she got into the car, Joing spoke up proactively, "It must have taken you a while to get here. I told you I could go myself, but you didn't believe me. Not too bad, but this place is rather remote. Is it safe living here?" "It's actually quite safe. Though old, there's a security guard, and there's a bus stop right across the street. I usually take the bus more often. The main thing is the rent here is cheap," Joing replied in a slightly coquettish tone. Listening to her, Jiang Cheng felt an urge to simply scoop her into his arms and dote on her tenderly. A stunning beauty like her deserves to be cherished at home with all the love in the world. It's too dangerous to leave her out there. "I shouldn't have let you go back last night, it was too late and inconvenient." Joing looked at Jiang Cheng and smiled. "Sometimes I work part-time quite late too, it's no trouble." Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Cheng took Joing to TAXX. Wang Zheng and Chen Hao had already arrived before Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng glanced over and saw Qian Gun was also seated in the booth. Seeing Jiang Cheng arrive with Joing again, all three of them enthusiastically greeted Joing. Qian Gun was the first to speak. "Brother Jiang." "Hello, sister-in-law." Hearing Qian Gun address her this way, Joing couldn't help but blush slightly. However, she simply smiled and nodded without any intention of correcting him. Seeing their teasing, Jiang Cheng smiled. "You're here so early." "Nothing special, just heard Brother Jiang was hosting tonight and came right over. Thanks for your support." Seeing Jiang Cheng arrive, Chen Hao immediately called Xiao Chen over. After arriving, little Chen was tactful in addressing everyone in turn. "Young Master Jiang, Young Master Wang, Young Master Chen, Young Master Qian. What's the plan for tonight?" Wang Zheng pointed at Jiang Cheng and said, "Tonight, my brother Jiang here will take charge. Just bring 3 bottles of Dom Perignon, along with a few bottles of imported liquor. For snacks and fruits, bring whatever looks good." After saying this, Jiang Cheng glanced at Joing again and added, "Oh, and don't forget 10 cans of Wangzai milk." "Got it." "Young Master Jiang, need us to arrange some atmosphere girls?" Chen Hao chimed in at this point. "Xiao Chun, where are your manners? Brother Jiang brought his lady tonight, you'd cause trouble arranging atmosphere girls now." Xiao Chen glanced at Joing and immediately slapped his own cheek. "Ah, look how foolish I am, my mistake entirely. I'll go make arrangements right away. Please wait a moment, everyone." Seeing everyone laughing, Zhou Ying's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Seeing Joing was genuinely embarrassed, Jiang Cheng nudged Chen Hao. "Brother Chen, go easy on her with your words." All right, understood." Soon the others arrived as well, with Lin Feng arriving a few minutes earlier than Guo Qian and Zhang He. Lin Feng was fine, he hadn't done anything out of line yesterday, at most, he was just observing silently. As for Guo Qian and Zhang He, they seemed somewhat awkward, after all, they had chosen to leave with Wang Chang last night. When Wang Zheng invited them over, they didn't dare refuse, but now they appeared rather uncomfortable. After exchanging greetings, they quietly and obediently sat to the side. Soon, 3 sets of Grand Dragon bottles made a grand entrance, as the bunny girls swayed their figures into formation once again. The DJ on stage excitedly hyped the crowd. 3 Grand Dragons from Young Master Jiang of Area 1, wishing the boss endless prosperity. Joing looked curiously at the Armand de Brignac bottles on the table and asked, "What does this wine taste like? I've only heard of it but never tried it before. Aside from being expensive, the taste isn't much to write home about. If I weren't going to be your designated driver later, I'd take a sip right now to try it." Seeing Joing pouting, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Girls shouldn't drink much when they're out. I'll bring you a few bottles later, you can enjoy them at home." Seeing Jiang Cheng showed no intention of urging her to drink, Joing felt a ripple of goodwill rise within her. Joing, friendliness +5. Chapter 74, Smashing Bottles on Short Selling. After the ace of spades and various imported liquors were all served, Xiaochen still dutifully asked, "Young Master Jiang, how many bottles would you like to open first?" "What's the point of opening just a few? Open them all," Jiang Cheng declared with grand flair. Xiao Chen couldn't help but silently mock Jiang Cheng's outrageous boasting as he listened to his 3-shot mythical dragon combo claims. Rich people just don't treat money as money. Dozens of bottles of Armand de Brignac were popped open, setting the crowd ablaze with excitement. In the crowd, quite a few attractive girls began stepping forward to flirt with him on their own initiative. They would be willing to give it away for free if it meant getting close to the ace of spades and those exclusive black cards. From the start, their primary target had always been Jiang Cheng seated in the center spot. But upon noticing Jiang Cheng already had Zhou Ying by his side, they all quickly shifted their attentions elsewhere. Facing these girls, Wang Zheng, Chen Hao, and Qian Gung didn't hold back their advances. Soon, all 3 were flirtatiously chatting away while holding several 80+ score beauties in their arms. Unlike Lin Feng and Guo Qian, Zhang He wasn't quite as uninhibited. Apart from quietly sitting and drinking, every spare moment was spent fawning over Jiang Cheng with flattery. It gave off a strong vibe of desperately trying to prove their loyalty. Half an hour later, Wang Cheng finally arrived with deliberate slowness. He had actually arrived long ago, but simply lacked the courage to enter, knowing full well what kind of situation would greet him once he stepped inside. So it took a long time for him to mentally prepare himself before stumbling in dejectedly. Zhou instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Chang's side in fear upon seeing Wang Chang appear. She whispered to Jiang Chang, "Why is he here too?" Jiang Chang patted Zhou Ying's hand and said, "Him? I invited him." "Ha!" Zhou Ying was completely baffled by Jiang Chang's reply. Seeing Jiang Chang had invited so many people and all of whom had been present last night, Wang Chang immediately understood Jiang Chang's intention. Despite his furious resentment, he dared not show it on the surface at this moment. With dejected steps, he approached Jiang Chang and bowed, saying, "Young Master Jiang, I was wrong last night. Please be magnanimous and forgive this insignificant person. Don't hold it against me, alright?" Jiang Chang sighed and shook his head, replying, "I'm just a country bumpkin, how would I dare hold anything against you?" Wang Chang now found himself truly cornered. Everyone knew his family was in trouble and had stopped associating with him. He had offended so many people in the past. If his family really fell from grace, he'd probably be finished. "President Jiang, I was drunk yesterday and spouting nonsense. You can take your anger out on me however you want, just please let me go," Wang Chang said in a groveling tone. Jiang Chang glanced at the liquor bottle on the table and remarked lightly, "Weren't you swinging that bottle around pretty arrogantly last night?" Wang Chang looked into Jiang Chang's eyes, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. "President Jiang, as long as it calms your anger, you can smash me if you want." "That won't do. We've all had 9 years of compulsory education, so we're not like you. How about this? I'll buy you 3 bottles of Ace of Spades. I heard you can smash bottles out of thin air, and I've never seen that before. Why don't you put on a little show for everyone?" Wang Chang immediately understood Jiang Chang's implication. He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide with disbelief, clearly never expecting Jiang Chang to devise such a humiliating method. Yet despite the rage boiling inside him, he dared not utter a single word of refusal at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chang glared fiercely at the bottles of Ace of Spades on the table and said to Jiang Chang, "You're right, I do have such a special talent. Of course, I must perform for young Master Jiang." "Excellent. Then let's invite Brother Chang to showcase his skills for everyone. Let's all record a video of young Master Wang's special performance," Jiang Chang announced, prompting everyone to immediately switch on their phone cameras. "Come on, Brother Chang, say something to the camera. I'll perform a little act for everyone, hope you like it," Wang Chang said with a bitter expression. Then he gritted his teeth, picked up the Ace of Spades from the table, closed his eyes, and smashed it directly against his forehead. Bracing through the pain, he grabbed the second and third cards, slamming them violently against his head one after another. After all 3 strikes, Jiang Chang led the applause. "Thank you for the show, young Master Wang. Absolutely legendary. Xiao Chang truly lives up to his name, this performance is absolutely brutal." Wang Zheng chimed in admiringly. "No kidding, eye-opening stuff. We all knew Brother Chang was ruthless with others, but never imagined he'd be this hardcore with himself too," Chen Hao applauded from the sidelines. By this point, Wang Chang was already seeing stars, beads of blood beginning to trickle down his forehead. After barely managing to thank Jiang Chang, he finally succumbed to the darkness and collapsed unconscious. Xiao Chen had been watching from the side and immediately stepped forward. Young Master Jiang, do we need to call an ambulance for him?" "Call one, and clean this up too. Wouldn't want someone getting hurt by the broken glass," Jiang Chang said calmly. Right away, right away." Xiao Chen promptly arranged for people to come clean up. Once the scene was tidied up, Jiang Chang raised his glass again and addressed the crowd. "Alright, thank you all for coming today to show your support, this toast is for you." Chapter 75, Not like this, like that? Seeing Jiang Chang raise his glass, everyone immediately followed suit out of respect. Even the terrified bystander girls tremblingly scrambled to pick up their glasses with shaky hands. At this moment, their hearts were filled with equal parts devastation and regret. If only they hadn't come up to freeload the Ace of Spades champagne. The handsome guy standing before me, with his stunning looks and heavenly voice, turned out to be so terrifying. Just a few casually spoken words could make others willingly smash wine bottles on their own heads. It was downright horrifying. Wang Zheng, Chen Hao, and Shen Geng didn't react much, but Guo Qian, Zheng Yi, and Lin Feng were completely different. Their hands holding the wine glasses were trembling slightly at that moment. Wang Chang is the typical bully who picks on the weak but fears the strong. In Demon City, apart from top-tier rich second-generation heirs like Qin Fen and Zhang Xian whom he doesn't dare provoke, he looks down on everyone else. Yet unexpectedly, he cowered before Jiang Chang and even smashed a wine bottle on himself. How could this not terrify them? After the event ended, Jiang Chang informed the security team via WeChat to halt the retaliation plan against Wang's food. Wang Chang was swiftly rushed to the hospital. Soon after, the hospital notified Wang Wei and Lin Lian. Upon receiving the notification, the two quickly rushed to the hospital. Lin Lian burst into tears at the sight of Wang Chang lying in the hospital bed, his head entirely wrapped in bandages. Ever since childhood, Lin Lian would ache with heartache even if Wang Chang got the slightest scratch. Who would have thought today he'd be beaten to such a state? She turned to Wang Wei with blame in her voice. What kind of heartless monster would do this to our son? Wang Wei, you must kill him at once. This is your son, you must avenge him. Wang Wei saw Lin Lian rushing over to pummel him and immediately slapped her across the face. Furiously retorted, "Everything he's gotten today is all thanks to you. When he was beating others, why didn't you speak up? Did you ever visit when others were lying in the hospital? What? Other people's sons don't count as sons while yours is so precious?" Wang Chang's self-esteem was shattered beyond recognition by Jiang Cheng tonight. At this moment, he was filled with regret and couldn't utter a single word in his own defense. He could only tell Lin Lian, "Mom, I was the one who smashed it myself. Let's just drop the matter." Lin Lian looked at Wang Chang with disbelief in her eyes. "Son, have you gone mad? Enough already, you're really like a dead pig that fears no scalding water. The other party has already taken down the trending topic, but our family will never be the same as before. Did you figure out how to behave after just one day of this mess? I could tell you 1,000 times, but none would teach you as much as today's fall. If there's a next time, both of you can get out. Remember, this is your last chance." After warning them, Wang Wei sighed and walked away. "I hope my son can truly grow towards the right path after this lesson." Although Wang Wei was utterly furious inside, he spent the whole day investigating but still couldn't uncover Jiang Cheng's background, so he had no choice but to swallow this loss quietly. Fortunately, the other party didn't drive them to complete desperation, leaving them a glimmer of hope. On the other side, after the event ended, Zhou Ying was supporting Jiang Cheng as they slowly walked toward the hotel entrance. Jiang Cheng wrapped his arm around Zhou Ying's shoulders, putting on the appearance of being thoroughly drunk. Though his expression remained perfectly calm, inwardly he couldn't help but marvel. So fragrant, her skin so smooth, he really wanted to take a nibble. Zhou Ying struggled to help Jiang Cheng into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. After fastening the seatbelt, Zhou Ying drove Jiang Cheng back to the Yamanyanjian hotel. Seeing how much Jiang Cheng had drunk, Zhou Ying asked worriedly, "After what you did to him tonight, will the cops come after you?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Don't worry, I didn't hit him, and he wouldn't dare report it to the police anyway." Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng's unrestrained demeanor and immediately wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought, she realized she was merely his classmate, and speaking too much might be inappropriate. The car soon arrived at Amanyanjian. Watching Zhou Ying's retreating figure, Jiang Cheng shook his head regretfully. Zhou Ying's friendliness level wasn't high enough yet for any moves, he'd have to let her go for now. One moment Jiang Cheng was tipsy, the next he walked towards his reserved pavilion villa as if nothing had happened. Upon arriving at the pavilion villa, the beautiful butler Wang Yuyan had already freshened up and welcomed Jiang Cheng back with the same respectful demeanor as before. "Welcome home, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Cheng pulled Wang Yuyan into an embrace and teased, "Manager Wang, why so formal after such a short parting?" "Mr. Jiang, don't be like this, there are people around." Wang Yuyan bashfully pushed Jiang Cheng away while glancing at the hotel staff nearby. "Don't be like what? Should it be like this? Or maybe like this?" Jiang Cheng paid no mind to her protests and boldly reached out his hands. Just as Jiang Cheng began his playful antics once more, past 11 p.m. at True Colors Bar, Zhang Yu wore a pink shirt, his face powdered ghostly white. To go out, he'd use thick foundation to cover the bruises on his face. His fingers were even meticulously adorned with disposable pink press-on nails. He swished his hips as he slowly sauntered inside. As soon as he entered the bar, Zhang Yu walked straight to his usual stool at the counter. Then he pulled out a small mirror and a bright red lipstick from his pocket. He opened the mirror and applied the lipstick with practiced ease. Just then, a handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined appearance sat down beside Zhang Yu. The handsome guy sat down and ordered a blue cocktail, then started playing with his phone. Zhang Yu glanced at him, and his heart immediately fluttered a little. Such a handsome guy had actually sat right beside him. But on the surface, he pretended to stay composed and took a sip of his drink. This was just Zhang Yu's usual routine. Half of the patrons at La Banse bar are there to find same-sex partners, because 9 out of 10 people in this bar are homosexual. After about 10 minutes, that handsome guy started chatting on WeChat. A while later, he tapped open a voice message. A effeminate male voice began emanating from the phone. "Don't look for me anymore. I told you I don't like you anymore. We were just fooling around. Don't take it so seriously, okay?" As the broadcasted voice played out, Zhang Yu immediately turned his head to stare at the handsome guy. For no other reason than this, the person chatting with that handsome guy was actually another man. Upon hearing this voice message, the gold-rimmed glasses-wearing hottie immediately wore an expression of utter heartbreak. At that moment, the handsome guy also recorded a voice message into his phone. "Can't you really give me another chance? I'd give up everything for you. I've waited for you all these years, why are you abandoning me now?" The reply came quickly, "I'm sorry, but don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid my wife might find out. Let's block each other." After hearing this voice message, the handsome guy angrily set down his phone and downed his cocktail in one gulp. Zhang Yu, seeing his despondent state, offered comforting words. "Hey, handsome, want another drink? I know you're heartbroken right now, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. You'll eventually find someone who'll stay true to you." "Are you serious? Someone like me? Could anyone really like me?" Zhang Yu quickly nodded in response. Though he was bisexual, truth be told, he preferred men far more than women. And the man before him was nothing short of extraordinary, the cream of the crop. Finding a man who shares the same interests as you is already rare, let alone one so handsome. Of course, my name is Zhang Yu. Handsome, what's your name? Hello, I'm Li Minhang. Minhang, let me buy you a drink. If you need someone to talk to, I'll keep you company, I've had similar experiences too. Really? You'd actually be willing to hear my story? Of course, as long as you're willing to talk, I'll always listen carefully no matter when. Chapter 76, Absolute Loyalty. After chatting for over an hour, Li Minhang pretended to glance at the time on his phone. Thank you for chatting with me. I really enjoyed meeting you tonight, but I have a flight to catch at 10 tomorrow morning, so I'll head back first. Hopefully, we'll meet again if fate allows. Zhang Yu saw Li Minhang about to leave and anxiously asked, Feiji, where are you going? I'm going to Thailand for a trip. We had planned to go together before, but now I'm left alone. Consider this my final farewell to this relationship, Li Minhang said, putting on an air of melancholy. After saying this, he deliberately gave Zhang Yu a meaningful glance before turning and walking away. Zhang Yu watched Li Minhang's hurriedly retreating figure and quickly chased after him. But by this time, Li Minhang had already disappeared into the alley. Zhang Yu was filled with regret he hadn't even managed to add Li Minhang on WeChat yet. Back home, Zhang Yu grew increasingly resentful the more he thought about it. Such an incredibly handsome guy was too tempting to let go, especially one who had just gone through a breakup. People are at their most vulnerable and easiest to win over after a heartbreak, who knows, love might just fall into place right away. Thinking this, Zhang Yu immediately took out his phone to check flights to Thailand. There was only one flight departing at 10 a.m. tomorrow to Thailand, so this must be the one. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu clicked to purchase the ticket. Then, excitedly, he began packing all the clothes he wouldn't dare wear outside in China into his suitcase. After all, there were plenty of men like him in Thailand. Once he goes abroad, he won't have to hide himself like this anymore. Early the next morning, Zhang Yu eagerly sprang out of bed. There he was, sporting a carefully selected bright red bra under his favorite pink shirt. After styling his hair, he spritzed on Chanel's cocoa perfume. Once everything was ready, he immediately grabbed his suitcase and rushed out the door. The moment Zhang Yu boarded the plane bound for Thailand, everything began to fall into place. Thailand had been ranked as one of the most dangerous travel destinations in the world. Travel guides from various countries around the world, including Great Britain and Sakura Nation, have long listed Thailand as the most dangerous travel destination. A local saying in Thailand goes, a pretty single woman wearing a bikini in Thailand is just asking to be assaulted. Thailand is also uncomfortably close to those northern countries where organ harvesting is a frequent occurrence. Most disturbingly, Thailand recently enacted a new law legalizing both drug use and kidney trade. So if you travel to Thailand, even drinking a beverage or eating a snack could expose you to drugs. And if someone goes on a trip to Thailand alone and suddenly goes missing, what do you think the outcome would be? When your visa for a natural passport expires and you haven't returned to your home country, coupled with being unreachable, you will then be classified as a missing person. Missing persons abroad? Who can you even ask to look for them? Zhang Yu didn't add Li Minhang on WeChat. Everything was orchestrated by Zhang Yu alone. This entire plan could be said to be absolutely perfect. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had already boarded a flight to Thailand. On the plane, Jiang Cheng clicked open the system notification from last night. Ding! Host is requested to travel to Thailand to oversee the termination of Zhang Yu's matter. Reward, 5% shares of Hangqing Investment Company. When Jiang Cheng first received this message, he was actually a bit puzzled. After all, a wise man stays away from danger. But since the system had already given the prompt, although Jiang Cheng didn't understand, he didn't want to waste the 5% equity either. There was indeed quite a difference between owning 15% and 20% of the shares. Soon, the plane arrived at Bangkok's International Airport. The security company personnel were already waiting outside for Jiang Cheng. As soon as Jiang Cheng exited the arrival gate, a man in a black suit approached him. Hello, young master, I am Wang Shang. As soon as Wang Shang spoke, the dream come true system prompted again. Ding! Detected a first meeting with a new individual. The friendly value scan system will upgrade to the character scan system. The character scan system will no longer be limited to the female gender. Listening to the system's notifications, Jiang Cheng activated the character scan system. Name, Wang Shang. Age, 28. Height, 182 cm. Weight, 80. Friendliness value, 120. Absolute loyalty, until death do us part. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed the system's character scan results. Wang Shang was the squad leader of the security team rewarded by the system. This was also their first encounter. Though somewhat flustered inwardly, Jiang Cheng maintained a composed facade as he asked, "Where is he?" "We've already moved him out of the hotel. Let me take you there." After Wang Shang finished speaking, Jiang Cheng simply nodded. Wang Shang took Jiang Cheng into a black Rolls-Royce. The car drove through streets brimming with Southeast Asian charm, soon twisting and turning until it arrived at a shabby, deserted old house. When Jiang Cheng entered, besides Zhang Yu tied to a chair, there were 2 men and 1 woman standing in the room. They were Li Minhang, Cheng Zhong, and Xiao Li. They immediately bowed and greeted Jiang Cheng upon seeing him. Jiang Cheng scanned each of them with the character analysis system. To his surprise, everyone's friendliness level had reached a state of absolute loyalty. Chapter 77, There are many ways to die. Wake him up, Jiang Cheng said coldly, looking at the unconscious Zhang Yu. Yes. Wang Sheng nodded and gave them a slight chin lift as a signal. Upon receiving the instruction, Li Minhang walked over and splashed a prepared basin of cold water directly onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu jolted awake in an instant. He shuddered before immediately shaking off his damp, cold hair, struggling to open his drooping eyelids. At this moment, his expression still carried a hint of confusion. His head throbbed unbearably as he realized his hands and feet were tied to a chair. Looking at Li Minhang standing beside him, Zhang Yu immediately misunderstood. He instantly became excited and said to Li Minhang, "So you're into this kind of game?" "Actually, I love it too, it's so thrilling. Come on, hit me." Li Minhang adjusted his gold-framed glasses with his middle finger. Suppressing the urge to vomit in disgust, he calmly responded with a polite smile. "Excuse me, my name is Li Minhang. I'm 25 years old, 180 centimeters tall, and my hobby is women." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yu finally realized something was amiss and immediately looked around. The unfamiliar surroundings made his mind sober up instantly. He remembered just getting off the plane with Li Minhang and going straight to the hotel. How could he be here now? Who are you people? After glancing at the few men before him, Zhang Yu's gaze finally settled on Jiang Cheng. At the sight of Jiang Cheng, Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Trembling, he stammered, "It's you. What do you want? Are you kidnapping me?" To be honest, when Jiang Cheng first saw a bloodied man tied up in front of him, he was momentarily at a loss. Yet now, the way Zhang Yu looked at him after regaining consciousness stirred an indescribable emotion within Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng couldn't tell whether this feeling was good or bad, but given the current circumstances, he simply followed the dictates of his heart. He walked up to Zhang Yu and looked down at him with a gaze as cold as if staring at a corpse. The terrifying aura Jiang Cheng instantly unleashed made Zhang Yu, who already felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, experience overwhelming pressure. His heart pounded uncontrollably with fear. He realized the severity of this situation. What do you want? I'm warning you, murder is illegal. Don't do anything rash, I beg you, just calm down. Jiang Cheng smiled fearlessly. During the ride over, Wang Sheng had already explained the situation to him. Hongqing Company isn't just an investment firm. In Thailand, they've taken over a significant portion of the underground forces too. I told you, the next time you see me will be when I shut you up forever. After speaking, Jiang Cheng turned to Wang Sheng and asked, "How do you plan to handle this?" "Young master, there are countless ways to die. In Thailand, accidental deaths from heroin overdoses are extremely common and drownings, car crashes, falls from heights are all routine occurrences. Handling such matters would be extremely easy." Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Get rid of it." "Yes, it will be dealt with immediately," Wang Sheng replied respectfully. Listening to their merciless exchange, Zhang Yu's face grew even paler. Trembling with fear, he pleaded with Jiang Cheng, "You can't do this to me, young Master Jiang. I was wrong, I admit it. Please spare me. I'll never bother you Xiaoxiao again, I promise. Just let me go, I beg you." Before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, his mouth was suddenly filled with a peculiar liquid. Wang Sheng and the others carried out these actions with unsettling composure. Though Jiang Cheng's face remained composed, his heart was pounding uncontrollably. After leaving the scene, Jiang Cheng drove Wang Sheng and Cheng Zhong toward the Hongqing Company. Along the way, Jiang Cheng seemed to finally understand why the system insisted he personally supervise Zhang Yu on site. As the saying goes, the path to wealth accumulation is always stained with blood. Jiang Cheng chose to complete Zhang Yu's mission in Thailand to secure that 5% stake. This became part of his initial capital accumulation. Jiang Cheng sighed silently to himself. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, he quietly absorbed the impact of what had just happened. Since everything had been arranged in advance, Jiang Cheng had Wang Sheng drive straight to the company's entrance. At the company's entrance stood several bodyguards in black suits and a middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt and holding a cigar. The Rolls-Royce pulled up to the entrance, and Wang Sheng opened the car door for Jiang Cheng. As soon as Jiang Cheng stepped out of the car, the middle-aged man swiftly approached and hugged him. Speaking in heavily accented Chinese, he said, "Hello, brother Jiang Cheng, I've finally waited for you." This middle-aged man was Mario, the largest shareholder of Hongqing Company. His words had just fallen when the system promptly chimed with a ding. Host's language communication barrier detected. System rewards host with Thai language mastery. Witnessing such an intelligent system, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh in admiration once more. Damn impressive. Jiang Cheng nodded, shook Mario's hand, and spoke fluent Thai. "Big brother Mario, pleased to meet you." Seeing Jiang Chang speak Thai, Mario immediately looked surprised. I never expected brother Jiang Chang to speak Thai. I know just a little. Come, let me show you around the company. Later, we'll properly welcome you. Thank you, brother Mario. Brother Jiang Chang, no need to be so formal, we're brothers. In the midst of conversation, Jiang Chang used the character scanning system to take a look at Mario. Name, Mario. Age, 35 years old. Height, 178 cm. Weight, 85 kg. Friendliness level, 110, life and death friendship. Jiang Chang glanced at the friendliness meter and finally felt at ease. Chapter 78, The Hallmark of Thailand. After signing the documents for his 20% stake, Mario invited Jiang Chang to a discreet high-end private club in the area. Come on, brother Jiang Chang, everything's arranged. Tonight will be pure relaxation. I'm a regular at this club. Not only is the food exquisite, but they also have all kinds of beauties for massage. Best part? Whatever type you fancy, male or female, they've got you covered. Jiang Chang waved his hand upon hearing this. Brother Mario, you're too polite. Just a regular meal is fine, I'm still just an innocent kid. That kind of specialty from Thailand is something Jiang Chang just couldn't handle. Mario burst into laughter upon hearing this and patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. Don't worry, you'll definitely enjoy it later. Now you've got me really looking forward to it. Mario treated Jiang Chang to an authentic spread of Thai cuisine. Although it tasted quite delicious, Jiang Chang still believed our Chinese cuisine was more to his taste. After eating and drinking their fill, the two headed to the spa room to experience the local signature massage by beautiful women. When the massage was nearly done, Mario said to the person beside him, "Bring them in." Soon, several girls entered in single file. Several people were bare-legged, wearing nothing but red bathrobes. Jiang Chang glanced over. All 6 girls were strikingly beautiful. Brother Jiang Chang, this is specially prepared for you. So, what do you think? Take your pick, 2 or 3, it's up to you. Mario finished speaking and looked at Jiang Chang with eager anticipation. Jiang Chang raised an eyebrow. Big brother Mario, is this the local specialty here? He shook his head. Ordinary folks wouldn't have access to these kinds of goods. But regular clients can't afford this level. These were specially prepared for you, each one in 10,000 pics, beautiful, clean, and hand-selected. Feel free to choose, and rest assured, they all came here willingly. Absolutely no coercion involved. Jiang Chang's gaze swept over the fresh-faced young women before suddenly settling on a girl with straight black bangs. This girl perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences. Jiang Chang activated his character scanning system and trained it on them. The one with the highest displayed attractiveness rating turned out to be her. Name, Jiang Man. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance, 90. Figure, 93. Privacy, 2. Friendliness, 30. Stranger status. The privacy ratings of these few people were all at just a few points. But when you're out to have fun, what's there to fuss about? In my past life, I'd indulged in plenty of spa pleasures. Can't start acting all high and mighty just because I'm rich now, right? Screw it. Jiang Chang casually pointed at Jiang Man and said, her, then. Jiang Man noticed Jiang Chang had deliberately kept her behind, casting a cautious yet shrewd glance his way. Seeing how strikingly handsome Jiang Chang was, Jiang Man immediately felt a wave of relief. Her heart even raced a little despite herself. Brother Chang has excellent taste. Jiang Man is quite the looker. Haha, thank you so much, big brother Mario. I'll have a good chat with her later. Most Thai women have a slightly wheatish complexion, but Jiang Man has that dewy, fresh look just like the girls back in China. Standing among the others, her fair skin makes her stand out conspicuously. Ha ha ha, little bro, your Thai is fluent enough to chat with them just fine. Besides, what else could they possibly say at night other than moaning? You really get it, bro, definitely a man of experience. Alright then, I'll pick a couple to relax with. I've already booked your room, stay as long as you like, put it on my tab. That's really not necessary, I'd feel bad. None of that between brothers, saying such things makes us strangers. Alright, then I'll thank you for this, bro. Mario, seeing Jiang Chang no longer refusing, happily slung an arm around his shoulder and said, that's more like it. Let's go. Soon Jiang Chang and Jiang Man arrived at the suite on the 5th floor. Jiang Man lowered her head, glancing nervously at the bathrobe she was wearing before hesitantly stepping in front of Jiang Chang. Looking at the somewhat uneasy Jiang Man, Jiang Chang patted the spot beside him and said, sit. Yes, Jiang Man obediently sat down next to Jiang Chang. Without saying a word, Jiang Chang picked Jiang Man up from the sofa and carried her into the bedroom. An hour later, Jiang Chang sat up, poured himself a glass of warm water, and took a big gulp. Jiang Man swallowed hard, staring at the water glass in her hand. Jiang Chang poured another cup and handed it to her. Thank you, Jiang Man said as she took the water and quickly finished it. Jiang Chang snatched the glass from her hand, placed it back in its original spot, then walked back to the bed and pinned Jiang Man beneath him. Chapter 79, Think I'm Your Stepping Stone? After another hour or so, Jiang Cheng, having finished handling his business, sat on the bed with his phone, replying to messages. Jiang Man hesitated for a moment when she saw Jiang Chen leaning against the bedside, but eventually sat up as well. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you're satisfied with my service? Jiang Man mustered her courage to ask. Jiang Cheng hadn't expected Jiang Man to ask such a question. He nodded naturally, quite satisfied. Don't worry, I'll leave you a tip when we leave. That's not what I meant. I don't want a tip. Jiang Man hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No tip? What do you mean then? If you're satisfied with me, could I stay by your side? I'll take good care of you. Jiang Cheng studied Jiang Man thoughtfully after hearing her words. Why do you want to follow me? Earlier, Mario had mentioned that all those girls had come here voluntarily. Jiang Cheng knew there were many women in Thailand engaged in this profession, just like in Sakura country. Isn't it all about making money? And someone like Jiang Man must have undergone rigorous training. Not only were her movements skillful, but she was also fully immersed and clearly enjoying the process. If she had truly been forced into this line of work, Jiang Cheng might have pitied her. But since it's all consensual, there's nothing more to say, mutual agreement, just a financial transaction. It's just like those massage parlors. In his past life, he'd heard plenty of tragic backstories from the girls during his visits. If you'll let me stay by your side, I won't remain here. I don't want to take clients anymore. Jiang Cheng shook his head. This Jiang Man was clearly trying to use him as a stepping stone. The moment Jiang Cheng moved, her expression and bodily reactions became extremely intense. Moreover, Jiang Cheng knew that even if it were someone else today, Jiang Man would likely ask the same question. The reason was simple: only those with financial means could afford to play with women like them. Being with someone like that was undoubtedly better than soliciting clients here. I'll give you 500,000 Chinese yuan, which converted to Thai baht will be enough for you to do many things. The rest is up to you to arrange. With 500,000 Chinese yuan, one could do many things in Thailand. As long as she knew contentment, it would basically guarantee a life free from want. If she wanted more than that, then Jiang Cheng couldn't be bothered to care. After bidding Mario goodbye, Jiang Chen left. As Jiang Cheng predicted, after he left, Jiang Man didn't feel particularly sad. On the contrary, she happily trotted all the way to her supervisor's office. She asked excitedly, "The guest left me 500,000 yuan? Yes, you've really hit the jackpot. Are you planning to retire?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Man picked up a cigarette from the table and took a skillful drag. How could I? I'm staying right here. Where else could I make money this fast? I've never been to Thailand before. Take me out for a spin, Jiang Cheng said to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng hesitated slightly before replying. Young master, don't you think leaving 500,000 renminbi is a bit too much? Thailand isn't like back home. The girls here are quite open-minded. Jiang Cheng responded thoughtfully. They're just trying to survive in the cracks, making ends meet under harsh circumstances. It ain't easy shouting in rhythm between the beatings until they're forced to swallow their pride, foaming at the mouth by the end. If we can help, we should. After a few seconds of processing, Wang Sheng silently extended his thumb to give Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. Alright, young master. If you'd like to stroll around now, I recommend visiting the local night market. There are many shops and snacks with distinctive local flavors, Wang Sheng suggested. Alright, let's go then. Jiang Cheng casually strolled through the bustling night market, where the most prominent offerings were various kinds of seafood and tropical fruits. What's this about eating raw octopus and coconut shrimp? Just as Jiang Cheng was about done exploring and ready to return to his hotel, he suddenly heard the sound of a little girl crying, "Mommy, mommy, let me go." Jiang Cheng's hearing was exceptionally sharp. With a quick glance around, he spotted two men covering the mouth of a little girl about 7 years old, attempting to drag her away. Jiang Cheng swiftly walked over while giving Wang Sheng a meaningful glance. In moments, the two of them approached and subdued both individuals with quick efficiency. Upon seeing Wang Sheng and Sheng Zhong armed with guns, the suspects immediately raised their hands in terrified paralysis. Leaving the crowded night market, Jiang Cheng found a quieter corner and asked the little girl, "What's your name? Why are you alone?" "My name is Annie. Thank you for saving me, big brother. I came here with my mom. Just now. I wanted to try that raw marinated squid. When I was waiting in line, there were so many people, and suddenly I got pushed, and then I couldn't see my mom anymore." Jiang Cheng looked at the pitiful sight of the sweet, delicate little girl before him, her eyes red and swollen from crying. He lifted her up in his arms. "Do you know your mom's phone number?" Annie nodded and recited her phone number for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng called, and the other party answered quickly. "Hello, is this Annie's mother?" Chapter 80 Annie. After giving her his location, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. Annie was still clinging fearfully to Jiang Cheng's side. She tightly clutched his pants and spoke in a sweet, childish voice, "Handsome big brother, I'm a little scared. Can you hold me? I'm afraid the bad people will take me away." Jiang Cheng crouched down and gently stroked her hair. "Don't worry, I'll be right here watching over you. No one will dare to take you away." Annie nodded, a bit shyly, and said, "Big brother, you're so handsome, even more than the male celebrities I like." Jiang Chang shook his head with a helpless chuckle. "How old are you? Already chasing stars at such a young age?" Annie nodded proudly, "Of course. I'm already 7 years old. I've liked brother Wang Junkai since I was 5. My mom even got his autograph for me as a birthday present. But," she lowered her voice conspiratorially, "I think you're even more handsome than him. Kids these days are getting so precocious already?" Jiang Chang couldn't help but click his tongue slightly upon hearing this. No sooner had these words been spoken than a mature woman in a white pantsuit, with slightly curly hair, came rushing toward them in a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels. Annie immediately ran toward the woman as soon as she saw her. Mommy, I'm here." The woman immediately knelt down and hugged Annie tightly. Tears as big as beans fell drop by drop. Then she let go of Annie, grabbed her hand and gave her bottom 2 sharp smacks. After hitting her, she immediately felt remorse and pulled her daughter into a tight embrace, crying while scolding, "You little troublemaker. Mom told you not to run off, but you still did. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Thank goodness you're okay. What would I have done if something had happened?" Annie now realized her mistake. With trembling lips, she cried tearfully, "Mommy, I won't ever do it again. Please don't cry. I know I was wrong. Are you hurt? Let mommy check." Annie shook her head and said to the woman, "I'm fine. Luckily, this handsome big brother helped me find you. Don't run off like that again. This isn't our home country. It's very dangerous here." After hugging Annie and crying for a while longer, the woman immediately stood up carrying Annie and walked toward Jiang Chang. "Hello, I'm an XIN. Sir, thank you so much for calling me. I really can't thank you enough," an XIN said excitedly, her words slightly stumbling over each other. Even as he watched the heartwarming reunion between mother and child, Jiang Chang couldn't help but mutter bluntly, "Ms. an XIN, although everything ended well this time, I must remind you, you need to keep a closer eye on your own child. We won't always be this lucky." If it weren't for Jiang Chang tonight, who knows what would have happened to this little one. Every time Jiang Chang saw reports about trafficked children on the news, he wanted to yell some sense into those parents, especially those guardians who just play with their phones while taking children out. Can't even watch their own children properly, then will like their world's ending when something happens to the kid. Serves you right. Who can you blame but yourself? Can't even keep an eye on such a naughty kid? And XIN felt her cheeks burning after being scolded by Jiang Chang. It was indeed her responsibility for not watching over Annie properly. She bowed apologetically to Jiang Chang and said gratefully, "You're right, it's my fault. I'll make sure to keep a better eye on her next time." "Handsome brother, please don't blame my mom, it's my fault," Annie coaxed Jiang Chang with a charming smile. Before Jiang Chang could respond, Wang Sheng approached them. He glanced at an XIN before lowering his head and reporting to Jiang Chang, "Young master, those two have confessed. They said they thought the little girl was pretty, and being intoxicated, they wanted to take her back to their buddies too." Wang Sheng didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but apart from Annie, everyone present knew exactly what was going on. These kinds of things frequently happen in Thailand and India. In these two countries, it's common for women to be assaulted by groups of men on public buses. What's even more bizarre is that some men go after cows in the middle of the night. All in all, these two countries are absolutely outrageous. And Xian's face instantly turned pale upon hearing these words. Her lips trembling with lingering fear, she asked Jiang Chang, "Was the little girl you mentioned named Annie?" Having spoken, an Xian immediately picked up Annie and began examining her from head to toe. Annie tugged at an Xian's sleeve to calm her down. "Mommy, what's wrong? I'm perfectly fine. This big brother came to rescue me when they tried to take me away." And Xian was utterly terrified at this moment. She continued scolding Annie, "Do you know how dangerous that was? What if no one had saved you? If anything happened to you, I wouldn't want to live either." Annie wiped away Anshin's tears and reassured her, "Mom, it won't happen next time." After hugging Annie for a while longer, an Xian immediately bowed more solemnly to Jiang Chang and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving Annie. I thought she had just wandered off, never imagining such a terrifying situation. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Jiang Chang nodded at Anshin before turning to Wang Sheng. With a chilling gaze, he spoke in Thai, "Scum like this who won't even spare children, get rid of them." "Yes." With that, Wang Sheng turned and left. After giving orders, Jiang Chang looked at an Xian and Annie and asked, "Where do you live? Should I drive you back?" A flicker of barely noticeable shock passed through an Xian's eyes before she gazed at Jiang Chang with deep gratitude. "I've already called for someone to come pick us up. I shouldn't have brought her out alone tonight. I thought we were just taking a stroll, so I didn't bring any bodyguards. I never imagined something like this would happen." Jiang Chang nodded. "This place isn't as safe as back home." "Yes, originally I didn't want to bring her to Thailand, but I couldn't resist her constant nagging. This market is quite lively, and I thought there would be no danger. I never expected something like this to happen." "May I ask your name?" "Jiang Chang." "Mr. Jiang Chang, I truly don't know how to thank you. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Jiang Chang shook his head. No need to trouble yourself. I'm returning to China tomorrow. Returning to China? May I ask where you're from? Chengdu. What a coincidence. I'm from Chengdu too. We're heading back the day after tomorrow. Could I get your contact info? I'd like to treat you to a meal when we're back. Please say yes. Hearing an XIN say this, Jiang Chang activated his character scanner system. Name, an XIN. Age, 26. Height, 168 cm. Appearance rating, 93. Figure, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 70. Close status. After glancing at the system introduction, privacy value 0? What kind of move is this again? Gave birth to Annie without even once? Could it be that an XIN and Annie have some hidden connection? Chapter 81, Dad Set Up. Jiang Cheng carefully scrutinized an XIN, judging by her attire that she must be wealthy. In her hand was a Kelly 2 Muchuan white Hermes bag worth around 500,000 yuan, and on her wrist, a nearly 300,000 yuan Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Ladies watch. The brand of her clothes wasn't immediately recognizable, but her high heels were Valentino. This whole ensemble easily amounted to close to 1 million yuan. A genuine wealthy woman. Jiang Cheng nodded and exchanged WeChat contacts with an XIN. By the time an XIN's bodyguards arrived, Wang Sheng's situation had already been resolved. An XIN took Annie back to the hotel. After carefully checking Annie once more, she had Annie recount the entire incident in detail again. Anshin didn't find anything suspicious after listening. The bodyguard beside her asked, "Miss, should we investigate that man from earlier?" Anshin thought for a moment and shook her head. No need. After all, he had saved Annie, and rashly investigating Jiang Chang would surely alert him. Moreover, Jiang Chang was clearly no ordinary man, even if he had spoken Thai with his subordinates in the end. But an XIN, being fluent in Thai, naturally understood the command Jiang Chang had given. Such a young man already wields this level of influence in Thailand, and he's even our own countryman from China. His attire isn't casual either. Probably not an ordinary person. The next morning, Jiang Chang took a plane to Tianrong City. After being out partying for so long, if he didn't return home soon, Li Yan would surely lose her temper with him. The items Jiang Chang had previously purchased in Shanghai had long been shipped via air freight to Chengdu's airport. After collecting his belongings, Jiang Chang drove home in his Porsche. He had already notified his parents upon landing. Yet when he arrived home, neither Li Yan nor Jiang Jianmen were there. She just sent Jiang Chang a voice message telling him to sort out his own dinner. Jiang Chang looked at the message and sent a few question marks back in speechlessness. Around 8 p.m., Li Yan and Jiang Jianming finally returned. The two walked in through the door chatting and laughing. Jiang Chang called out towards the living room upon hearing the door open. "Mom, Dad, you're back." Pausing his Honor of Kings mobile game, he immediately triggered the recall function before stepping out into the living room. Seeing Jiang Chang emerge, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmen simultaneously gave him a once-over with synchronized expressions. "You rascal, finally decided to come home, huh? Oh my, those clothes make you look quite handsome," Li Yan remarked. "You two didn't even look for me when I didn't come back? And tonight you went out without me," Jiang Chang complained. "You had business matters that couldn't be postponed. Have you eaten dinner? Ordered takeout." "What's this?" Jiang Jianmen asked, looking at the several large gift boxes on the table. "Here are some gifts I bought for you. See if you like them?" "You little brat, always showing off when you have some money," Jiang Jianmen grumbled, but his hands were already swiftly grabbing the Patek Philippe box to unwrap it. The two Chanel bags lying nearby didn't even get a glance from him. On the contrary, Li Yan immediately picked up the Chanel shopping bags and sat down on the nearby sofa, eagerly tearing open the packaging. Seeing the two handbags, Li Yan couldn't stop grinning. "Look, your son has much better taste in gifts than you do. These two bags are absolutely gorgeous. I'll show them off to my girlfriends tomorrow." Suddenly caught off guard, Jiang Jianmen shot Jiang Chang an imperceptible glare. "Brat, always stealing my thunder." When he opened the Patek Philippe men's watch, Jiang Jianmen's expression instantly changed, looking at Jiang Chang with some surprise. As someone who always kept an eye on luxury watches, he naturally recognized this as Patek Philippe's $1 million model. Seeing Jiang Jianmen's expression turn strange, Li Yan spoke up. "What's wrong? You don't like it? How much does this watch cost?" Jiang Jianmen quickly composed his expression and shook his head. "Not much, just a watch worth over 100,000. Li Yan shot Jiang Jianming an annoyed glance. 100,000 is already a lot. As for better ones, it's not like you haven't. She was halfway through her words when Jiang Jianmen suddenly cleared his throat, signaling her to stop talking. Realizing she might have said too much, Li Yan quickly changed the subject. Better ones are useless if you can't wear them out. Don't forget how old your son is, you should keep a low profile. Jiang Chang didn't notice anything unusual about his parents' behavior. Jiang Jianming gave Jiang Chang a meaningful look. Jiang Cheng grinned as he spoke to his mother. Mom, I bought one for you too, have a look and see if you like it. While Li Yan was unwrapping the box, Jiang Jianming quickly took off his Rolex and swapped it for the Patek Philippe Jiang Cheng had bought him. Jiang Cheng was familiar with his father's usual tricks. If Li Yan found out the watch he bought for Jiang Jianming cost over $1 million, there'd be trouble. I'm afraid Jiang Jianming wouldn't dare wear it now. Li Yan picked up the watch with delighted surprise. I told you to just buy something cheap. Why get such an expensive one? You really shouldn't have bought me such a nice gift. No wonder your father's making that face. While taking the undeserved blame, Jiang Cheng could barely suppress his laughter. He could only nod obediently. I really didn't think it through when buying it. I'll be more careful next time. Chapter 82, Adorable Little Crisp. By the way, when buying the watch, they also gave a complimentary women's perfumed scarf, 6 cufflinks, and a keychain. You two can distribute them among yourselves. I'll just take this scarf then, let old Jiang have the rest, Li Yan said with a cheerful laugh. Jiang Jianmin couldn't stop fidgeting with the Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist. Though secretly thrilled, he deliberately maintained a sulky expression on his face. Don't buy so much next time. Mom knows you're filial. Save your hard-earned money for finding a wife later. Tonight I'm having dinner with some sisters, several of them have unmarried daughters who've never dated. Should I arrange an introduction for you? It's about time you started dating, Li Yan said excitedly. When Jiang Cheng heard this, he forced an awkward chuckle. Not interested, Mom. I'm going back to my room to game. Later, after Jiang Cheng sneaked away, Li Yan patted Jiang Jianming and said, You played it pretty well, Lao Jiang. Tens of thousands? That watch must be worth millions. Your son is really good to you. Jiang Jianming smiled and nodded, sighing, It's been a long time since I've worn such an expensive watch. That kid has really grown up and made something of himself. Looks like we won't be staying here much longer. Right. At this rate, he might just outdo you, the CEO of a construction company. Back in his room, Jiang Cheng picked up his phone and reconnected to continue gaming. After being AFK for a while, the experience gap had already widened significantly. The moment I logged back in and faced off against the opponent, even though I played cautiously and farmed carefully, I was immediately killed by them. Jiang Cheng was instantly speechless. This Guan Yu was simply too overpowered. His teammate had been killed under the tower in seconds. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's teammates started flaming. Is this Luna brain dead? First AFK, now feeding the moment she shows up. Go home and do your damn homework, idiot. Jiang Cheng glanced at who was attacking him. It was the mage Blanca from the mid lane. Jiang Cheng smirked, opened the chat window, and clicked send to all. Hey Guan Yu on the other team, I'll pay you $100 for every kill you feed me. How many deaths can you rack up? Big shot, you think I'm a grade schooler? Guan Yu replied. Give me your payment ID. I'll transfer you $500 first, how's that? Guan Yu didn't stand on ceremony and immediately sent it over. Jiang Cheng switched screens and transferred the money right away. Alright, got it, big boss is awesome. I'll be right there waiting. Guan Yu immediately pressed his face right up to Jiang Cheng's screen, essentially delivering himself as a kill. After securing the kill, Jiang Cheng typed again, whoever takes out our mid laner, 100 per kill, instant transfer. As soon as Jiang Cheng sent the message, several players from the opposing team responded immediately. Got it, boss. Heading to mid lane now. Mai Shiranui helplessly watched the opponent's plays, her face full of question marks. The mid lane Mai Shiranui initially refused to believe the situation, but after getting killed 3 times, she finally tilted. Continuing to type while berating Jiang Cheng, brain-dead idiot, playing a game and asking people to kill your dad? Before Jiang Cheng could even reply, the opposing team's king-rank teammates immediately rallied to counter-roast them. Especially Guan Yu, who became even more enthusiastic after receiving $500 from Jiang Cheng. Hey Mai Shiranui, why does your tone sound exactly like my son? Do you really think the internet is a lawless place? Watch your mouth when talking about my boss. To be honest, Guan Yu didn't want to act this way, but Jiang Cheng was simply paying too much. Jiang Cheng had already transferred her 1,000 yuan, she'd feel guilty if she didn't put in some effort. The group took turns verbally attacking Mai Shiranui until she was forced to log off entirely. After logging off, Guan Yu proactively sent a message, Big bro Luna, want to duo rank next game? I'm a gaming streamer with solid skills, I can jungle and be your faithful support. Guan Yu was a somewhat well-known game streamer. Just now, Jiang Cheng's unintentional display of wealth had instantly livened up her livestream, bringing in a surge of traffic. And just one game earned her 1,000 yuan, more than her daily livestream revenue share after deductions. Jiang Cheng naturally had no objections if someone was willing to be his bush dog. Why not take advantage of it? And Guan Yu's skills are indeed impressive. Streamer? From which platform? Douyu streamer, username Xiaoxiaosu. Okay, let's team up next game. Got it, boss. I'll invite you later. Without a doubt, with the power of money at play, Jiang Cheng effortlessly coasted to victory. Next round, Xiaoxiaosu actually invited Jiang Cheng. After inviting Jiang Cheng, she didn't mention collecting money for referrals at all, faithfully squatting in the bushes as Jiang Chang's supporting brush monkey. After playing 3 easily won games with Little Crispy, Jiang Chang said goodbye and logged off. After logging off, Jiang Chang opened Douyu Live. There were still 500,000 Yuchi coins left from his last tipping spree for Chow Yinyin. Searching for Little Crispy's livestream, Jiang Chang discovered she was actually an adorable-looking little Lolita streamer. Moreover, her livestream had an impressive viewer count of 500,000, surpassing that little streamer Chow Yinyin by far. Jiang Chang activated the character scanning system. Name, by Xiao Xiao. Age, 20 years old. Height, 158 cm. Looks, 92. Figure, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness level, 40. Jiang Chang directly gifted her 5 super rockets. Little Crispy saw someone sending super rockets and quickly spoke up to express his thanks. Thank you to Big Brother, Indestructible Pillar, for the 5 super rockets. Netizens in the live stream room saw the username Title Lock and immediately came out to join the excitement. Big Boss Title Lock hasn't shown up in so long, and now you're here to watch Xiao Xiaosu? Ha, not going to see Xiao Mei anymore? I bet Xiao Mei has already bagged him. Xiaoxiaosu finally remembered who the Dinghai Divine Needle was after reading the netizen's comment. That's the big shot who splurged 2.5 million the other day. Xiaoxiaosu said with flattered surprise, Big Brother, Pillar of the Sea, your presence honors us. Just say the word, and I'll arrange a spot for you. Jiang Chang typed, thanks for being my bush dog. I'm logging off now, bye. With that, Jiang Chang immediately logged out. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaosu was completely blown away. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Holy shit, I never thought I'd match with a tycoon while gaming. So even big shots play Honor of Kings? Suddenly I feel like I have one more thing in common with the big shot. Wake up, netizens up there. When a big shot plays a game, every kill is worth $100. Chapter 83, Self-Reliance. The next morning, Jiang Chang woke up to an empty kitchen. Speechless, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Li Yan. Mom, where's breakfast? Li Yan quickly responded, go buy your own breakfast downstairs. In the past, whenever Li Yan didn't prepare breakfast, she would at least leave him 100 yuan to buy some. Now she wasn't even slightly considerate. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly and opened a food delivery app. After ordering takeout, Jiang Chang started scrolling through his friend circle. The first post was Zhou Zhiyun's status update. Sorry for being overly sentimental, I'm missing you. Frowning, Jiang Chang clicked on Zhou Zhiyun's profile to check their friend circle. What greeted him was a flood of emo teenage angst posts that immediately gave him a headache. I'll still laugh recklessly in front of you, though afterwards I'll return to my accustomed loneliness. I can say it's fine when I'm in great pain, and I can say it doesn't matter when I'm heartbroken. After exiting the app, Jiang Chang left a comment below, broken up again? After posting, he continued scrolling down and saw Zhou had shared a plane ticket from Shanghai to Chengdu. It should be about time now. Jiang Chang sent Zhou a private message. 5 minutes later, Zhou replied, I just got home. How come you're back? Came back with my mom to visit my dad. His death anniversary is coming up soon. Jiang Chang froze for a moment as he read the reply. The topic turned awkward. While Jiang Chang was still figuring out how to respond, Zhou proactively sent another message. Was Thailand fun? I went there once when I was little. This is one of the things Jiang Chang greatly admired about Zhou. She wasn't prudish and always considered others' feelings. Being with her was easy and pressure-free. But such traits show she must have a deeply sensitive heart. Jiang Chang needed to reel her in properly and pamper her with affection. Not playing around, went for work. Just got back yesterday. Want to go together next time? So soon? Just one day there? Yeah, I'm in Tianfu right now. How about dinner tonight? Zhou took quite a while to respond this time. I've got plans tonight. Maybe I can treat you to dinner tomorrow? Sure, it's a date. In the evening, Jiang Jianmen and Li Yan still didn't return home to cook, so Jiang Chang had no choice but to drive out to eat. Jiang Chang drove all the way to Taikoo Li. After parking the car neatly opposite the LV store, Jiang Chang strode inside without hesitation. There's a little parking trick in Tianfu. If you're driving an ordinary sedan, you'll just have to obediently park in the underground lot. But if you're like Jiang Chang, driving a Porsche 918, you can park anywhere you please, even in spots marked no parking. After all, the security guards would conveniently turn a blind eye even if they saw you. Jiang Chang walked straight into Louis Vuitton. Once again, he'd returned without bringing any clothes. The ones he'd bought earlier were all left at Aman Yangyun, leaving him with just one fresh change of clothes. Jiang Chang casually browsed through the store and finished his shopping in less than 10 minutes. After all, he only had one criterion when choosing t-shirts: simple designs that pleased his eye. The most important reason was that he didn't have to worry about the price, so it didn't take much time. After checkout, Jiang Chang placed the clothes in his car and then set out to find any random restaurant for dinner. Just then, a Porsche 911 pulled up diagonally across from the LV store entrance. At this moment, a handsome man in a suit and tie descended from above. As soon as he got out of the car, he briskly jogged to the passenger side and enthusiastically opened the door. Then, a pair of snow-white, straight and beautiful legs emerged from the passenger seat, followed by a woman wearing a simple white dress. The form-fitting dress precisely outlined the woman's perfect curves. The moment the woman appeared, nearby security guards and passing crowds instantly fixed their gazes upon her. Even some male bloggers filming street fashion in Taikoo Li were so mesmerized by her that they absent-mindedly kicked nearby pillars. The pain sent them squatting on the ground, crying for their parents. Oh my god, so gorgeous. Is that a celebrity? Coming to Taikoo Li was definitely the right choice. Even if not a star, must be an influencer with that figure. Those legs and that bust, even I as a woman can't help but admire them. Chapter 84 Wang Yuan's confidence. Although Jiang Cheng didn't see her face clearly, her slightly curled hair, her curvaceous figure, and the reactions of passers-by all clearly indicated she was a beauty. Jiang Cheng merely glanced briefly before turning to leave, when suddenly the young man knelt on one knee and said to the girl, "Zhou, will you be my girlfriend?" Hearing the name, Jiang Cheng's expression changed slightly as he turned back for a closer look. To his surprise, the girl was indeed Zhou. "Wang Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhou glanced around awkwardly, then frowned at Wang Yuan, clearly not expecting him to make such a move. "Zhou, I've liked you for a long time, ever since we were students. I know I wasn't good enough for you back then, but now I think I can make you happy. Will you say yes?" After finishing his words, the guy took another exquisite box from his pocket. When he opened it, inside was a dazzling white gold diamond necklace from Dr. Because of Wang Yuan kneeling on one knee, more and more onlookers were now gathering to watch the spectacle. "Look, is someone proposing marriage? Oh my god, a Porsche 911. This car must cost over $1 million, right? So it's a handsome rich guy after all. How incredibly romantic. Only rich guys like him can have such pretty girls." "Wang Yuan, stop this, get up, everyone is staring," Zhou pleaded uncomfortably, noticing the growing crowd around them. Wang Yuan, listening to the murmurs of amazement from the crowd around him, felt his ego begin to swell. At this point, any sense of embarrassment had long since evaporated. "Zhou, don't you like this necklace? I heard girls adore glittery things, so I specially went to DR to pick this out for you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can even have a unique diamond ring custom-made for you." Wang Yuan's words immediately stirred up another wave of excitement in the crowd. "This is just too romantic. If someone did this for me, I'd say yes immediately. I heard the promotional slogan for Doctor says a man can only custom make one exclusive ring in his lifetime. That necklace of his must cost tens of thousands, so envious." "Wang Yuan, I only see you as a friend. Get up quickly," Zhou said with a frown, her expression darkening in displeasure. "Zhou, I know you were just startled. It's alright, I can give you a little more time to think it through." Wang Yuan gazed at the necklace in his hand, a puzzlingly confident smile playing on his lips. Wang Yuan thought to himself this necklace had cost him 38,000 yuan. In the past, Zhou wouldn't have even glanced at something of this price range. But now, 38,000 yuan probably wasn't a small sum to her either. Moreover, as a handsome guy with his current credentials and coming from a business-owning family, he was more than a match for Zhou. Wang Yuan was utterly confident that he could win Zhou over. Even if Zhou put on a reluctant front, Wang Yuan simply took it as her playing hard to get. After all, it would take some time for a beautiful woman to lower her pride and accept someone who was once beneath her. The other beauties nearby, seeing Wang Yuan's refined yet roguish appearance and his generous spending, immediately felt their hearts flutter. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Wang Yuan driving a million yuan Porsche and splurging on tens of thousands yuan necklaces was truly a rare, high-quality prospect. He was practically the white knight in shining armor from the fantasies of most young women. Unfortunately, Zhou happened to be among the minority who were unimpressed. Zhou and Wang Yuan can be said to have known each other since childhood, and their parents were also well acquainted with one another. Back when her family hadn't gone bankrupt, the two of them had been quite close friends. However, their contact had diminished significantly in recent years. It was only after his mother, Fang Yuan, started working at their family shop that Wang Yuan began reaching out to him again. Today's outing with Zhou was originally meant to have her help select a birthday gift for his mother. Yet he never expected Wang Yuan would pull such a stunt in public. "Wang Yuan, if you keep this up, I'm leaving." Seeing Wang Yuan still refusing to get up, Zhou Ying's expression grew even darker. She had already dropped several subtle hints, yet Wang Yuan still wouldn't rise. Clearly, he intended to force her hand. He wanted to make her feel too embarrassed to reject him in public. Chapter 85, Jiang Cheng's move. "Wait, Zhou, I've prepared a surprise for you, you'll definitely love it." With that, Wang Yuan patted his hands with what he thought was a dashing gesture. Several people immediately stepped forward from the side. Some were holding flowers, others signs, and someone even carried a guitar. A girl holding a large bouquet of roses handed it to Wang Yuan, then quickly raised a glowing cheer sign. It bore 3 bold words, "Say yes." Then several people started singing alternative love songs directed at Zhou and Wang Yuan. I love you, just like mice love rice. No matter how many storms come, I'll still love you. The timeless internet love song immediately made Joing break out in cold sweat upon hearing it. Before Joing could even refuse, the onlookers immediately started stirring the pot again. Among them, one woman stood out as particularly absurd. My God, this is the most romantic way of pursuing someone I've ever seen. Handsome, if she's not willing, I am. I'm not bad looking either, the girl said, gazing ardently at Wang Yuan. Seeing her speak such shameless words, her boyfriend beside her immediately couldn't take it anymore and said angrily, "What are you saying? Have you forgotten you have a boyfriend?" After her boyfriend spoke, the girl became even more agitated. How dare you say that? After being together for so long, you've never given me any surprises. Look at others, DR rings, 99 roses, love songs. And you? What have you ever given me besides a 6 yuan spicy hot pot? Break up. With that, the girl turned around and stormed off angrily. The boy, seeing this, cursed Wang Yuan in frustration. What a pathetic loser. You can just change the location when buying a DR ring to customize multiple ones. Stop pretending to be so devoted. Beautiful, don't let yourself be fooled. After saying that, the boy also turned and walked away. Wang Yuan, seeing his plan disrupted by these two lunatics, suppressed his urge to curse and turned to explain to Joing. Joing, don't listen to him, he's just jealous that I have money. Someone like me is worthy of you. Please accept me. If you say yes, you won't have to work jobs anymore. I'll even give you 50,000 yuan in allowance every month. With that, Wang Yuan immediately flashed a confident and mesmerizing smile. Witnessing Wang Yuan's overflowing self-assurance, Joing shook her head with an exasperated chuckle. Although 50,000 yuan is a substantial amount to most people, but Joing is someone who has weathered many storms. Although her family has declined in fortune, 50,000 yuan holds almost no allure for her. The key issue is that Wang Yuan's attitude toward her always carries a hint of subtle superiority, which makes Joing extremely uncomfortable. Wang Yuan knew he was showing off a bit in front of Joing, but in the past, he had no right to act arrogant before her. Now things were different. It was like how a poor man who suddenly strikes it rich always goes on a compensatory spending spree. Wang Yuan suddenly found himself with something to boast about in front of Joing, and couldn't resist subtly showing off at every opportunity. Just then, the system dinged with a notification. The system has issued a special mission. Option 1, be an onlooker like everyone else, and receive a truckload of premium melons and a record book of the internet's juiciest gossip. Option 2, help Joing get out of trouble, receive 1 consumption crit card and 1 bad luck card. Zhang Cheng looked at the choice before him. The system was really stirring up trouble. What was there to hesitate about? Last time, when he used the gourmet rebate card, he received nearly 200 million yuan in rebates. And this consumption crit card promised an even higher rebate multiplier. Zhang Cheng clicked directly to select the second option. After making his choice, Zhang Cheng casually plucked a few red, yellow, and blue flowers from the roadside flower bed. Holding a dozen wildflowers picked from the roadside, he walked over towards Joing. At this moment, the onlookers continued to cheer loudly at Joing and Wang Yuan, chanting, "Say yes! Say yes!" At that moment, Zhang Cheng suddenly appeared. Zhang Cheng walked straight between Joing and Wang Yuan, casually handing the flowers to Joing. "Hey beautiful, if you don't like roses, see if you like these flowers instead. If you do, how about being my girlfriend?" With Zhang Cheng's appearance, the crowd instantly fell silent. Damn, this guy's got serious balls. But these aren't even comparable. That bouquet has 99 roses. Exactly. And don't forget the diamond necklace. This guy here shows zero sincerity. Look how wilted half his flowers are. Is this some kind of joke? Clearly, the crowd wasn't impressed by Zhang Cheng's gesture at all. And Wang Yuan also stood up speechlessly, clearly not taking Zhang Cheng seriously at this moment. After all, he felt that his 38,000 yuan necklace, plus the atmosphere team he hired for over 1,000 yuan, had already completely outshined Zhang Cheng's handful of roadside wildflowers. Listen, young man, chasing girls requires spending money. Look at you, you won't even fork out the basic cost for flowers, yet you're trying to steal someone's thunder. My advice? Go home, wash up, and hit the sack. Dreams are where you'll find everything. As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, the onlookers nodded in agreement. Although they couldn't deny Zhang Cheng was handsome, good looks seemed utterly worthless when pitted against money. One was extravagantly generous and drove a luxury car, while the other was stingy, offering mere wildflowers. The contrast between them made the superior choice immediately apparent. Any sensible person would choose Wang Yuan without hesitation. Wang Yuan wasn't the least bit flustered by Zhang Cheng's sudden appearance. On the contrary, he felt Zhang Cheng had come to deliver an assist on a silver platter. Once again, he held a bouquet of flowers and approached Joing, saying in a greasy tone, "Joing, just give in to me. Stop resisting." Wang Yuan held his greasy expression while reciting what he thought were domineering CEO quotes, feeling utterly smug inside. But the unexpected still happened. Joing not only rejected him but even took the flowers directly from Zhang Cheng's hands. She flashed Jiang Qing a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, I love these flowers." Zhou Ying smiled, instantly making the surrounding air taste sweet. Especially the male onlookers, every single one of them immediately felt like they'd fallen in love. Damn it! As expected of the goddess, she actually chose love. I believe in love again at last. So there really are people who'd rather cry on a bicycle than smile in a supercar? This girl must be a masochist. Chapter 86, I can't solve this problem. Could I just pick these casually over there, even color coordinated them? Jiang Chang said with a playful grin. Seeing Jiang Chang being so amusing, Zhou Ying covered her mouth and said with a laugh, "You've worked hard, I really like it." Watching the two of them flirt so openly, Wang Yuan's heart shattered into pieces. What the hell is this crap? She didn't appreciate any of his arrangements at all, yet Jiang Chang picks a few wildflowers and suddenly it's hard work? Wang Yuan couldn't help but raise his head and roar with reddened eyes at this moment. "No, I can't solve this problem." After the roar, Wang Yuan, refusing to give up, turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "Zhou Ying, I'll give you one more chance. You must be lying to me, right?" Having said that, Wang Yuan smugly flashed Zhou Ying a lopsided smirk. Seeing that greasy smile, Zhou Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. "Wang Yuan, thank you, but I really don't need you giving me any chances. Buddy, not to be harsh, but she's told you many times she just doesn't want to embarrass you further. Live a little more freely, man. There are plenty more fish in the sea," Jiang Cheng said, patting Wang Yuan on the shoulder. Wang Yuan saw Jiang Cheng genuinely trying to console him, and his face immediately twitched with irritation. Damn it, stealing his girlfriend and still acting so smug. "Listen buddy, I'm telling you, don't cause trouble here. Would you just leave? You can't make Zhou Ying happy." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Jiang Cheng was instantly baffled. What's wrong with this guy? How do you know I can't give her happiness? Do you know how much Zhou Ying's monthly allowance used to be? 50,000. Can you afford that for her? Even though her family has fallen on hard times now, in my heart she's still that beautiful young lady. As long as she's with me, I'll give her 50,000 in pocket money every month too. Can you match that? Can you take her for a ride in a luxury car? Buy her a necklace? Then give her 99 roses? By the end, Wang Yuan was practically shouting his accusations at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Yuan and shook his head. So did she accept all those things you bought for her? After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "Do you like these?" Zhou Ying thought seriously for a moment and replied, "That depends on who's giving it." "Then what if I gave it to you?" Jiang Cheng asked again with great interest. "Of course I'd like it." Zhou Ying nodded playfully. Wang Yuan nearly felt like spitting blood on the spot, but he still refused to believe some roadside nobody could possibly compete with him for Zhou Ying's attention. "I'm telling you, look, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, leave Zhou Ying alone." "Bro, are you out of your damn mind?" Jiang Cheng burst into laughter almost instantly. This Wang Yuan must have watched too many domineering CEO dramas. "What are you laughing at? Don't believe me? Do you have any idea how much this car costs?" This car was something he begged his parents for years before they finally bought it for him, and he just picked it up last month. No matter who Wang Yuan met, he would make sure to show it off properly. "Wow, a Porsche 911, impressive. Quite the luxury car," Jiang Cheng said sarcastically. "Didn't expect you to have such good taste. My model with all the added configurations costs over $1 million. What about you? Do you even own a car? Could you afford something this expensive?" Wang Yuan finished with a proud smirk. At that moment, LV's customer manager came running out of the store carrying a bag. As soon as she stepped out, she quickly glanced around and, upon spotting Jiang Cheng, immediately jogged over to him. With a respectful bow, she said, "My apologies, Mr. Jiang. We accidentally left out a belt from the items you purchased earlier. I've put it in here for you." Jiang Cheng glanced casually at the bag in the manager's hand and nodded nonchalantly. "Oh, alright, just put it in that car over there." After saying that, Jiang Cheng took out the Porsche car key and clicked it toward the car not far away. The sound of a beep-beep notification chimed. The group turned their heads toward the source of the sound. This sight made them all involuntarily take a deep breath. Holy shit! A Porsche 918. Damn, that car is also a Porsche. No wonder the girl agreed to date him. Turns out he's a luxury car owner too. Looks like a love triangle. Damn, so many rich people. Don't speak if you don't understand. Though they're both Porsches, one's a 911 and the other's a 918, the price difference is more than tenfold. What? That car's that expensive? Chapter 87, Utter Defeat. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Yuan, whose mouth was agape and face frozen in shock, letting out a light chuckle as he patted his shoulder and said, "So, buddy, what do you think? Not bad for a car, huh?" Wang Yuan's expression looked as if he just swallowed something foul, and a line from a song popped into his head, "It was always meant to be you, that's why I've lost so completely." Recalling how smug he had been just moments ago in front of Jiang Cheng, Wang Yuan couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. "It's quite nice indeed." Seeing Wang Yuan looking utterly devastated, Jiang Cheng suddenly lost interest in continuing the game. Turning to Zhou, he said, "Hey beautiful, it's mealtime, why not join me for a meal?" "Sure." Zhou walked over and naturally linked arms with Jiang Chang. Left alone, Wang Yuan squatted on the ground in utter despair, his face streaked with tears, humming softly, "Snowflakes drift, the north wind howls." In the private room of the Japanese restaurant, Jiang Chang asked Zhou, "So the something you had tonight was a date? Did I cause any trouble for you just now?" Hearing this, Zhou waved her hands in a fluster. "Of course not. Wang Yuan never pursued me before. I only came out today because he asked me to help pick a birthday gift for his mom, so I..." Seeing Zhou Ying's agitation, Jiang Chang felt much better. "I was quite upset when I first saw you together. I actually thought you'd rejected me because of him." Zhou looked at Jiang Chang as he spoke those words, and an inappropriate thought unexpectedly arose in her heart. Mostly because she couldn't tell for the moment whether Jiang Chang was speaking the truth or just joking. "Jiang Chang, after getting to know you better, I've come to realize why you were so popular in class back then. You're still just as quick with a joke. Had no idea the goddess ever noticed me?" Seeing her secret had been discovered, Zhou nodded shyly and said, "I didn't have many friends in class before. My family was very strict too, they'd send the driver to pick me up right after school, so I never had a chance to hang out with my classmates. I only remember how lively you were in class, especially during breaks and PE lessons. In contrast, I was practically invisible." Jiang Chang burst into laughter. "You, invisible? Aren't you underestimating yourself too much? If you were just average looking, you might call yourself unnoticeable, but with your looks, you're practically the center of attention in our class." Zhou shook her head disapprovingly. "Though I might be decent looking, I'm not as popular as you make me out to be. Not many people have pursued me anyway. Haven't you also never chased after me? It's because we were all young and insecure back then. Everyone knew a goddess like you was meant to be admired from afar, never to be touched lightly, that's why no one dared to pursue you." His answer sparked a glimmer of hope in Zhou Ying's heart. "Is that so? What about you, then?" Under Zhou Ying's gaze, Jiang Chang nearly faltered, almost blurting out the truth and taking the initiative. Suppressing the impulse, he cleared his throat and declared with feigned seriousness, "I went to school to study, not to date. I'm not like the others." After finishing their meal, the two strolled around Taiku Li. "Haven't been here in so long, it's changed so much," Zhou remarked with nostalgia. "To be honest, I never really came here much before. Today's actually my first time visiting properly." "Never brought your girlfriend here before?" As soon as she blurted out these words, Zhou awkwardly covered her mouth. "Sorry, I forgot you and Zhao Jiao already." Hearing this, the playboy cells in Jiang Chang's brain instantly awakened. He smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "Technically speaking, she and I were just online friends." Jiang Chang checked Zhou Ying's friendliness level toward him. He remembered it had increased by 5 points when he bought the car and another 5 at the bar, clearly reaching 85 points. Yet now it had dropped to 78 points. Could it be that this friendliness fluctuates with her thoughts? He hadn't expected Zhou Ying's friendliness level to rise so slowly. She was proving more difficult to win over than ordinary girls. Hearing Jiang Chang's words, Zhou Ying's gaze instantly held a hint of curiosity. "Is that so? But you're so handsome and wealthy, you wouldn't have trouble finding girls who like you. Whether they like me or not isn't something I care about much, but whether you like me, that's what I really want to know." As soon as Jiang Chang finished speaking, Zhou Ying's face flushed red again, and in her flustered state, she couldn't quite find the right words to reply. Seeing Zhou Ying's shyness, Jiang Chang didn't take the chance to tease her further. Seeing the Cartier boutique ahead, Jiang Chang naturally reached out and took Zhou Ying's hand, leading her towards it. Suddenly having her hand held by Jiang Chang, Zhou Ying felt her heartbeat quicken instantly. Zhou Ying tried gently pulling her hand away, but Jiang Chang showed no intention of letting go. And so, without saying a word, Zhou Ying remained shyly compliant, allowing Jiang Chang to keep holding her hand. The Cartier store in Taiku Li is decorated with simple yet sophisticated elegance. The floor-to-ceiling windows and bright lighting allow customers to see an array of exquisite, sparkling jewelry displayed on the counter the moment they step inside. The Cartier sales associate immediately noticed a tall, handsome young man entering with a breathtakingly beautiful woman and promptly approached them. Seeing how confidently composed the two of them were, I instantly felt they must be potential clients. The moment I stepped into the Cartier store, the dream come true system chimed with a ding notification. Option 1, buy Zhou Ying a gift and receive 5 shopping cashback cards. Single card usage limit up to 500,000 yuan. Option 2, pretend to consider it and receive a stingy iron rooster from Pinduoduo for just 9.9 yuan with free shipping. Jiang Chang stared speechlessly at the system notification. Anyone with a normal IQ would know which choice to make. Chapter 88, The Playboy's Playbook. At this moment, the Cartier store wasn't bustling with customers. Including Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying, there were only 4 clients in total. Zhou Ying's gaze wandered over the jewelry in the display cases, outwardly composed, yet inwardly her emotions surged like tidal waves. The dazzling jewelry scattered glimmers of light, momentarily transporting her back to memories of high school. Back then, she had carefully hidden her affection within the pages of repeatedly copied math notes until the day she saw Jiang Chung walking hand in hand with Zhao Jia down the corridor. The sour ache lingered vividly even now, like an unripe lime, bitter yet unforgettable. At this moment, a saleswoman quickly stepped forward and inquired with a smile, "Hello, sir and madam, how may I assist you today? Which one do you like?" Jiang Cheng's voice snapped her back to reality. Zhou abruptly looked up, meeting his warm gaze, her heart skipping a beat uncontrollably. Zhou was momentarily stunned by his question. Her bright eyes studied Jiang Cheng intently before she replied, "You're asking me? Didn't you say you'd like anything I gave you?" Jiang Cheng countered with a question of his own. Back when her father's business was thriving, their walk-in closet overflowed with limited edition handbags. But now, even the gleaming lights of Cartier's display windows seemed unbearably harsh. "I was just joking." Zhou turned her face away, her peripheral vision catching Jiang Cheng's affectionate gaze, a gaze that burned like flames, scorching away all her restraint and pride. Past secret affections and family upheavals now intertwined into complex emotions. She longed to accept his feelings yet feared it might all be a beautiful dream, one that, upon waking, would leave only deeper disappointment. "I wasn't joking at all. I meant every word." Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou with an earnest expression of devotion. His demeanor made Zhou want to pull her hand away again, but Jiang Cheng's larger hand still held hers firmly. Zhou stole a glance at the female sales associate who was openly staring at Jiang Cheng. She laughed at herself inwardly. Wealthy, handsome men always attracted attention wherever they went, and she was nowhere near worthy of standing by his side anymore. Seeing Zhou hesitate to choose, Jiang Cheng glanced over and immediately skipped the cheaper styles. He pointed at a newly released Panthera de Cartier necklace, an 18-karat gold Cartier Panthera necklace worth 80,000 yuan. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This Panthera de Cartier necklace from Cartier's Panther collection is crafted in gold with black lacquer, featuring 1 savorite garnet and 19 round brilliant-cut diamonds totaling 0.07 carats. It's part of our new classic series, exquisitely crafted and absolutely stunning when worn." The saleswoman quickly fetched the necklace and handed it to Zhou with eager anticipation. Seeing this, Zhou politely accepted it and tried it on. The delicate little panther nestled quietly against Zhou Ying's beautiful collarbone. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but gaze intently, his aggressive stare making Zhou blush uncontrollably. A few seconds later, Jiang Cheng nodded, "It suits you very well." As she tried on the necklace, the cool touch of 18K gold against her collarbone contrasted sharply with the warmth spreading through Zhou Ying's body. Jiang Cheng's focused gaze reminded her of countless nights spent stealing glances at him, and the mixture of aggression and tenderness in his eyes now left her both thrilled and apprehensive. She knew she shouldn't accept such an extravagant gift, yet couldn't bring herself to refuse this long-awaited gentleness. Unaware of Zhou Ying's inner turmoil, Jiang Cheng continued browsing other designs in the store with her in tow, though each selection left him mildly disappointed. Even their watches didn't carry impressive price tags. The best he could manage was selecting a lady's watch priced at 230,000 yuan, paired with an 80,000 plus bracelet and some 8,000 plus earrings. When swiping his card, he barely scraped together 400,000 yuan. The female sales associate nearby grew even more envious as she watched Jiang Cheng grinning while making the payment. As soon as Jiang Cheng left, she immediately started gossiping with another sales associate. "Boyfriends from other families never disappoint. Did you see how happy he looked paying for it?" Meanwhile, the girl looked completely unwilling. "Of course I saw him, handsome and generous too. So enviable. How come we never meet guys like that?" "Yeah, usually it's the girls dragging the guys in to spend, and when the bill comes, those guys look like they're in physical pain. It's rare to see someone so happy to pick up the tab. Look at him, only picking the expensive stuff, so spoiled. Your commission this month must be huge, huh?" Jiang Cheng was grinning when he made the payment because he had used a cashback card, earning 50 times the refund. "That's 20 million. He had both bought Zhou a gift and pocketed so much money for free. How could his mood not be fantastic? There were still 4 shopping cashback cards left, but Zhou absolutely refused to do any more shopping. She was no longer willing to spend Jiang Cheng's money. Jiang Cheng soon drove Zhou back home. Before them stood an old residential complex, its buildings visibly over 20 years old. "Which floor do you live on? This complex doesn't seem to have elevators?" "This was bought by my dad when he was young, several decades old already. The other properties were all mortgaged, and this is the only one left." "No elevator either. We live on the 5th floor." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Then let me walk you up?" Zhou shook her head. "No need, my mom's upstairs. You can go back now." Jiang Cheng nodded upon hearing this and reluctantly let go of Zhou Ying's hand, then walked slowly. "Okay." Zhou waved shyly at Jiang Cheng before turning and walking inside. As soon as Zhou arrived home, Fang Yuan rose from the sofa. At just 36 years old, Fang Yuan maintains her appearance so well that one would never guess she's Zhou Ying's mother. "Inger, why are you back so soon?" Zhou said gloomily. "Don't mention it. What's wrong? Did something unpleasant happen while you were out? Mom, Wang Yuan confessed his feelings to me. At the mention of Wang Yuan, Zhou Ying's expression instantly darkened. Fang Yuan spotted the Cartier shopping bag in Zhou Ying's hand with sharp eyes. What, so he bought this for you? Fang Yuan spoke these words, her face filled with concern as she continued, Inger, Mom has looked into Wang Yuan, he's no good. With your father gone and leaving behind such a massive debt, our family may have nothing left now. But Mom will figure out a way to scramble and repay it. Even though I did hope before that you'd find a boyfriend with money, Wang Yuan truly isn't the one. You mustn't. Seeing Fang Yuan's misunderstanding, Zhou Ying explained, No, Mom, he didn't give this to me. It was from my classmate. It's not the kind of messy relationship you're imagining. What? Your classmate? Which classmate? Her daughter was simply too beautiful. Fang Yuan had always protected her very well since childhood. Even if we go to Shanghai, the rented place would still be property belonging to Zhou Ying's father's relatives. Fang Yuan snatched the shopping bag from Zhou Ying's hands and started rummaging through it. Her eyes instantly widened when she saw the shopping receipt.